Flower-Stealing Master Chapter 1651 to Chapter 1709. There's no other way. Song Qingshu took off Tang Qibian's official robes and changed into an ordinary set of clothes. If we delay any longer, Guijing might lose his life. Later on, you will disguise as Tang Qibian and stay here to deal with the soldiers. Only then did Tashkis realize that she had misunderstood. She secretly stuck out her tongue and asked curiously, "Are you going to inform Guijing?" Song Qingshu nodded. "I've finally met Guijing, and I've always admired his character." Tashkis shook her head. "I don't think you should save him." "Why?" Song Qingshu curiously looked at her as he tidied up his clothes. "Your ambition is to conquer the world while Guijing is loyal to the southern Song dynasty. He will become your enemy sooner or later. Since that is the case, why don't you go with the flow and borrow the Jin's blade to get rid of him? The world will not blame you then." Tashkis answered. "Even if I can deceive the world, I can't deceive my own heart." Song Qingshu shook his head. Huang Rong's intelligent eyes appeared in his mind. "I can't deceive her either. Moreover, it wasn't just because of Huang Rong. It was because of his values that he could not sit idly by or even add fuel to the fire." Seeing that Tashkis still wanted to dissuade him, Song Qingshu waved his hand. "I have made up my mind. I will go save him now. You stay here and deal with everything else." He then left in a hurry. He had previously asked the military scouts about Guijing's whereabouts. After searching for several hours, he finally found traces of them. A group of cavalrymen was traversing through the valley. Although they were few in number, each of them looked valiant. They were obviously elites. At the forefront was a man with a square face and wide eyes. He looked resolute and righteous. It was none other than Guijing, whom he had not seen for a long time. Song Qingshu gave chase on his horse and soon attracted the attention of the cavalrymen. They thought that he was a scout from the Jin army. Since they could not afford to be discovered, some of them drew their bows and shot at him. With Song Qingshu's current level of martial arts, he was naturally unafraid of the arrows. With a wave of his hand, the arrows that were shot towards him fell to the ground. When the people saw this, they were shocked and quickly drew their bows and aimed at him. Song Qingshu frowned. Although he was not afraid of the enemy's arrows, his horse would not be able to escape death. Seeing that thousands of arrows were about to be fired, Guijing had already noticed that something was amiss. His eyesight was naturally better than the average soldier's, and he recognized Song Qingshu from afar. He hurriedly ordered his men to put down their bows and arrows, while he rode forward on his horse. "Brother Song, why are you here?" Guijing was pleasantly surprised. "I haven't thanked you for escorting Ronger back to Peach Blossom Island." "Don't mention it. It's nothing." Seeing his bright smile, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel relaxed. No wonder so many people liked him. It was easy to get along with him. "It's nothing to you, Brother Song, but it's a big deal to me." Guijing was deeply moved. When Huang Rong was rescued from the imperial palace, she couldn't show her face in public for a short period of time. He was also busy with the northern expedition. Fortunately, Song Qingshu helped him send Huang Rong back to Peach Blossom Island and settle her down. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Brother Gua, this time I came specially to save you." "Save me?" Guijing looked puzzled. Song Qingshu quickly explained, "According to reliable sources, the Jin kingdom has already seen through your feint and plans to take advantage of the situation to encircle and annihilate you. There are a large number of soldiers waiting for you ahead." Guijing laughed and said, "I thought it was something serious. I have already seen through the plan of disloyal servants and am waiting to counterattack. I will use myself as bait to help our allies attack Suzhou. That's why I brought all the cavalrymen. That's why I can advance and retreat freely." Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect that Guijing was ready to be bait. He continued to persuade him, "But as far as I know, this time the Jin kingdom is determined to get rid of you. You are their real target. This bait plan is too dangerous." Guijing cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said, "Thank you for your warning, Brother Song. But when I accepted this mission, I already understood the danger of this mission. If the Jin kingdom's target is really me, Then I can attract more attention from the Jin Kingdom's army and delay more of their forces, so that our allies can attack smoothly. As long as I can buy time, I don't mind sacrificing myself. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be in awe. He knew that he couldn't sacrifice himself, and there were not many people in the world who could. That was why it was so precious. But the sacrifice may not be meaningful. Song Qingshu thought of the confident appearance of disloyal servants and really didn't think that Guo Jing's allies could achieve their goal. Hearing this, Guo Jing fell silent. Obviously, these years of experience had made him understand the level of the generals around him. It was ridiculous to pin his hopes on them. It was a pity that although he was very famous in Jianghu, he was still too inexperienced in the officialdom. The task of leading the attack did not fall on him, so he could only lead a detachment to pretend to attack. After a long silence, Guo Jing sighed and said, "I've done my best. The rest is up to fate." Seeing Song Qingshu's worried face, he couldn't help but laugh and comfort him. "Brother Song, don't worry about me. I'm not a pushover. It won't be easy for the Jin Kingdom to besiege me. What's more, Chen Shaoqing will lead the army to Lingbai. If I really can't hold on, I will retreat from there. There will be someone to help me." "All right then." In this case, Song Qingshu couldn't say anything more. He couldn't tell Guo Jing all the specific deployment of the Jin Kingdom. Moreover, in order to inform Guo Jing in time, he rushed here without stopping. He couldn't wait for the plan of disloyal servants to come out. In a sense, he didn't know what the specific deployment of disloyal servants would be. By the way, Brother Song, didn't the Golden Snake Battalion agree to attack the Jin Kingdom together? Why didn't they come this time? Guo Jing suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Prepared for this, Song Qingshu explained, the Jin Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom are brothers. They persuaded the imperial court of the Qin Kingdom to send troops south, so the Golden Snake Battalion had to return to the north to deal with the Qing army. I see. Guo Jing showed an expression of understanding. As the saying goes, without the lips, the teeth will be interdependent. In this case, the Qin Kingdom won't sit back and do nothing. At this time, a deputy general came over on horseback to remind him. "Lieutenant, it's time to set off. If we delay here for too long, we won't be able to reach the destination according to the plan." Guo Jing nodded and said to Song Qingshu, "Brother Song, forgive me for not being able to accompany you for a long time due to military affairs. After the war, my wife and I will treat you to a drink to thank you for what you did in Linen last time. Business is more important. Brother Guo, take care." Song Qingshu cupped his hands in salute. Watching Guo Jing and his troops disappear into the distance, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He didn't know if this trip was good or bad. He hoped that he would have the opportunity to sit down and drink with them again. When he returned to the camp, he found only Taj Tish was there. He wondered where disloyal servants had gone. Taj Tish replied, "Not long ago, disloyal servants had been constantly mobilizing troops. In the end, he even personally led his troops out of the camp." "Where did he go?" Song Qingshu began to change his clothes. "I believe they have gone to Suzhou to deal with Li Rui. In addition, they have dispatched many troops to encircle Guo Jing's troops." Tadish answered. "Seems?" Song Qingshu was slightly dissatisfied. Tadish was currently here in the guise of Tang Qibian. As the highest commander of the army, it was ridiculous for her to be unaware of the movements of her subordinates. Tadish hurriedly answered, "It is not seems, it is confirmed." She then unfurled a military map and described the movements of the various troops. Song Qingshu gradually grew doubtful. Such an arrangement. Li Rui has brought along the main force of the southern Song army. How can Fu Sanzhongyi be so confident in dealing with him so quickly? Tadish explained, initially, Fu Sanzhongyi did not reveal his intentions because he was worried that the secret would be leaked. However, I have asked him privately and he did not hide anything. Recently, there was a lot of rain near Suzhou. He has already built a temporary dam nearby and intends to launch a water attack. Water attack? Song Qingshu took the map and examined the terrain of Suzhou. He could not help but gasp. If the Song army is unfamiliar with the terrain and is unprepared, they may indeed be completely wiped out. Tadish sneered. I have seen Li Rui's information when he was in charge of political affairs. He is a mediocre person and will definitely fall for his tricks. Tadish hailed from the western regions and did not have much affection for the Song. Moreover, her late husband, Han Xianxia, had lost his life due to the southern Song's northern expedition. Therefore, she was naturally delighted to hear that the Song people would suffer a calamity. No wonder Fu Sanzhongyi is so confident. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. As the saying goes, a general success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. This time, who knows how many soldiers will lose their lives. Of course, he was no saint. He could only do his best to ensure the safety of those around him. He was unable to care for everyone's lives. Have you informed Guojing? Tadish cautiously asked after noticing his somewhat gloomy expression. Song Qingshu nodded. I have informed him. However, he is unwilling to give up on the mission. We can only resign ourselves to fate. He roughly explained his encounter with Guojing. Tadish came to his side and consoled him. You have done your best. No matter what happens next, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. This dilemma is really a pain in the ass. Forget it, let's wait for the follow-up news. He decided to take a rest and conserve his energy so that he could react in time. Because he was preoccupied, he didn't do anything with Tadish for the first time. Instead, he simply laid down with her, with various thoughts swirling in his mind. Just as dawn was about to break, a scout suddenly rushed in to reporting to the marshal, we have achieved a great victory in Suzhou. A great victory in Suzhou. Song Qingshu was sleeping with his clothes on. Hearing the noise, he jumped out of bed and went outside the tent to ask, what's the situation? That scout could not hide the excitement on his face. General Pu San first used a water attack to defeat the Song army. Then, he led his army out and nearly annihilated Li Rui's army. The corner of Song Qingshu's eye twitched. This Li Rui is really useless. Although he knew that Li Rui would win this war, he did not expect it to be won so quickly. Where is General Pu San now? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. The scout answered, reporting to the marshal, after General Pu San defeated Li Rui's main force, he sent his subordinates to pursue him while he personally led his troops to encircle Guojing, who was feigning an attack on Suzhou. Guojing is in Suzhou? During this period of time, Song Qingshu had memorized the surrounding terrain. Suzhou was northeast of Suzhou. The two cities were at each other's corners. If Guojing attacked Suzhou, it would indeed be easy for him to restrain the nearby Jin army and prevent them from supporting the Suzhou army. Unfortunately, Li Rui was truly useless. In less than a day, his entire army was annihilated, rendering his feigned attack meaningless. At the same time, he was in great danger of being encircled and annihilated. Returning to his tent, Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. He said to Tadish, come, let's go to Suzhou. He somewhat hated himself. Obviously, he was not a good person, but he still insisted on some ridiculous principles. He could not completely become a bad person. He could not eliminate Guojing, nor could he stand idly by. As he planned to secretly rescue Guojing later, Song Qingshu still let Tadish disguise herself as Tang Qubian, while he changed his appearance and disguised himself as her bodyguard. Together, they hurried to the scattered loyal army. At Lingbai City, General Qin Shaoqing's face was extremely gloomy as he watched Li Rui's soldiers return from the front line. Especially when he learned that a Jin army was pursuing them, his face twitched violently. He wanted to turn around, but he had some misgivings. Suddenly, a soldier ran over and said, the palace marshal has sent an order. He then handed him a secret letter. Qin Shaoqing hurriedly opened it and read it. His tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Then he said to the messenger, pass down the order, the entire army is to retreat to Shui. Several deputy generals beside him were shocked. Aren't we supposed to stay here to cover the retreat? How can we suddenly retreat? That's right. Lieutenant Gua is still in Shui. If we retreat, won't we be leaving him to die? Listening to the discussion, a trace of sorrow flashed across Qin Shaoqing's face. The defeat in Suzhou is unprecedented. This northern expedition is destined to fail. Only by returning to Shui as soon as possible can we preserve the strength of the imperial court. If we exhaust the strength of the imperial court for Guojing, we will be the eternal evildoers. But although the southern Song dynasty was weak, there was no lack of upright people in the army. Someone still raised an objection, but he was interrupted by Xianxia. This is the palace marshal's order. As the saying goes, military orders must be obeyed. Xianxia took out the military order he had just received and showed it to the deputy generals. This? The deputy generals looked at each other. This time, Wang Ziding was the commander of this northern expedition. Who dared to disobey his orders? I hope no one will say that we are Panmei in the future. Someone murmured, which cast a haze over everyone's hearts. When Emperor Taizong of the northern Song dynasty attacked Khitan, Panmei did nothing to save Yang Yi when he was besieged. Not only did he lose his prestige in the army, but he was also infamous for thousands of years. What nonsense are you talking about? We are just following orders. Xianxia snorted with a sullen face. He turned around and began to organize the evacuation of his soldiers. He had been immersed in officialdom for a long time. He knew that Wang Ziding was backed by the Wang family and the Jia, Shi, and Shui families. How could anything go wrong? What's more, Wang Ziding could use the reason of preserving the strength of the country, which made many people speechless. At this time, in the Jia's mansion in Linen City, thousands of miles away, Jia Shidao was playing chess with Liaoyingzhong. He had a mysterious smile on his face. My lord, you are smiling. You must have won, Liaoyingzhong said tentatively. Jia Shidao put down a chess piece and said, Han Jiefu has been very proud of himself for the past 2 years. It's time for him to pay his debts. Liaoyingzhong smiled and said, Han Jiefu is no match for my lord. My lord, you can win from thousands of miles away. Now it's time to pull in the net. Jia Shidao smiled and didn't say anything. He put down a chess piece and said, Yingzhong, you will lose if you are distracted when playing chess. Yingzhong's chess skills are far inferior to my lord's. Liaoyingzhong didn't care. He suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, what should we do with Guojing? You don't have to worry about that. I have already made arrangements, Jia Shidao said calmly. Those who betray me will not have a good ending. By the way, have you found Baoyu's whereabouts? Jia Shidao asked casually. Liaoyingzhong broke out in a cold sweat. We made an important breakthrough. We should be able to find young master's whereabouts soon. Jia Shidao snorted. It's fine if Baoyu is safe, but if anything happens to him, I'll make those who went after him regret ever being born. Liaoyingzhong smiled bitterly. It's not just his people who went after him. Those who went after young master might not have a good ending either. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu and Tadish were riding at top speed with their personal guards. Finally, they found the scattered and loyal troops. When they saw Song Qingshu, they couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, Marshal Du has come at the right time. Tajkis imitated Tang Qua's tone and replied, General Fu destroyed the main force of the northern expedition of the Kingdom of Song in a day. Even the ancient Han by Wei Hu was no match for him. General Du, you flatter me. Fu Sanzhongyi laughed. Li Rui is just a chicken and a dog. I'm more proud of my other prey than the troops that defeated him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Tajkis knew what he was thinking and asked for him, General, have you caught Guojing? Not yet. Fu Sanzhongyi pointed into the distance. But we have found them. They are now stationed between those two mountains. Guojing only had a few hundred cavalrymen under his command. Fu Sanzhongyi had more than 10 times the number of cavalrymen under his command. Now that he had caught his prey, it wouldn't be long before he was caught. Oh? Tajkis wanted to stand on a high place and look, but Fu Sanzhongyi stopped her. General, be careful. Guojing was once a student of Jib. The legend of the condor shooting hero is still spreading in the grassland. A few of our sentries were shot down by his arrows while they were standing on high ground. Fu Sanzhongyi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had defeated the Song army and was about to capture Guojing. He had done a great job. However, if something were to happen to Tang Qua, all of his previous efforts would go to waste. I see. Tajkis was also a little scared. Guojing's archery skills had been widely known in the martial world. If there were no sentries watching, would we have let him go free? Fu Sanzhongyi gazed at the space between the two mountains. That's why I'm planning to send someone to attack. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows and transmitted his voice to Taj Tish. Taj Tish then asked on his behalf, now that we can't see the actual situation clearly, wouldn't it be too dangerous to rush in recklessly? Fu Sanzhongyi laughed and said, Marshall is worrying too much. The Han people have a saying, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how powerful Guojing is, he only has a few hundred cavalrymen under him. No matter what he does, he cannot change the situation. After that, he waved his flag and ordered a deputy general to lead 2,000 cavalrymen to charge toward the enemy camp. Hearing the rumbling in the air and feeling the tremors of the earth, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the iron cavalry that once roamed the central plains. Although they had deteriorated over the years, he could still vaguely see the shadow of the army that used to defeat the hundreds of thousands of Liao soldiers with just 10,000 to 20,000 cavalrymen. Fu Sanzhongyi had a look of approval on his face. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the charge of his subordinates. But soon, the smile on his face froze. He noticed that the Song army had suddenly fired thousands of arrows, causing the charging cavalrymen to fall into chaos. How is this possible? Fu Sanzhongyi suddenly took a few steps forward and looked in that direction in shock. This is the archery of the Mongolian cavalry. How did these Song barbarians learn it? Song Qingshu also had the same doubts. If the southern Song soldiers had this ability, they would not have been bullied by the Liao, Jin, and Mongols. If they were faced with the Mongolian cavalry, they would not have been so careless and charged forward without any preparation. It must be Guojing who taught them this. Fu Sanzhongyi quickly understood. Guojing was after all a former commander of the Mongolian army. It was normal for him to know about cavalry and archery. When it comes to cavalry and archery, we have been living on horseback since we were young. Why would we be afraid of you? Give the order, fire at each other. Actually, there was no need for him to give the order. General Yuan Jin had already ordered his subordinates to take out their bows and arrows and start firing back. But what was shocking was that while the arrows were raining down, their counterattack was sparse. In fact, many of the arrows did not even reach the enemy camp. What the hell is going on? Fu Sanzhongyi was instantly enraged and couldn't help but curse. They had always been proud of their cavalry and looked down on the weak Song soldiers. But now, they were being taught a lesson by the enemy in their superior territory. No one would be in a good mood. A general at the side whispered, our bowstrings are mainly made from the tendons of animals. The Song's bowstrings are made from silk. That's why our bows are afraid of water and the Song's bows are afraid of the cold. It just so happens that it has been raining for the past few days. Even though he didn't finish his sentence, everyone present understood. Their bowstrings had been soaked by the rain, causing their elasticity to be greatly reduced. Now that they were in Jianghuai and the cold wasn't that bad, the Song's bows and arrows were naturally not affected. Fu Sanzhongyi smiled bitterly. The continuous rain these past few days had made him proud that he had made use of the weather to flood the Song army in Suzhou. But now, it had become a disadvantage for them. Seeing his charging cavalry being shot down, Fu Sanzhongyi's face twitched. His heart was bleeding and he couldn't help but roar, even though it wasn't the Iron Buddhas who charged this time, they are also heavily armored. Even the Mongols might not be able to shoot them down. Why can't they take a single arrow from the Song army? During his time in the Jin kingdom, Song Qingshu learned that the most elite cavalry of the Jin army was the Iron Buddhas, which were heavily armored from head to toe. They were used to crush enemies head-on. Then there were the cavalry horses on the flanks, which could make full use of their high mobility and great impact when charging in groups. They were used to outflank the enemy before launching a surprise attack. There were two types of horses. One type was lightly armed and used for flanking ambushes. The other type was heavily armed and used to charge and break through enemy lines. The one that had just charged was of this type. That was why they couldn't win against the Song army. Other than the weather affecting the performance of their bows, this type of cavalry was also good at charging and not good at riding and shooting. The general just mentioned the weather was probably to protect Fu Sanzhongyi's face. After all, he was the one who gave the order. This range, this power. Could it be the Southern Song dynasty's divine bow? one of the generals said uncertainly. As soon as he said this, the temperature dropped. The Song dynasty's divine bow had made the Jin suffer a lot over the years. There were many old generals who had followed King Liang and Wanyan Zongbi in the past. The memory of being shot down by the Song dynasty's divine bow in Xianxia was still fresh in their minds. The divine bow can be equipped on cavalry? Fu Sanzhongyi felt that what he had encountered today was beyond his knowledge. Maybe the Song modified it a little, someone guessed. Marshal and General, don't worry. The Song army is small. Even if they developed a divine bow that can be equipped on cavalry, it won't change the situation. Another general saw Fu Sanzhongyi and Tang Qibian's grim expressions and hurriedly explained. At this moment, the sound of drums suddenly came from the opposite side. Guijing took the lead and led a group of cavalry to charge over while the Jin army was in chaos. Fu Sanzhongyi's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly passed down one order after another, commanding the other troops to charge forward and save the troops that had been injured. He knew that even though there were more than 2,000 cavalry that had tried to probe the Song army, if they did nothing in this situation, they would most likely be wiped out by the enemy. However, by the time the other troops arrived, it was already a little too late. The troops that had tried to test the Jin army had suffered heavy losses. When Guijing saw the Jin army rushing over, he withdrew in time. The Jin cavalry tried to chase after him, but the Jin army retreated while shooting at them from behind, making them miserable. Song Qingshu was in awe of Guijing's performance. Although the southern Song dynasty did not specialize in cavalry, they were able to advance and retreat well under Guijing's leadership. Their tactics were exactly the same as the Mongolian army, and their crossbows were even more powerful than the Mongols. If the Mongols had the same number of cavalry, they would not have been able to defeat them. Guijing is indeed a born general. Song Qingshu realized that he had underestimated Guijing in the past. Although Guijing's martial arts were first-rate in the world, Song Qingshu had never taken him seriously. But now that he had seen Guijing's other side, he realized that mere martial arts meant nothing to him. What Guijing had learned was to fight 10,000 enemies on the battlefield. If I had known, I would not have provoked Huang Rong. Song Qingshu was secretly regretting his decision. If not for that foolish incident, he would have been able to recruit Guijing to his side. At that time, he would have had a peerless general under his command. His relationship with Huang Rong was like a ticking time bomb. He did not dare to use him without worry. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Whenever he thought of the beautiful Huang Rong, Song Qingshu's heart would warm up and he could not help but feel heroic. Although he loved his country, he loved beauties even more. So what if he lost a general? At worst, he would fight for his country with his own hands. However, Song Qingshu frowned as he followed the Jin army and chased after the small group of cavalry from afar. Now that the loyal servants had lost their loyalty, they were determined to capture him at all costs. He did not know if Guijing would be able to escape. Although he had been worrying about how to deal with Guijing and Huang Rong, he had never thought of using the Jin to get rid of him. In fact, he had always been thinking about how to save him. Firstly, he admired Guijing's character, and secondly, he was proud of himself. He disdained using petty tricks to harm others. How much did you lose? Tajkis asked as Tang Qibian. Fu Sanzhongyi's face darkened. 200 died and more than 1,000 were injured. I will make them pay for this. Guijing had a total of 700 to 800 cavalrymen under him. The Jin side had outnumbered him, yet they still lost so badly. It could be said that it was a crushing defeat. At the side, Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Originally, he had planned to beat around the bush and use the reason that it was not worth it to dispel the other party's idea of surrounding Guijing. However, after this battle, it could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Over the next few days, Guijing fought all the way to the south. Although he had the most elite cavalry under his command, the Jin kingdom did not lack cavalry. Moreover, he was in the Jin kingdom's territory. Although he performed several amazing maneuvers, he still could not shake off his pursuers. After a few days, he was trapped in a valley. After several days of hard fighting, many soldiers were wounded by arrows. Guijing ordered the wounded of the 3rd Corps to rest on their horses, the 2nd Corps to take care of the seriously wounded, and the 1st Corps to continue fighting. As night fell, the Jin and Song armies tacitly set up camp. Neither the fugitives nor the pursuers were made of iron, and everyone needed rest. Looking at the Jin army camp not far away, Guojing gathered the soldiers and said, "Our morale is not as good as before, and we can't muster it up. What is the reason? Could it be that there are women in the army?" The group of people looked at each other. It turned out that when they attacked Shuzhou, they had robbed many wives and daughters of the soldiers guarding the city. Because they were worried that Guojing would punish them, they secretly disguised those women as men and mixed them into the army. Fortunately, they had robbed many horses from the Jin army in Shuzhou. Otherwise, there would not be enough horses if there were too many soldiers. However, Guojing was not a fool. At first, he was concerned about the battle in Suzhou, and indeed neglected the behavior of his subordinates. After staying with them for a few days, how could he not know that there were some women in the army? After secretly asking around, he learned that the soldiers had robbed the wives and daughters of the Jin. Guojing had always been an upright person. The reason why he left Mongolia to help the southern Song was because the Mongolians were cruel and tyrannical. Wherever they went, blood flowed like rivers, and countless wives and daughters trembled under their evil claws. He did not expect that the southern Song would have a similar situation. It was a pity that this cavalry unit had only been under his command for a short time. If the troops in Xianxia city, trained by him, dared to do such a thing, he would definitely order them to be punished according to military law. Now that the group was in danger, if he killed the offenders, it might cause the soldiers to break down. When the Jins came south, they ravaged the people of the Great Song. How many wives and daughters did they have? Even the princess. One of the bolder soldiers said indignantly. However, he immediately realized that he had committed a taboo. After all, during the Jingkong disaster, many imperial concubines, princesses, and madams were kidnapped and sent to the laundry. This was a humiliation for the people of the Song, so he immediately corrected himself and said, "This is called giving them a taste of their own medicine." "That's right. That's right." The group of soldiers echoed. Looking at the agitated crowd, Guojing secretly sighed. Is this human nature? The Jin are beasts. Are we going to learn from them and become beasts? Although Guojing understood what these people were doing, he couldn't agree with them. He pointed at the frightened and timid women in the army and said, "Moreover, look at these kidnapped women. How many of them are decent Taoist masters? Aren't they our fellow Han people? Who asked them to marry the Jin? They deserve it." Someone muttered. Guojing was instantly enraged. The Jins are cruel. How can weak girls like them resist? We Han men can't protect the women in our tribe. In the end, we blame the women for losing their chastity. What is the reason? The Neo-Confucianism of the southern Song dynasty was prevalent. It was only after the Jingkong disaster that women's chastity began to be perversely valued. Guojing grew up in Mongolia and was naturally dissatisfied with such a culture. Guojing had always been powerful. The group of people was intimidated by his aura and did not dare to say anything. Guojing took advantage of the situation and said, that year, Li Ling led a lone army and was besieged by the Xiongnu army. The soldiers who accompanied him had previously kidnapped the wives and daughters of many Guangdong bandits who were exiled to the frontier fortress and hid them in their carriages. When Li Ling found out about this, he found them and killed them. The next day, they fought again. Sure enough, the soldiers did not have any distractions and their combat power increased greatly. Do you think I should kill these women? Hearing his words, the women who had been kidnapped were so frightened that they immediately went limp and began to cry. The group of soldiers looked at each other. Guojing had always been kind and righteous. Why was he so ruthless this time? However, as the saying goes, kindness does not lead an army. It was not that they could not understand this approach. However, Guojing changed the topic. These women are also pitiful people. Moreover, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. I don't want to make things difficult for you, so I'll let them live. From now on, they will be expelled from the army camp. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, anyone who takes in women again and affects the morale of the army will be beheaded without mercy. The group of soldiers originally thought that they would be punished for this matter. Now that they saw the stick that was raised high up in the air, how could they not be overjoyed? They did not have any feelings for these women. They only wanted to satisfy their physiological needs. Now that they had had enough fun these days, coupled with the fact that the Jin people were hot on their heels and the shadow of death had always shrouded their hearts, no one was in the mood to have sex. Everyone was taken aback at first, but quickly realized that they were using these women to obstruct the Jin men and buy time for their escape. Thinking that they might be able to escape alive, they could not help but reveal a look of joy. If these were ordinary Han women, Guijing would never have given such an order. Perhaps, with his benevolent nature, he might even bring these women back to the south. However, these Han women were the wives and daughters of the Jin soldiers and it was inconvenient to bring them along. If they were to stay, they would not have to worry about being defiled by the ferocious Jin soldiers behind them. After all, they were the wives and daughters of their comrades. Just as Song Qingshu was hesitating on how to save Guijing, a whistle was suddenly heard from the military camp. Noticing the unusual movements in the Song camp, the high-ranking officers of the Jin kingdom gathered urgently. Fu Sanzhongyi looked towards the direction of the valley and his expression changed. Oh no, they're trying to escape through the night. Having said that, he did not have time to explain to Tanqua. He hastily mobilized his troops and chased after them. Song Qingshu and Taj Tish looked at each other, then hastily mounted their horses and followed. When they arrived at the Song army camp, they discovered that it was bustling with noise. They hastily summoned Sanzhongyi and inquired about it. Don't mention it, they're the wives and daughters of the Shuzhou soldiers. Fu Sanzhongyi snorted resentfully. They were previously kidnapped by the Song people and now they're deliberately abandoning them here to delay us. As he spoke, he suddenly laughed coldly. I've heard rumors in the Jianghu. What chivalrous men? Bah! Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. He could understand Fu Sanzhongyi's anger. After all, anyone would be enraged to learn that the wives and daughters of their comrades were being defiled by the enemy. However, the only thing that he could not understand was that Guijing was obviously not that kind of person. Yet, the women before him were the truth. Fu Sanzhongyi explained for a while before hurriedly leaving to deal with the messy matters. After all, these women were the family members of the soldiers. If they were not properly arranged, it would disappoint them. They're really going to fight to the death. Taj Tish approached Song Qingshu and whispered. Yes, I can only hope that they can take advantage of this time to escape. Song Qingshu smiled wryly. Guijing's move was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it could indeed delay the pursuers, but on the other hand, it had also completely aroused the hatred of the Jin soldiers. If it was said that before, it was just these high-ranking officials who wanted to kill Guijing as soon as possible. Now, it was all the Jin soldiers who wanted his life. Fu Sanzhongyi finally sorted out the messy scene. He specially left a troop to protect and settle the women before, then hurriedly led the troops to continue their pursuit towards the south. After all, they were now in the territory of the Jin kingdom. Although the loyal army was not as agile as Guijing's troops, Guijing could mobilize the forces along the way to continuously block the enemy. Therefore, although Guijing bought some time with the help of the women, he still could not shake off the pursuers. However, he was not too worried, because, as they had it, Bai Ling Zhongyi and Jin were Bai Chen. The soldiers under him were also excited. After all, they had been fooling the Jin along the way and had enjoyed the wives and daughters of the Jin soldiers. It was enough for them, who had been oppressed by the Jin for a long time, to hold their heads high. When they could vaguely see the walls of Ling Fu Chen, they were about to cheer when Guijing's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that there was no signal flag erected at the top of the wall. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop the troops. What's wrong, Commander Gua? A soldier asked in confusion. After all, they were about to return home, and everyone was burning with anxiety. Something's wrong. Guijing told everyone his discovery. The soldiers also realized the danger. It can't be. Marshal Sage Chen Shaoqing led the army here to cover the retreat. It's only been a few days. How could it fall so quickly? A deputy general said in disbelief. That's hard to say. Didn't the army of 100,000 at Suzhou City be destroyed in an instant? Another deputy general snorted coldly. He was obviously very angry at Li Rui's defeat, not to mention that he had directly put them in danger. This is different. Guojing shook his head and said, General Li was on the offensive. Although I don't want to admit it, the imperial court has never been good at attacking. General Chen was on the defensive at Lingfu Chen, and the imperial court is best at defense. The Jin army could not have broken through so quickly, unless what? The soldier beside him asked anxiously. Guojing thought of Song Qingshu's warning and could not help but have a guess. Unless Qin Shaoqing did not stay behind to cover the retreat as agreed, but retreated early. Wait here for a moment. Do not dismount from your horses. Be on standby. I'll go and see what's going on. Guojing did not tell them his guess. He was worried that these people would break down if they knew that they had been abandoned. Although he did not say anything, a shadow still shrouded the hearts of the group. They all looked at his figure with solemn expressions. Guojing rode his horse to the bottom of the city gate. He circulated his internal qi and asked, Is General Chen here? The soldier on the wall popped his head out and asked, Is that Commander Guo down there? Guojing was shocked and asked in a low voice, Where is General Qin Shaoqing? The general is resting in the city, the soldier answered casually. I'll ask them to open the gate and let the general in. Looking at the slowly opening gate, Guojing did not go in. Instead, he stopped his horse and pondered. Suddenly, he asked, Where is General Wu who is guarding the gate? Why don't I see him? The soldier was startled and answered subconsciously, General Wu is patrolling nearby. I'll call him over immediately. Unexpectedly, Guojing's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly rode back and gestured to his subordinates to escape as soon as possible. Although Guojing was known for his slow-wittedness, he was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have been able to practice such profound martial arts. Especially on the battlefield, he had extraordinary intuition. He had keenly sensed that something was wrong and purposely spoke to test the waters. It was indeed possible that Qin Shaoqing was resting in the city, but the city gate was of utmost importance. He would definitely send his most trusted generals to guard it, and he had met all of Qin Shaoqing's trusted generals before. There was no General Wu. Not to mention that there was no General Wu by Qin Shaoqing's side, there was no General Wu in this military operation, because of Wu Shi's unusual attitude in Sichuan. In order to avoid affecting the Jianghui side, no General Wu was brought with him. He had purposely tested the other side. If the other side was really the Song army, they would naturally give the correct answer. However, the other side followed his words and said that there was no General Wu. This proved that the people in the city were not the Song army but the Jin people in disguise. Naturally, they did not know that there was no General Wu in the Northern Expedition Army. Looking at their posture, they most likely wanted to trick Guojing into the city and catch him. Along the way, the people had already regarded Guojing as a god. Although they were puzzled by his warning, they still subconsciously began to retreat. When Guojing caught up, the soldiers were about to ask what was going on when the gate of Lingbai city opened and a group of people and horses rushed out. It was the cavalry of the Jin kingdom. In this case, there was no need to explain anything. That son of AB**tch Qin Shaoqing has abandoned us. All of them had survived the bloody and fiery battlefield. None of them were fools. Soon, some of them reacted. Despite the pitiful lack of intelligence, everyone had the same thought. After all, ever since Pan Mei chose not to save Yang Yi in the early years of the Northern Song dynasty, there had been countless examples of allies being abandoned as cannon fodder. The group of people cursed Qin Shaoqing's ancestors, but Guojing frowned. With his self-restraint, he would not scold Qin Shaoqing like the ordinary soldiers. Instead, he was thinking about the hidden meaning behind this. Did Qin Shaoqing retreat on his own out of fear of death, or did someone instruct him to do so? Unfortunately, he was not good at analyzing these political matters. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with any conclusion. He could not help but sigh secretly, if only Rong'er was here. His wife would probably be able to figure out the context behind such a matter with a turn of her eyes. Commander Guo, the Jin pursuers are here. A deputy general suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the north. His voice was full of despair. Previously, they had held on mainly because of the Song army on the Lingbai. But now, the Lingbai had long been lost, and the army had abandoned them. Now that the pursuers had caught up, there was no way they could survive. Looking at the billowing smoke and dust in the north, Guijing pulled the reins and shouted, "Follow me." After saying that, he spurred his horse and advanced southeast. These days, he had become the backbone of the group. Therefore, even though the morale of the group was extremely low, they still subconsciously followed behind him. After running southeast for dozens of miles, Guijing and the others had to stop because the road ahead was blocked by a large swamp reeds. They were about to turn back, but unfortunately, the pursuers of the Jin had already caught up. "Do the heavens really want me to die?" Guijing sighed. Now that they had nowhere to go and were being chased from behind, even Guijing felt a little hopeless, not to mention the soldiers under his command. Some were disheartened, some were cursing at Xianxia, and it could be said that they were experiencing all kinds of emotions. Witnessing everything in front of him, Guijing wanted to boost everyone's morale. But now that they were in a hopeless situation, he knew that any words would be useless. As for Song Qingshu, he followed the Jin army for several miles before Song Qingshu ordered the army to halt. Puzzled, Tajtish asked, "Why don't we just charge forward and capture them all in one fell swoop?" Although Song Qingshu was unwilling to lay his hands on Guijing, Tajkis had no such qualms. Moreover, she came from Persia, and in her heart there was no distinction between Jin and Song. Moreover, her husband, Han Xianxia, was indirectly killed during the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition. Therefore, she did not have the slightest favorable impression of the Song people. Moreover, she vaguely guessed that Song Qingshu did not want to bear the infamy of killing Guijing. Therefore, she should be able to help him solve the problem that he was having a headache over. Hearing this, Song Qingshu frowned. Before he could say anything, Fu Sanzhongyi had already answered, "Now that they are at their wits' end, as the saying goes, a cornered beast will put up a desperate fight. If we were to charge forward now, they would erupt with a frightening battle prowess in their desperation and drag us down with them. It is truly not worth it. Anyway, we have plenty of time. We can leave them hanging for 2 days. When the time comes, I'm afraid we won't even need to lift a finger and they will lose their battle prowess." Song Qingshu nodded to himself. This Fu Sanzhongyi was indeed worthy of being a famous Jin general. His judgment of the situation was simply perfect. Following that, Fu Sanzhongyi began to dispatch soldiers to set up defenses everywhere, completely blocking all possible escape routes of the enemy. Watching this, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. It seems that Guijing would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. After arranging everything, Fu Sanzhongyi carefully examined the terrain where Song Qingshu's army was. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Perhaps we don't have to wait for 2 days." Tajkis asked on behalf of Song Qingshu, "What's the matter?" Fu Sanzhongyi pointed to the swamp of reeds where the enemy was and laughed, "The reeds here are the best place to attack with fire. Originally, I was worried that Guijing would rely on his superior martial arts to break out of the encirclement and escape. But now, water and fire are merciless. No matter how good his martial arts are, only death awaits him." Hearing this, Song Qingshu was alarmed. If they were to really attack with fire, Guijing and his party would really be finished. Unfortunately, he could not find any reason to stop Fu Sanzhongyi from using this method. Fu Sanzhongyi was swift and decisive. Very quickly, he arranged for the soldiers to prepare kerosene and the like. Then, he ordered the soldiers to shoot fire arrows into the reeds. Even though Suzhou had been raining heavily for several days, this place was sufficiently far away from Suzhou. The weather was extremely dry. Very soon, the reeds were set ablaze. Following that, the wind turned into a prairie fire. Obviously, the Song army had discovered the abnormality. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. Now that the fire had started, it was impossible for them to charge through the sea of fire and fight to the death. Seeing that the Song army was in a mess, Fu Sanzhongyi smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, we have helped the Jin kingdom get rid of Guijing." The group of Jin kingdom generals agreed, but Song Qingshu was not happy. Looking at the sky full of fire, he was really worried for Guijing. No matter how good a person's martial arts was, there was no way he could fight against nature. How could he escape from such a big fire? Thinking quickly, Song Qingshu tried to think of a way to save Guijing. Originally, he was thinking of waiting for Fu Sanzhongyi to capture Guijing before secretly rescuing him. But now that the sky was full of fire, there was no way he could capture Guijing alive. Unless he exposed his identity and rushed over to save Guijing, he would definitely die. But the price of rushing over was too high. If he was not careful, everything that the Jin kingdom had achieved would go to waste. Moreover, with Guijing's character, he would most likely not abandon his soldiers and escape alone. Furthermore, Song Qingshu was not an immortal. How could he save so many people? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He had already thought of a way. Unfortunately, the two sides were too far apart. There was no way he could secretly inform Guijing. Should he use his internal force and shout to him? While he was struggling, Guijing finally calmed down his confused subordinates. Then he ordered, "Set the fire." Ah? The group of soldiers was stunned. The fire was so big that it was about to burn them. But Guijing still asked them to set the fire right under their noses. Wasn't he tired of living? If it were not for Guijing's prestige in the past few days, some people might have already cursed him. But many people still raised doubts. Of course, it's not as simple as setting the fire. I don't have time to explain. Do as I say, quickly. Guijing hurriedly ordered. Although his subordinates were confused, they still followed his orders. They quickly cut down the reeds in front of them, forming a bare area about 2 meters wide. Then, they started a fire in the reeds on the other side of the bare area. The reeds quickly burned and soon formed a fierce fire dragon. For a moment, it was on par with the fire from the Jin Kingdom's side. The two flames collided with each other, causing sparks to fly all over the sky. But what happened next stunned the soldiers on both sides. The raging flames visibly shrank. Is this man a god? Many soldiers of the Jin Kingdom cried out in surprise. Even Sanzhongyi was shocked. Using fire to extinguish a fire was beyond their common sense. The soldiers of the southern Song dynasty even worshipped Guijing as a god. Their morale, which had been extremely low, instantly rose. Song Qingshu smiled. Guijing's method was exactly the same as what he had just thought. He was worried about not being able to warn him, but Guijing had unexpectedly thought of this method. Using fire to extinguish a fire seemed profound, but it was no secret to him who had stood on the shoulders of countless giants. Once a fire started, the air would be heated to a high altitude, causing the air pressure at the center of the fire to be very low. The air pressure at the periphery of the fire was relatively high, causing a strong airflow to flow towards the fire. If a fire was set at the periphery of the fire would be blown towards the fire by the airflow, burning all the combustibles between the fire source and the fire. Then, due to the lack of combustibles, the fire would be extinguished. Of course, to do this, one had to clear a barrier in advance. Otherwise, a slight carelessness could easily backfire. That was why Guijing had arranged for the soldiers to clear the reeds in front of the camp. Song Qingshu looked in that direction with some confusion. He had the relevant knowledge of physics, and he had read in the news in his previous life that Australia often used this method to extinguish fires. How did Guijing come up with such a method? Was Huang Rong by his side? In fact, this was just his imagination running wild. The reason why Guijing knew this method was related to his experience of herding horses and sheep on the Mongolian grasslands when he was young. The herdsmen there would sometimes use this method to extinguish fires on the grasslands. Although they did not know physics, they had the same experience accumulated by their ancestors. Taking advantage of the Jin people's distraction, Guijing led his cavalry and rushed out from the side. Taking advantage of the gap caused by the fire, they broke through the encirclement and ran towards the mountains. Fu Sanzhongyi was both angry and anxious. He hurriedly mobilized his troops to surround and intercept them. Taj Tish hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Guijing only has a few hundred cavalrymen at most. Why do you have to mobilize so many people and waste so much effort here? Along the way, we have already suffered many casualties. Don't forget that our most important target is the main force of the Song army." She had received Song Qingshu's instructions. Although she was unwilling, she still tried to dispel the idea of his loyalty. "Marshal, you may not know this," Fu Sanzhongyi explained. "We personally led tens of thousands of cavalry to attack a few hundred southern Song people. If we can't destroy them, we will lose all our prestige and will not be able to mobilize troops in the future." At the same time, it will also raise the morale of the southern Song people and increase their ambition to go on a northern expedition. As for the southern Song's main forces in Suzhou, they have long since been routed and are nothing to worry about. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Now that things had come to this, it could be said that it was hard to get off the tiger's back. Even if he wanted to give up, it was impossible. Don't worry, Marshal. Perhaps sensing Taj Tish's strange behavior, Fu Sanzhoni thought that the marshal was worried about something and explained, just as a precaution, I have already arranged for a large number of troops to be stationed on the main road ahead. This time, Guojing will not be able to escape even if he has wings. After pondering along the way, Song Qingshu gradually calmed down. It was impossible to let Guojing go under the watchful eyes of the crowd, but he could definitely think of a way to rescue him after he was captured. As long as he did not nearly die in a sea of fire like before, it would be fine. When Taj Tish and Fu Sanzhoni finished their conversation, the group of people caught up with them. It turned out that Guojing had tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but unfortunately, his escape route had long been sealed. Left with no choice, he could only lead the remnants of his troops up a small mountain, using the characteristics of the forest to resist the rain of arrows from the Golden People. At the same time, he had the geographical advantage of being on a higher ground. The Golden soldiers in front had already organized a few assaults, but just like that, they were forcefully blocked by the enemy with the help of arrows and falling rocks. After listening to the soldiers' report, Fu Sanzhoni was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. This mountain isn't big, and I have already surrounded it from all sides. Finally, they can't escape. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly to himself. According to the soldiers' report, this small mountain had no water source or food. It could be said that it was a treacherous place for the military. However, Guojing and the rest were also at a dead end. If they did not go up this treacherous place, they might very well die under the encirclement of the Golden soldiers. If they went up there, they could at least buy themselves some time. Pass down my order, everyone is to set up camp at the foot of the mountain. Without water and food, they will soon lose the ability to fight. As a famous general, Fu Sanzhoni knew very well that in such a situation, it would be more appropriate for the soldiers to take turns to harass the enemy. However, they had suffered many casualties in the past few days. Although he felt that as long as they could capture Guojing, the middle and lower-ranked soldiers might not understand. If tens of thousands of men and horses chased after a few hundred people, they would suffer great losses, and he would be criticized for it. Moreover, Guojing had just put out a show of putting out the fire, and the morale of the Jin army had taken a big hit. Therefore, he needed to let the soldiers rest. By the time the Song army was hungry and thirsty, the morale of the Jin army should have recovered. Only then could they minimize their losses. Meanwhile, the Jin army was setting up camp. The remaining dozens of Song soldiers on the mountain surrounded Guojing and said, "Commander Gua, now that things have come to this, we will definitely die. You are unparalleled in martial arts, why don't you use the night to escape alone?" After several days and nights of pursuit, only a few dozen of the 480 cavalrymen were left. Many of them were heavily injured and could die at any time. The rest of them were injured and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Hearing their words, Guojing's expression changed. "I am not that kind of person who is afraid of death. I will never abandon my comrades like this." The soldiers tried to persuade him, "Hero Gua, in this situation, there is no way we can escape. Moreover, we have humiliated the wife and daughter of the Jin soldiers in Suzhou. Even if we are caught, we will only be tortured to death. There is no other way. But you are different. Your martial arts are well known in the world. Without us dragging you down, you may be able to escape in the night." They no longer addressed him by his official rank, but by Hero Gua. Obviously, they had long been influenced by his chivalrous reputation. Now that they were at a critical juncture of life and death, any official rank meant nothing to them. Only their heartfelt respect would allow them to make such a suggestion. "Hero Gua, please don't feel burdened. The reason why we are in such a desperate situation this time is because Qin Shaoqing, the martial gentleman, abandoned his comrades. We need Hero Gua to return to the court and expose Qin Shaoqing's shameless behavior to avenge us. Otherwise, we will die with regrets." Obviously, they did not forget who had harmed them. They gnashed their teeth and said, yes, while we still have some strength, we can still protect Hirogua. If you escape for too long, I am afraid we will not be able to help you. The crowd tried to persuade Guojing. Guojing's face was as dark as water. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to say anything more. I will not escape alone. As for Qin Shaoqing abandoning his comrades, there are so many people on the battlefield. After all, he can't stop them from talking. Sooner or later, the court will avenge us." Seeing that they wanted to say something, Guojing took off his armor and said, "I have made up my mind. Don't follow me. Let me kill the Jin marshal alone." Hearing the determination in his tone, the soldiers all had tears in their eyes. "Hirogua, we will go with you." Guojing shook his head and said, "No, if you go together, you will be a big target. You will be easily discovered by the Jin men in advance." Hearing this, the soldiers did not say anything more. They all looked at him with tears in their eyes. They knew that Guojing would probably die if he went alone. "No, it should be 10 out of 10. Guojing said in a deep voice, "If I am lucky to succeed, the Jin army will be in chaos. You must seize this opportunity to break out of the encirclement." If this assassination fails, he was silent for a long time before saying, "Then I will go first. Take care of yourselves. Hirogua." The group of people all grabbed his arm, choking with sobs. Some of the younger soldiers could not help but sob. Guojing patted everyone's hands and turned to walk down the mountain. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and said with a sigh, "Regardless of whether I succeed or fail, I won't be able to live. It's a pity that I won't be able to see my unborn child. If any of you are lucky enough to return to Linen, when you see my wife, tell her that I have let her down. When the child is born, if it is a daughter, she will be named Guoxiang. We spent most of our time guarding Xianxia, so it can be considered a memento. If it is a son, he will be named Polu, with the intention of expelling the Tartars." After saying this, he casually waved his hand and disappeared into the woods with his lightness skill. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu was accompanying Tajkis in the marshal's tent, discussing with Fu Sanzhongyi and a group of senior officers the strategy to attack the mountain. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Fu Sanzhongyi said with dissatisfaction, "What is so noisy?" "General, there is an assassin." The guard at the door answered in panic. "An assassin?" Fu Sanzhongyi was so angry that he laughed. This was a military camp, not the palace or the residence of a minister. There were tens of thousands of soldiers heavily guarding the outside. How could there be an assassin? "Marshal and generals, please retreat. An assassin is charging this way." The commotion outside grew louder and the guard's voice became increasingly flustered. "Preposterous. Is this father's army of tens of thousands just for show?" Fu Sanzhongyi had been suppressing his anger for the past few days. Just as he was wondering where to vent his anger, he unsheathed his sword and ran out. Seeing that their commanding general had left, the other generals naturally did not dare to be negligent. One by one, they unsheathed their swords and followed suit. These men had spent their entire lives on the battlefield and were adept with horse and bow. Moreover, with such a large group of people gathered together, they naturally did not fear any assassins in their own camp. Song Qingshu and Tajkis looked at each other and followed suit. When they arrived outside the tent, a group of bodyguards had already surrounded them in 3 layers. From afar, they saw a rider charging towards them like a ferocious tiger charging into a pack of wolves. He was invincible all along the way and was charging towards them. Along the way, many Jin soldiers tried to stop him. Unfortunately, the rider drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Several of them were hit and fell to the ground. The Jin soldiers who were slightly closer to the horse were slashed by the rider's saber, creating a rain of blood. Guojing was like the sharpest knife, forcefully piercing a gap in the Jin kingdom's camp. No one could stop him wherever he went. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue. On the one hand, he admired Guojing's bravery, and on the other hand, he admired his foresight even more. It was not easy to take the head of a general among thousands of soldiers. There was a sea of people everywhere, and if he paused for even a moment, he would be swarmed by the people next to him. Therefore, when fierce generals of past dynasties wanted to break through the enemy's formation, they had to be fierce and skillful. There was no need to mention how fierce they were. Without the bravery, they would most likely be defeated at the beginning, not to mention breaking through the enemy's formation. However, bravery alone was not enough. They needed to use more skillful techniques to break through the gaps in the army. That was because commanding an army was not as simple as commanding one's hands and feet. Even the most brilliant general could easily leave a gap between his subordinates. Of course, the more famous a general was, the more likely such a gap would be. If he could not seize it in time, he would immediately be drowned by the sea of enemies. Guo Jing had such keen foresight, and that was why he could directly rush to the center of the Jin army alone. However, he was not a god. Moreover, the Jin army was gradually coming to their senses, so his speed became slower and slower. In the end, his warhorse fell to the ground due to its heavy injuries. However, before the Jin people could celebrate, Guo Jing suddenly jumped up from the ground. With his superb lightness skill, he dodged countless sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. With a few leaps, he leaped over a group of people and rushed to Fu Sanzhongyi. "Protect the general." The surrounding guards were shocked. They all pulled out their long sabers and rushed to Guo Jing. Guo Jing's body twisted, and he used the 9-in manual snake body movement. After dodging the Jin soldiers' attacks, he suddenly attacked Fu Sanzhongyi from an incredible angle. Fu Sanzhongyi did not panic. This time, he had come fully prepared to kill Guo Jing. There were many top Jin experts lying in ambush around him. Suddenly, they flashed out from behind to stop Guo Jing. Although their martial arts were not as good as Guo Jing's, each one of them had been carefully selected by the loyal servants of the country. Now, with the cooperation of the surrounding guards, it would not be too difficult for them to stop Guo Jing. Seeing that Guo Jing was covered in blood and breathing heavily, Song Qingshu could not help but secretly sigh. It was not a joke to rush to the enemy's formation. Even with Guo Jing's high kung fu and his natural sensitivity to the battlefield, he was already seriously injured before he succeeded. Of course, if it were anyone else, they would not even be able to rush to the enemy's commander. Now that he was surrounded, it was clear that Guo Jing's assassination attempt had failed. Looking at the deep wounds on his body, Song Qingshu frowned. If this continued, Guo Jing would inevitably be hacked to death. He had to think of a way to save him. At this moment, Guo Jing's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. As the saying goes, the first roll of drums gives rise to the second, and the third is exhausted. Now that he knew that he had failed, his hands and feet became heavier and heavier, and his movements were slower than usual. Guo Jing did not know whether it was blood or sweat that had wet his eyes. At this time, he only felt that his vision began to blur. He knew that he could hold on for at most half an hour before he died here. For some reason, at this time, he did not think of his wife and children. Instead, he was filled with regret and unwillingness for the failure of this assassination. Suddenly, he glanced at the bearded man not far away from him. His heart skipped a beat because he knew this man. Back when he was in the Jin kingdom, he had met Tang Qiubian once. But he did not expect that lonely man to rise to the top and become the Jin kingdom's military and political leader. If he could kill him, the political circle of the Jin kingdom would be in turmoil. It would be much more useful than killing a mere Fu Sanzhongyi. With this thought in mind, he suddenly felt an inexplicable strength in his body. With a feint, he suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Tang Qiubian. "Protect the marshal." Fu Sanzhongyi immediately panicked. He was fully prepared, but Tang Qiubian was not. If anything happened to him, not only would he not get any credit for defeating the Song army, but he would also be charged with a serious crime. There were many people in the court waiting for him to be removed from office. Although he was panicking, Tang Qiubian was the Jin kingdom's top man. His personal guards were not to be trifled with. In terms of martial arts, they were better than Fu Sanzhongyi's guards. Just now, when Guo Jing was killing, they did not move. They had been guarding Tang Qiubian to ensure his safety. Now that they saw him rushing over, they all moved to stop him. Guo Jing roared again and again. Even though he had used the method of exchanging injury for injury and had indeed intimidated many guards, he was unable to withstand the large number of guards. Moreover, each and every one of them was well trained. They forcibly held him back and prevented him from advancing any further. Fu Sanzhongyi finally came to his senses. He hurriedly took out a huge iron bow and secretly aimed at Guo Jing's back. Noticing his actions, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The reason why Song Qingshu was able to obtain his current position in the army was not only because he had many military achievements, but also because he had relied on his bow to make a name for himself in the army. It was said that he could draw a three-pickle bow and shoot an arrow that could destroy a stone tablet and split a rock. Under normal circumstances, Song Qingshu would not have worried about Guo Jing. He was an expert who had been through life and death situations, so he had long been able to keep his eyes and ears open. Naturally, he would be able to avoid such a sneak attack. But things were different now. Guo Jing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Coupled with his serious injuries, it was unlikely that he would be able to dodge the arrow aimed at his back. If Guo Jing was hit by Fu Sanzhongyi's arrow, there was no doubt that he would die. Song Qingshu did not have time to think. He moved and rushed toward Guo Jing. Guo Jing was in the midst of a bitter struggle. Suddenly, alarm bells went off in his mind. He hastily turned to the side in an attempt to defend himself. Unfortunately, his vision blurred. Someone had sealed the acupoints on his back. He lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Everyone only saw a blur before Guo Jing was subdued. The person who attacked him was Tang Quebian's personal guard. They could not help but click their tongues. The martial side was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Of course, Song Qingshu knew what was going on. Although his martial arts were higher than Guo Jing's, it was not enough to subdue him in one move. The main reason was that Guo Jing was seriously injured and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Coupled with his sneak attack, he was able to subdue Guo Jing in one move. Seeing that Guo Jing was subdued, Fu Sanzhongyi put down his bow and congratulated, "Congratulations to the marshal for capturing the world-famous Guo Jing. In the future, the people of Song will definitely be terrified." Tajkis plainly replied, "General, lock Guo Jing up and send a physician to treat his injuries. A living Guo Jing is much more useful than a dead one." Tajkis had obviously sensed Song Qingshu's intentions. To prevent Tang Quobian from getting into trouble, she had even ordered Fu Sanzhongyi's men to imprison Guo Jing. This was to prevent Tang Quobian's reputation from being tarnished if Guo Jing were to be rescued. Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. He had to admit that in addition to her beautiful appearance, this woman also had the unique wisdom of a mature woman. She was really charming. The remaining Song soldiers on the mountain who could still leave had taken advantage of the chaos that Guo Jingchong had created to escape down the mountain. As for whether they could escape alive, it was up to fate. As for the heavily injured soldiers, they were unable to leave. To not be a burden to their comrades, they stayed behind to cover the retreat. They were the ones who had been watching Guo Jing charge into the camp. When they saw Guo Jing taking the lead and breaking through the Jing camp, they cheered with joy. However, when they saw Guo Jing fall into the encirclement and fail, they all sighed. When they saw Guo Jing fall to the ground, they all cried out in pain, "Hero Guo." The group of men could not help but hug each other and cry. Soon, they noticed that the Jin soldiers were approaching the mountain. They discussed, "We kidnapped the wife and daughter of a Jin soldier from Shuzhou. Now that we are captured, we will definitely be tortured. Why don't we end it ourselves?" "That's right. Hero Guo is leaving first. We will follow him immediately." With that, the rest of the group prepared to be slaughtered. Fu Sanzhongyi could not help but sigh after hearing the Song soldiers' choice. If the Song soldiers were all as unyielding as they are now, the Jin would never be able to occupy their territory. He quickly changed the topic. However, such people are destined to be in the minority. Most Song soldiers are like Qin Shaoqing, who abandoned their comrades on the battlefield. Song Qingshu was obviously not in the mood to discuss human nature with him. He secretly transmitted his voice to Tajkis, "How is Guo Jing now? A doctor from the army has just examined him. There are 8 serious injuries, 36 minor injuries, and 12 arrow wounds. If it weren't for his strong internal energy and good physique, he would have died long ago." Fu Sanzhongyi replied, "Even so, he is now half a foot in the gates of hell. Whether he can be saved or not is still a 50-50 chance." Tadish waved her hand. "Have the physician treat him at all costs. His life must be preserved." Sanzhongyi asked doubtfully, "Marshal, forgive this subordinate for speaking bluntly, but Guo Jing has always been loyal. Even if we save him, he will not surrender." Since that is the case, why should we waste so much effort to save him? Clearly, he was not interested in Tang Ku's argument for sparing Gu Jing's life. In his opinion, it would be better to just chop off Gu Jing's head and use it as a sign to clear the way south. Tadish frowned and snorted. I have my own arrangements. You don't have to worry about this. Fu Sanzhongyi smiled bitterly. Marshal, even if you don't say it, I can guess. Most likely, you feel that Gu Jing is a rare commodity. But this time, Gu Jing has clearly been abandoned by the Southern Song. This is enough to prove that although his prestige among the people is high, he is not important in the eyes of the Southern Song officials. Who said I want to use him to threaten the Southern Song? Tadish replied unhurriedly. Gu Jing was once the Golden Blade Prince consort of the Mongols. Since then, he has always been at odds with the Mongols. I believe the Mongols have no lack of interest in him. Compared to the Southern Song, the Mongols will surely offer a higher price. Fu Sanzhongyi cried out in alarm. If we hand Gu Jing over to the Mongols, won't we be releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Tadish plainly replied, who said I want to hand Gu Jing over to them in one piece? With a few tricks, he will be a cripple. When the time comes, what is there to be afraid of? Fu Sanzhongyi sucked in a breath of cold air. Marshal is brilliant. Beside her, Song Qingshu couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Throughout the entire conversation, he hadn't given any hints to Tadish through his secret voice transmission. Yet, she had cleverly filled in the gaps of the plot, making it perfectly reasonable to spare Gu Jing's life and dispelling the suspicions of the other soldiers. Recalling her splendid performance while she was pretending to be Tang Kubian, Song Qingshu secretly sighed with emotion. The cold and aloof Zishan Dragon Queen of yesteryear has now turned into a different kind of brilliance from her. Once they were done with their tasks, they returned to their respective tents. Tadish ordered her personal guards to stand guard outside and forbid anyone from approaching the marshal's tent. Inside the tent, she removed her mask and looked at Song Qingshu meaningfully. Do you really want to save Gu Jing? Song Qingshu sat on a stool and pulled her into his embrace. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have gone through so much trouble? Tadish doubtfully asked, but what benefits would saving Gu Jing bring to you? Before Song Qingshu could answer, Tadish continued, I really cannot think of what benefits saving Gu Jing would bring to you. After all, you cannot openly use Song Qingshu's identity to save him. If you do so, you will thoroughly offend the Jin Kingdom and easily incur their vengeance against the Golden Snake Battalion. If the imperial court becomes agitated, even if we are the actual rulers of the Jin Kingdom, we will still be coerced by the will of the people and have no choice but to attack the Golden Snake Battalion. Moreover, sooner or later, your identity in the Jin Kingdom will be made public. Sowing hatred now will be detrimental to the overall situation in the future. Song Qingshu bitterly smiled and said, that's right. From the perspective of benefits, saving Gu Jing will only bring harm and no benefit. Tadish stretched out her slender finger and shook it in front of his face. No, no, no. There is still a benefit. For example, winning Madame Gu's favor? Song Qingshu replied angrily, what are you thinking about? Tadish answered, is there even a need to think about it? Huang Rong was once hailed as the #1 beauty of the martial world. Moreover, her unique identity and temperament have caused countless men to drool over her. Don't tell me you are not a man? Of course I am a man. Eh? Song Qingshu suddenly reacted. You have led me into a ditch. Tadish revealed a ruminating smile. I know your temperament the best. I do not believe that you will not be moved by a woman of the highest quality like Huang Rong. It is a pity that Gu Jing and Huang Rong are deeply in love and are a famous immortal couple in the martial world. Other men simply do not stand a chance. Originally, this was a very good opportunity to borrow the hands of the Jin Kingdom to eliminate Gu Jing. No one in the world would blame you for Gu Jing's death, including Huang Rong. This way, you can appear by that charming widow's side with a warm and caring attitude. You can take care of her and avenge her husband. With your abilities and the absence of Gu Jing as the biggest obstacle, I believe she will not be able to escape from your evil clutches. Evil clutches? Hearing this adjective, Song Qingshu could not help but pinch her. What kind of words are those? Isn't that so? Tadish chuckled. Didn't she also fall into your evil clutches? Without waiting for his response, she continued. What I have just said is what I cannot understand. You obviously had a great chance of obtaining Huang Rong, yet you gave up and chose to save Gu Jing. After thinking about it, there is only one explanation. Song Qingshu's finger lightly grazed the smooth skin of her cheeks. He curiously asked, what explanation? That you have already obtained Huang Rong. Tadish said as she carefully observed his expression. This is the only explanation for your insistence on saving Gu Jing. You are afraid that Huang Rong will find out about this and turn against you. Song Qingshu's heart was in turmoil. His relationship with Huang Rong could be said to be one of his greatest secrets. He knew how great the impact of this matter would be. Therefore, he had never told anyone about it, not even the women closest to him. Yet, Tadish had actually managed to deduce it based on some clues. Conscience? Tadish giggled. Why didn't you think of conscience when you bullied me? Song Qingshu's face darkened. Here we go again. We are lovers. Moreover, you are single. Why would I have any ill feelings towards you? Tadish pursed her lips. Clearly, she did not wish to dwell on this topic. Now that Gu Jing is in the golden man's hands, how do you intend to save him? Song Qingshu pondered for a long time before replying in a deep voice. Let's talk about it after his injuries have recovered a little. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion could be heard from outside. A guard ran in to report that he had an important matter to discuss. Tadish hurriedly put on her mask and cleared her throat. What is it? Reporting to the marshal. Gu Jing's medicine was found to be highly toxic. General Fu San is currently investigating the suspect. The guard outside replied. Song Qingshu and Tadish exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect that someone would poison Gu Jing in such a short period of time. Previously, they had merely instructed Tadish to send her personal guard to keep an eye on Gu Jing. Who would have thought that this inadvertent action would actually save Gu Jing's life? Let's go take a look. Song Qingshu could not understand why someone would plot against someone of Gu Jing's character. Only Ouyang Feng would have such a deep grudge against him. But if it was Ouyang Feng, how could a mere personal guard see through it? Hastily arriving at the drill grounds, Fu San Zhongyi was currently facing the 20-odd men in front of him. Tell me one by one, what did you do earlier? Who can prove it? It would be best if you can find a suspect. If not, all of you shall die. This general does not wish for soldiers who disobey orders to exist by my side. Gu Jing, whom they had spent so much effort to capture, had almost been poisoned to death right under their noses. Servant San Zhongyi was extremely shocked and immediately began to investigate. Very quickly, he narrowed down the scope of the investigation to the 20 or so people. They were all people who could have passed through Gu Jing's medicine. Hearing that he would kill all the suspects if he failed to find out who the culprit was, the 20-odd men trembled and cried out. General, we are being wrongly accused. It wasn't me. I don't know anything. It's me. Just as the group of people were panicking, a soldier suddenly stood up. What? Fu San Zhongyi was stunned. He had never seen a murderer admit it so easily. I was the one who poisoned him. The soldier repeated, his expression agitated and his eyes filled with hatred. I used to be a guard in Shuzhou, and Gu Jing led his soldiers to plunder Shuzhou. My wife was raped by them. To one side, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He believed that the incident in Shuzhou was not Gu Jing's mastermind. It was most likely that his subordinates had done it behind his back. Later on, when they discovered it, they released all the captured women. Even though he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could still roughly guess what had happened. But now, the remaining soldiers under Gu Jing's command had all committed suicide when they saw him fall. Those who had tried to break out of the encirclement had basically all been wiped out. At most, there would be 1 or 2 fish that had escaped the net. Now that they had lost their leader, all their anger could only be directed at Gu Jing. The more the soldier spoke, the more agitated he became. Before I did this, I had already thought it through. Even if I had to risk my life, I had to kill this dog Song. It's a pity that I didn't succeed. Fu San Zhongyi clearly did not expect this. For a moment, he did not know what to say. If he blamed him, his actions were completely pardonable. If he did not settle the score, wouldn't that be encouraging everyone to attack Guojing? As a high-ranking officer, he naturally knew how useful Guojing was if he was alive. But he could not clearly explain this to the soldiers at the bottom, and if he did not explain it, it would easily hurt their morale. Just as he was in a dilemma, one of the soldiers watching outside shouted, "In these few days of chasing Guojing, how many of our brothers have died? In the end, we finally caught him. Not only did we not kill him, but we even provided him with good food and drinks, and gave him the best medicine to treat his wounds." What kind of logic is this? That's right. Previously, when he charged into the camp, one of my brothers died in his hands. Did he die in vain? Kill Guojing and avenge our dead brothers. With this opening, the rage that had been bottled up in everyone's hearts was thoroughly ignited. One after another, the soldiers became agitated. Seeing the worst scenario unfold, Fu Sanzhongyi instantly broke out in cold sweat. He knew that if they did not handle this situation well, the entire camp would fall into chaos. He hastily tried to calm everyone down. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song Qingshu secretly transmitted his voice to Taj Tish, "With the current situation, we cannot allow Guojing to slowly recuperate. It is too dangerous to leave him here. When the time comes, we may not be able to protect him. Therefore, I will first rescue him. In the meantime, you will assume the identity of Tang Qibian and stand guard here." Hearing this, Taj Tish's brows furrowed deeply. But with things having come to this point, she could not persuade him otherwise. She could only vaguely nod her head. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Fu Sanzhongyi, Song Qingshu quietly retreated into the shadows. Then, he stripped off Tang Qibian's personal guard uniform and changed into a set of clothes he had prepared beforehand. With his face covered, he took advantage of the chaos and snuck into Guojing's tent. Even though his current appearance had been altered, he had used this appearance when he was beside Taj Tish previously. Naturally, he could not be seen by others. The tent was heavily guarded. But because of the camp explosion, many people were attracted to the tent to investigate the situation. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity to slip out and subdue the guards outside before rushing into the tent. At this moment, there were only a few physicians in the tent. They were anxiously changing the bandages on Guojing's body. His injuries were too severe. There were many wounds on his body. Not long after they were bandaged, the bandages would be soaked with blood. Therefore, the physicians had to constantly change the bandages and bandage his wounds. Only now did the bleeding stop. Seeing someone suddenly rush in, the physicians were startled. Song Qingshu could not be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He stretched out his hand and struck their acupoints with a flick of his finger. In order to avoid being suspected in the future, he deliberately did not use the solitary solar finger this time. Instead, he imitated the Eastern heretic Huang Yasher's divine flicking finger. After all, the person who wanted to rescue Guojing from this place must be someone with extraordinary martial arts. In the entire world, the person who had the ability to rescue Guojing was his father-in-law, the Lord of Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yasher. After subduing the physicians, Song Qingshu quickly sealed some of Guojing's acupoints to prevent his wounds from reopening when he moved later. Then, he hastily put on Guojing's clothes and tied them to his back. At this moment, the people nearby reacted. Several soldiers rushed in from the entrance and happened to see him. They hastily warned, "Assassin." With a wave of his hand, Song Qingshu tore open the tent behind him and rushed out from another direction. Then, he snatched a horse and galloped out of the camp. Behind him, a group of cavalrymen caught up to him. Although the horse that Song Qingshu had stolen could be considered divine, how could it outrun the pursuers behind it when it was carrying two people? Seeing that the pursuers were getting closer and closer, Song Qingshu rode the horse to a small hill nearby. In fact, the nearby hill could hardly be called a hill. It was only a few dozen meters high and was not steep. It was isolated from the surrounding hills and could be considered a dangerous place according to military theory. Of course, Song Qingshu did not care about this. The reason he went up the hill was because he wanted to use the cover of the forest. With his excellent lightness skill, it was much easier to escape with Guojing than riding a horse. However, there were very few people in the world who could use lightness skill to escape the pursuit of the cavalry under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was easy to associate it with him. Therefore, he deliberately hid in the forest, not because he had nowhere else to go, but because he wanted to abandon the horse and escape with Guojing on his back. Under the cover of the trees, no one could see how he escaped. Because of the bumpy journey, the seriously injured Guojing slowly regained consciousness. Hearing the noise of the Jin soldiers and looking around, he quickly realized that it was the person in front of him who had saved him. "May I know your name, my friend?" Guojing could not help but ask. He had never been the kind of person who would accept favors for free. Song Qingshu took off his mask and said with a smile, "Brother Gua, it's me." Recognizing him, Guojing was surprised and happy. "Brother Song, it's you?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Brother Gua, don't be too excited. You are seriously injured and it will easily affect your wounds." As he said this, he began to infuse internal energy into Guojing's body and began to heal him. After coming to this world, Song Qingshu could not help but feel that internal energy was a magical thing. Although he dared not say that it could cure all diseases, it was miraculously effective for internal and external injuries. It was comparable to the medical level of his previous life. It was a pity that he lacked the relevant scientific knowledge and did not know the nature of internal energy. However, he did not want to be a scientist and had no interest in researching related theories. He only needed to know how to use it. Guojing could feel the vigorous internal energy flowing into his body, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Song, you've saved my life many times, and Rong-er has also been saved many times by you. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you in this lifetime." "Brother Gua, you're being too polite. Given our friendship, how could I not save him?" Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. If he were to find out the truth in the future, he wondered how he would react. "Brother Song, what do you think of Fu-er?" Guojing suddenly asked. Song Qingshu was startled and answered, "Your daughter is as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. She can be said to be a proud daughter of heaven." It was not that he was lustful, but because Guofu had nothing good about her other than her beauty. He could not find any other compliments. Guofu looked very similar to Huang Rong when she was young, which showed how beautiful she was. It was a pity that she inherited her mother's looks, but not her intelligence. While his mind was wandering, Guojing happily said, "Rong-er wanted to betroth Fu-er to you. I was a little worried at first, but now that I see you like her so much, it's perfect." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself, "I only admire her beauty, admire her young and tender body, and admire that she looks 70 to 80% similar to Huang Rong. As for other things, I don't admire them at all." Moreover, Huang Rong had vaguely mentioned this matter to him before, but that was before. After the ambiguous relationship between the two of them, she must be the first person to object to this marriage. If I really marry Guofu, TSK, that would be the realization of many men's dreams. Song Qingshu couldn't help but fantasize, but he quickly recovered and hurriedly said to Guojing, "Brother Gua, in this situation, I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk about this. You should rest well." Guojing sighed dejectedly, "My injuries are very serious, and I don't know if I can make it." "If I can't, Brother Song, you can go find Rong-er and tell her that I have betrothed Fu-er to you." Hearing this, Song Qingshu was speechless. He could already predict what would happen if he went to Huang Rong like this. Since that night, his relationship with her had gradually improved, and he didn't want it to be frozen because of this matter. Fish or bear paw, it was easy to make a choice. "Brother Gua, don't be so pessimistic. Although your injuries are serious, your body is strong, and you will definitely recover." "Brother Gua?" Song Qingshu suddenly found that Guojing had suddenly fainted after saying a few words. He checked Guojing's pulse and knew that it was because he was seriously injured and weak. If he hadn't infused his internal force, Guojing probably wouldn't have the energy to talk so much. Hearing the sound of Jin soldiers searching the mountain not far away, Song Qingshu wasted no time. Carrying Guojing on his back, he used his lightness skill to the extreme and shuttled through the forest like a ghost. Because he was so fast, even if someone occasionally saw him, he would have already disappeared by the time they looked carefully, and they would only think that they were just seeing things. Song Qingshu didn't go south, but north with Guojing on his back. After all, people subconsciously thought that Guojing would definitely be unable to escape, so he went the opposite way. After traveling for dozens of miles, they finally stopped in a small town. First, Guojing's injuries couldn't bear the long journey, and second, there was a secret stronghold of the Golden Snake Battalion here. As a power that dominated a region, the intelligence network must be wide enough. In addition to the sphere of influence, it should also be involved in the sphere of influence of other great powers. Nowadays, the intelligence network of the Golden Snake Battalion naturally couldn't compare with that of the Southern Song Dynasty's Imperial City Department, the Jin Kingdom's washing clothes yard, the Qing Kingdom's stick office, and the Western Xia Kingdom's class hall. They could only have a stronghold in the capital of each country, and the rest of the strongholds were mostly concentrated in some important cities around the Golden Snake Battalion. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a stronghold of the Golden Snake Battalion in this small town. The reason why there was one was because of the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition. The Golden Snake Battalion specially set up a new stronghold here in order to obtain first-hand intelligence. It wouldn't be too far away, so far away from the frontline intelligence, nor would it be too close to the battle between the Song and the Jin Kingdom. Seeing their leader appear in person, several secret agents of the stronghold were very surprised. Song Qingshu didn't talk nonsense with them, and asked them to arrange a quiet room, and then went to the town pharmacy to buy some medicine. The reason why they didn't ask for a doctor was because Guojing was too famous, and they were worried that the doctor would expose his existence. Fortunately, injuries and poisons were common to Song Qingshu these years, and he had long been a good doctor. In addition, he had heard the treatment plan of the doctors in the military camp for Guojing, so he had a rough idea of what kind of medicine to use. For the next 2 days, Song Qingshu stayed with Guojing, continuously infusing internal energy into him to treat his injuries. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Although Guojing's life was temporarily saved, there was still a long way to go before he could be cured. This group of quacks. Song Qingshu secretly cursed, but he also knew that with Guojing's serious internal and external injuries, if it were anyone else, they would have died 100 times. Only Guojing could survive, and it was already very good that the doctors could prevent his injuries from worsening. At the same time, Song Qingshu had another matter to worry about. The Jin Kingdom was still at war with the Song Kingdom. Now that the Jin Kingdom had defeated the Song Kingdom's main force, how should they control the situation? Although he had left Tajkis behind, they were so far apart that she might not understand his thoughts. If the war between the Jin Kingdom and the Song Kingdom got out of hand, it would be over. Especially with Tajkis's identity. It was fine if she was in the capital, but now that she was in the army camp, it was difficult for a woman to move around freely. Furthermore, to rescue Guojing, who had gone through so much trouble to capture, under such circumstances, Fu Sanzhongyi's lungs would probably explode with rage. He would definitely send people to investigate this matter thoroughly. If no one stopped him, it wouldn't be long before the pursuers arrived at this town. All of this required Song Qingshu to return to the front lines. But now that Guojing was in danger, he could not leave. While Song Qingshu was worrying about this, in the largest inn in the town, a burly man hurried in and went to the best room upstairs. Reporting to the princess, I have found the whereabouts of the people who bought the medicine. Soon, the door was opened from the inside and a tall woman walked out. Traces of age could be seen between her brows, but she had a heroic spirit and a unique temperament. I told you not to call me princess in the Jin Kingdom. The woman glared at him and asked, where are they now? This heroic woman was the Mongolian princess, Hua Jing. Because of Guojing's incident, she had been depressed and refused to marry for the rest of her life. Genghis Khan could not stand it and sent her to travel around. Of course, now that the world was divided and in chaos, he was worried about his daughter's safety. He was even more worried that she would be captured by the enemy and used as a hostage. Thus, he sent a team of experts to protect her. Not long ago, she happened to be in the vicinity and happened to hear that Guojing had participated in the northern expedition. Remembering their old friendship, she sent her subordinates to keep an eye on him. Unexpectedly, she found out that he had been abandoned by his allies and had fallen into a desperate situation. In the end, he was captured by the Jin and his fate was unknown. Although their engagement had long been annulled, Hua Jing could not let it go. When she heard that her lover was in a desperate situation, she could no longer contain her concern and hurried over. Just as he was planning how to save Guijing, he suddenly found out that Guijing had been rescued by a mysterious person, and his whereabouts were currently unknown. She was born in the royal family and often followed Genghis Khan on expeditions, so her vision was extraordinary. She quickly guessed that the mysterious man would most likely escape to the north with Guijing, so she sent people to the surrounding towns to investigate the various pharmacies to see if anyone had recently bought medicine to treat injuries. She wanted to use this opportunity to find Guijing's whereabouts. What a coincidence. They are in this town, in a house in the east of the city. I didn't want to alert them, so I didn't go in to investigate, the subordinate replied. Huajing nodded, you're right not to go in. You should know that the mysterious man was able to save Guijing from thousands of soldiers, so his martial arts must be top-notch. You will definitely be discovered if you go in. Pass down my order. Send people to keep an eye on the mansion, but don't go near it to avoid being discovered. Are we just going to watch? The subordinate asked, puzzled. Huajing said, we still don't know if the mysterious man is a friend or a foe. Let's wait and see. At the same time, she secretly thought that since the mysterious man had sent people to buy medicine to treat Guijing's injury, Guijing wouldn't be in danger in a short time. Back to the secret stronghold of the Golden Snake Camp in the east of the city. Song Qingshu looked at the spy in front of him. You said that someone is following you? Yes, when we were buying medicine, there were several unfamiliar faces nearby. Although we're not sure if they are following us, I feel that their behavior is suspicious, the spy replied. Song Qingshu nodded, yes, it's better to be careful. Have you found any information about them? The spy shook his head. We carefully looked around, but we couldn't find any trace of them nearby. Maybe we're overthinking. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, we have to be on guard at this critical moment. You should send more guards. The spy said awkwardly, we don't have enough people here. If they suddenly attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to protect Hirogua. Song Qingshu frowned, I'll send more people here as soon as possible. In the meantime, you take good care of Hirogua. When his injury stabilizes, transfer him to the Golden Snake Camp. I need to leave for a while. He had just heard that the Jin Kingdom soldiers had appeared in the nearby town. He had to go back and interfere with their line of sight. Otherwise, they would soon find Guijing's whereabouts. After all, buying medicine was difficult to hide from people with discerning eyes. Okay, we'll be careful. The man saluted. Song Qingshu nodded and checked on Guijing's injuries once more. With such serious injuries, he could only recuperate properly and needed someone to take good care of him. Perhaps it would take a long time for him to fully recover. He had done what he could, and there was nothing he could do to help Guijing even if he stayed here. There was no time to lose. He put on the mask and decided to set off immediately to avoid any undue delays. Meanwhile, the sentries in the distance noticed that Song Qingshu went out and immediately informed Huajing. Huajing was overjoyed. Are you sure that the mysterious man has left? Yes, the brothers at the city gate saw the mysterious man leave with their own eyes. As the Mongolian princess, Huajing was now Meng Jin's mortal enemy. Now that they were deep in the Jin territory, the entourage naturally had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Therefore, they arranged for spies to be stationed at the city gate. Once they found any movement from the Jin, they could immediately inform Huajing to move. Okay, let's go now. Huajing was anxious when she thought that Guijing's condition was unknown. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped after rushing out of the city for a while. He had an uneasy feeling in his heart, and the words of the spy who found someone following them kept ringing in his mind. Damn, I won't repeat the mistake of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency, will I? Song Qingshu remembered that Insusu had also entrusted the Dragon Gate Escort Agency to bring the seriously injured Yu Daiyan back to Wudong sect. Unfortunately, all the meridians in his body were crushed by the mighty King Kong finger, which led to the tragic ending of Zhang Chuishan's suicide after he found out the truth many years later. If anything happened to Guijing, Huang Rong would probably vent her anger on him and never forgive him for the rest of her life. It's better to be safe than sorry. When he went back, he couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling in his heart, so he decided to go back and have a look. When he returned to the secret stronghold, he found the spies of the Golden Snake Camp lying on the ground. He was shocked and hurried over to check, only to find that they were not dead, but their acupoints had been sealed. Something really happened. Song Qingshu's heart sank. He unsealed their acupoints and asked hurriedly, "What happened?" "Not long after you left, a group of mysterious people broke in. They were all highly skilled in martial arts. We were no match for them. Hirogwa was taken away by them." The spy looked ashamed. After all, he was killed in his own stronghold and failed his lord's trust. It was really embarrassing. "Why weren't you injured?" Song Qingshu asked suspiciously. The spy was startled and answered subconsciously, that group of people seemed to deliberately avoid hitting the vital parts. They didn't mean to hurt anyone. By the way, the leader of that group seemed to be a woman. She was a little tall and didn't look like a Han woman from the Central Plains. She behaved like people from the grassland. Song Qingshu did not search around like a headless fly. Instead, he first went to the highest point of the town and looked down at the entire town. Finally, his gaze locked onto a carriage in the north of the city. With a flash, he chased after it. In the woods on the northern outskirts of the city, a luxurious carriage slowly traveled on the road. A few guards rode on horses and protected the carriage in the center. Every one of them had their temples bulging, and their eyes were sharp. From time to time, a glint flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that they were all hidden experts. Suddenly, the driver's eyes changed. He pulled the reins and shouted, "Stop!" Because the carriage suddenly stopped, Huajing, who was gently wiping Gu Jing's face, stumbled and almost fell in the carriage. She was shocked and angry. "Mier, what the hell are you doing?" The person in the driver's seat was the Mier she mentioned. At this moment, his body was stiff and he did not dare to move an inch. He did not know when it started, but there was another person beside him. Seeing that Mier did not answer, Huajing opened the curtain angrily. Just as she was about to scold her subordinate, her acupoints were sealed in a flash. At this moment, the guards beside her finally reacted. They roared and pulled out their swords to help. However, the mysterious person raised his hand and sealed their acupoints without them knowing what happened. This mysterious person was, of course, Song Qingshu. He had chased after her all the way here. Although Huajing's guards were experts, she was just an idle princess. Her subordinates were not as powerful as Taoist Bai Sang, Xianming elders, or Kubilai's Jinluan Fuwang and Jingang faction master. It was because he recognized Huajing that Song Qingshu only sealed their acupoints and did not kill them. When he was with Xiaolong Nu and Icy Snow in the inn, he happened to see Huajing, who was by Zhao Min's side. Based on his relationship with Zhao Min, Huajing should be his distant relative, so he did not want to offend her. At this moment, Huajing and her companions were even more shocked than him. After all, they were carefully selected experts, but they were subdued in a single move. Although they had high expectations when they learned that he had rescued Gu Jing from thousands of enemies, they did not expect that they would not be high enough. Song Qingshu naturally had no time to understand their shock. He hurriedly checked Gu Jing's pulse and was relieved to find that he was safe. Huajing noticed his expression and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." She recalled that the mysterious man saved Gu Jing from the Jin army and showed a concerned expression just now. He should be a friend and not an enemy. "I know that other people in this world can harm him, but you won't." Song Qingshu sighed and casually unsealed her acupuncture point. Huajing looked confused. "Do you know me?" "Princess Huajing of Mongolia." It's not hard to guess her identity. Song Qingshu did not hesitate and directly revealed her identity. "Who the hell are you?" Huajing looked shocked. She had been away from the center of power in Mongolia for years, so not many people could recognize her. "You don't need to know who I am. This time, I will spare your lives since you didn't hurt him." After saying that, she was about to take Gu Jing away. Although the mysterious man was unfathomable, seeing Gu Jing's pale face, Huajing did not know where the courage came from. She hurriedly said, "Senior, let me take care of him." She saw that the man's kung fu was so high and she could not tell his age, so she subconsciously regarded him as a senior. "Senior?" Song Qingshu touched the mask on his face. He knew that covering his face made her misunderstand, but he did not intend to explain. "You take care of him?" Huajing hurriedly nodded. Brother Gua is so seriously injured that he needs a brilliant doctor and many rare and precious herbs. He also needs someone to take care of him. I see that you are in a hurry, and I am afraid that it will not be convenient for you to take care of him. Can I take care of him? This? Song Qingshu suddenly hesitated. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he suddenly realized that there was no one more suitable than Hua Xing. She had enough manpower, material resources, and financial resources to treat Gu Jing's injury. The key was her love for Gu Jing, and she would do her best to take care of him. She was completely different from those servants. Moreover, with her identity, she was able to escape from the search of the Jin kingdom. Seeing that he was silent, Hua Xing thought that he would not agree. She hurriedly said, "Since you know who I am, you must also know about the past between me and Brother Gua. I will never hurt him." Song Qingshu nodded. "I know you won't hurt him. But now, Mongolia and the Song kingdom are enemies. I am worried that you will let him lose his freedom after you save him." Hua Xing smiled bitterly. "I couldn't make him stay back then. Why would I force him to stay now? I can promise you that when Brother Gua recovers, I will not stop him from leaving or staying." Song Qingshu nodded. "That's fine. If I find out that you've done anything to harm him in the future. You've seen my martial arts. Even if you hide in the palace, I'll still take your life." "I dare not," Hua Xing hurriedly said. "Well, then take good care of him." With these words, Song Qingshu disappeared from the carriage. Before he left, he unsealed the acupoints of the others. As soon as the Mongolian masters were free, they hurriedly surrounded the carriage and asked nervously, "Princess, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let's keep going." Hua Xing wiped the cold sweat off her face. Her face was pale because of fear and nervousness. Song Qingshu hid in the dark and only came down from a tree after the Mongols disappeared. He had no choice but to hand Gu Jing over to Hua Xing. First, he was too busy to take care of Gu Jing, and he would not feel at ease if he sent his spies to look after him. Second, Gu Jing needed to recuperate for a long time, and he needed a lot of precious herbs. Although the Golden Snake Camp was not short of money, they did not have enough resources, and many things needed to be found at the last minute. Compared to the Mongols who plundered other countries, the treasury was rich. In addition, the Mongols had gathered famous doctors from the Central Plains, the Western regions, West Asia, and Eastern Europe, so they should be more confident in treating Gu Jing. Of course, he could not deny that he had his own selfish motives. He wanted Hua Xing to bring Gu Jing back to Imobe. That way, they would be able to distance themselves from each other. If Hua Xing took good care of Gu Jing during this period of time, it would be even better if something happened between them. It's a pity that Hua Xing is too straightforward. If it was Zhao Min, she would have gotten Gu Jing's body and mind even if she drugged him. Thinking of Zhao Min's beautiful smile, Song Qingshu could not help but show a gentle smile. Seeing Song Qingshu's return, Tashtisha's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. After all, the difficulty of impersonating Tang Kwa had increased exponentially during this period of time. Living a life that was akin to walking on a tightrope every day had left her exhausted. Although she was unwilling to admit it, now that the other party had returned, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. Taj Tish frowned and quickly dispelled the weakness in her heart. She said to Song Qingshu, "You've returned just in time. I'm about to head to the marshal's tent for a meeting. You should come along." Song Qingshu nodded. He was indeed curious about the current situation. "A few days ago, I heard that the Jin soldiers had discovered your whereabouts. I knew that you would return soon." "On the way," Taj Tish said in a low voice. Song Qingshu asked, "How did Fu Sanzhongyi react?" Taj Tish smiled. Of course he flew into a rage. Gu Jing, whom he had painstakingly captured with great difficulty, was rescued by someone else. It was as if a cooked duck had flown away. He vigorously investigated and, as you expected, pinned the suspect on the eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi. Unfortunately, Huang Yaoshi's whereabouts are unknown. Where could he find him? Moreover, the war with the southern Song dynasty has progressed to a new stage. The matter of Gu Jing's capture can only be left unsettled. Due to this, the soldiers have a lot of opinions about him and many are grumbling in private. Just wait and see. When he returns to the capital, his political enemies will definitely use this as an excuse to attack him. When that time comes, we can push the boat with the current and plant our own men in the army. At present, Fusan Zhongyi could barely be considered to be on Tang Quebian's side. However, he was old and virtuous, his prestige in the army was too high. Moreover, he was loyal to the Jin. If he were to find out that Tang Quebian was a fake, he would definitely be the first to jump out and punish him. Therefore, it was necessary to take precautions in advance. Song Qingshu nodded, indeed, we must prepare for a rainy day. However, this man is loyal. We must not harm his life. It would be best to bestow him with a false reputation and remove him from a position of real power. Taj Tish rolled her eyes at him, having watched from the sidelines for so many years, I'm already familiar with this method. You don't need to teach me. Back then, she was the most beautiful Lady Peach Blossom in the capital city. She was surrounded by princes, and the people she interacted with were all high-ranking officials. In addition, during this period of time, she pretended to be Tang Quebian. Her political skills might even be better than Song Qingshu's. Song Qingshu giggled and said, yes. It's my fault. I underestimated Madam. Taj Tish spat and said, don't shout recklessly. It will be troublesome if someone hears you. Even though she was now in Tang Quebian's appearance, the flirtatious look in her eyes was still very charming. As the two chatted, they arrived at the commander's tent. The other generals were already waiting there. After greeting each other, they began to report the latest battle situation. Song Qingshu stood to one side and listened quietly. He learned that on the southern Song side, Jiankong Commander-in-Chief Li Shuang suffered a crushing defeat outside the walls of Shouzhou, and Huang Fubin was defeated in Tangzhou. Jiangzhou Commander-in-Chief Wang Dajie failed to capture Kaizhou, coupled with the defeat in Sichuan, and the crushing defeat of the main force in Suzhou. The southern Song's northern expedition this time ended in complete failure. While the military meeting was going on, in the Jia's mansion of Linen, Liao Yingzhong reported to Jia Shidao that Guo Jing's entire army had been annihilated, and that he himself had been captured. Later, he was rescued by a mysterious person. Although the Jin men deliberately concealed the news, they couldn't escape the investigation of the Isle of Heroes intelligence network, Liao Yingzhong said as he observed Jia Shidao's expression. Rescued him in the midst of thousands of troops? Jia Shidao couldn't help but exclaim. Liao Yingzhong hurriedly explained, it wasn't a direct rescue. At that time, there was an explosion in the military camp, and that person took advantage of the chaos to rescue Guo Jing. According to the news, it was Huang Yaoshi who rescued him. Huang Yaoshi? Jia Shidao nodded and said, that is indeed possible. The Jin men are really useless. How could they let Guo Jing escape from death? Liao Yingzhong said with a smile, my lord, you worry too much. According to reliable sources, Guo Jing is already seriously injured, and he could be taken away by the King of Hell at any time. Moreover, the Jin men have been chasing after him for the past few days. Huang Yaoshi has been carrying Guo Jing on a bumpy journey, and I'm afraid he's already dead. Jia Shidao snorted and said, Huang Yaoshi is very knowledgeable, and he's also good at the art of Qi Huang. I'm sure he can save Guo Jing. Liao Yingzhong shook his head and said, medicine can only cure illnesses, not lives. If Huang Yaoshi was really that good, he would have saved his wife back then. Seeing Jia Shidao's disapproving expression, Liao Yingzhong hurriedly added, if my lord is still worried, we can use a little trick to kill Guo Jing. Oh? Jia Shidao was finally interested. Liao Yingzhong covered his mouth with his fan and whispered, my lord, you can submit a memorial to the imperial court and ask them to commend Guo Jing for his loyalty. Tell them about how brave he was after he was captured and how he died as a martyr. Make sure everyone knows about it. Jia Shidao's expression changed, and a strange smile appeared on his face. You're imitating Li Ling, Liao Yingzhong smiled and said, also, Hong Qingqiu of the former Ming dynasty died because the imperial court thought he was unyielding. Later, when the news came that he surrendered to the alien tribe, everyone in the imperial court would feel angry that they were fooled. The more brave he was in the early stage, the more they would hate him afterward. When the time comes, we will secretly leak some information and let everyone think that Guo Jing survived because he surrendered to the Jin. In his rage, the emperor will definitely execute Guo Jing's entire family. At that time, even if Guo Jing is still alive, with his family killed, he will definitely choose to surrender to the Jin for revenge. At that time, his crime will be confirmed. Jia Sherdao laughed and said, back in the days of the Three Kingdoms, Jiasu was known as the Poison Warrior. I think Yingzhong is no worse than Jia Wenhe. Liao Yingzhong picked up his fan and bowed. My lord, you flatter me. Jia Sherdao stood by the window and looked at the misty and hazy city of linen. He said meaningfully, this time, not only do we have to kill the traitor Guo, but we also have to kill the real master. Liao Yingzhong came to his side and asked tentatively, my lord, are you talking about Han Zhozhou? This time, the northern expedition led by Han Jiefu has failed, which is enough reason to cut off his wings in the court. Jia Sherdao had a ferocious smile on his face. And it seems that the Jin kingdom will probably take advantage of the victory to invade the south. That will be the death of Han Jiefu. In the camp of the Jin kingdom thousands of miles away, there was a heated debate about whether or not to invade the south. The experienced and prudent people wanted to take the opportunity to stop the war and extort money from the southern Song. But this time, the Song army was so weak that most of the generals of the Jin kingdom became more confident. They planned to conquer the great land of the south in one go. Therefore, the voice of the pro-Jin side had the absolute upper hand. Even though Song Qingshu was now the most powerful man in the Jin kingdom, he couldn't go against the majority. The only thing he could do was stop them from invading the south. He didn't want the people to suffer from the war, nor did he want the Jin kingdom and the Song kingdom to have a decisive battle here, which would give the Mongols an advantage for no reason. He was from a later generation, so he knew how powerful the Mongols were at this time. When they finished their business in the western region and returned to the Central Plains, it would be the beginning of the suffering for the countries in the Central Plains. Over the past few days, I've been sending red envelopes on the official account, and I've really experienced the speed of the readers who have been single for 30 years. It's really fast. But fortunately, there's a big sponsor like the Union Pay. Those who haven't received red envelopes can go to the monk's official account and ask for money from the Union Pay. But now the Jin leaders were in high spirits, so Song Qingshu had to wait until the Jin suffered a setback and then propose peace talks. He believed in the strength of the southern Song dynasty. The southern Song dynasty was not good at attacking, but it was good at defending. It took the Mongols decades to conquer the southern Song dynasty. It was impossible for the Jin to destroy the southern Song dynasty. Of course, he could enforce military discipline on the way to the south and forbid looting of women and children. But he also objected to it. After all, the Jin soldiers fought for the spoils of war. If it was forbidden, it would hurt morale and cause dissatisfaction among the soldiers. Song Qingshu explained that the purpose of attacking the southern Song dynasty was to destroy the country. If they killed and looted along the way, it would arouse the hatred of the people in the south, which would be a problem for the southern expedition. As for the morale, the southern Song dynasty had a large treasury, which was enough to reward the soldiers. In addition, the imperial court would open the treasury to reward the soldiers. Hearing this, the servant felt that he was being too soft-hearted, but he didn't say anything. After all, he was not only the most powerful man in the military, but also the most powerful man in the government. Since he had spoken, the imperial court would reward him. In the next few days, news came from the south. Han Xingzhou dismissed Su Sherdan and Deng Yulong because of the failure of the army. He appointed Qiu Pai as the governor of the two Huai provinces and Yi Shizhi as the governor of Jiankong Prefecture and the governor of the Yangtze River. After Qiu Pai was appointed, he gave up Xizhou and retreated to Shui, saying that he could save the troops in Huaidong. The Song army retreated, and the Jin army advanced in 9 directions. The situation changed from the northern expedition of the Song army to the southern expedition of the Jin army. Tajkis sneered when she heard this news. Han Xingzhou is crazy. Qiu Pai was the one who strongly opposed his northern expedition. Now he has been replaced. Isn't he destroying his own reputation? Because her husband, Han Xianxia, died indirectly because of Han Xingzhou's northern expedition, she didn't like him. Song Qingshu explained, do you think Han Xingzhou wants to replace him? Someone must be responsible for the failure of the northern expedition. How could Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? Han Xingzhou could only sacrifice the rook to save the king. He used Su Shidan and Dang Yulong as scapegoats. Of course, he wanted to replace his trusted subordinates, but what about the others? The appointment of Qiao Ming and the others is most likely the result of the Lin and Quartz game. Taj Tish frowned and said, Chen Shaoqing, who abandoned Gui Jing's troops and deserted in the face of battle, only received a superficial demotion. Wang Ziding, who gave the order, received nothing at all. Qian Yi must have been blind to have worked for such an imperial court. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Although Chen Shaoqing has been demoted, he has completed the task assigned to him by his superiors. It won't be long before he rises up the ranks like a rocket. Wang Ziding is the clan leader of the Lin Chuanwang family. Now that someone is in charge of this matter, why would they investigate him? This is politics. Toshkis snorted. I can't be bothered with the internal strife of the Southern Song's officialdom. I'm only concerned about how to clean up the mess. Were they just going to let the Jin and Song kingdoms continue fighting like this? You should know that I'm still waiting to deal with Mongolia. I don't want to waste the Jin kingdom's strength in the south. She had been Tang Qibian for a long time and had a lot of intelligence. Naturally, she knew that the Southern Song dynasty was still powerful. How could the Jin kingdom take it all at once? If the war really broke out, it would take at least 10 years. This was the last thing she wanted to see. Don't worry. It won't be long before there's an opportunity to stop the war and negotiate. Looking at the mountains and rivers in the south, Song Qingshu's eyes were deep and profound. Wan Yangang led his army and captured Guanghua, Zhaoyang, and Jiangling. Then he broke through Xinyang, Xiangyang, and Suizhou. Finally he besieged Den. Fu Sanfeian led his army to cross the Huai River. The Song army was defeated and the Jin army surrounded Hezhou. Heshur and Lai Ziren captured Chuzhou and Jinzhou. Huaishi County was occupied by the Jin army. However, the Southern Song dynasty finally reacted and began to gather troops from all over the country. The Jin army's offensive was finally stopped and the two sides began to fight at Den. Song Qingshu sighed for a long time when he heard that Xiangyang had been conquered. When Wu Jing was guarding this place, the Mongolians had failed to conquer it for a long time. Now it had fallen. On the one hand, the Song army was defeated, and on the other hand, the soldiers and civilians of Xiangyang had probably lost their morale when they heard about Gu Jing's death. As for the news of Gu Jing's death, Song Qingshu knew what was going on. He was afraid that someone in the Southern Song dynasty didn't want him to come back alive. Han Xingzhou couldn't even protect himself now, so it was obviously impossible. So, it was most likely Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan. Shouldn't Gu Jing be on Jia Sherdao's side? Song Qingshu couldn't figure it out. However, he was more concerned about how sad Huang Rong would be when she heard the news. It was a pity that he couldn't explain it to her. I can only hope that Peach Blossom Island is isolated from the world, and Huang Yaoshi won't tell his daughter about it. Song Qingshu could only think that way. In the past few days, the Southern Song dynasty was also in turmoil. Han Xingzhou took the opportunity to impeach Jia Sherdao's officials and put his own people back in power. He tried to send people to negotiate. Soon, Qiao Ming was dismissed and Zhang Yan was appointed to supervise the Jianghuai army. Han Xingzhou donated 200,000 yuan of his own money to subsidize the army. He also sent Fang Xinru to Kaifeng to negotiate with the Jin. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh with relief when he heard the news. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. After all, the Jin kingdom was the victor of the war. It was impossible for the Southern Song dynasty to propose peace. If the Southern Song dynasty proposed peace, it would mean that they would be taken advantage of. As long as the Southern Song dynasty was ruthless enough, they would most likely be satisfied. Given the Southern Song dynasty's character, it was exactly what they wanted to buy peace with money. They lacked everything but money. In fact, the generals in the army had been discussing this topic for a long time. Although they had been unstoppable for a while, they were now in a predicament of being alone. The recent attacks had been thwarted, and the increasing number of soldiers of the Southern Song dynasty had calmed down the generals who had been blinded by victory. Song Qingshu hinted from time to time, and they realized that they had already gotten enough spoils of war. Why should they continue to fight at the risk of death? Therefore, the peace talks became a matter of course. What was left was how to get the most benefits. One day, while Song Qingshu was chatting with Taj Kiss in the tent, a soldier suddenly came to report that a fairy-like girl outside the camp wanted to see him. A fairy-like girl? Hearing the soldier's description, Song Qingshu was confused for a moment. Who would want to see him at this time? The key was that he was Tang Qibian, and the girl had asked to see Tang Qibian. Is it one of Tang Qibian's former girlfriends? Song Qingshu shook his head to dispel the idea. If that was the case, Tang Qibian's luck with women was too exaggerated. Is that so? Tadish, who was eavesdropping by the side, immediately became interested. Let's go out and welcome her. Song Qingshu's face darkened as he thought, why are you getting involved? He hastily said, my current status is different. If we go out to welcome her, it's better if we secretly invite her in. Yes. As the bodyguard left, he was still thinking to himself, with such a charming appearance, it's no wonder the marshal would favor her. It's a pity that my parents didn't give me a good appearance, otherwise I would be able to look for the marshal. The image of Tang Qibian's bearded face surfaced in his mind and he couldn't help but shudder. This taste is too heavy, it's best not to think about it in that direction. Hastily recalling Tadish's appearance, the bodyguard finally felt a little better. However, when he realized that the other party was also a handsome bodyguard, he felt even more disgusted. TSK, is this a show of jealousy? Tadish was currently disguised as a man and presented herself as Tang Qibian's bodyguard. This person could only be considered a peripheral bodyguard and not one of the core bodyguards trained by Tadish in the past. Thus, there was a slight misunderstanding. What jealousy? A gentle voice sounded. The bodyguard raised his head and saw a lady like a white jade immortal, bright and beautiful beyond compare. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the camp's entrance. No, nothing, the marshal has invited the lady in. The bodyguard felt his heart racing when she glanced at him. His words became flustered and his face faintly paled, adding a touch of pitifulness to it. Along the way, he didn't dare to speak to her and could only silently lead the way. After she entered the marshal's tent, the bodyguard stared blankly at her disappearing figure. After a long while, he shook his head. A fairy-like lady like her was destined to have no interaction with a small fry like him. He could only look up to her like a speck of dust and shouldn't think too much about it. Very quickly, he composed himself and returned to his sentry post. While Song Qingshu and Taj Tish were guessing the identity of the young lady mentioned by the personal guard, the tent flap was suddenly pulled open. A sweet and graceful figure walked in. As soon as she entered, the entire commander's tent seemed to brighten up. When Song Qingshu saw her appearance, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Ying, why are you here? As he spoke, he went over to hug her. If this person wasn't Ren Ying, who he hadn't seen for a long time, who else could it be? Unexpectedly, when she saw him open his arms to hug her, Ren Ying subconsciously took a few steps back and said with some caution, You are Qingshu. Although she knew that Song Qingshu had pretended to be Tang Qibian, she had never seen it with her own eyes. Yes. Song Qingshu deliberately used his original voice. Who else could it be if not me? Ren Ying's face softened, but she still didn't let him hug her. You. I always feel weird when you look like this. Then I'll take off my mask and hug you. As he spoke, Song Qingshu attempted to remove his mask. Ever since Ren Ying exhausted her lifespan by executing the art of blood ignition, he had always felt a sense of tenderness towards her. He didn't wish for her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Cough cough. At this moment, Tadish couldn't bear to watch any longer and reminded him. We are still in the barracks and a general could enter at any time. What if you remove your mask and expose yourself? Song Qingshu momentarily hesitated. He knew that Tadish's words made sense. At this moment, Ren Ying also spoke up. Qingshu, don't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. There's no need to be so anxious. She was different from others, possessing a graceful temperament. Her current weak voice made it even more difficult for one to refuse. All right then, we'll slowly chat at night. Song Qingshu nodded his head. Suddenly, he noticed Ren Ying's pale cheeks blushing. Tadish also revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. After a moment of shock, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His original intention was to say that there wouldn't be any official worries at night and it would be more private and safe. However, from their expressions, it was clear that they had misunderstood. Ren Yingying had always been a tsundere. Even if she was willing, she couldn't bring herself to admit it. Moreover, there was currently an outsider in the tent. This young lady is? She had long noticed Tadish. Unlike the soldier from before, her vast experience allowed her to easily deduce that Tadish was a woman dressed as a man. Even though Tadish was currently dressed as a man, Ren Yingying was still stunned by her beauty. Even though she was already mentally prepared, personally witnessing such a beauty by Song Qingshu's side still made her feel a little sour. He's good in other aspects, just that he's a little too fickle, young lady. Hearing how Ren Yingying addressed her, Tadish's frosty face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. After all, there wasn't a woman who didn't wish to remain young forever. Even though she was still a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and states, she gradually felt the mercilessness of time. Now that she was recognized as a young lady by a beauty of the same level, she naturally beamed with joy. Taj Kiss is my partner in the Jin Kingdom. When I was not around, she disguised herself as Tang Quobian and oversaw the Jin Kingdom. Song Qingshu gave a brief introduction. By the way, you should have heard of her other identity. She is the former leader of the main cult's 4 great guardian kings, Zishan Dragon Queen. The #1 beauty of the pugilistic world, Purple Dragon Queen? Although Purple Dragon Queen's appearance was stunning, she soon vanished from the pugilistic world due to Han Xianxia's betrayal of the Ming dynasty. The title of the #1 beauty of the pugilistic world soon fell onto Huang Rong. Compared to her, Huang Rong's exposure in the pugilistic world was sufficiently long that most of the pugilistic world's people had forgotten about her beauty. However, Ren Yingying, as the saintess of the Sun-Moon God sect, was constantly paying attention to the movements of the upper echelons of the Ming dynasty, which was on par with the Sun-Moon God sect. Naturally, she knew about this past. According to the rumors in the pugilistic world, isn't she already married? Even though she had some doubts in her heart, Ren Yingying was a rather wise and mature person. She wouldn't rashly say it before she was clear of the situation and embarrass everyone. It's all in the past. How could she be as beautiful as you, little sister? If the other party had directly praised her beauty, Tadish wouldn't have any reaction at all. On the contrary, this kind of unintentional praise was extremely pleasing to her. She couldn't help but have a much better impression of the other party. Her tone was also no longer as cold and distant as it usually was. The two of you should stop flattering each other. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Yingying, did something happen for you to suddenly come here to look for me? Upon hearing his question, Ren Yingying's eyes that were originally filled with joy upon seeing him immediately dimmed. Qingshu, you should have heard about the unforeseen event in Sichuan, right? Song Qingshu immediately reacted. You're worried about Ling Huchong? Ren Yingying nodded slightly. She didn't try to conceal it as she said in a clear and bright manner, I know Ling Huchong's character. He would never commit such a despicable act of betraying his country for glory. Song Qingshu sighed. Have you ever thought that he might have accidentally fallen into a demonic barrier because he lost you? Has he begun to pursue power and strength by hook or by crook in order to snatch you back? Go to Sichuan? Song Qingshu was startled. Recently, he had received various intelligence reports that Wuxi was about to publicly proclaim himself king in Sichuan, and rebel against the southern Song dynasty was a foregone conclusion. He was also thinking of going there to see if he could fish in troubled waters. However, due to the recent war between the Jin dynasty and the Song dynasty, he had yet to make a move. Of course, he was clear-headed enough to know that Sichuan was too far away from the Golden Snake Battalion's territory. Even if he spent a great deal of effort to obtain Sichuan, he would not be able to defend it. Seeing him pondering, Ren Yingying thought that he was in a difficult position. She hastily said, Qingshu, I am already your wife. At this point, a trace of shyness flashed across her face. Of course I have to ask for your opinion on this matter. If you are unwilling, I won't go. Watching her bashful and perturbed demeanor, Tadish couldn't help but feel a little weird. She was Song Qingshu's official wife, yet she couldn't see the light of day for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, her heart skipped a beat. Why would I have such thoughts? Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? How could it be? I am only mutually beneficial with him, borrowing his strength to deal with the Mongols. My daughter is already in her teens, how could she fall in love with such a young man? But then again, he is really not young. Not knowing what scene she was imagining, Xianxia's heart swayed. The flirtatious expression on her face was enough to put the moon and flowers to shame. Song Qingshu was keenly aware of Ren Yingying's nervousness, so he smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. Yingying. I already have plans to go to Sichuan, but I just haven't decided when to leave yet." Seeing her lover so open-minded, Ren Yingying felt as if her heart was smeared with a layer of honey. However, she quickly felt guilty. "Qingshu, I know it is not right of me to act like this. But after all, Ling Huchong and I are friends. I don't want to see him in trouble without doing anything." Song Qingshu walked over and pulled her hand. He smiled and comforted her. "Yingying, you don't need to be so nervous. I am different from other men in this world. How could I be unhappy over such a small matter? In my opinion, if you remain indifferent to Ling Huchong's misfortune, I will treat you coldly." Coming from the modern world, he was indeed far more open-minded than the men of this world in this regard. Moreover, he knew that Ren Yingying was kind-hearted and couldn't completely ignore Ling Huchong's suffering. Ren Yingying was very touched by his words. Song Qingshu. Even though she was the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect, she was still a woman. She would still be burdened by the ethics of this world. How could she not be moved when she met an open-minded lover like Song Qingshu? When Taj Tish heard her calling him Song Lang, her teeth nearly fell off. She couldn't help but ask, "If you go to Sichuan now, what about here?" Song Qingshu replied, "Now that the Jin Kingdom's attack has come to a standstill, the southern Song dynasty has started the process of peace talks, and the Jin soldiers are also thinking of going home. What's left is the peace talks, which you are good at. Next, you will be here as Tang Qubian to handle the peace talks." Even though she was already aware of this, for some unknown reason, Tadish still felt a surge of irritation in her heart. "Do as you wish. But don't forget what you promised me." Having said that, she walked out with a frosty countenance. Looking at Taj Tish's back as she left, Ren Yingying looked embarrassed. She moved closer to Song Qingshu and whispered, "Did I say something wrong?" Song Qingshu comforted her, "Women are bound to be in a bad mood for a few days. Let's be alone together." With that said, he pulled her into his arms and sat on a chair. Ren Yingying blushed and hurriedly said, "Don't, I feel weird seeing you like this." Song Qingshu laughed and tore off the mask on his face, revealing his original appearance. He said to the guards outside, "Pass down my order. From now on, I won't be seeing any guests. Even if it's an extremely important matter, let them wait." Hearing his words, Ren Yingying's face became even more tender and beautiful. This is not good. What if you delay an urgent military matter?" Song Qingshu's fingers slid across her delicate face, revealing a trace of an inexplicable smile. "Right now, you are the most urgent military matter." Feeling the man's aggressive aura, Ren Yingying was startled. You want to do it here?" Although she came from the devil cult, to a certain extent, she was more of a lady from a noble family than most of the ladies from noble families. However, it was this shyness that made Song Qingshu even more interested. "Why not?" Song Qingshu laughed heartily and lowered his head to kiss her tender red lips. Ren Yingying originally had a belly full of objections, but how could she resist his experienced methods? Very quickly, her whole body turned limp, and in a daze, he took advantage of her body. After a long time, Song Qingshu withdrew from her body with satisfaction. Looking at her sweaty face, he suddenly had an idea. "Your skin is rosy now, completely different from your usual pale face. Could it be that my blissful Diana has a nourishing effect on you? It seems that we have to be more intimate in the future." Tears flowed in Ren Yingying's eyes. At this time, she had no strength at all. She could only charmingly and weakly roll her eyes at him. If this kind of thing can make up for a lifespan, then the burning blood technique will not become a taboo method of the divine cult. Song Qingshu gently tidied up her messy clothes and said complacently, "How can ordinary men compare to the essence of a great master like me? Of course, it's useless." Hearing that his words were getting more and more out of hand, Ren Yingying shyly spat and hurriedly pressed his lips. "Stop talking." Song Qingshu knew her character. On one hand, she was graceful and magnanimous, but on the other hand, she was incomparably shy. Therefore, he did not continue to provoke her. But in his heart, he secretly thought, those words just now weren't just empty words. It seems to have some effect. In the future, I should nourish her more. Now that my cultivation base is close to the legendary Earth Immortal realm, the essence of my spirit, chi, and spirit might really be able to make up for her lost lifespan. The duo spent the entire afternoon in the commander's tent as if they were glued to each other. However, an awkward situation occurred during the night. Due to Song Qingshu's and Taitish's identities, they couldn't be seen in public. Therefore, they couldn't sleep together with others. However, there wasn't any reason for a personal guard to have a separate tent in this military camp. Therefore, the duo usually slept in the same tent. But with Ren Yingying's arrival, Tashkis immediately fell into a predicament. Earlier, out of sight, out of mind, she went out for a stroll. But as the sky gradually turned dark, she had no choice but to return. Due to her special identity, the guards outside the door did not stop her. When she entered, although she saw the two dressed neatly and chatting, she smelled the ambiguous atmosphere in the air and noticed Ren Yingying's flushed skin. As someone who had been through it, how could she not know what was going on? I don't have anywhere to go, Tashkis said awkwardly. You two can continue, just pretend that I don't exist. Ren Yingying felt even more awkward. Because no matter how she looked at it, this was obviously Tashkis's territory. She could not help but suspect that she was occupying the magpie's nest. I'll go out. Song Qingshu pulled her back and laughed. How can I let these two beauties suffer? You two can sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Ren Yingying had always held a noble status and wasn't used to sleeping with others. However, upon seeing Tashtish's beauty, she couldn't treat her as a commoner. Moreover, she didn't wish to put her lover in a difficult position. Thus, she tacitly agreed. Seeing that even his righteous wife didn't say anything, Taitish felt a bellyful of gloominess but couldn't say anything. She and Song Qingshu were more like master and servant than partners. Recalling that she was under his control, she opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything. Instead, she tacitly agreed to it. Due to the after effects of using the art of blood ignition, Ren Yingying's body was much weaker than before. She was already exhausted from the long journey to find her lover. Moreover, after being tormented by him for an entire afternoon, she quickly felt drowsy and unknowingly fell asleep. Tashtish was at a loss as to what to do and was startled to see Ren Yingying falling asleep so quickly. After quietly observing for a moment, she knew that Ren Yingying wasn't faking it. She couldn't help but whisper to Song Qingshu, who was sleeping on the floor nearby, "Your lovely wife's body seems to be a little weak." Song Qingshu cast a pitying glance at Ren Yingying and sighed sorrowfully. This is the after effect of using the art of blood ignition. Art of blood ignition? Tashtish was startled. Just like how Ren Yingying knew about the Ming dynasty, as a high-ranking member of the Ming dynasty, she was naturally privy to certain secrets of the Sun Moon sect. The art of blood ignition was like a thunderclap reverberating in her ears. She was well aware of its might and was even more aware of its grave consequences. Song Qingshu let out a bitter laugh and roughly explained Ren Yingying's situation. Tashtish was both shocked and in awe. As a fellow woman, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for Ren Yingying. Originally, I was rather dissatisfied with your behavior of forgetting friends for love. However, in consideration of young Miss Ren, I won't bicker with you. Tashtish lightly snorted in order to conceal the sadness of their impending separation. Forgetting friends for love? Song Qingshu had an odd expression on his face. Who's a pervert and who's a friend? Big Miss Ren is young and beautiful, of course she is a pervert, Tashtish snapped. Don't tell me you don't consider me as a friend? Song Qingshu shook her head. Seeing that the other party was frowning, she continued, the Dragon King was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world back then. Even after so many years, your looks are still on par with Yingying's. In terms of beauty, Yingying is inferior to you. Not to mention Ren Yingying, even if he counted all the other women he knew, there were probably no more than 3 who could compete with Purple Shan Dragon King at her peak in terms of appearance. Even so, it did not affect Ren Yingying's position in his heart in the slightest. It should be known that a woman's charm did not only consist of her beauty, but also her feelings. Although Zishan Dragon Queen had reached the pinnacle of beauty, she was still slightly weaker in other aspects. Hearing him personally say that Ren Yingying's appearance was inferior to hers, Tajtish's heart could not help but jump with joy. Although she was tired of hearing flattering words praising her beauty when she was young, she still had to see who was praising her. Putting on so many high hats for me, isn't it because you want me to diligently work for you? Tajtish deliberately put on a straight face, but she could not help but reveal a smile on her face. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed, revealing an indescribable expression. We're about to separate, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Should we get intimate? A blush spread from her snow-white face to her neck. Tajtish spat, you're indeed a pervert. You've just fooled around with Big Miss Ren for so long, yet you still have such thoughts. Sensing that her tone was somewhat uncertain, Song Qingshu quickly got up from the mattress and winked at her. It's not like you don't know about my body. Yingying's body is weak now, how can I bear to keep tormenting her? You can't bear to torment your own wife, but when it comes to someone else's wife, you don't feel the heartache? For some unknown reason, Tajtish felt a wave of irritation in her heart. Her originally slightly amorous expression instantly turned frosty. Don't bother me, or I'll wake up Big Miss Ren. Song Qingshu was startled, he did not expect her to change her attitude so abruptly. However, having known her for so long, it was easy for him to deduce from her expression that there was no chance tonight. He could only return to his bed gloomily, thinking that women were truly the most fickle creatures in the world. Just like that, an awkward night passed. At dawn the next day, Song Qingshu brought Ren Yingying and quietly left the military camp. Firstly, she was worried about Ling Hucheng's safety. Secondly, Ren Yingying was a famous character in the pugilistic world. If she were to stay in the military camp for too long and her identity was recognized, who knew if someone would link it to her? Tajtish watched as their silhouettes gradually disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, she felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Did I go too far last night? However, she suddenly came to her senses and couldn't help but spit out. That scoundrel was obviously the one who went too far. He had just finished making out with another woman and his entire body was reeking of another woman's fragrance. He didn't even wash up and wanted to touch me. I, Zishan Dragon Queen, am not his plaything. In truth, Tajtish didn't realize that the previously cold and frosty woman who instilled fear in the pugilistic world would one day become as conflicted as a little girl. Meanwhile, after Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying left the military camp, Ren Yingying said apologetically, "It's all my fault for delaying your business." Song Qingshu smiled as he held her soft hand. "Yingying, how many times have I explained to you? Even though Sichuan is currently in turmoil, it represents a huge opportunity. I've already planned to make a trip there. Song Qingshu, I know how good you are to me." Having her hand held by him, Ren Yingying's face blushed slightly. Her reserved nature made her want to retract her hand subconsciously. However, thinking that there were no outsiders here, she lowered her head and allowed him to do as he pleased. Looking at her cute and helpless appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but recall the scene of her shouting and wanting to kill him back then. He couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. "What are you smiling at?" Noticing the mischievous smile on his lips, Ren Yingying asked doubtfully. Song Qingshu couldn't help but tell her what was on his mind, provoking a punch from Ren Yingying. "You still have the nerve to say that? The moment we met, you crawled into my bathtub. You don't know how many times I secretly cried at night because of this matter. I was too abrupt back then." Song Qingshu dodged as he begged for mercy. However, in his heart, he secretly thought that if he had such a chance again, he would most likely make the same choice. After all, at that time, her relationship with Ling Hucheng had already reached a certain level. If he didn't find another way, he would probably never be able to cause a ripple in her heart for the rest of her life. Ren Yingying thought of all the past events and sighed endlessly. Every time they met, she was bullied to death by him. At that time, she hated him very, very much, but things were unpredictable. She didn't expect that she would actually become his wife. Now that she looked back at the past, she felt a different kind of sweetness. Like this, the two of them reminisced about the process of how they got to know each other through fighting as they rushed south. Originally, Ren Yingying had planned to ride a horse, but Song Qingshu was worried that her body was weak and couldn't withstand the jolting of a horse. Thus, he decided to take a boat upstream from the Three Gorges and White Emperor City to Sichuan. Ren Yingying couldn't dissuade him, so she could only let him be. However, when the two of them arrived at the shore of the Yangtze River, they suddenly discovered a big problem. An announcement at the dock informed them that with the two countries at war, the Yangtze River had entered the highest state of alert. Ordinary passenger and merchant ships were not allowed to pass through. Merchant ships are not allowed to pass. What's up with that boat? Ren Yingying asked, pointing at a huge merchant ship that was slowly approaching from the distance. Song Qingshu couldn't help but blame himself when he heard the boatman say that ordinary passenger ships and merchant ships were not allowed to travel together. He was mainly focused on persuading Ren Yingying to change from land to water. The main reason was that he was worried that she would be too weak to withstand the journey. At the same time, he had another selfish reason. He didn't want her white and tender legs to be worn out by horses, so he neglected the factor of war. Thinking that he not only didn't save time but also took her on a long detour, he couldn't help but blame himself. Until he heard Ren Yingying's question, he subconsciously looked in the direction of her finger and saw a huge ship coming from afar. The surrounding ships were like small sampans compared to it. More importantly, the South Song Navy didn't stop such an obvious target. Instead, they let it go. Song Qingshu's eyesight was so good that he could even see a South Song Navy general at the bow of the ship smiling obsequiously to a man who looked like a steward, but the steward just responded indifferently, with a very cold attitude. I wonder which noble's merchant ship belongs to. Song Qingshu was a little confused, but it wasn't strange. After all, which of the ancient officials wasn't a big landlord? They all talked about etiquette and morality like saints and gentlemen, but they didn't allow the imperial court to do business on the sea. They said that they were fighting for the interests of the people. In the end, what interests did the people have? Wasn't it just the interests of their families? They were afraid that the imperial court would come forward and take away their business. The boatman saw Ren Yingying leaning in the arms of the man next to her, looking delicate and timid. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly knitted, as if she was deeply worried, but it still didn't damage her beautiful face. There was also a faint noble and inviolable temperament. He couldn't help but envy and jealousy, and deliberately showed off, everyone who lives on the water knows them. Seeing his expression, how could Song Qingshu not know what he was thinking? He couldn't help but laugh and said indifferently, "Please enlighten me." The boatman secretly glanced at Ren Yingying. Seeing that she was also attracted, he couldn't help but feel more proud. "Since you are so sincere, I will also give you some advice. This ship is the Mirror Lake of the Ruan family. The Ruan family is the first royal merchant in the world. Isn't the number one royal merchant in the world the Shui family? How did it become the Ruan family?" Song Qingshu looked at the ship carefully and saw a big word embroidered on the flag. But he was still confused. The reason why the Shui family, one of the four big families in the southern Song dynasty, was known as pearls are like soil and gold is like iron was that they not only had a family master who was involved in political affairs, but also had the identity of imperial merchants. They could be said to be very rich. He had heard more than one person call the Shui family the first imperial merchant in the world after staying in Linen for so long. "You don't understand," the eunuch explained. "The Shui family mainly deals with overseas businesses, and they claim to be the best there. The Ruan family deals with inland businesses, and they are the best there. For those of us who were born by the river, many of us rely on the Ruan family to make a living. Naturally, we think that the Ruan family is the best royal merchant in the world." "I see." Song Qingshu nodded slightly. He seemed to have heard of the name of the Ruan family before, but now he was in a high position. Even the Shui family, who had a chancellor, was not qualified to be on equal footing with him, not to mention the Ruan family, whose official background was not so prominent. Noticing the disapproval in his tone, the eunuch suddenly became anxious. Being able to become an imperial merchant, his background in linen must be unfathomable. Everyone has various guesses, but no one can be sure. The only sure thing is that the husband of the Ruan family's master is a member of the Yang family, a wealthy family in Sichuan province. The master of the Ruan family is a woman? Ren Yingying, who had been calm on the side, asked in surprise. "Don't you know?" The eunuch seemed to be talking about something that everyone knew. "Madame Ruan, as a woman, has made the family business bigger and bigger these years. These years, the Ruan family has a tendency to surpass the Shui family, and most of it is her credit." Then she is really amazing. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. If there was a woman in the future who made such a big family business, he would not be surprised at all. But now in the southern Song dynasty, where Neo-Confucianism was prevalent, there was actually such an achievement. It was really amazing. Madame Ruan is not only good at business, but she is also a great beauty. I was lucky enough to see her from a distance. Not only is she unparalleled, but she is also very kind. She is just like a fairy descending to the world, the eunuch said with an intoxicated look on his face as if he was recalling the scene in the past, but it is a little strange that every person who saw her described her appearance differently. Some said she was a dignified and quiet young woman, some said she was a coquettish and beautiful fox spirit, and some said she was a girl with a sweet voice. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and did not care much. For a lowly eunuch like him, how many beauties had he seen in his life? Perhaps with a little beauty and a high status, he would treat her as a fairy. Naturally, there would be some falsehoods. But the other person's next words made his thoughts slightly waver. The eunuch obviously noticed the disbelief in his eyes and suddenly became anxious. Madame Ruan and the second daughter of the Xue family are called the two beauties of the imperial business by people in our business. They are different from the ordinary women who do not go out. They run their business and often show their faces in public. Many people in our business have seen them. Who doesn't praise their appearance? Although your wife is beautiful, she may not necessarily be comparable to them. Ren Yingying smiled slightly. She had always been graceful and magnanimous. How could she take this person's words to heart? On the contrary, Song Qingshu's heart moved. He did not believe that this Madame Ruan was so beautiful, but he had seen the young daughter of the Xue family. Xue Baochai's appearance was beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. In particular, her well-educated and dignified temperament made her look like a one-in-a-million great beauty. Of course, later on, when he inadvertently learned of her identity as a secret agent of the Imperial City Division, the cold and completely opposite side of her was a story for another time. At that time, in the banquet of the princes and nobles in Lenin, he accidentally heard them talking about the Xue family. They said that eunuch Xue was really lucky to have two beautiful daughters. The eldest daughter, Xue Baochai, was already stunning enough, but the second daughter, Xue Baoqin, was even better. However, the second daughter mainly took care of the imperial business for the family. Every day, she followed the fleet to travel all over the country. In the city of Lenin, there were fewer opportunities to see her than the people at the bottom. Xue Baoqin. Song Qingshu could not help but think of the perfect woman who suddenly appeared in the middle and late stage of the original novel of The Dream of Red Chamber. Her appearance and talent faintly overshadowed the two heroines, Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai. Even Xue Baochai, who had always been dignified and self-restrained, could not help but say a few words of jealousy. Moreover, she did not enter the official list of the 12 beauties of Jinling, which proved that she was very happy in this life, so she did not have to enter the unlucky life department. This woman was so perfect that it made people jealous. Although Song Qingshu had never seen her in this world, with Xue Baochai in front of him, he believed that her appearance was roughly at the standard. Now he heard that this Madame Ruan could actually be called the two beauties of the imperial business with her. He was surprised and curious about this Madame Ruan. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly asked, "You just said that this ship is called Mirror Lake?" "Yes." The eunuch nodded. The reason why Song Qingshu's expression was so strange was because he vaguely remembered that Yuan Xingzhu lived near the tiny Mirror Lake in the original novel. Among Duan Jingquan's lovers, her presence was not particularly prominent. She was not as beautiful as Li Qing Luo, nor was she as otherworldly as Dao Baifeng. Compared to Qin Hongmian and Gan Baobao, she did not even stand out that much. The thing that left the deepest impression on him was that she was skilled in swimming, and she was the mother of Azu and Azi. As for her family background, it was not mentioned at all. It was only mentioned in a few words that it was a large clan with very strict family rules. She became pregnant before marriage, so out of fear, she could only hand over Azu and Azi to someone else to raise, which directly led to the sisters' tragedy. He never thought she would actually become the matriarch of the greatest imperial merchant in the world, the Ruan family. Originally, Song Qingshu was worried that he had guessed wrong, but when he thought about how evenly Qing Luo was the White Lotus mother, Yuan Xingzhu's current identity did not seem too surprising. According to the development of the plot, Azu and Azi should have met their mother already, right? Song Qingshu was extremely curious. He wondered if they knew about their mother's identity. Or maybe I've guessed wrong. I still need to verify it at the end of the day. Song Qingshu asked the boatman, do they carry passengers on such a large ship? The boatman understood what he was trying to say. He shook his head like a rattle drum. They're one of the greatest imperial merchants in the world. Do they lack some money to carry passengers? You can forget about it. Song Qingshu smiled. I don't think that's necessarily the case. As they spoke, the huge ship had already approached the dock slowly. The people in the surroundings surrounded it with a hubbub. The boatman could not be bothered with the two of them. He ran towards the shore in a flurry, pushing and shoving with the others in an attempt to find a good spot. Song Qingshu could roughly guess what they were doing. It was obvious that the giant ship was docking to replenish supplies, unload cargo, and so on. They needed the help of the sailors at the dock. As the #1 imperial merchant in the world, even a little bit of it would be enough for their subordinates to snatch. Now that the shore was crowded with people, Song Qingshu was worried that Ren Yingying would be squeezed, so he protected her and sat down under the shade of a tree. Ren Yingying seemed to see through his thoughts and asked, Qingshu, are you going to board this boat? Song Qingshu nodded. Yes, I was worried that a normal boat would be too rough, and your body wouldn't be able to withstand the turbulence. This giant ship is just right. It will be quite stable if you live on it. Ren Yingying frowned, but the boatman said that this boat does not carry passengers. Song Qingshu gently held her hand, so what? For my little fairy Yingying, even the biggest rules have to be broken for me. How could Ren Yingying stand such words of love? Her pretty face blushed and she gently spat, you are so glib. Although she pursed her lips and smiled, a trace of worry flashed through her heart. It should be known that with Song Qingshu's current reputation, he would be a distinguished guest wherever he went. At the very least, he was the Prince of Qi conferred by the Emperor of the Southern Song dynasty. The Ruan family was an imperial merchant, so how could they dare to offend him? However, in this way, his identity would be exposed. At this sensitive period, his running to Sichuan would cause a series of chain reactions, and various forces would also pay attention to him. If because of her, her lover's career would suffer a blow, then it would be too. At this time, the two of them hugged each other tightly. Song Qingshu held her hand again and immediately noticed the change in her mood. After a little thought, he roughly guessed what was going on and couldn't help but smile. Yingying, your body can't withstand the torment of this exquisite heart. Don't worry, it's not what you think. Seeing that at this time, the dock had almost calmed down, he pulled Ren Yingying and walked in the direction of the giant ship. Why don't we make a bet? If I use your name, they will send someone to pick me up. Ren Yingying was stunned, my name? Then she smiled and said, the Sun-Moon Sect's power is mainly in the north. It's useful to use my name in the Yellow River area, but in the Yangtze River area, I'm afraid no one will buy it, not to mention that the Ruan family is the world's largest imperial merchant. Of course, it's not because of the Sun-Moon Sect's name. Song Qingshu shook his head, it's simply because of your name, Yingying. How is that possible? Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. That's why we made a bet. Song Qingshu laughed. Well, I'll bet with you. Ren Yingying's curiosity was also aroused by him, what's the bet? At night, you have to. Song Qingshu leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Ren Yingying instantly blushed from earlobe to neck, that's ridiculous. Song Qingshu showed a trace of a sly smile, don't you think I can't win? Don't you, the dignified Miss Ren, even have this little bit of confidence? Looking at her lover's bright eyes, Ren Yingying couldn't help but feel excited, and at the same time, she was also aroused by him, let's bet, I don't believe you can win. Song Qingshu secretly made a V sign and took her to the shore. Unsurprisingly, the two were directly stopped by the Ruan family guard, the Ruan family's cargo ship, unrelated people, please go away. Being stopped, Ren Yingying was not at all disappointed. Instead, she looked at the man beside her calmly, waiting to see how he would end the situation. Song Qingshu unhurriedly cupped his hands, I'm a friend of your mistress, and now I want to board the ship to pay my respects to her. The family guard sneered, there are at least 800 people who want to see our mistress, if not 1,000. Do you think you can see her just because you say so? The sailors next to them also began to jeer. Madame Ruan is famous for her beauty, and the men along the river have come up with all kinds of reasons to see her. Friend, this is too old-fashioned. The family guard fiercely glared at the sailors who jeered. You dare to make up the mistress, do you want to die? Although the group of sailors still smiled mischievously, they dared not say anything more loudly. Song Qingshu calmly smiled, and did not argue with these people. He just slowly opened his mouth and recited, the stars in the sky shine brightly, they are always bright, and always peaceful. The bamboos by the lake are lush and green, reporting peace, many joy. His voice was mixed with a very high level of internal energy. Although it was noisy at the dock, his words still spread to everyone's ears. Moreover, it was different from the domineering and ear-piercing voice of ordinary martial arts practitioners mixed with internal energy. His voice was as warm as jade, without any sense of abruptness, as if it was a very normal conversation between friends. If one's martial arts had not reached an extremely high level, they would not have realized that this was the effect produced by internal energy. Ren Yingying, who was at the side, was stunned when she heard the word Yingying in his words. She thought, is this what he meant by using my name to make the other party send someone to welcome me? The sailors next to them burst into laughter, and the happiest one was the boatman who had explained to them before, these years, there have been countless talents who have tried to pay their respects to Madame Ruan. Many people have also tried to recite poems and paintings, hoping to win the beauty's smile, but I have never heard of anyone who has succeeded. Moreover, isn't this just a nursery rhyme? It is far worse than what those talents recite. Hearing these people making fun of her lover, Ren Yingying's eyes flashed a trace of anger. If it weren't for the fact that this secret trip should not be publicized, she might have sent her subordinates to cut off these people's tongues. Although she was as gentle as water in front of her lover, she was also the holy nun of the devil cult. That year on the 5 Hegemons Hill, she didn't even frown when she punished the cult members and sent them overseas. On the contrary, Song Qingshu patted her hand and comforted her, don't lower yourself to the same level as these people. Seeing that he was calm, Ren Yingying gradually calmed down. At the same time, a trace of trance flashed in her heart. She recalled the little things she got along with her lover. Sometimes she felt that he was quite hateful, but sometimes he was more gentleman than anyone else. He was really a mysterious man. At this moment, a beautiful maid suddenly came out of the boat and looked towards the shore. Who was the child who just spoke? There was no need for an answer. Everyone on the shore focused their eyes on Song Qingshu, which had already explained the problem. Many people next to them secretly gloated, thinking that this boy would definitely suffer because of Madame Ruan's rudeness. However, what happened next made everyone's eyes fall to the ground. The beautiful maid smiled slightly. Our madam invites child to the boat for a chat. Thank you, madam, for your hospitality. Song Qingshu was not surprised at all. He took Ren Yingying's hand and slowly boarded the boat under the shocked, puzzled, and envious eyes of a group of people around. At this time, not only those people, but Ren Yingying was also extremely shocked. She quietly asked, Qingshu, what magic did your words have? Why did Madame Ruan send someone to pick you up as soon as she heard it? Song Qingshu slightly smiled. These two nursery rhymes contain Madame Ruan's maiden name. The first half of the rhyme Xing means Xing, and the second half of the rhyme Zhu means Zhu by the lake. Ruan Xingzhu. Ren Yingying silently said, so you know her? Song Qingshu shook his head, I just heard some things about her, but I don't know her. So, just because you know her name, you can board the boat? Ren Yingying looked at him suspiciously. Because of his reputation of being a playboy, she even suspected that this Madame Ruan might be her lover's mistress. Noticing the strange look in Ren Yingying's eyes, Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood and could not help but smile bitterly. What are you thinking about? I only met her daughters by chance. Back then, for unknown reasons, she entrusted her 2 daughters to someone else to raise. Each daughter has a golden lock on her. One of them says, the stars in the sky shine brightly, forever brilliant, everlasting peace. The other says, the bamboos by the lake are lush and green, peace is a blessing. In the original work, she had no choice but to send her daughter away because she was pregnant out of wedlock because of her strict family rules. But in this world, she was born into a royal merchant family. She had to show her face in public all day long when doing business, so she didn't feel like she was from a strict family. Moreover, she was now a senior member of the family and should have the ability to investigate the whereabouts of her two daughters. But she still left them outside, which was really puzzling. It turns out that this Madame Ruan has an illegitimate daughter with someone else. Ren Yingying suddenly realized. She still remembered that the eunuch had said that she was now married to the Yang family of Sichuan. Obviously, the two daughters who were sent away were not born with the Yang family. At this time, Song Qingshu came over. This time I won the bet. Remember to fulfill your promise tonight. Ren Yingying blushed and spat. You are cheating. What's more, you said so much. You didn't just use my name. Song Qingshu chuckled. The dignified saintess of Sun Moon sect also wants to act shamelessly? Ren Yingying snorted and directly turned her face away, but her heartbeat was many times faster than usual. At this time, the maidservant who led the way in front smiled sweetly and said, "This way please." Seeing that they were about to arrive, it was not convenient for the two to say anything. They followed behind her in silence. But in their hearts, they were secretly amazed. A maidservant was already so beautiful. They didn't know how beautiful this Madame Ruan was. It should be known that an ugly woman would not be willing to let a beautiful little girl serve her, unless she herself was more beautiful. "Madam, they are here." The beautiful maidservant led the two all the way to the top floor and stopped in front of a beautifully decorated room. "Oh, quickly invite them in." An extremely coquettish voice came from the room, causing Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying to look at each other. They saw the doubt in each other's eyes. In their hearts, this Madame Ruan should be a woman in her 30s or 40s. But this voice was delicate and crisp, like a young girl in her teens or 20s. Compared to Ren Yingying, Song Qingshu was even more confused. Because according to the voice, the people in the room said that she was Azu or Zi's younger sister. Song Qingshu had never been so impatient to see a woman's true appearance. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for too long. The door opened very quickly. A light green silk dress, which made her slender waist even more, and a pair of big black eyes were bright and bright. They twinkled like stars, extremely lively, as if they could speak with only one eye. Her appearance was beautiful, and the corner of her mouth was like a smile yet not a smile. "Young master, please come in." The woman slowly stood up. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, and her voice was delicate and coquettish. "Damn, it's Lin Jiling." Song Qingshu almost blurted out. He rubbed his eyes hard, only to realize that he had seen wrongly. But the beautiful woman in front of him, whether it was her figure, appearance, or the way she spoke, she was 70 to 80% similar to the female celebrity in the future. It gave him a kind of illusion as if it was a lifetime ago. Song Qingshu came back to his senses. He pulled Ren Yingying and slightly bowed. "I am Song Yenying, and this is my wife, Qing." "Greetings, madam." Originally, he had made an appointment with the southern Song dynasty to attack the Jin kingdom. In the end, he didn't act according to the plan. Because his identity was sensitive, it was not convenient to expose himself in the southern Song dynasty, so he used a pseudonym. Hearing him call himself Yenying, Ren Yingying, who was beside him, blushed slightly, but she couldn't hide the sweetness in her heart. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that Qing was named after her lover's name. "So it's Prince Song, Lady Song. You two are really a perfect match." Seeing the appearance of the two, one was handsome and tall, and the other was a stunning beauty, Madame Ruan's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. She invited them to take a seat and ordered the maid to serve tea. "Madame is overpraising. Madame is the beautiful one." Ren Yingying smiled sweetly. They had just met, and some compliments were too impulsive if said by a man, but the effect was very different if said by a woman. "Little sister's mouth is really sweet." Receiving praise from a great beauty, Madame Ruan smiled more happily. "I wonder if you two are locals or just passing by here." Song Qingshu laughed to himself. He knew that she obviously wanted to find out what he wanted to say, but she was beating around the bush. However, it was better this way. He took advantage of the situation and said, "We are going to Sichuan to visit our relatives and happened to pass by this place." "So that's how it is." Madame Ruan's heart trembled. Not long ago, she had just received information that someone was going to attack them on the road. Could it be that they were here to attack? Her heart was full of thoughts, but her face was smiling sweetly. Now that the Jin and the Song dynasty are at war, it is very inconvenient to travel. It just so happens that our ship is also going to Sichuan. Why don't we go together? Gongzi is too polite. Madame Ruan pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, she pretended to ask casually, by the way, where did you hear the 2 poems you just recited at the dock? Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying looked at each other, thinking that it was true. He then explained, Madam, I heard it from 2 friends. Friends? Madame Ruan frowned. I don't know whether Gongzi's 2 friends are male or female, and what are their names? One is called Azu, the other is called Zi. They are 2 lovely girls. As Song Qingshu answered, he stared closely at her eyes, trying to see if there were any flaws in her expression. Unfortunately, Madame Ruan's expression did not change. Instead, she jokingly said, Gongzi praising other girls in front of your wife like this, aren't you afraid that your wife will be jealous? Song Qingshu held his breath. He did not expect that he would be caught in a trap. Ren Yingying, who was at the side, smiled and helped him out of the situation. Madam, please don't laugh at him. He is a good person, but his luck with women is too good. Madame Ruan looked at her in surprise. With her experience, how could she not see that Ren Yingying was not angry at all? This was strange. After all, in the eyes of others, the woman in front of her was completely like a fairy. Such a woman actually acquiesced to her husband's behavior. Was she magnanimous or was the man beside her too good? She subconsciously glanced at Song Qingshu. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a mysterious temperament, like a banished immortal. Madame Ruan could not help but smile. She thought that if she met such a man 10 years earlier, she would probably also be fascinated. Ren Yingying took the opportunity to ask while talking with her, I heard from the people on the shore that Madame's ship is going to Sichuan to do business? Madame Ruan nodded, yes, every year I have to go back and forth between Jiangnan and Sichuan several times. Ren Yingying seemed to remind out of kindness, I heard that Wuxi in Sichuan has signs of treason. Now that Sichuan is in chaos, I am afraid it is not suitable for business. Madame Ruan said meaningfully, the more chaotic a place is, the more opportunities there are. For us businessmen, the most profitable time is often in times of war. Ren Yingying frowned and said, but in the chaos of war, there are many valuables on this ship, and Madame is so beautiful, it is inevitable that there will be thieves who will have evil thoughts. Madame Ruan laughed delicately, our Ruan family has traveled far and wide for so many years. What kind of storms and waves have we not seen? Those who had any ideas about us, now we don't even know where their bones are fed to the fishes. From the moment he met her, she had always looked like a timid young girl. Only now did she reveal her domineering personality. When Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying returned to their rooms, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, Yingying, did you realize the meaning of Madame Ruan's words? Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled, oh, I thought that our first young master Song would be distracted after seeing the beautiful Madame. Obviously, Madame Ruan's words had successfully stirred up her little mood. Song Qingshu listened and was speechless, what are you talking about? If we really think about it, she can be regarded as my elder. However, he added in his heart, this Madame Ruan was indeed very beautiful, and there were no traces of age on her. If he didn't know in advance, it would be meaningless to say that she was a young girl in her teens or 20s. He couldn't help but think of the classic joke in the future. Lin Jilin and Duncan were the same age, but the latter already gave people the impression of an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, while the former was like a young girl. Now, this Madame Ruan gave people the feeling that she was similar to Lin Jilin, whether it was her appearance, figure, voice, or the characteristic of eternal youth. Ren Yingying was done joking, then she nodded and said, yes, it feels as if she is deterring and warning us, as if we are those who have evil intentions. This Madame Ruan is not as delicate as she looks on the surface. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and pulled her into his arms, who cares what her intentions are? In any case, when soldiers come, we will deal with them with arms, and when the water comes, we will use the earth to block it. It is fine as long as we do not change. Being hugged by him, Ren Yingying's face reddened slightly, but she didn't have any meaning to his words. After all, with his current martial arts, even if he was in a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he could come and go as he pleased. There was indeed no need to care so much. At least the room she prepared for us is not bad, even with Song Qingshu's picky eyes. He was very satisfied with this elegant room. Let us first talk about the matter of the bet just now. It is still daytime now, Reninging exclaimed, her beautiful face somewhat pale. So what if it is daytime? The biggest difference between humans and animals is that there is no fixed time for estrus. You scoundrel. In Madame Ruan's room, Madame Ruan was lazily lying on the bed, looking at the maid who had just returned. Pei-er, what do you think of these two people? The maid called Pei-er replied, I just brought them to the upper room. Along the way, listening to the way they talked, they don't seem like ordinary people. Madame Ruan laughed lightly. One is like an immortal banished from the mortal world, the other is like a fairy from the ninth heaven. No matter how I look at them, they don't seem like ordinary travelers. For them to board our ship at this time, they must have other motives. Pei-er frowned. If that is the case, then why did Madame let them board the ship? Also, what does the poem he recited mean? Why did Madame send me to invite them up as soon as she heard it? Madame Ruan's expression changed, coldly snorting, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yes, Madame. Pei-er's face was pale, obviously knowing that this mistress looked delicate on the surface, but when she was ruthless, it really made one's heart palpitate. Not long ago, I received news from Minister Han that there are people who don't want us to reach Sichuan safely. Rather than guarding against thieves for 1,000 days, it is better to let them be in a place where it is easier to supervise. Madame Ruan's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of a playful smile. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to personally investigate their background. If Song Qingshu was here and heard her words, he would definitely exclaim in surprise that this Madame Ruan was actually one of Han Xingzhou's people. In fact, this wasn't strange at all. To be the #1 royal merchant in the world, how could there not be a large tree behind them to protect them? Needless to say, the Shui family also had the shadows of the Jia, Shi, and Wang families behind them. This Ruan family was obviously relying on the support of Han Xingzhou to be able to sit on such a large scale and compete with the Shui family. To the side, Pei-er couldn't help but exclaim aloud, with Madame personally taking action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Her voice was filled with admiration, because over the years, countless things have proven that as long as this Madame personally takes action, no matter how hidden the secret is, it cannot escape from her hands. For this reason, the surrounding people couldn't help but make all sorts of guesses. For example, she is an expert in using honey traps, or she has a bewitching technique. There were all sorts of guesses, but no one knew the truth. For the next few days, Song Qingshu lived like an immortal. At night, he checked Reninging's body and did the deed of husband and wife in the name of healing. Reninging was shy and didn't allow him to fool around, but she couldn't stand his coaxing and pestering. Moreover, thinking that they were husband and wife, she gave in to him. During the day, Song Qingshu played the zither and flute with her. Because of the original work, Song Qingshu inevitably felt a little jealous and wanted to play the song The Smiling, Proud Wanderer with Reninging. As the name suggested, the zither and flute ensemble was for one person to talk about love and the other to play the flute. However, thinking of the other meaning of playing the flute on the internet, Song Qingshu didn't want to play the flute, so he could only play the zither. Originally, it was very difficult for Song Qingshu to play such a difficult song with a tone-deaf musician. Fortunately, he had Zhao Min's foundation in Liao, which made Reninging look at him in a new light. At first, Reninging didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard his request. However, after seeing his rapid improvement in zither skills, she couldn't help but be tempted. Which girl didn't want to play the zither with her lover? Of course, with Song Qingshu's current zither skills, he couldn't play the Smiling, Proud Wanderer for the time being. However, with Reninging, a zither master, and she was good at teaching, all the problems were naturally solved. When can I let Zhao Min and Reninging compete? They are both zither masters. Song Qingshu practiced the zither while thinking, oh, Audiobook seems to be good at playing the zither. And Miao Rulan, in the original work, was also a zither master. In this world, she is still a little Lolita. I don't know how the mother and daughter are doing recently, dong dong dong. Reninging reached out and knocked on the table, you need to be calm when playing the zither. What nonsense are you thinking about? Song Qingshu was startled. Embarrassed, he suddenly asked curiously, "Can you hear what I'm thinking?" He had no doubt that a master of the zither could hear the restlessness in the zither player's music, but could they really tell what he was thinking? Ren Yingying blushed and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. "If you still think of other women while practicing, I won't teach you." Song Qingshu was shocked. How could he tell? Amidst the awkwardness, Lady Ruan's handmaiden called Pei'er walked over. "Prince Song, Lady Song," Song Qingshu asked, "what's the matter?" Pearl softly replied, "The journey is long, and there aren't many places to entertain ourselves on this river. So my family's madam would like to invite you over for a chat. I don't know if Lady Song is free." Ren Yingying was a little angry at Song Qingshu for letting his imagination run wild. She nodded and said, "Of course it's convenient. It just so happens that I haven't had the time to thank your madam." She got up and was about to leave. To the side, Song Qingshu furrowed his brows and said, "Just her?" Now that the two of them were in someone else's territory, it would be inappropriate to let Ren Yingying be alone. Pearl pursed her lips and smiled, "Our family's madam is already married. It really isn't appropriate for her to frequently invite men into her room. I hope young master will forgive her." Song Qingshu couldn't help but hold his breath. She used this as an excuse, making it hard for him to say anything. After all, the culture of the southern Song dynasty was rather harsh towards women. "Don't worry. Before I met you, I was still roaming the Jianghu." Feeling his concern, Ren Yingying's expression couldn't help but soften. Song Qingshu then remembered that no matter what, Ren Yingying was still the saintess of the Sun Moon sect. Her martial arts were top-notch in the Jianghu, so he nodded and said, "Then be careful." Ren Yingying didn't say anything. To the side, Pearl couldn't help but mutter, "Our madam is clearly delicate, but in the end, you guys made it seem like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Song Qingshu was also a bit embarrassed. This was indeed a bit rude. Ren Yingying smiled slightly, "Lady Pearl, let's go." The maidservant glared at Song Qingshu before leading Ren Yingying away. Watching the two figures disappear around the corner, the smile on Song Qingshu's face gradually disappeared. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Of course, it wasn't convenient for him to reject the other party's good intentions, but he could still make some preparations in secret. Quietly concealing his tracks, he followed Ren Yingying to Madame Ruan's bedroom. His qigong had long since reached the acme of perfection. Purposely concealing his tracks, how could the guards on the boat discover him? Of course, he had no interest in actually breaking into the madame's boudoir. He only hid under the eaves outside the window. Even though there was a torrential river beneath his feet, he didn't care in the slightest. He pricked up his ears and carefully listened to the sounds in the room. After listening for a while, he discovered that Madame Ruan and Yingying's conversation was only about the private matters of a girl. For example, what kind of rouge and face powder to use, as well as how to dress up and make up. After listening for a while, he didn't discover anything strange. Song Qingshu also felt that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue. No matter what, it was still broad daylight. If someone saw him hanging outside the madame's room, it wouldn't look good. So, he quietly left. Of course, he didn't dare to go too far away. Instead, he went to a nearby deck. On one side, he was on guard against any sudden accidents. On the other side, he pretended to appreciate the scenery along the two sides of the river. What entered his eyes was the original beauty of the mountains and rivers. Song Qingshu's mood also gradually relaxed. These past few years, on the surface, he seemed to have unlimited scenery. In reality, he was rushing around everywhere. There was almost no opportunity like now to calm down and leisurely enjoy the scenery. Looking at Zhou as he passed by, Song Qingshu thought that this was the location of Yufei's former headquarters. It was a pity that the hero had already passed away. He couldn't help but sigh endlessly. Thinking of Yufei, he subconsciously thought of Xiao Longnu and Li Qingluo. He didn't know if the information in the old notebook in Xu Weixing's house was useful. He didn't know if he could lead them to find Yufei's descendants. In the next few days, Madame Ruan often looked for Ren Yingying to chat. At first, the two of them thought that the other party wanted to inquire about some information. But later, they discovered that the topics they talked about were just some ordinary life topics. They didn't touch upon any sensitive information. Gradually, they relaxed their vigilance and thought that they were overthinking. Of course, from Song Qingshu's point of view, with his current level of cultivation, he could completely ignore any hidden risks. On this day, Madame Ruan invited Ren Yingying over. Not long after, Pro ran over and said that she wanted to change a room for the two of them. Song Qingshu couldn't help but frown. "We've been living well, why do we need to change a room?" Pro smiled and explained, "These past 2 days, our families, madam, and your wife have been talking more and more agreeable. She feels that she has neglected the two of you before, so she ordered this servant to change a better room for the two of you." Song Qingshu's heart was filled with doubt, but he couldn't resist the other's enthusiasm. He could only let her be. The new room was a bit far from the previous one, but the interior was indeed much more luxurious and spacious. "Young master, please rest well. In a moment, we will have someone send the madam over." Pro bowed and left. Seeing that nothing happened, Song Qingshu was completely relieved. It was not convenient to stay here and eavesdrop on the conversation of the woman's family. He returned to the new room and began to practice the music score that Ren Yingying taught him these 2 days. He was so immersed in it that he forgot the time. On the other side, after Ren Yingying said goodbye to Madame Ruan, she walked all the way back. However, no one on the ship told her that Madame Ruan had sent someone to change their room. She still returned to the original room. Looking at the man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, she could not help but smile. "Qingshu, I'm back." If Song Qingshu was here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise, because there was actually another exact copy of himself in the room. "You're back." The fake Song Qingshu got up to greet her. She was naturally Madame Ruan in disguise. During this time, she did not reveal anything. When the two people relaxed their vigilance, she began to implement her plan. Over the years, the reason why she was able to find out some of the most secretive information in some impossible situations was mainly because she knew the art of disguise. Speaking of which, Azu's art of disguise was also taught by her, so her attainments in it could be imagined. This time, because of Wuxi's rebellion in Sichuan, Han Xingzhou's current situation could be said to be difficult. He had previously sent many spies to Sichuan to see what was going on, but unfortunately, all of them did not return. In desperation, he sent out his secret weapon and let Madame Ruan personally go. These years, Madame Ruan's identity on the surface was a royal merchant, but in fact, she was the spy with the highest density under Han Xingzhou. Usually, she mainly provided financial support for him. Only in an emergency would she work as a spy. Although she was a part-time secret agent, she was better than any top-secret agent. With her disguise skills and extraordinary wit, she could often find information that others could not find. It could be said that she was the last trump card under Han Xingzhou's command. This time, she still went to Sichuan as a royal merchant under the guise of doing business. However, not long ago, she received news that someone did not want her to arrive in Sichuan smoothly and that someone would attack them on the way. When Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying boarded the boat, Madame Ruan could tell that the two of them were not ordinary tourists. She subconsciously thought that they were the enemy's outpost, so she planned to beat them at their own game and investigate the enemy's deployment plan. At this moment, even though Madame Ruan was smiling, her heart was in turmoil because the way the other party addressed her just now had too much information. She had long known that there was something wrong with the man and woman who boarded the ship. Their names were definitely fake. Song Yanning and Qing'er were definitely fake names. That was why she used this trick of substituting the two to see if she could get any useful information. In the end, he had given her such a pleasant surprise right from the start. It was obvious that the way they addressed each other in private could not be false. Qingshu, in addition to the surname Song Qingshu that he had previously assumed, could he be the Prince of Qi whose name had shaken the world these past few years, Song Qingshu? As for Miss Qing'er, Song Yanning. Could she be the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect, young Miss Ren? As a top-secret agent, she could be said to be familiar with all the famous figures in the world. Not only was she clear about the marriage between Golden Snake Camp and Blackwood Cliff, but she was also clear about the secret alliance between Song Qingshu and Han Xingzhou. However, although she had guessed the identity of the two, she did not have the slightest intention of relaxing. After all, during the northern expedition, Golden Snake Camp did not attack the Jin Kingdom as agreed, which made Han Xingzhou extremely passive. Although Golden Snake Camp had sufficient reasons to deal with the Manchurian Qing in the south, this kind of excuse was more like that of ordinary people. How could it be hidden from the insiders of the higher-ups? Because of Wuxi's sudden rebellion, Han Xingzhou could be said to be a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. In addition, Golden Snake Camp's previous ambiguous attitude, he really did not know whether the other party was currently an enemy or a friend. Now that Song Qingshu suddenly appeared here, and his destination was Sichuan, Madame Ruan even suspected that the rebellion in Sichuan might be caused by him. After all, everyone knew that Ling Hucheng was in love with Ren Yingying. Who knew whether Song Qingshu used Ren Yingying to incite Ling Hucheng to rebel? Although Ling Hucheng could pretend to be Wu Tianda for a short time, how could it be hidden for a long time? Since Han Xingzhou had given him such an important task, he naturally had to investigate everything clearly. Soon, he knew the fact that he was Ling Hucheng. However, at that time, what was done could not be undone. He had fought hard to win the military power of Sichuan. If he changed the commander at the last minute, it was difficult to guarantee that Sichuan would not fall into the hands of Jia Sherdao. Therefore, he and the Wu family made the best of the mistake. He even made preparations to prevent the matter from being exposed in the future. He prepared to make a big fuss about Ling Hucheng's identity as an orphan, making up that he was a descendant of the Wu family who had been lost in the early years. Anyway, as long as the Wu family did not object, others could not find out anything wrong. As the trump card spy that Han Xingzhou relied on most, Madame Ruan naturally also knew that Wu Tianda was Ling Hucheng. With only 2 words, Madame Ruan not only guessed the identity of the two, but also thought of so much information. She was indeed the trump card spy. "Qingshu, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that her lover did not answer her, Ren Yingying could not help but feel strange. "No, nothing." Madame Ruan came to herself and hurriedly changed the topic. "Yingying, after getting along with you these days, what do you think of that Madame Ruan?" She deliberately called out the 2 words Yingying to test the other's reaction. As expected, Ren Yingying did not feel anything. She sat next to her and smiled slightly. Sometimes Madame Ruan is dignified and elegant, and sometimes she is as naughty as a young girl. I do not know how to describe her. Finding that she had guessed the identity of the two, Madame Ruan secretly felt proud in her heart. "Humph, you do not know that I am in front of you now," Ren Yingying thought while reorganizing her words. "Anyway, Madame Ruan should be a very good person. After getting along with her these days, she only talked with me about some daily life and did not make any moves to inquire about my identity." Madame Ruan was shocked in her heart. It seemed that these two were indeed on guard against me, but on the surface, she nodded and said, yes, it seems that we have worried too much." Ren Yingying glanced at her, pursed her lips and smiled. "You do not see that Madame Ruan is beautiful and moving, so you have crooked thoughts." Hearing her evaluation of herself, Madame Ruan could not help but blush. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask so it could not be seen. "What are you talking about? She is already married. It would not be good if other people heard it." "So what if she is married?" Ren Yingying looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "Don't think that I do not know that you love to steal other people's girlfriends and wives?" Madame Ruan was stunned. Only then did she think of the information on Song Qingshu in the intelligence database. He did seem to have this kind of hobby. Now even his own woman was complaining about it. Thinking of the information that mentioned that he was suspected of having an unclear relationship with some married women, Madame Ruan's heart jumped. She secretly spat and scolded him half to death. However, she reacted quickly and directly followed this topic with a smile. "Yes, that is why I stole you from Ling Hucheng." She deliberately led the topic to Ling Hucheng, naturally wanting to see some clues from Ren Yingying's reaction. Sure enough, hearing her say this, Ren Yingying's face changed. "You have indeed always had a grudge about this matter." Madame Ruan frowned. Listening to the other's tone, it seemed that she was simply jealous. This was not the information she wanted to know. Just as she was planning to change the way to induce a confession, suddenly a melodious sound of a zither faintly came from afar. "This is the smiling, proud wanderer?" Ren Yingying's eyes flashed a trace of doubt. "You are obviously here. Why is the sound of the zither coming from the other side?" Madame Ruan secretly cursed in her heart. She did not expect that she would reveal a flaw so quickly. She deliberately moved the real Song Qingshu far away from here. Who knew that he would actually play the zither at this time? Maybe there is some music expert on this ship. He heard us practicing the zither every day and learned it without a teacher. Madame Ruan explained as she slowly leaned towards her. Is that so? Ren Yingying suspected that it was Do Dasheng. However, before she had time to react, she suddenly felt numb on her waist. Her acupuncture point had been sealed. At this point, how could she not understand what was going on? Who the hell are you? Ren Yingying could not help but be shocked and angry. Madame Ruan smiled slightly. While reaching out to touch her delicate face, she said, Yingying, what's wrong with you? Of course, I am your Lang Jun. Bah. Ren Yingying turned her face away, don't touch me. You don't let me touch you, but I still want to touch you. Madame Ruan snorted. Her next behavior was extremely frivolous. She could not help but slide her fingers across her cheek and even faintly to her neckline. Young Lady Ren of the Sun Moon sect is indeed a heavenly beauty. I don't know how many men in the world want to be intimate with you. Unfortunately, they are afraid of the power of the Sun Moon sect and only dare to think about it. I did not expect that today I actually have this opportunity to touch young Lady Ren's delicate body. To achieve great success in the art of disguise, in addition to one's own skills, acting skills were the most important. After all, one had to frequently pretend to be someone else. A slight flaw would cause one to fall short of success. Madame Ruan was a grandmaster in this field. Now, she was pretending to be a lecherous devil. Madame Ruan deliberately pretended to be a rapist. Naturally, it was not out of her own bad taste, but to completely frighten Ren Yingying. After all, with her noble status, other methods might not be able to frighten her, so she could only start with chastity. Feeling the other party's fingers sliding across her skin, Ren Yingying could not help but have a layer of goosebumps. She was really frightened. Xianxia is still on the ship. He will be back soon. At that time you will be dismembered into thousands of pieces. I advise you to rein in your horse before it's too late. I can still let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still die without a burial place. After all, Ren Yingying was the experienced and knowledgeable young lady of the holy sect. Although she was afraid in her heart, she was still calm enough on the surface, trying to resolve the current crisis. Unfortunately, her opponent this time was Madame Ruan, who had been planning for a long time. Hearing her words, Madame Ruan laughed. Your lover is now in another room. He will not come back in a short period of time. And this period of time is enough for me to do anything to you. As she spoke, she undid the button on Ren Yingying's neckline. The silk brocade underwear inside was already faintly visible. Ren Yingying's breathing instantly quickened. After all, she was a woman. Instinctively, she exclaimed, no, after all, Ren Yingying was Ren Yingying. After losing her composure, she quickly calmed down. Let's make a deal. What do you want? Gold, silver, treasures, magical weapons, or secret manuals? As long as I can do it, I can give it to you. You should know that with the current power of Sun Moon Sect and Golden Snake Camp, there is almost nothing they can't do. Madame Ruan laughed mischievously. How can Miss Ren be exempt from vulgarity? In my opinion, those vulgar things added together can't compare to a finger of First Mississippi. Your alluring body is the most perfect treasure in this world. Hearing her words, Ren Yingying's cheeks flashed a captivating red, not knowing whether it was because of shame or anger. Her voice also became as cold as ice. Don't pretend. If you were really that kind of lowly rapist, why would you say so much nonsense? You would have long. She couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. She snorted and continued, tell me, what do you want? Madame Ruan looked at her in surprise and couldn't help but start applauding. You really deserve to be the holy nun of Sun Moon Sect. Your courage and wit are admirable. In that case, I won't talk nonsense. What is your purpose in coming to Sichuan this time? Ren Yingying frowned slightly, just to relax, no purpose. She didn't know the other's origin and didn't dare to reveal anything for fear of affecting her lover's great cause. Madame Ruan snorted, that's not interesting. You're still pretending. After saying that, she stretched out her hand and tore the clothes in front of Ren Yingying's chest, faintly revealing her snow-white skin. Ren Yingying exclaimed with shame and anger on her face, you're courting death. As the holy nun of Devil Sect, she usually broke people's hands and feet. At this time, her murderous aura was completely released and there was an inexplicable deterrence. Being stared at by her eyes, Madame Ruan couldn't help but take a step back. However, she quickly reacted and found that she was actually frightened by her. She couldn't help but snort, "You're just meat on the chopping board. I can do whatever I want. How dare you show off here?" After saying that, she pretended to touch her bosom. However, to her surprise, her expression suddenly became very calm. "Aren't you afraid?" Madame Ruan asked strangely. She thought that if she was in her shoes, she would probably already be ashamed and resentful. "What's the big deal about being touched a few times by Madame?" Ren Yingying faintly said. She was indeed extremely afraid at the beginning. If something really happened, how would she have the face to continue living in this world? However, she was an extremely intelligent person after all. After the initial panic, she carefully reflected on the whole matter and slowly tasted the knack of it. Most importantly, the other party was actually able to disguise himself to look exactly like Song Qingshu. One must know that the art of disguise was Song Qingshu's specialty. Previously, he had discussed it with her in private. Although the art of disguise seemed simple and many people in the Jianghu knew a thing or two about it, most of them could only change their appearance and disguise themselves as someone else. They could not disguise themselves as anyone they wanted. Of course, in this world, there were still 3.5 exceptions. The other one was Murong Jingyue. He relied on vicious methods to kill his targets. By skinning them, he could barely disguise himself as the other party. However, he was already dead. Moreover, Ren Yingying did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could silently kill Song Qingshu. Among the other 3 people, Song Qingshu could be counted as one and Azu could be counted as the other. However, Azu was currently in the Liao Imperial Palace. Naturally, it could not be her. Then, it could only be the remaining person, Ruan Xingzhu, who had taught Azu the art of disguise, thinking that they were now on her ship, the one who had the conditions to silently transfer away Song Qingshu and replace him with someone else, other than her. Who else could it be? "Aya, you've seen through me. What a disappointment." Madame Ruan did not quibble and returned to her original delicate voice. Hearing the melancholy in her tone, completely like a little girl throwing a tantrum, Ren Yingying could not help but laugh. However, thinking of her current situation, she soon could not laugh anymore. "Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you've seen through my identity." Madame Ruan became somewhat angry. "If you aren't afraid of being touched by a woman, then I'll find a man. There are many strong sailors on this ship." Ren Yingying's expression changed slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure. "During this time, I've been with Madame every day. I know that Madame is not that kind of person." Madame Ruan snorted. "If you really understood me, then you wouldn't be under my control right now." Just as she was about to say something, Pearl's voice came from outside the door. "That Prince Song has already begun to ask why Miss Ren has not returned. It seems that he is somewhat restless." Madame Ruan knew that if she continued to delay, it would be easy for Song Qingshu to discover her flaws. Since she could not gain anything from Ren Yingying, it seemed that she could only use a backup plan. Taking off her mask and revealing her original appearance, Madame Ruan stretched out her hand and gently hooked Ren Yingying's chin. "Little girl, wait for me to deal with your lover. I'll come back and slowly play with you." Seeing that it was indeed her, the big stone in Ren Yingying's heart finally fell. Hearing this, she sneered and said, "You've imprisoned me here. I'll see how you explain this to Song Qingshu later. You should know his martial arts. Even if all the people on this ship were added together, they would not be able to defeat one of his hands." Yes. "I know that your lover is powerful." Madame Ruan was not angry at all. "But who told you that I was going to fight with him?" Seeing her confident expression, Ren Yingying could not help but be confused. Madame Ruan very naturally began to take off her clothes in front of her, revealing her graceful and moving curves. This made Ren Yingying even more uncertain. She had heard from Qingshu that in his hometown, there were women who did not like men and only liked women. Could this Madame Ruan also be that kind, especially when the other began to take off her clothes? Ren Yingying was even more dumbfounded. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. I'll borrow your clothes to use." Madame Ruan also casually touched her soft breasts. TSK, a young girl's body is indeed so beautiful. Even though the other was a woman, being stripped naked and being frivolous by her made Ren Yingying extremely angry. You're vulgar, Madame Ruan snorted. If you scold me again, I'll let you continue to be naked like this. However, she only said this with her mouth. In her hands, she took a piece of clothing and put it on her. Before Ren Yingying could get angry, she saw Madame Ruan put on her own clothes. She could not help but be startled. You're going to. After Madame Ruan put on her clothes, she untied her hair and skillfully combed it into a hairstyle that was exactly the same as Ren Yingying's. It seemed that she had secretly rehearsed it many times. Next, Madame Ruan took out a mask and put it on her face. Under Ren Yingying's shocked gaze, the mask gradually changed into her appearance. You. Looking at the person in front of her who was exactly the same as her, Ren Yingying finally understood what she was going to do. She could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Madame Ruan proudly smiled. Even if the surname Song's martial arts are high, he won't make a move on his own woman. At this time even her voice was exactly the same as Ren Yingying's. Ren Yingying was in a trance. However, thinking of her lover's skills, she gradually calmed down. Song Lang has always been meticulous. You will definitely fail. Impossible. Madame Ruan was very confident in her skills. My disguise skill has already reached the peak. In addition to the appearance, even the body and smell can become exactly the same as the target. Even the person closest to me will not be able to tell the difference. These past few days, she had been inviting Ren Yingying to her place every day in the name of chatting. On the surface, it seemed that she was chatting, but in fact, she was observing her speech and behavior. Some of the small details of daily life, even the frequency of her breathing, were recorded in detail. This was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. This was also why she was successful in every endeavor. Ever since she started her career, her disguise had never been seen through. Ren Yingying thought that it was a pity that she did not know that Song Lang was also an expert in this field. However, speaking of this woman's disguise skill was indeed flawless. Even when she was face to face with her, she could not tell the difference. Could Song Lang really detect the abnormality? Lend me your little lover for a few days. Madame Ruan was almost dressed up. When she went out and passed by Ren Yingying, she frivolously blew a breath in her ear. Ren Yingying felt uncomfortable all over from her hot breath. She could not help but snort coldly. You pretend to be me. When the time comes, I don't know who to use. Thinking of the scene of her lover clinging to her every day, her snowy face gradually became dyed with a layer of red. Madame Ruan was an experienced person. How could she not understand the meaning of use? She spat. Hey, I am going to scout for information, not to offer my body. Do you think I will be like you, shamelessly doing that kind of thing every day? Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she exclaimed aloud. These past few days, she had spent every night with Song Qingshu. Even though she had deliberately suppressed it, she would still make some embarrassing sounds. Originally, she thought that no one would discover it in the dead of night. She did not expect that it could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of those who were observant. After Madame Ruan went out, she instructed the servant, take her to a secret room and hide her. After walking a few steps, she turned around and added, treat her well. Do not neglect her. Yes. Pearl was surprised. Could it be that Madame was afraid of offending them? But now that she had already offended them, even though she had doubts in her heart, she still agreed. Meanwhile, after Song Qingshu had practiced the guqin for a while, he suddenly felt a little depressed. Calculating the time, Yingying should have returned by this time. Why was it so late today? He decided to get up and go to Madame Ruan's place to find his wife. In the end, when he arrived, he found that Ren Yingying had already left. He could not help but frown. Could it be that I went to the wrong place and returned to the previous room? Or perhaps something has happened. With worry in his heart, he quickly ran to the previous room. In the end, halfway there, he just happened to bump into his wife who was slowly walking over. Yingying, you really are here. Seeing that she was safe and sound, Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. Excitedly, he went over and grabbed his wife's hand. I thought something had happened to you. Madame Ruan was originally thinking about how to not reveal any flaws when she saw him. She had imagined many scenarios, but she did not expect that he would suddenly grab her hand. Feeling the masculine aura coming towards her from such a close distance, her heart trembled. She hurriedly gathered her thoughts and replied with a smile, "What could possibly have happened to me on this ship? I just forgot to change rooms." As she spoke, she discreetly withdrew her hand. Song Qingshu did not mind. Ren Yingying had always been shy. In public, it was very normal for her not to be too intimate with him. "I had thought that Madame Ruan was plotting against you." Madame Ruan's acting skills were superb. She didn't show any flaws when she boasted in front of others. Song Qingshu didn't have God's perspective. Of course, he didn't notice anything unusual. He just casually teased, "What? After chatting with her for a few days, you're speaking for her? You praise her so well. Aren't you afraid that I'll have some thoughts about her? You're the first young master Song. If you really have some thoughts about her, how can I stop you?" Madame Ruan said with a bitter tone. She was very angry in her heart. Listening to what he said, she didn't know how the two of them talked about her in private. Song Qingshu knew Yingying's usual temperament. Hearing her say this, he thought she was really angry. He secretly scolded himself for being a playboy. He was really looking for trouble. "Yingying, I'm joking with you." Song Qingshu decided to play a rogue trick. He took her into his arms and started to love her. "Although Madame Ruan is good, how can she compare with you?" Madame Ruan was suddenly hugged by him. She felt a pair of Lushan claws wandering on her body. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and annoyed. This bastard was really as lecherous as the rumors said. Looking at his eager appearance, she didn't know how he tormented the delicate Miss Ren. During this time, he chatted with Ren Yingying. Although he had bad intentions, he was very appreciative of Miss Ren's speech and temperament. Especially because of her serious injury, there was a trace of paleness and weakness between her eyebrows, which made people involuntarily feel pity for her. Bah, what are you thinking? Now I'm being taken advantage of by him." Feeling the other party's hand going deeper into her dress, Madame Ruan finally came to her senses. As an ace secret agent, it was inevitable that there would be a honey trap. Madame Ruan was already mentally prepared for this situation. Previously, she could use clever arrangements and improvisation to make the target fantasize but not take advantage of her. But this time, the target was different. Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high. When he wanted to hug her, she couldn't react at all. In addition, they were originally husband and wife on the ship. If she refused even a little body contact, it was easy to arouse the other party's suspicion. Originally, she wouldn't have accepted this kind of mission where she was destined to be at a disadvantage. But this time, she also knew that the situation was critical. Han Xingzhou's current situation couldn't be worse. As the saying goes, without the skin, where would the hair attach to? That was why she decided to take the risk and find out if the other party had anything to do with Wuxi's betrayal in Sichuan. Of course, she was only prepared to let him have some brotherly desires. Naturally, she couldn't really let him take advantage of her. Sensing that the other's hand was reaching for her clothes, Madame Ruan suddenly had a bright idea and found a way to deal with it. She pressed down on his hand and asked, "How is your zither practice today?" She was not deaf. For the past few days Song Qingshu had been practicing the zither on the boat, so she asked Ren Yingying about this matter. Because it did not involve any secret, Ren Yingying did not try to conceal anything. She replied that her husband wanted to play zither and flute together with her, so she paid attention. Hearing his wife's question, Song Qingshu said with a bitter face, "It should be okay." Madame Ruan just happened to have an excuse to escape from his evil clutches. How could she give up like this? She hurriedly said, "Play it for me. I want to see how your progress is today." Ren Yingying was a competent and good teacher. When she taught Song Qingshu, she would never be mischievous with him when she should be strict. Song Qingshu saw her serious face and didn't dare to act rashly. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he still let go of the beauty in his arms, sat in front of the zither and began to play. Madame Ruan listened and nodded. From time to time, she would give him some pointers and correct the small details of his fingering. As the best secret agent, she had basic skills in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It might not be enough to give pointers to masters like Ren Yingying and Zhao Min, but it was more than enough to give pointers to a dabbler like Song Qingshu. Because of the previous example of being seen through by Reninging, Madame Ruan didn't dare to start asking for information as soon as she came, so as not to arouse the other party's vigilance. It was better to get familiar with him first and then slowly find opportunities. In this way, one played the zither and one gave pointers on the side. Time passed quickly and night slowly fell. Song Qingshu glanced at the sky and impatiently ran over to hug her again. "We haven't had dinner yet," Madame Ruan pouted coquettishly, but she was secretly cursing in her heart. This person was really like a little wolf dog that couldn't be fed enough. These few days, he had tormented Reninging until midnight. Why did he still have such a high desire now? Was his body made of iron? The reason why she chose to make a move today was that she was almost familiar with Reninging. Secondly, she also found out that the two of them often tormented until midnight a few days ago. She estimated that after so many days, even a man made of iron would be exhausted. Therefore, she chose a time when he was the weakest, so that she would be in less danger. Who would have thought that man's plan was not as good as God's? His body was completely different from ordinary people. If that person had such a good body. A man's appearance appeared in Madame Ruan's mind. Her heart couldn't help but sway. She secretly spat. What on earth was she thinking? However, Song Qingshu hugged her and kissed her ear. His voice was a little dry as he said, "I will eat you first, then eat dinner." Madame Ruan's heart jumped when she heard this. She was already used to living like a princess. Although she was occasionally a little naughty, most of the time she was graceful and decent. In addition, with her current status, other men had to be polite to her. Even her nominal husband in Sichuan was the same. When had she ever experienced such a passionate and hormonal pressure? In addition, no matter from which aspect, Song Qingshu was an extraordinarily handsome and beautiful man. Coupled with his world-famous identity, she was in a trance and her mind unexpectedly rippled a little. However, Madame Ruan was after all a mature woman and an ace. Secret agent. Her reason quickly dispelled the ripples in her heart. She hurriedly found an excuse, "But I am hungry." Her voice was very delicate and pitiful. She also very schemingly touched her temple as if she would faint at any time. Song Qingshu patted his head, "Look at my memory. I forgot that your body and bones are weak now. You should eat more." She hurriedly went out and ordered the servants on the boat to prepare food. Although they were guests, they were generous. In addition, they were the honored guests of the mistress, so the people in the kitchen treated them well. Soon the food was served. Madame Ruan was even very careful to put the dishes that Reninging usually liked to eat. These information had been investigated clearly in the past few days when they chatted about daily life. Poor Reninging didn't know her plan. She thought that these were not secrets, so she inadvertently revealed too much of her daily life habits. In fact, the strings in Madame Ruan's mind had been stretched taut. It should be known that a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Song Qingshu's reputation in Jianghu was too great. Those plays in the streets even described him as a god. Therefore, she had been dealing with him with the highest level of preparation. Even the frequency of her breathing was exactly the same as Reninging's. She was worried that when facing a master like Song Qingshu, he would hear the flaws from the breath. Seeing that Song Qingshu had not found anything unusual until now, Madame Ruan finally tried to ask for some information indirectly. "By the way, Qingshu, how long are we going to follow this Madame Ruan?" Song Qingshu thought for a moment. "Your body can't stand the rush on the road. Since their boat is entering Sichuan, we can keep going with it. When we reach Yibin, we will enter Min River from the Yangtze River and finally go directly to Chengdu." Sure enough, they are going to Chengdu. Madame Ruan's heart trembled. In fact, according to the current information, she had basically ruled out that the other party was coming for her. They should not be the same group of people who secretly wanted to deal with her. But she did not relax at all. Because compared to the attack on the road, she suspected that these two people had a bigger conspiracy, and it was closely related to Wuxi's betrayal in Sichuan. "After we reach Chengdu, are we going to find Ling Huchong directly?" Madame Ruan carefully threw out a question. "Of course we are going to find him. Don't you also want to see him?" Song Qingshu teased. Madame Ruan's heart thumped. Was Reninging still connected with Ling Huchong? But the intimacy between them before could not be faked. Then why did she mention Ling Huchong in such a tone? What was the relationship between these three people? What do you mean by this? Madame Ruan put down her chopsticks and said with some displeasure. She decided to take a gamble. She believed in a woman's intuition more. From these days of getting along with Ren Yingying, she could see the happiness in the other's eyes. This was the most impossible to fake. Maybe she and Ling Huchong had some past events, but that was in the past. Maybe Song Qingshu always had a thorn in his heart about this matter, so he could not help but bring it up again. Song Qingshu was startled and said somewhat strangely, "Yingying, what's wrong with you today? Don't I usually joke with you like this?" Madame Ruan secretly cursed. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? The relationship between these three people was too strange. Could it be that Song Qingshu asked Ren Yingying to use a honey trap to make Wuxi betray Minister Han? At this moment, her mind had already imagined several melodramatic dramas, enough to make several TV dramas. Nothing. Maybe my body is a little uncomfortable, so my mood is a little irritable. Madame Ruan subconsciously touched her forehead and pretended to be weak. She knew that the relationship between these three people was too critical. She did not have enough information to analyze. If she spoke rashly, it would be easy to give herself away. So, she decided to take it easy first. "Yingying, what's wrong with you? Let me take your pulse." Hearing that she was uncomfortable, Song Qingshu's concern was overflowing. Madame Ruan hurriedly withdrew her hand. "Nothing. I will be fine after a rest." Although she could disguise her appearance, smell, voice, and even breath to be exactly the same as Ren Yingying, after all, she was not an immortal. How could she achieve the same pulse and breath? For a master like Song Qingshu, he might be able to detect abnormalities in this aspect. It was better to be safe than sorry. "Let's take a look," he said in a deep voice. "Last time you used the burning blood technique, the sequela is troublesome. You can't take any discomfort lightly." It turns out that she used the burning blood technique. Madame Ruan was secretly shocked. During this period of contact, she also saw that Ren Yingying's body was a little weak. She was not like the majestic holy nun of the devil cult at all. Instead, she was more like a delicate young lady. I don't know what forced her to use the burning blood technique. As an ace spy, she certainly knew what the burning blood technique was. But now was not the time to be curious about these things. The most important thing was to stop the other party from checking her body. "Ah?" Song Qingshu's excited expression suddenly turned into a frosted eggplant. "You didn't come on this day last month." Madame Ruan secretly spat. She didn't expect him to be so careful. Which man in the world would remember the day of a woman's period? Even though she was caught off guard, she still cleverly found an excuse to dodge the question. "A woman's time isn't always so regular. Sometimes it'll be messed up. Maybe I encountered too many things this month, so, it's messed up." She blushed, but this time she was not pretending. She was really shy because she had to explain these things to a man. "Maybe there were too many things you worried about this month, plus the tiredness of the journey, so it affected your body," Song Qingshu said with a face of annoyance. "If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have let you do those things." "Those things?" Madame Ruan's heart thumped. She thought it was as she expected. Unfortunately, he didn't mention it again after saying one sentence. She was afraid of revealing a flaw, so she didn't dare to take the opportunity to ask. She didn't know that the things Song Qingshu referred to were to let Ren Yingying be in charge of the intelligence network of the southern Song dynasty, not Wuxi and Sichuan. Hearing that she was ill, Song Qingshu changed his previous anxious appearance. He carefully helped her to the bed and took care of her considerately. Feeling his gentle and careful movements, Madame Ruan was in a trance. She had never met such a gentle man, or it should be said that there would not be such a gentle and careful man in this world. Due to the fact that most people in this world viewed a woman's penis as something unlucky, men generally avoided this kind of thing. Even if there were a few exceptions, due to the lack of physiological knowledge, it was difficult to truly take care of a woman. However, Song Qingshu came from the future. The internet had taught ordinary people all kinds of information. Therefore, in this aspect, he even knew more than the women in this world. Therefore, it gave Madame Ruan a strong sense of contrast. Looking at him busy taking care of her by the bed, Madame Ruan couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Is he really the majestic Golden Snake King? He is so gentle, no wonder he can make so many peerless women fall in love with him. However, she quickly realized that her mentality was not right. She hurriedly stopped thinking about it and asked, by the way, what's going on? Between you and that Azu and Z? She knew that the topic in Sichuan was too sensitive. She was worried that she would expose herself if she kept asking, so she asked another question that she was very interested in. Song Qingshu was startled. Why are you suddenly asking this question? I just want to know. It was completely easy for Madame Ruan to turn on her coquettish mode. This matter was indeed one of the biggest doubts in her heart these days, but she just couldn't find a reason to ask about it. Now it was just the right time to use Reninging's identity to inquire about it. Who knew that Song Qingshu just stared at her in a daze and did not reply. Madame Ruan turned her face away. Why are you looking at me like that? I feel like you're acting a little strange today, Song Qingshu replied. Madame Ruan's heart thumped and she forced a smile. What's so strange about it? On normal days, you rarely act like this. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in wonder. Madame Ruan just remembered that through this period of contact, Reninging was the kind of shy and arrogant person who cared about face. It was indeed unlikely for her to act like this. However, she reacted quickly and quickly made up for it. I was almost fooled by you. Don't change the topic. His plan was seen through. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter. She's just a confidant. You were there when I met Z. As for Azu, she and I are also good friends. Thinking of what happened to Liao, he actually did not know whether he and Azu were still friends or not. Madame Ruan was not very satisfied with this answer. She actually wanted to ask to what extent their relationship was, such as whether they had slept together. However, she was afraid that Reninging actually knew about it. If she asked, she would expose something. After struggling for a long time, she finally found a suitable way to test him. Song Qingshu, you have to be responsible for what she did. You can't let her follow you without knowing why. You'd better think of a way to give her a status. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, I'll give her an explanation after she completes this mission. Hearing that he did not deny giving her a status, Madame Ruan was not happy at all. Instead, her heart sank. It seemed that they really had sex. She did not know whether it was Z or Azu. Suddenly, Madame Ruan was a little embarrassed. In this way, she should be his elder, but now she had to play his wife. It was really a mess. Soon it was late at night, and it was time for Song Qingshu to go to bed. Madame Ruan could avoid being intimate with him using Tiangue as an excuse, but she could not stop sleeping with him. Of course, this was also within her expectation, so she was not too flustered. However, after Song Qingshu went to bed, he skillfully held her in his arms. His hands were dishonestly moving around, making her breath chaotic and her heart beat faster. This bastard was really a demon. He clearly said that Tiangue was here, but he was still so dishonest. However, thinking of how they were like glue before, she knew that this was probably the norm. If she kept refusing, it would be easy to reveal a flaw. Forget it, I will bear with him first. Anyway, no one knows about this. He will only think that he is touching his wife. Madame Ruan clenched her teeth and secretly spat. For this task, she really put in a lot of effort. Hey, it seems to be a little softer, a little bigger. Song Qingshu's vague voice came from under the quilt. So annoying. Madame Ruan's heart was in her throat. However, seeing that he just casually mentioned it and did not really doubt it, she was relieved. However, although she could hide it from others, she couldn't hide it from her own heart. Thinking about how he had taken advantage of her so many times, she couldn't help but feel angry. On the other hand, she was a mature woman and also had normal emotions and desires. Under the skillful and gentle skills of the man beside her, she shamefully found that she actually had feelings. Thinking that she had been provoked by this little man who was much younger than her, she was extremely embarrassed, especially when she thought of the unclear relationship between him and Azu and Z. It was a kind of moral taboo, but some things were like this. The more you suppress it, the more difficult it is to suppress it. Suddenly, Madame Ruan's body stiffened. Being so close to him, she could clearly feel the drastic changes in the man's body. She could not help but secretly spit. I really wronged him to say that he is a little man. Knowing that she couldn't let him continue, Madame Ruan reached out to push him away. Don't make trouble. Who knew that Song Qingshu would take her hand and move closer to her ear, his voice a little hoarse. I want. Madame Ruan was embarrassed and anxious. I already said that it is inconvenient for me to. Previously, in order to be absolutely safe, she even took some cotton cloth dyed with some blood and put it inside. If the other really wanted to take off her dress, this would be the last big weapon. She even somewhat looked forward to that scene, thinking, at that time, I will see whether you will be splashed with cold water. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not have the intention to take off her dress. Instead, he pulled her into his arms, making Madame Ruan confused. It was destined that they would not be able to be intimate, so what was the point? However, she quickly understood what the other party wanted to do, because a force came from above and pressed her head down into the quilt. Madame Ruan tried to get up, but the strength of the other party's hand could not help but be doubted. She could not help but feel ashamed and angry. What do these two people play all day long? Looking at the other party's proficiency, it was obviously not the first time they did this. She never thought that Reningning, who was respected and revered by thousands of people in Jianghu, would actually do such a thing for him. Thinking of the usual noble and elegant appearance of Reningning in front of people, it was really impossible to combine the two images together. Thinking of this, Madame Ruan even somewhat vented her anger on her. If she did not play so crazily with her husband, would she be in such an embarrassing dilemma? Looking at this posture, the two people usually played this kind of verbal game. What reason could she find to refuse at this time? She calculated thousands of times and prepared for everything, but she did not expect such a thing. But if she did not refuse, would she really have to? Madame Ruan's heart trembled. She came to find information, but so far, she had not found any useful information. In the end, she let him take advantage of her first. It was really going for wool and coming home shorn. Ying, what's wrong with you? Seeing that his wife did not move, Song Qingshu could not help but start to urge. Madame Ruan was really going to go crazy. She had experienced great storms and dealt with all kinds of troublesome situations, but all the previous situations added together were not as difficult as the current situation. Am I really going to die here today? Madame Ruan simply wanted to cry but had no tears. For the first time, she had doubts about using the art of disguise to inquire about information. Anyway, he does not know my true identity, why not? Madame Ruan made a fierce psychological struggle. No, he has that kind of relationship with Azu and Azi, how can I still with him? And Reningning also knows about my art of disguise. If the two of them compare their statements afterwards, do I have to kill Reningning to silence her? But behind her is the Sun Moon sect, and Song Qingshu are not easy to provoke. How would they dare to kill her? But if I don't kill her? While Madame Ruan was in a dilemma, Song Qingshu might have directly become impatient from waiting. He directly reached out and pressed her head down. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. She was ashamed and resentful. Just as she was about to submit helplessly, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside. Huh? Song Qingshu was obviously also a little distracted, and the strength of his hand decreased a little. Madame Ruan hurriedly broke free and poked her head out from under the quilt. What happened? Hearing the other party's order to continue, Madame Ruan almost fainted from anger. Firstly, she had thought that she had a chance to escape this calamity. Who knew that the other party had no intention of stopping at all? Secondly, she was the owner of this ship. The sounds of fighting outside were obviously the sounds of someone attacking. Without her overseeing the situation, her side's counterattack would certainly be incomparably chaotic. Are you really going to stand by and watch? Madame Ruan bit her lip and regretted her actions this time. Not only was she taken advantage of, but she was also attacked by the thieves. Misfortune never comes alone. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. The Ruan family has been in Jianghu for so many years and is the first royal merchant in the world. How can they not deal with such a small disturbance? Madame Ruan secretly complained. If it was in the past, she naturally wouldn't worry about being attacked by the thieves. First, she was in charge of the situation, and second, she had Han Xingzhou behind her, so she could use the power of the government. But now the situation was very different. Han Xingzhou couldn't protect himself now, and according to reliable information, the people who attacked them were likely to have Jia Sherdao behind them. Naturally, it was far from the small fights in the past. Seeing that she was lost in thought, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. What? After talking to her a few times, you think of her as a friend? Madame Ruan thought quickly and quickly thought of an excuse. We don't have a ship to take. They invited us on this ship and treated us with good wine and food along the way. Now that they are in trouble, if we stand by and watch, won't it be too unreasonable? Song Qingshu nodded slightly. What you said is somewhat reasonable. The reason why he didn't take action was mainly because he wanted these thieves to test this Madame Ruan. Because his sixth sense told him that Madame Ruan was not so simple. However, the sound of fighting outside showed that the enemy had a big advantage, which was a little beyond his expectation. When he was hesitating, the door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. A man with a knife scar holding a torch rushed in and saw the two people on the bed. When he saw Madame Ruan's blushing, bashful, and beautiful appearance, his entire person immediately revealed a state of being enchanted by her beauty. He directly rushed over while drooling. As for the pretty boy next to her, he simply did not bother to look at him and casually dealt with him with a knife. With a loud bang, the man with a knife scar flew out at a speed 10 times faster than when he came. On the bed, Song Qingshu began to get up and tidy up his clothes. I didn't want to get involved in this, but these people have to provoke me. Madame Ruan was stunned. Although she knew that Song Qingshu was very good at martial arts, she only knew it from the information and hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Until she saw him just now, she was so shocked that she couldn't describe it. No, it was not accurate to say that she saw him make a move. To be precise, she did not see Song Qingshu make a move before that person was sent flying. With that kind of speed, even a cow would be crippled. How did he do it? Madame Ruan opened her mouth and had a silent question. Speaking of which, she was also a knowledgeable person. It wasn't that she hadn't seen masters, but those masters she had seen before were not worth mentioning compared to him. What are you still doing? Don't you want to get up? Song Qingshu turned back and saw her surprised look. He couldn't help but laugh. Oh, okay. Madame Ruan's face turned red. She thought that she was like a little girl. Whether his martial arts was good or not, what did it have to do with her? After they put on their clothes, Song Qingshu walked out with her. As they walked, he said in a deep voice, listening to the sound outside, most likely the dust has settled. It's really beyond my expectation. Why is the Ruan family's defense so weak? Madame Ruan smiled bitterly, but she couldn't say anything. At the same time, she was also worried. Could it be that the guards on the ship were all destroyed? The two came to the edge of the deck. Madame Ruan wanted to rush out, but she was pulled by Song Qingshu into the shadow around the corner. Let's see the situation first. Madame Ruan also realized that rushing out like this was too rash, so she didn't object. After the two hid, they looked over to the side of the deck. Now there were many people gathered in the middle of the deck. Many of the Ruan family's servants and guards were lying in a pool of blood. The rest were basically kneeling on the ground with their hands over their heads. Obviously, they had been restrained. Around them stood a circle of valiant thieves. Each of their temples were bulging. It could be seen that they were all masters of hard body skills. Dogs of the Xianxia gang. Madame Ruan suddenly said through gritted teeth. Song Qingshu was startled. You know them? Madame Ruan's heart jumped. Only now did she realize that she had exposed a flaw in her anxiousness. But on second thought, Ren Yingying was originally a princess of the underworld. It was reasonable that she had seen that person before. So, she explained, the one with the goatee is the military advisor of the Xianxia gang, Bei Haisher. I met him once by chance. I heard that he is the most cunning and deceitful person. Song Qingshu looked in the direction she pointed and saw a lean middle-aged man. That goatee was especially eye-catching. Is this Bei Haisher? He looked somewhat familiar. In fact, he wasn't sure if he had seen him before. After all, at his position, people like Bei Haisher could only be considered a small character. It wasn't worth his effort to remember him. At this time, Bei Haisher was staring at the servant girl kneeling in front of him. He coldly asked, Speak, where did Madame Ruan go? Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp. He recognized that the servant girl was Pei Er. She turned her face away and didn't respond. Madame Ruan is not here? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel that it was strange. Then, he realized why the Ruan clan didn't organize any effective resistance. It was because they didn't have a leader. At this time, Bei Haishir saw that Pei Er didn't respond. He immediately slapped her across the face. Lowly servant girl, I gave you face but you don't want it. Pei Er. Madame Ruan subconsciously cried out. Although she and Pei Er were master and servant in name, in reality, they were like friends. Seeing her being bullied like this, she was naturally shocked and angry. Who's there? Bei Haishir and the group of people suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the two's hiding place. Song Qingshu had no choice but to bring Reninging out of the shadows. However, he didn't go near those people. He didn't want Reninging to be in the slightest bit of danger. When Pei Er saw Madame Ruan, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. She subconsciously wanted to call her Madame. Luckily, her reaction was fast enough and she forcefully swallowed her words. Who are you? Bei Haishir asked with a frown. He felt that the man and woman in front of him were somewhat familiar. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. As he asked, he called for his subordinates to quietly move closer, faintly surrounding the two in the middle. Song Qingshu calmly replied, Who I am is not important. What's important is that you have disturbed my elegant mood. I am very angry. He indeed had a reason to be angry. Any man who was interrupted at such a crucial moment would find it hard not to be angry. Madame Ruan, who was to the side, heard the two words elegant mood and couldn't help but blush. However, right now she was more concerned about how the situation would develop next. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, the opponents were numerous and every one of them was an expert. It should be known that when she went to Sichuan this time, the people who accompanied her were all experts from her clan. Unexpectedly, they were defeated so quickly. Other than the fact that she wasn't in charge, the enemy was too strong. She even suspected that these people weren't members of the Zhongli gang, but some evil sect experts in disguise. Are you angry? The group of people acted as if they had heard a great joke. Many people jeered, Who the F***ck do you think you are? Come over and kneel here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being blind. Yo, the little girl next to me is quite handsome. Let her come over and serve me. If she serves me well, maybe I will spare your dog life. Yun Lao-san, you want to monopolize such a beautiful girl. Aren't you too black-hearted? That's right. How can it be enough to serve you alone? No matter what, he has to serve all of us comfortably before he can spare him. Such a delicate little girl. There are so many of us. Aren't you afraid that she will break? It doesn't matter if she breaks, but what if the people behind us can't play with her? That's easy. Anyway, this ship has everything we need. At worst, we can stay on this ship and play slowly. Ha 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 ha. Although Madame Ruan wasn't reneging, she was still trembling with anger at this group of people's vulgar teasing. Originally, she had thought that Song Qingshu was quite lecherous. However, compared to these villains, he was more gentlemanly than a gentleman. Song Qingshu's face had completely sunk. His voice was colder than ice. Originally, I have always been easygoing and don't like to kill people. But today, you actually offended her like this. He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. That person taunted and ridiculed, so what if we offend you, pretty boy? Madame Ruan looked at the man next to her with some worry. His expression was solemn. If you people dig out your own eyes and tongues, I can spare your lives. Hearing his words, the group of people suddenly seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. Where did this idiot come from? We are right here. If you want our lives, come and take it yourself if you have the ability. They indeed had enough confidence. After all, this time they were accompanied by some famous masters in the underworld. Even the long-established Ruan family collapsed under their attack. What was this pretty boy in front of them? There were some cautious people among them. However, they couldn't detect any signs of Xianxia from the person in front of them. Obviously, he was an arrogant person who had read too much. Want me to take it? Good. 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 Song Qingshu slowly walked forward. Every time he said the word good, he clapped his hands. When he clapped his hands for the first time, the faces of those masters who were previously arrogant and insufferably arrogant all changed. This was because an invisible wave of air spread out from his surroundings. This wave of air was so terrifying that it made people feel despair. The group of masters all vomited blood and fell to the side. After the first good, more than half of the mysterious bandits fell. Only a few with profound skills stood there bitterly with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. After the second good, only Bei-Haisher was left standing. After the third good, Bei-Haisher violently vomited a mouthful of blood. It was as if all the bones in his body were broken. He fell to the ground like a pile of mud. At the last moment of his life, his mind was unprecedentedly clear. In this world, there was probably only one young man who had the ability to kill so many masters without a sound. You are, unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he had already breathed his last. As for the others who came with him, they had already stopped breathing after the first 2 rounds of shock waves. Moreover, each of them had their eyes burst open and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They died extremely miserably. Song Qingshu glanced at Bei-Haisher indifferently. You actually practiced the Jing Jing. No wonder you could last 3 breaths. Although Song Qingshu did not remember whether he had seen Bei-Haisher in this world, he knew that he was a moderately powerful boss in the way of the gallant. It should be said that apart from the group of abnormal people in the Isle of Heroes, Bei-Haisher was also a first-class master in the Central Plains. Many TV series even made him the final boss. As for how he knew the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, Song Qingshu could not remember clearly and was not interested to know. Speaking of which, the Sanskrit version of muscle-bone strengthening scripture is still in my hands. I have not had time to translate it. Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that he had used a trick to get the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. Unfortunately, there were too few people in this world who knew Sanskrit, so he could not practice it at all. He only obtained the Shinzu scripture written with a hidden potion. In addition, Song Qingshu had learned the Taishan scripture and his power had reached the half-immortal realm, so he was not so interested in the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. However, this time he could feel the extraordinariness of the muscle-bone strengthening scripture from Bei-Haisher. It seemed that it was necessary to study this unique skill. He pondered for a while, but the people around him were petrified on the spot. It should be known that Bei-Haisher and the group of mysterious thieves suddenly attacked the ship. Each of them was skilled in martial arts and ruthless, so the guards on the ship were quickly defeated. It should be known that the accompanying guards were all carefully selected by the Ruan family, but in front of those devils, they were all like 3-year-old children. However, it was this group of devil-like people who were all killed by him with 2 steps and a few claps of his hands. Many people even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Looking at the back of the man in front of her, Madame Ruan suddenly felt as if there was a towering mountain in front of her. She was shocked when the thief in the room was sent flying, but compared with the scene in front of her, it was not worth mentioning. Compared with the ordinary guards, she even saw a deeper level. It should be known that in addition to those mysterious people, there were many guards of the Ruan family around. In the end, only those thieves died, and the people of the Ruan family were not hurt at all. This level of internal force control was simply incredible. She had heard many rumors about Song Qingshu in the past, especially the versions that were circulated among the ladies in the boudoir. She originally thought it was just a rumor, but she didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated than the rumors. Suddenly, she felt a deep chill in the depths of her soul. It should be known that these people had been killed by him for teasing Reninging, but she had imprisoned her. If he found out about this. Thinking of the possible consequences, Madame Ruan could not help but shudder. What's wrong? Are you cold? At this moment, a gentle voice came from beside her. She looked up and found that she had already returned to her side. No, nothing. Madame Ruan answered somewhat unnaturally. If one were to say that she had a playful attitude when she pretended to be Reninging before, now she was treading on thin ice. These people deserve to die for polluting Yingying's ears. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. It was obvious that he still held a grudge against those people's filthy words. Madame Ruan did not know how to respond. She could only vaguely respond with a hum. Song Qingshu thought that she was frightened and did not mind. Holding her waist, he walked in front of Pearl, who was still kneeling. Where did your family's madam go? This was also the thing he was most confused about. Such a big thing had happened on the ship and yet she had not appeared. If she was here, Bei Haisher and the others might not be able to control the entire ship so easily. Song Qingshu's power was still lingering, so Pearl did not dare to not answer. She subconsciously looked at Madame Ruan beside him, but her reaction was fast enough. She quickly shifted her gaze. Our family's madam has something to do and has gone into the city. Enter the city? Song Qingshu frowned, thinking that this Madame Ruan really had many secrets. To actually secretly enter the city, he did not know what important matters she had to do. I'll leave the rest to you. Song Qingshu casually waved his hand, cutting off the restraints on her body. At the same time, he released her acupuncture points. He clearly had no interest in taking over the mess on the ship. It was better to let them deal with it themselves. Thank you, young master, for saving us. Pearl hurriedly bowed and thanked him. The rest of the Ruan family guards also kowtowed. Song Qingshu hugged Madame Ruan and turned to leave. He casually waved his hand, leaving only his gradually disappearing back to the crowd. Seeing her own family's madam nestling in his arms, Pearl opened her mouth, but in the end did not dare to say anything. After returning to the room, Madame Ruan finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Why didn't you leave them alive? These people are all extraordinary. How could Emir Legang have so many experts?" Song Qingshu frowned. I was already suppressing a bellyful of anger at the time. On top of that, they dared to use vulgar language, so I was too lazy to care so much. Madame Ruan was startled. She did not expect it to be the result of a moment of impulse. Forget it, don't care about that. In any case, they did not come for us. Song Qingshu picked her up and walked to the bed. Ah? Madame Ruan exclaimed, not knowing what to do for a moment. Let's continue to sleep. Song Qingshu kissed her lips, then hugged her and shrunk into the quilt. Madame Ruan's cheeks were crimson. How could she not understand the meaning of the word sleep? But she had just seen the sight of him killing without blinking an eye. The appearance of a killing god constantly lingered in her mind. There was an inexplicable sense of awe, making her unable to resist. The deep worship and submission to the strong were things that were imprinted in the bones of women. Then, Madame Ruan felt her whole body become dizzy. She did not know whether it was a dream or reality. The next morning, Madame Ruan woke up very early. Looking at the man sleeping soundly beside her, she could not help but cover her cheeks with her hands. What have I done? It's so shameful. She thought of all her schemes. Although she had preserved the innocence of the lower part, she had lost the upper part. Thinking of her actions last night, she felt that it was simply inconceivable. Ying, after teaching for so long, how come your skills have deteriorated? Sensing the movement beside him, Song Qingshu sleepily opened his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile. Pei, don't say it. Madame Ruan was suddenly embarrassed. At this time, her expression was not fake, but revealed naturally. Haha, I'll sleep a little longer. Song Qingshu laughed and turned over to sleep again. Madame Ruan's face was hot. She hurriedly got up, put on her clothes and walked out. Song Qingshu only thought that she was going to wash and did not take it to heart. On the way back to her own boudoir, Pearl was already waiting there. Seeing her come in, she was pleasantly surprised and said, Madam, I have always wanted to find you, but I was afraid that it would arouse the other party's suspicion, so I did not dare to go. Madame Ruan nodded and took the lead to ask, is Miss Ren okay? She was worried that the disturbance last night would affect Ren Ying. If something happened to her, her whole ship would probably be buried with her. I hid her in the secret room. Those people did not discover it. Pearl hurriedly replied. Madame Ruan was still worried and directly ran to open the secret room. Seeing Ren Ying sitting inside, she let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that it was the two of them who came in, Ren Ying's face flashed a trace of disappointment. Brother Song actually did not discover. Pearl proudly raised her chin. Our family's madam's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world. How could it be discovered? Ren Ying suddenly thought of something and looked at Madame Ruan strangely. Last night, you and Brother Song slept together? Madame Ruan subconsciously touched her cheeks that were still a little sore, and then said angrily, it turns out that the dignified Miss Ren's thoughts are also so dirty. Since I dared to pretend to be you, naturally I was completely prepared. I used Tiangui as an excuse, so naturally I did not have to worry about what the surname Song would do. She also did not know why she had to explain so clearly in front of the two of them. Perhaps it was to cover up the apprehension and weakness in her heart at this time. Seeing that her explanation was reasonable and well-founded, the cloud of doubt between Ren Yingying's eyebrows gradually disappeared. She faintly said, "In the end, paper cannot cover fire. You are on your own." Seeing her graceful and calm appearance, Madame Ruan did not know why, but her heart felt a little guilty. She hurriedly left the secret room and then told Pearl, "You must take good care of Miss Ren. You must not let even the slightest bit of harm come to her." "I know." Pearl nodded nervously. Thinking of Song Qingshu's demon-like figure last night, she shuddered. How were the losses last night? After confirming Ren Yingying's safety, Madame Ruan then began to calculate their own losses. It is not optimistic. Nearly 30% of the guards died and even more were injured, Pearl replied with a frown. I was careless. My attention was all on the two of them and I did not make the necessary preparations. Madame Ruan sighed. From today onwards, strengthen the patrols day and night. Be vigilant against any ship that approaches the Mirror Lake. When we reach Jiangling, transfer some people from the Ruan family's branch over. Remember, you must choose those with seniority to prevent others from sneaking in. Madame Ruan then said, "Oh yes, remember to invite Prince Song over later. Yesterday he helped so much. If I, as the master, do not appear, it will inevitably arouse his suspicion." Hearing her instructions, Pearl said with some surprise, "Madame plans to return?" After experiencing last night's events, she was not used to the situation of lacking a backbone. Hearing that Madame was going to restore her identity, how could she not be happy? Madame Ruan shook her head and began to change her clothes. It is only temporarily stabilizing him. After this, we still have to pretend to be Miss Ren. Otherwise, he will immediately know that something has happened to Ren Yingying and we will be finished. That is true, Pearl nodded hurriedly. At this time, Madame Ruan thought with some hatred that she had not yet found any connection between them and Wuxi's betrayal. How could she just give up like this? Otherwise, wouldn't she have sacrificed so much for nothing? Thinking of some of the scenes from last night, her whole body became somewhat hot. When Pearl arrived outside Song Qingshu's room, he had already woken up. Just as she was wondering why Ren Yingying was not there, she heard Madame Ruan's invitation. Madame Ruan? Song Qingshu was planning to use yesterday's events to probe her background. Seeing this, he accepted the invitation. When he entered Madame Ruan's boudoir, she had already removed Ren Yingying's makeup and restored her original appearance. Madame Ruan saw the dignified man in front of her and could not help but feel her heart skip a beat. She hurriedly suppressed the strange emotions in her heart and revealed her usual smile as she stepped forward and bowed. "Young master, thank you for your help last night. Young master's great kindness, I do not know how to repay you." Madame Ruan never thought that he would say such a thing. Originally, she was embarrassed about yesterday's incident. Hearing this, her face instantly turned red. Before she could think of how to respond, Song Qingshu already laughed. "I'm just joking with Madame. I hope Madame doesn't mind." Madame Ruan was scared half to death. Snappily, she said, "I hope young master can conduct himself with dignity." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Obviously, he did not take her words to heart. He directly changed the topic. "I don't know why Madame was not on the ship at such a dangerous moment last night. I went into the city to handle some private matters. I didn't expect that these people would take advantage of the situation." Madame Ruan was also depressed. She had just carried out her plan and the other side had already attacked. Seeing that she had no intention of doing anything, Song Qingshu did not ask further. He could only say, "The enemy's timing is so accurate. Madam, be careful that there is a traitor on this ship." Madame Ruan nodded. "Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention." Being reminded by the other side, she also felt that there was a possibility of a traitor. She decided to order Pearl to investigate later. In addition, she would strengthen the security measures in this room to prevent any accidents from happening to Ren Yingying. Right, I saw that the people yesterday were all extraordinary. They did not look like ordinary robbers who kill and rob. Does Madame Ruan know why they came to you? Song Qingshu asked while staring at her. He tried to get some information from her expression. He had always suspected that this Madame Rouen was not simple. Unfortunately, there was too little effective information. He had no way to judge. Seeing him staring at her, Madame Rouen's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It was as if she could feel his burning gaze sweeping over her skin, causing her entire body to tremble. Finally, she noticed that his gaze fell on her red lips, and subconsciously thought of the situation from last night. On the side, Xianxia was inexplicable. Why did this Madame Rouen suddenly show an expression of infinite shyness? Of course, no matter how narcissistic he was, he would not think that a mature woman who he had only met a few times would fall in love with him. After all, no matter how he looked at her, she was not that kind of woman. But to be honest, this Madame Rouen's bashful appearance was really somewhat beautiful. Her skin was fair and beautiful, her waist looked thin and soft, and her red lips were also small and moving. With one look, one could tell that she was an indescribably wonderful understanding flower. Her husband was really lucky with women. Replying to young master's question, your concubine also doesn't know what's going on. I also don't know how I provoked these demons, Madame Rouen hastily replied after much difficulty. Oh, Song Qingshu saw that he couldn't get anything out of her, so he had to start from another angle. By the way, who is your husband's family? This was also what he was most curious about. According to the introduction, she seemed to have a marriage alliance with the Yang family of Chuan. What about Duanjing Chen? What about Zia Nazu? This was not a secret, so Madame Rouen did not mind answering, your concubine's family is the Yang family of Chuan. His name is Yang Zhenzhong. He is currently the Xingyuan prefecture judge and the Don army commander. So it is General Yang. Song Qingshu showed a strange expression. He had previously heard that the Yang family of Chuan was a wealthy family. At that time, he did not have any idea, but now he understood. The Xingyuan prefecture was also the famous Hanzhong in history. The Don army was also the first prefecture of Shishu and was in charge of the gateway to the north of Chuan. This Yang Zhenzhong controlled these two places and was definitely an important figure in the officialdom of Chuan. Recently, Chuan doesn't seem to be peaceful. Song Qingshu intended to test her again. Madame Rouen was worried that she could not find an excuse to inquire about the relationship between him and Ling Huchong. She seized the opportunity and said, yes, there are rumors everywhere. It is said that Wuxi of Chuan intends to commit treason. Now some people in the entire Great Song are in a state of panic. Since that is the case, why did Madame enter Chuan at this time? Aren't you afraid of being a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Song Qingshu asked. Madame Rouen secretly spat. It was obviously she who wanted to ask him, but in the end, he turned the tables on her. But she had to answer, who asked my husband to still be in Chuan? Chuan has been cut off from the outside world for a long time. I want to go see if he is safe. Song Qingshu curiously said, but I heard that Madame is doing business with imperial merchants this time. There should be a large number of goods to be transported to Chuan. Of course there must be a cover. Madame Rouen had already recovered her natural state at this time. Otherwise, swaggering into Chuan like this will easily attract attention. But the facts have proven that it has already attracted people's attention. Song Qingshu thought, you entering Chuan with such great fanfare is considered low-key. Who could have expected it? Madame Rouen faintly sighed and immediately asked, young master is experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know the origin of these people? Song Qingshu spread out his hands, Madam, as the #1 imperial merchant in the world, you can be considered experienced and knowledgeable after traveling extensively. How would I dare to show my slight skill in front of an expert? You are so annoying. Young master, why do you have to tease me? Madame Rouen subconsciously blurted out. Immediately after, her whole person was stunned. This kind of acting coquettishly was a bit too strong. In fact, her original temperament was somewhat naughty. It was normal to use some means like this. But it just so happened that the two of them yesterday. So because of her guilty conscience, she always felt that this was very shameful. But when Song Qingshu heard this, his heart swayed. Her voice was originally delicate and somewhat childlike. If she deliberately acted coquettishly like this, even a man made of iron would melt into juice. I only know that the leader is the military advisor of Changle Gang, Bei Haishur. As for the rest, Madam needs to investigate it yourself. Song Qingshu decided to reveal some things to her. After all, he and Ying still had to stay on this ship for a period of time. It was still useful to let her specifically improve the security defense. Many thanks, young master. Madame Ruan felt a burst of disappointment in her heart. She already knew that it was Bei Haisher yesterday. Looking at her elegant and dignified appearance, Song Qingshu's heart moved. He suddenly asked, "That's right, I don't know if Madame knows a person called Duanjing Chen?" Madame Ruan's heart jumped, but on her face, she smiled sweetly and said, "The Supreme Court's Shen Nan Wang. If you know this person, why did young master suddenly mention him?" "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of him." From her face, he could not see any flaws. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This woman was not simple. Following this, the two of them were like a pair of foxes probing each other, chatting here and there. Unfortunately, the two of them did not obtain any useful information. When Song Qingshu stood up to leave, Madame Ruan also stood up to let Pearl see her off. "I am a married woman, so it is not convenient for me to see you off. I hope young master can forgive me." "Pearl, see young master out." Song Qingshu nodded slightly and followed Pearl out. However, after walking for a while, he realized that they were not on the way back. He could not help but ask, "Pearl, did you go the wrong way?" Pearl pursed her lips and smiled, "I didn't go the wrong way. Young master, please follow me." Song Qingshu's heart was filled with doubt. However, he was skilled and daring, so he was not afraid of any ambushes. He followed behind her and quickly arrived in front of a heavily guarded room. Pearl waved the token in her hand, and the guards at the door let them in. After entering, Pearl said, "Young master, our Ruan clan is a royal merchant. Although we cannot claim to be as wealthy as a nation, we have collected many treasures over the years. The Ruan clan is unable to repay young master's kindness in saving us yesterday." Madame Ruan asked Pearl to bring young master here. "If you see anything you like, just take it as a token of our Ruan clan's gratitude." Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect this to happen. He calmly said, "To me, it was nothing. There is no need to be so courteous." Pearl quickly said, "To you, it was nothing. To us, you saved our lives. Young master, you must choose a few items. It would be good to give them to your wife." The reason why she brought Song Qingshu here was to give the madam time to transform back into Reninging. If he left too soon, it would be bad if he went back and found out about the madam's identity. Song Qingshu was moved by her words and nodded, "That's fine. Then I will choose this hairpin." There were indeed a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in the warehouse of the Ruan family. Song Qingshu didn't even look at them. He just chose a crystal-clear jade hairpin from a pile of jewelry. It could be seen that it was expensive, but it was not worth mentioning compared to the life-saving grace. Plus, with Song Qingshu's current position, he did not care much for it. He only chose it because it was pleasing to the eye. "This hairpin is fine. Thank your madam for me." Song Qingshu waved the hairpin in his hand at Pearl and walked out alone. He was in a hurry to give it to his wife, so he was too lazy to follow behind Pearl to take his time. AI Pearl originally wanted to find an excuse to delay him. Unfortunately, he was several feet away with a casual step. She could not catch up even if she wanted to. "I hope the madam is ready." Pearl stamped her feet and prayed nervously. When Song Qingshu excitedly returned to the room, he found Reninging sitting in front of the dressing table. He could not help but reveal a pitiful smile. "Ying, where did you go?" Ruan Foreign looked back at her and smiled, "I just went out to get some fresh air. When I came back, I saw that you were not there. I heard them say that Ruan Foreign invited you, so I did not disturb you." Looking at the man she was chatting with just a moment ago, and now she had to pretend to be his wife. At that moment, she had a ridiculous feeling of dizziness. What is there to disturb? Song Qingshu went over and held her cold little hands. "You have not been feeling well these days. Don't go outside to get some fresh air." Only then did Ruan Foreign remember that she had found an excuse for Tian Gui. While pulling back her hands, she changed the topic. "Why did Ruan Foreign invite you?" "Just to express her gratitude for saving my life." Song Qingshu replied. "Did Ruan Foreign devote herself to you?" Ruan Foreign asked as if she was possessed. Song Qingshu was startled and could not help but laugh. Hearing you ask like this, I almost thought that you were there just now. Ruan Foran secretly stuck out her tongue and pretended to be calm. She really devoted herself to me? Song Qingshu pinched her cheeks in annoyance. What are you thinking about in that little head of yours, huh? Why is your skin not as tender as before? It seems that Tian Gui's influence on a woman's body is not small. Ruan Foran's heart skipped a beat. She thought that he had found some flaw in her face. Hearing his last sentence, she then relaxed and secretly rejoiced that her skill in disguise was excellent. Of course, the face she had disguised was not as good as the face of a real girl. Fortunately, this time she had Tian Gui as an excuse. Devote herself to me? Of course, Ruan Foran could not do that. In order to express her gratitude, she let me choose anything in the treasury, but I only chose this. Song Qingshu took out the jade hairpin in his hand and shook it, walking over. I will help you put it in. As soon as Madame Ruan said this, she was shocked. She really couldn't figure out why she would say such a thing. Was it just because he had asked before and she wanted to know his true thoughts? Hearing her words, Song Qingshu was also stunned and then showed a thoughtful expression. Well, Madame Ruan has white skin and a beautiful appearance. She has a big chest, a thin waist, a perky butt, and a pair of long legs. The key is that sweet and coquettish baby voice. If she really devoted herself to him, there shouldn't be any man who could refuse. Look at what you can do. Madame Ruan blushed and spat fiercely. She didn't know why, but when she heard that she was so attractive in his heart, she actually felt a little happy. Okay, I was joking with you. Song Qingshu held her in his arms. How can she be compared to my Ying? Who knew that when the other heard his words, she didn't look happy at all. Instead, her face became cold, making Song Qingshu confused. He didn't know how he had offended her. Ying, look quickly. Thinking that the previous joke had gone too far, he hurriedly shifted her attention and moved her in front of the mirror. I don't want other women's things. Madame Ruan was irritated and reached out to take off the jade hairpin on her head. Hey, Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped her and smiled bitterly. This is what your husband earned with his own ability. How can it be considered other women's things? Madame Ruan also realized that her mood was a little wrong at this time, so she took advantage of the situation and snorted, that's more like it. These 2 days, your temperament has been somewhat strange. Song Qingshu's sudden words startled Madame Ruan. Fortunately, he followed up with another sentence. It seems that this great aunt is really an annoying thing. Aunt? Madame Ruan looked at him doubtfully. It's Tian Gui. Didn't I tell you before? Song Qingshu frowned. Madame Ruan's heart trembled and hurriedly smiled. I didn't react for a while. Song Qingshu nodded and agreed with her explanation. Oh yes, why didn't Madame Ruan look for you to chat these days? Maybe she was busy dealing with the aftermath of the attack on the ship yesterday. After Madame Ruan finished her explanation, she was thinking that it was not a good idea to keep doing this. It was better to find an opportunity for Madame Ruan and Ren Ying to appear at the same time so that he would not think of anything. Moreover, she could also take the opportunity to leave his side and act alone. That's true. Song Qingshu waved his hand. Forget it. It's none of their business. You should continue teaching me how to play the piano. Madame Ruan pursed her lips and smiled, sure. When he chatted with Ren Ying previously, he already knew that she was teaching Ren Ying how to play the guqin. Since he was good at playing the guqin, he was naturally not afraid. For the next 2 days, Song Qingshu held Lady Ruan every day as they drank and played the guqin at the edge of the deck. Occasionally, they would go fishing together. In the eyes of those who did not know, they would only think that the two were a pair of immortal companions, making others envious. But in the eyes of those who knew, like Pearl, the more she looked at them, the stranger her expression became. Madame is so intimate with him, and I can tell that he didn't force her. Madame can't have fallen for him. Pearl was worried for her. With great difficulty, she found a chance to ask her privately, Madame, did that person take advantage of you? Madame Ruan's face turned into a peach blossom. She unhappily rolled her eyes at her. Didn't you see that he was hugging me? Pearl lowered her voice. I mean at night. Madame Ruan spat. Is this something you should be concerned about? Pearl muttered in a low voice. I am only worried that Madame will fall for him. After all, you are already married. If the news spreads to the Yang family, shut up. Madame Ruan's face turned cold. I know what I am doing. I will find an opportunity to disguise you as me. For the next period of time, you will use my identity to deal with daily affairs, so that no one can see through you. Yes. Seeing that Madame was angry, Pearl did not dare to say anything more. Just like that, another 2 days passed. Song Qingshu learned that there was still a day's journey to Jiangling. He suddenly thought of Qi Feng. Back then, Qi Feng had escorted Di Yun's coffin back to his hometown for burial. Their hometown was near Jiangling. After Di Yun was buried, Qi Feng had originally planned to build a hut nearby to accompany him. Unfortunately, the water spinach was too small. It was inconvenient to live in the countryside. She could only bring her daughter back to Jiangling to live and visit Di Yun from time to time. The reason why Song Qingshu knew this was because he had sent people to escort her back to Jiangling. When they returned, his subordinates reported it. Not long ago, the Jin army broke through Jiangling. I don't know if she was affected. Looking at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance, Song Qingshu could not help but worry. Even though he had ordered all the Jin soldiers not to burn, kill, and loot, and not to bully the local people, but the order was one thing and the execution was another. Thinking of how she was a single mother with a crying daughter, he did not know how many difficulties she would encounter in the chaos of war. Previously, the distance was too far. Although he thought of it, he could not split himself. Now that he was about to pass by, if he still did not care, he was afraid that his conscience would not be at ease in the future. Once the idea of going to see if she was safe came up, he could not hold back anymore. In the end, he ran back to Ren Yingying and told her about it. Madame Ruan was stunned. You will only reach Jiangling tomorrow night. Song Qingshu nodded. That's why I plan to make a trip there first. With my lightness skill, I should be able to reach there in a few hours. After I'm done with my business in River Tomb, I'll wait there. You guys should be almost there. Madame Ruan was still a little confused, but we are on the river. Do you want to go to the shore first? Song Qingshu held her hand and smiled. Yingying, have you forgotten my qinggong? Dharma can cross the river on a reed. Why should I be afraid? All right then. Madame Ruan did not dare to say anything else. She was worried that the more she said, the more flaws she would expose. At the same time, she was also infected by his heroic spirit at this time. Your body is weak. It is not convenient to bring you around to feel the wind. Song Qingshu took out a copper bell and put it in her hand. This is a pair of heart bells. Each bell contains the heart voodoo carefully cultivated by the 5 poisons order. As long as you shake one of the bells, the voodoo in the other bell will react and shake the bell. So after I leave, if anything happens here, just shake this bell and I will rush back immediately. This bell was given to him by Indigo Phoenix not long ago. Although it could not reach 1,000 miles away, it could still reach a distance of 100 miles. Sometimes he could not help but sigh. Although the technology of this world was far behind the previous world, there were some magical aspects that the science of the later world could not explain. For example, internal force and this heart voodoo. Such a precious thing. Madame Ruan was shocked. She thought that if Ren Yingying had this before, how could her plan succeed? In my heart, Yingying, you are countless times more precious than it. I almost forgot about this before. But it is not too late to give it to you now. Song Qingshu smiled at her. He did not expect that the other person was not his wife at all. Thank you. Madame Ruan took it and lowered her head to hide the somewhat red rim of her eyes. During this period of time, she had never seen such a gentle and considerate man. Sometimes she was even a little jealous of Ren Yingying. Not only was she beautiful and noble, she actually had such a perfect lover. Her life was simply a dream. There is no need to be so polite with me. Song Qingshu kissed her forehead. Unknowingly, the two of them had already arrived at an empty deck. I will leave first. You have a good rest. After saying that, his whole body jumped into the river. Madame Ruan was startled and hastily went to the side of the boat to look down. She saw that the other person was just standing on the surface of the surging river, treading on the water like that as he walked step by step into the distance. As if sensing her gaze, Song Qingshu even had the leisure to turn his head and wave at her. Song Qingshu trod on the water the entire way. By the time he reached River Tomb City, the sky was already dark. Even with his profound cultivation, running such a long distance was still unbearably tiring. The plains from my previous life are still the best. Song Qingshu couldn't help but miss the days when he could leisurely fly across half the country in 2 hours. He observed from a small hill outside the city. Most of the Jin's tents were stationed outside the city. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Jin soldiers were definitely stationed in the city, most of them were outside the city to minimize the impact on the people. After resting for a while and recovering his energy, Song Qingshu entered the city. This wasn't his first time coming to Jiangling City. He couldn't help but sigh at the nostalgia. The last time he came here was when he had just transmigrated to this world, and it was when he was at his lowest. With Icy Snow's help, he met Ding Dian here and learned the divine reflection scripture. It was also the first time he saw the beautiful Huang Rong. I wonder if Ronger has heard news about Guojing. I hope it won't affect her pregnancy. Thinking of her round belly, a gentle smile flashed across Song Qingshu's face. However, he quickly collected his thoughts. Jiangling was currently in a state of war. It was fine during the day, but there would be a curfew at night. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to ask for directions. Although he knew Qi Feng's current address, he wasn't very familiar with Jiangling City. He might not be able to find the specific street. After knocking on a few doors, he finally got the location of Qi Feng's residence under the lure of silver. He hid under the cover of the night from the patrolling Jin soldiers and finally found Qi Feng's residence. I wonder how she's been all this time. An image of a young married woman in tears appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Qi Feng really had a hard life. Her childhood sweetheart was separated by a conspiracy, and she was unknowingly married to the murderer of her father. The only senior brother who loved and cared for her in the world also died a violent death. I hope my appearance can change her fate. At the very least, she can live a happier life for the rest of her life. Song Qingshu suddenly stopped and frowned as he looked at the courtyard house not far away. Although this courtyard was not big, it was very unique and had all the necessary facilities. After all, Qi Feng was the young mistress of the Wan clan and the former granddaughter-in-law of the prime minister's family. In addition, Song Qingshu had sent his subordinates to escort her back and had also brought a lot of interrogations, so it was not surprising that she lived in such a courtyard. The reason why Song Qingshu frowned was because his inner breath detected the presence of more than one man in the courtyard. Of course, he did not let his imagination run wild. He knew Qi Feng's character. She was a very loyal and traditional woman. Of course, what happened between them was an accident. She would never invite a man into the house in the middle of the night. Besides, there were more than 1 or 2 men in the house. Did something happen to her? Song Qingshu thought of something and quickly snuck in. There were hidden guards at the entrance of the courtyard. He was worried that he would alert the enemy and bring danger to Qi Feng, so he did not force his way in. Instead, he silently slid to the roof of the house in the middle and decided to observe the situation first. Tell me, where is the city linking incantation? At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from below. City linking incantation? Song Qingshu was stunned. So they are here for the city linking incantation. Why does this person's voice sound so familiar? He was puzzled. He untied the tile and saw a middle-aged man with bags as big as an old man standing there. It was Ling Tusi, the magistrate of Jiangling whom he had interacted with years ago. So it's this vicious guy. Song Qingshu did not have a good impression of him. In the original work, he buried his daughter alive for the treasure. In this world, Song Qingshu was almost tricked by him. I really don't know what the city linking incantation is. At this moment, a panicked and pitiful voice came from the other side. Song Qingshu could tell that it was Qi Feng's voice. He changed his angle and looked down. As expected, he saw Qi Feng kneeling on the ground, hugging her daughter tightly in her arms. Her face was full of tears. Seeing her like this, Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. He was about to help when he suddenly saw 2 people sitting on the other side. Why is it him? He saw a man with a strange appearance. His eyebrows were tilted to the left, and he looked like a flying god. It was the snow beggar, Wu Liuqi, whom he had met once in Jiangling. The slightly plump man beside him looked kind, but he could not recognize him. Why is Wu Liuqi with Ling Tusi? Song Qingshu was puzzled. Back then, Wu Liuqi thought that Mei Nianxing had died in the hands of Ling Tusi and even tried to assassinate him. However, what puzzled him even more was the attire of Wu Liuqi and the slightly plump man beside him. There was something familiar about them. The slightly plump man was wearing a golden robe, the attire of a rich family member, which matched his temperament quite well. Wu Liuqi, on the other hand, was wearing a dark green robe, which matched his killing aura very well. Song Qingshu thought for a long time and finally came to a realization. Their clothes were the same as Xianxia and Li Si's. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not think that this was a coincidence, especially when he thought of the legendary messengers of the Isle of Chivalry who rewarded good and punished evil. Apart from Xianxia and Li Si, who were well known in Jianghu, there were also Zhao De, Qian Er, Friday Zhou, Wu Lu, Jing Qi, and Wang Ba. Among these 8 people, Zhao De and Qian Er stood out. Be it their identity or their martial arts, they were extremely mysterious. So far, no one knew their true identities. The remaining Xianxia, Li Si, Wu Lu, Jing Qi, and Wang Ba were of the same level. The 6 of them were similar in terms of martial arts and status on the Island of Chivalry. As for the messengers of the Island of Chivalry, they were of a different level. Song Qingshu had encountered a dozen or so messengers from the Isle of Heroes in that rundown temple. Although those messengers were powerful, they lacked experience and wisdom in facing enemies. It was obvious that they had relied on medicines and secret manuals to build up their strength. That was why Song Qingshu had been able to defeat them so easily despite being outnumbered. It was obvious that those messengers were ranked lower than the rest. If Song Qingshu had been up against messengers from the Isle of Heroes like Xianxia and Li Si, who were experienced in the martial world and had been through countless battles, it would have been a fierce battle. Xianxia, Li Si, Wu Lu, Wu Lu. Song Qingshu thought that Wu Liuqi's name was very similar to Wu Lu's, and his clothes were similar to Xianxia and Li Si's. He was almost certain that Wu Liuqi was now a member of the Island of Chivalry and ranked 6th among the messengers of the Island of Chivalry. The little plump man next to him was most likely Friday. How did the people of the Island of Chivalry get involved? After realizing this, Song Qingshu decided to observe the situation first. After all, Qi Feng was not in any danger for the time being. At this time, Wu Liuqi heard Qi Feng's words and could not help but snort. You are Qi Chongfa's daughter and Wan Jinshan's daughter-in-law. How could you not know where the city linking technique is? Feeling the coldness in his tone, Song Qingshu frowned. Although Wu Liuqi was the eagle claw of the Qing dynasty in history, he was a man of indomitable spirit in the Golden Book world. It was not his style to bully orphans and widows like this. Did he change after entering the Island of Chivalry, or did he hate Qi Chongfa and Wan Jinshan for killing his senior brother, Mei Nianxing? I really don't know what the city linking technique is. I have never heard my father or my father-in-law mention it. This is the first time I have heard it from you, Qi Feng explained in vain. The daughter in her arms seemed to have sensed her mother's panic and could not help but burst into tears. It seems that you will not shed a tear until you see your coffin. Ling Tusi laughed sinisterly. He snatched the baby from her arms and raised it high. If you don't tell me, I will fall down. No. Qi Feng screamed. She struggled and wanted to rush over, but she was restrained by her subordinates. She could not do anything. Song Qingshu's heart turned cold. Ling Tusi did not even blink when he killed his own daughter. He would not hesitate to kill someone else's daughter, even if it was a baby. He secretly raised his hand. Just when he was about to rush down to save his daughter, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Found it, found it." As he spoke, he raised a book called Selected Poems of the Tang Dynasty. It turned out that when Ling Tusi and the others interrogated Qi Feng, he had sent his subordinates to search through the house. Ling Tusi was overjoyed. He threw the water spinach back into Qi Feng's arms. You *tch, you dare to say that you don't know about the city linking technique? Qi Feng hurriedly held her daughter in her arms. She looked at the book in his hands and asked in confusion, isn't this the Selected Poems of the Tang Dynasty? Playing dumb? Ling Tusi's expression turned cold. However, Wu Liuqi stopped her. It seems that she doesn't know about it. Ling Tusi nodded. With how cunning Qi Changfa and Wang Jinshan are, it is possible that they did not tell her. But we will not be able to find out about the secret of the city linking technique, will we? As he spoke, he became exasperated. He even glared at Qi Feng. She was so frightened that she hugged her daughter tightly. That may not be the case. Wu Liuqi pointed at the man in yellow. My brother is an expert in this field. Ling Tusi's vision blurred. The book was already in the hands of the man named Friday. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The martial arts of these people from the Isle of Heroes are really unfathomable. Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, nodded to himself. Friday's kung fu was indeed not bad, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Friday read the selected poems of the Tang dynasty and said, if you want to hide the secret, you have to use interlayers, special potions, or use some code words in the plain text. He flipped through the book and quickly shook his head. There is no interlayer. Then, he took each page and heated it over the candle flame. He then shook his head. It's useless to heat it with fire. Then, he calmly brought the page to his nose and sniffed it. Apart from the smell of ink, there is also a faint, strange smell. As he spoke, he laid the page on the table. He then took out a chopstick and dipped it in some water. He gently scraped the page. Ling Tusi and Wu Liuqi's attention was drawn to him. Suddenly, Ling Tusi shouted in surprise, a number has appeared. Through the gaps between the people, Song Qingshu could vaguely see the word 4 appear in the blank space on the side of the book. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It looks like the secret of the city link incantation can no longer be kept. Then, Friday continued to organize the book. Soon, he found all the hidden numbers in the book. Ling Tusi frowned and said, it's useless to just know these numbers. There are so many words in the book. I don't know where to use them, nor do I know the order. Wu Liuqi smiled. I know this. Since it is called the city linking technique, it is obviously hidden in the Lianqing swordsmanship. Every move of the Lianqing swordsmanship comes from a Tang poem. I happen to know the Lianqing swordsmanship. As he spoke, he came to the table. The first move of the Lianqing swordsmanship comes from Du Fu's spring return. Here, it is 4. Alright, mossy path facing river bamboo. The fourth word is river. Remember it. The second move is also from Du Fu's poem. It comes from Zhao Linghem, it's 51. He continued to count, 15, 10, 15, 20. The mausoleum coils in the air, the bear guards the jade. The 51st word is mausoleum. Ling Tusi mumbled to himself, Jiangling, Jiangling. Wonderful. It is indeed in Jingzhou. It seems that my efforts in half a lifetime were not wasted. However, when he thought about how everything now belonged to the Isle of Heroes, his excitement dissipated by a large margin. Friday seemed to have read his mind. He said calmly, if we can find Liang Yuandi's treasure this time, you will be credited. You will be rewarded. Thank you, Saint. Ling Tusi's worries turned to joy. He quickly bowed. Wu Liuqi ignored him and continued to study. The third move of the swordsmanship comes from Chu Mo's Holy Fruit Temple. 33 words. The word city and the city below is near, and the bells and chimes are mixed with songs is Jiangling City. That's right, that's right. What else is there to be suspicious about? The fourth move is 28, 15, 10, 15. The 28th word is South, Jiangling City South. Song Qingshu naturally knew that the treasure was in the Tianning Temple. He was not surprised at all. Instead, he was even more confused. Now that the Golden Men have occupied Jiangling, why did they choose this time to retrieve the treasure? Wu Liuqi had already deciphered the remaining words. The Buddha statue in the main hall of the Tianning Temple in the Western Heaven worships devoutly, communicating with the spirit of Buddha to bless and reborn in paradise. Ling Tusi was shocked. What devoutly worships devoutly, communicating with the spirit of Buddha, and blessings from Buddha to reborn in paradise? Damn it, reborn in paradise. Isn't this asking people to meet the Tenyama kings? He thought of how he had spent most of his life investigating and even sacrificed his daughter, only to get such a result. He could not help but feel a little crazy. On the other hand, Friday was calm enough. I don't think it can be written too clearly here. The treasure is most likely hidden in the Tianning Temple. After being reminded, Ling Tusi finally recovered from his madness. That's right. The Tianning Temple has existed for hundreds of years. It has existed since the time of Emperor Liang Yuan. It is indeed possible that the treasure is hidden in it. Wu Liuqi closed the book and said, "Let's go to the Tianning Temple to retrieve the treasure first. By the way, is there any news from Bei Haisher?" Hearing Bei Haishi's name, Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. It turned out that they were in cahoots. Friday was also confused. He brought people to deal with the Ruan family. Unfortunately, there has been no news of him since then. However, I have already sent people to investigate. The Ruan family's ship is still more than 100 miles away from here. They should arrive tomorrow. Ling Tusi could not help but say, "There has been no news from Dr. Bei. Could something have happened?" Friday shook his head. It's impossible. The people that Bei Haisher brought with him are many masters. We have already investigated the guards of the Ruan family. Even if there were twice as many people, they would not be a match for them. There must be other reasons why there has been no news. We can ask him tomorrow. Wu Liuqi also said, "We have to hurry up and take out the treasure from the Tianning Temple today and tomorrow. We will transport it away when the Ruan family's ship arrives tomorrow." Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the main reason why Bei Haisher brought people to attack Madame Ruan's fleet was because of their ship. Ling Tusi could not help but praise, "Master, you are really clever. Not only did you cut off one of Han Xingzhou's arms, but you also used the Ruan family's ship to let the guards pass. Brilliant, really brilliant." Friday also could not help but laugh. After all, Han Xingzhou is now the head of all the officials, and the strength of his subordinates cannot be underestimated. Many people along the river are his direct subordinates, and they do not respect you, Master. Now that you have the Ruan family's ship, it is equivalent to having a protective talisman. Master and Minister Han have worked together to protect the ship. Who would dare to stop or inspect it along the way? Song Qingshu suddenly realized that Madame Ruan was one of Han Xingzhou's people. She must have gone to Sichuan to deal with Wu Shi's betrayal. However, Jia Sherdao got the news and sent someone to kill her in advance. Then, they used her ship to transport the treasure away. In this way, the guards along the way, no matter whether they were from the Han or the Jia, would not stop them. In this way, they could transport the treasure away without anyone knowing. Moreover, he also understood that they chose to attack when the Jin soldiers were attacking Jiangling. They wanted to use the chaos to cover up the theft. If they were accidentally exposed in the future, they could blame everything on the Jin people and successfully find a scapegoat. You're really scheming. It's a pity that the plans of man are no match for the plans of God. Song Qingshu secretly felt lucky. If he had not come to visit Qifeng on a whim, how would he have known such a big secret? Should I kill this woman first? They discussed going to the Tianning Temple to get the treasure. Ling Tusi suddenly turned around and looked at Qifeng. There was a trace of murderous light in his eyes. As if to convince the other two, Ling Tusi added, "This woman has seen what we look like, and if this matter is spread out, it will easily bring trouble to our master." Wu Liuqi frowned and said after a while, "The treasure has not been found yet. We will talk about it after we find it, in case of any accidents. Leave a few people here to watch her." Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, put down his hands and did not show up at this time. He planned to wait for this group of people to find the treasure of Tianning Temple first. There were a few treasures in this world, and he knew their locations. However, he had not taken them for various reasons. He would take them out in the future when the time was right. But now it seemed that if the treasure of Tianning Temple remained here, it would be very easy to be found. It was better to use these people to take the treasure out, and then he would be the fisherman. After a discussion in the room, the people in the room quickly went out in the direction of Tianning Temple in the south of the city, leaving 2 people here to watch over Qifeng. Song Qingshu did not chase after them. Instead, he waited until they were far away before quietly descending from the roof. Before the 2 guards could react, he had already taken care of them. Qifeng was originally holding her daughter in her arms, sad and frightened. Suddenly seeing him appear in front of her, she was surprised and happy for a moment. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and asked, "Brother Song, is it really you?" Song Qingshu wiped the tears on her face with pity and said, "I have made you suffer." Big brother Song. Qi Fang couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into his arms and started crying. Okay, from now on, no one will dare to bully you." Song Qingshu didn't have the slightest desire as he hugged her curvaceous body. He only felt endless pity for her. This girl's life was too bitter. How could he let her repeat the tragedy of the original novel in this life? Qi Fang finally calmed down. Only then did she realize that she had unknowingly snuggled in his arms. She was so scared that she hurriedly pushed him away. Her little face was red and she looked very shy. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Why do you have to be so polite?" Qi Fang stretched out her fingers to tidy up the messy hair on her temples. She pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "I am a married woman after all. This is unreasonable." Song Qingshu was momentarily speechless. The Wan clan had treated her like that, but deep down, she still regarded herself as the daughter-in-law of the Wan clan. However, this was the worldview that people had formed since they were young, so he couldn't really say anything. At this time, little water spinach suddenly burst into tears. Song Qingshu hurriedly reached out and hugged her to comfort her. Feeling the tender little life in his hands, his heart was filled with tenderness. He thought that it was time for him to have a child. He wondered whose belly would move first. Speaking of which, it was strange. The little water spinach was originally crying loudly, but when it was in Song Qingshu's hands, it suddenly stopped crying. Instead, it stared at him with a pair of big eyes that were as clear as gemstones. Song Qingshu made a few faces, and she actually giggled. Her eyes suddenly became like crescent moons, and she was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. A child's laughter is the purest and most beautiful music in the world. Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise. Oh yes, let her be surnamed Song in the future. Don't let her know that she has a father like Wan Gui. Let her grow up happily and live a happy life. Ah? Qi Fang was obviously a little surprised by his suggestion. She said hesitantly, I originally planned to let her follow senior brother's surname D. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. It's good to let brother D carry the incense. He was also full of sympathy for Di Yun, so he didn't feel the slightest dissatisfaction. Qi Fang didn't know about this. She was worried that he would be rejected, so she hurriedly added, "Why don't we wait for her to grow up and worship you as her godfather?" Godfather? When he thought of another meaning in the future, Song Qingshu's expression became a little strange. That's good too. Qi Fang smiled from the bottom of her heart and kissed her daughter gently. Little water spinach, you'll have a very capable godfather in the future. No one will dare to bully you in the future. Song Qingshu also leaned over and touched little water spinach's nose. Little water spinach, no one will dare to bully your mother in the future. Qi Fang's face turned red. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu asked curiously, "Oh yes, didn't Jirua teach you the Ame 9 Yang technique?" Back on the Island of Heroes, Zhou Jirua had taught her the martial arts of the Ame to defend herself. She didn't know why she was still captured so easily. Sister Zhou Jirua did teach me. Although Qi Fang was married and had a child, she subconsciously called Zhou Jirua her sister. But I'm too slow and I can't learn well. Moreover, those people's martial arts are too high. Song Qingshu gently stroked her hair and comforted her with a smile. They're the Island of Heroes envoys that reward good and punish evil. The entire Jianghu is terrified of them. It's normal that you can't beat them. As he spoke, he grabbed her hand and began to remove the restriction on her body. Now you can circulate your inner energy. Not bad. You've achieved a small success in the Ame 9 Yang technique. Of course, this small success was still a little exaggerated. After all, she was a single mother who took care of a child. She probably didn't have much energy to practice martial arts. Now, her inner energy cultivation was only slightly higher than the average Ame disciple's martial arts. Qi Fang naturally knew that he was taking care of her reputation. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Song Qingshu liked this young woman's shy look the most. His heart was moved when he saw it, and he couldn't help but move his face closer to hers. Noticing his movement, Qifeng was shocked and instinctively shrank back. However, her waist was hugged, so she couldn't move back even if she wanted to. In the end, she couldn't keep her lips. Qifeng's mind was in a mess. She originally planned to break up with Song Qingshu after they parted in Linen and live a life of being a good wife and teaching children. Of course, she couldn't marry him. She didn't expect that she would reunite with Song Qingshu under such circumstances. Moreover, she couldn't even bring herself to reject him. Am I a bad woman in my bones? Qifeng was a little confused. After all, she had not experienced the baptism of openness in the future. Originally, they were in love with each other, which was a normal thing in the future. However, this world had too many harsh views on women remarrying, which made her subconsciously deny herself. Wah, wah, wah. At this moment, little water spinach in his arms cried. She didn't know why, but this time, Song Qingshu couldn't make her laugh even though he tried his best. Seeing the man, who had always been calm, going crazy, Qifeng couldn't help but laugh. Who asked you to bully her mother? Humph. Then she broke free from his arms and took her daughter. What's wrong with little water? Spinach? After all, Song Qingshu didn't have the experience of taking care of children. He was worried that something had happened to her, so he couldn't help but panic. Nothing. I'm just hungry. Qifeng's oval face flashed with a trace of redness. I'm hungry. What does she want to eat? It's chaotic outside now. Should I get it? Song Qingshu didn't react for a while and answered subconsciously. Qifeng was so shy that she spat. How can you get that? Song Qingshu finally reacted. He couldn't help but slap his forehead and laughed foolishly. I'm really silly, haha. At this time, little water spinach cried even louder. Qifeng patted her gently with distress. She wanted to take off her clothes but hesitated. Can you go out for a while? Song Qingshu wasn't that kind of stupid scholar. How could he be so obedient? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you so polite? Qifeng's face suddenly turned red. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She stood there feeling wronged as if she was about to cry. Song Qingshu hurriedly raised his hands. Okay. I'm afraid of you. I hate to see a woman cry the most. I'll turn my back. Okay? Qifeng bit her lips. Then you're not allowed to peek. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I won't look. But he didn't take it seriously in his heart. It was really hard to understand these women's way of thinking. They obviously had the most intimate relationship, but at this time, they were guarding against each other. After a while, he heard a rustling sound coming from behind, mixed with a few strange sounds. Song Qingshu frowned and instinctively turned his head. It's the sound of little water spinach eating. Song Qingshu had no experience in this aspect before, so he felt that the sound was a little strange. But when he saw a snow-white scene, Song Qingshu couldn't move his eyes for a while. It should be known that these days Ren Yingying was not feeling well. He had been a vegetarian monk for many days. Suddenly seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but feel his blood and hormones surging. Hey, what are you doing? Qifeng suddenly felt that someone was hugging her from behind. She couldn't help but turn pale with fright. When she saw that it was Song Qingshu, she was relieved. Didn't you promise not to peek? Qifeng asked angrily. I'm not peeking. Can't I do it openly? Song Qingshu said confidently. Qifeng was suddenly speechless. Before she could react, he had already carried her horizontally. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing him walking to the bedside, Qifeng was shocked. Song Qingshu whispered a few words in her ear. Her face instantly turned red. How can I do this? Little water spinach hasn't finished eating yet. Can't you just feed it? Song Qingshu smelled the fresh fragrance on her body and felt that his whole body was a little addicted. Qifeng almost fainted. How can I feed it? Song Qingshu put her sideways on the bed and then leaned over from behind. Isn't this fine? Qifeng bit her lip. At this time, a pair of almond-shaped eyes were also glistening. She whispered, I'm really scared of you. The next morning, Song Qingshu was woken up by a baby crying. Qi Fang said to him apologetically, water spinach wakes up very early every morning. I'm sorry to wake you up. Looking at her messy hair that fell like a waterfall, Song Qingshu lovingly stroked her face. Given our relationship, there is no need to be so polite. Qi Fang pursed her lips and smiled. She found that at this time her clothes were disheveled. Feeling a little embarrassed, she turned around and tidied up her clothes. Song Qingshu said, I'm afraid it's not safe here. Moreover, there are Jin soldiers everywhere. Why don't you come with me? Unexpectedly, Qi Fang shook her head. I don't want to leave home. Moreover, senior brother is too lonely. If I leave, he will be lonely without anyone to accompany him. Feeling the pure love between them, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. It was a pity that fate made fools of people. The two did not end up together. Instead, they were separated from each other. But what about your safety? Song Qingshu was still a little worried. They should be busy moving the treasures of Tianning Temple. I'm afraid no one will be willing to come back. Song Qingshu remembered that the treasures of Tianning Temple in the original novel were coated with poison. However, this group of people from the Isle of Heroes was not the motley crew in the Lianqing secrets. This bit of poison would definitely not be a problem for them. Are we just going to let them take away the treasures? Qi Fang did not care about the treasures, but those people had treated her and her daughter like that. Naturally, she did not want to see the treasures fall into their hands. Don't worry, I'm just asking them to be porters. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Now that he was alone and had no helpers, he could not move so many treasures away. It was better to use this group of people to help move the treasures out. Anyway, they would eventually use the Ruan family's boat to move the treasures, so he was not afraid that they would disappear. Brother Song, you should go and have a look. Qi Fang still could not let go of her worry. Compared to those people, she would certainly rather the treasures fall into the hands of Song Qingshu. There is no hurry. I will send you back to the countryside first. It is not safe here. Qi Fang did not want to leave her hometown. Song Qingshu naturally would not force her, but he would not let her continue to stay here and take risks. Okay. Qi Fang nodded. She also knew that this was not a place to stay for long. Even if she did not care about herself, she could not let her daughter take risks. Next, Song Qingshu sent her back to her hometown. Qi Fang was also free and easy, only bringing some essential clothes and the like. Their hometown, Ma Shipu, was not too far from Jiangling City. Song Qingshu held the mother and daughter all the way, using his lightness skill. They arrived in about an hour. Being held in his arms all the way, the feeling of riding on clouds and fog made Qi Fang fall into a trance. She could not help but sigh, Brother Song, your martial arts are like the legendary immortals. My father, my grandfather, and the Wan family's martial arts combined are not as good as yours. Looking at her cheeks, which were as red as an apple, Song Qingshu could not help but want to take a bite. You should practice a Mei Pai's Jiu Yang Gong. When you have achieved some success in your internal energy, I will teach you some profound martial arts. I'll practice hard. This incident had given her a wake-up call. She knew that in this chaotic world, she still needed to have enough strength to protect herself and her daughter. But I don't know when we'll meet again. Her tone was full of reluctance to part with him. Song Qingshu could not help but hold her hand and invited her again, Qingshu, can you come with me? Qi Fang hesitated for a moment and shook her head in the end. No, this is the place where senior brother and I have lived since we were young. If big brother Song passes by Jiangling in the future, don't forget to come and visit little water spinach. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Are you looking at little water spinach or her mother? Qi Fang blushed and turned around, you are her godfather, of course you will look at her. Song Qingshu hugged her from behind, feeling her plump and well-proportioned body, little water spinach will look at her, and so will her mother. The two of them cuddled for a while, and it was finally time to part. After saying goodbye to Qi Fang, Song Qingshu used his lightness skill and went to Tianning Temple. When he arrived at Tianning Temple, he found that most of the treasures inside had been moved. Only the pure gold Buddha was left. The people of the Island of Heroes were trying to pack it and transport it to the dock. No wonder they chose this time. If they made such a big fuss on a normal day, it would be difficult to cover up their movements. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. They could only make use of this chaotic time to act so that no one would notice them. He took a closer look and found that there were fewer people on the Island of Heroes than before. He knew that it was most likely due to the poison on the treasures. How long until the Ruan family's ship arrives? Wu Liuqi asked. Ling Tusi answered, send someone to keep an eye on them. They will probably arrive in 4 hours. Wu Liuqi nodded, this Buddha is too big of a target. If it takes too long to transport it to the dock, it will inevitably attract attention. Therefore, we must calculate the time well. It would be best if the Ruan family's ship arrives right after we transport it to the dock. We can ship it as soon as possible to avoid being discovered by the Jin soldiers. After a pause, he continued, is there still no news of Bei Haisher? I have a feeling that something is wrong. With Bei Haishi's group's martial arts skills, there should be no problem. Friday laughed, if you are worried, I will go to the dock to make arrangements. Wu Liuqi nodded, and Friday quickly left. Song Qingshu knew that it was a waste of time to stay there, so he quietly followed behind Friday. Although Friday was highly skilled in martial arts as the Island of Heroes messenger of rewards good and punishes evil, how could he be compared to Song Qingshu? He had been vigilant along the way, but he did not know that there was someone tailing him. He followed Friday all the way to a warehouse at the dock and saw a group of sailors busily packing boxes. Song Qingshu knew that these sailors were people from the Island of Heroes in disguise. Friday called one of them over and asked him to disguise himself as a fisherman to row a small boat downstream to the Ruan family's ship to ask about Bei Haishi's situation. Song Qingshu had enough information, so he quietly retreated from the warehouse and decided to return to the Mirror Lake to make preparations. He used his lightness skill all the way down the river. Of course, it was much faster than Friday's small boat. When he returned to the Mirror Lake, he found that Ren Yingying was not in the room. This was a great shock. In his heart, 10 Liang Yuandi's treasures could not compare to one Ren Yingying. If anything happened to her, he would probably spend the rest of his life in guilt. However, he quickly calmed down. He remembered that he had given Ren Yingying the bell of the heart-poisonous insect. If something really happened, she would inform him immediately. He hurriedly found a maid and asked. Only then did he know that Ren Yingying had been called to chat with Madame Ruan. Song Qingshu thought that he happened to have something to ask Madame Ruan, so he went straight there. She didn't ask her when I was here, but as soon as I left, she asked her out. Is this Madame Ruan a lesbian? Song Qingshu thought, but this thought only flashed in his mind. Stop. Before he reached, he was stopped by the guards of the Ruan family. Song Qingshu did not feel disobedient. Madame Ruan was married, and it was indeed not convenient for men to enter the boudoir. He said, go, and tell your madam that I have something important to ask her. The guards also recognized him at this time. When they saw him that night, they thought that it was him who stopped them. They were so scared that they trembled and hurriedly smiled and said, it turns out to be Prince Song. Please wait for a moment. We will inform the madam immediately. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and did not show any dissatisfaction, which made the guards of the Ruan family secretly admire him. It was really rare to be so approachable with such a high level of martial arts. Not long after, a maid came to greet him. Prince Song, this way please. Song Qingshu followed her to Madame Ruan's room and saw that she and Ren Yingying were chatting there. One was mature and charming, and the other was beautiful and moving. It formed a quite beautiful picture. Prince Song is back? Madame Ruan greeted with a smile. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought that Ren Yingying told her about his going out. He thought that the two had really become best friends. He did not care, greetings, madam. After that, he came to Ren Yingying's side and held her hand. Are you okay? Ren Yingying smiled slightly. I am chatting with madam. What can happen? Oh, are you afraid that I will sell your madam? Madame Ruan on the side joked. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He did have this kind of worry. He always felt that this Madame Ruan was hiding too many secrets. By the way, why did I not see Pei'er today? At this time a maid came to serve tea. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to change the topic. His original intention was just to change the topic. However, when Madame Ruan heard his words, her expression changed slightly. She subconsciously looked at Ren Yingying. Ren Yingying shook her head. She then calmed down. When we docked, I sent Payer to do something. Madame Ruan replied. Everyone had their own secrets. Song Qingshu did not ask further. Ren Yingying on the side spoke in a timely manner. You are in such a hurry to find Madame. Is there something urgent? There is indeed something I want to ask Madame for help. Song Qingshu pondered for a long time and organized his words in his heart. I have a batch of goods in Jiangling. I want to borrow Madame's ship to transport it. In fact, in his opinion, it was easy to rob the treasure. After robbing it, the matter after was a headache. Now that he was alone outside, he certainly could not transport the treasure alone. The power of the Golden Snake Camp could not reach Jiangling. He could use Tang Qibian's identity to mobilize the Jin Kingdom's soldiers to transport the treasure. However, he did not have full control of the Jin Kingdom. If he used the Jin soldiers, this batch of treasure would certainly not be hidden. When it entered the Jin Kingdom's treasury, it would be even more troublesome to take it out for his own use. After thinking about it, the only thing he could rely on now was the Ruan family's manpower. He could use the Ruan family's ship to transport the treasure. As for where to transport it, he had not yet decided. At present, the alternative was Mount Amei. Mount Amei could be regarded as his and Zhou Jirua's base camp. In the whole of Sichuan, there was no safer place than there. However, there was also a problem. When he needed to use it in the future, it would be inconvenient to take it. After all, the territory of Sichuan and the Golden Snake Camp could be said to be separated by more than half of China. Of course, this was all in the future. At present, the most important thing was to take the treasure from the Isle of Heroes. Goods? What goods? Madame Ruan and Ren Yingying looked at each other and asked hurriedly. However, Song Qingshu did not rush to answer her question. Instead, he said meaningfully, Madam, do you know that the Ruan family will soon be faced with a disaster? Madame Ruan's expression changed. Ren Yingying, who was beside her, also felt her heart skip a beat. She hurriedly said, Oh, don't keep us in suspense. Look at how scared the madam is. Hearing Ren Yingying speak for Madame Ruan, Song Qingshu could not help but frown. He always felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. At this time, Madame Ruan also asked him, so he could only answer, Madam, do you know that Bei Haisher and his group had accomplices? Madame Ruan nodded. It would be strange if they did not have accomplices. Could it be that Prince Song has received some news? Hearing his words, Madame Ruan and Ren Yingying's faces changed, but Ren Yingying was behind Song Qingshu, so he couldn't see it. Where did you get the news? Madame Ruan asked. It doesn't matter where I got the news. What matters is whether Madame can cope with the upcoming crisis. Song Qingshu put down the teacup and said lightly. Madame Ruan was silent. The previous attack almost made Mirror Lake change owners. Moreover, after that attack, the strength of the guards was not as good as before. In the face of a stronger enemy, the result was obvious. I hope that Prince Song can lend a helping hand. Ruan family will repay you generously. After a long time, Madame Ruan looked at him with a face full of hope. Song Qingshu replied calmly, Why should I lend a helping hand? Ah? Madame Ruan was instantly dumbfounded. She opened her mouth wide and didn't know what to do for a while. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He felt that Madame Ruan didn't have her usual quick-wittedness and maturity today. This kind of reaction shouldn't appear on her. Ren Yingying, who was on the side, helped him out. Song Qingshu, Madame Ruan is so considerate to us. Why do you deliberately tease her like this? Song Qingshu was also depressed. Ren Yingying had ruined his show several times today. However, he had always pitied her. He only thought that she got along with Madame Ruan these days and the two of them developed a friendship. The friendship between women is really hard to understand. Song Qingshu shook his head secretly. Madame Ruan got the hint and finally calmed down. What orders do you have in the future? Please say it directly. Ruan family will definitely follow your lead. Follow my lead? Song Qingshu chuckled but was not moved. If these words were passed to Minister Han, it would be terrible. As soon as these words came out, even Reninging, who was on the side, suddenly changed color. Madame Ruan smiled embarrassedly. What are you saying? I don't quite understand. Madam, there is no need to quibble. You are Minister Han's subordinate. This time, I sent you to Sichuan as a secret envoy to investigate and deal with Wuxi's betrayal. Song Qingshu said slowly. At this point, there was no point in denying it. Madame Ruan subconsciously looked at Reninging and said, I don't know how young master knew all this. At this time, Reninging was also very depressed. She had tried her best to get close to him without hesitation, but not only did she not find anything useful, but he had found out about her first. It was truly an unprecedented loss. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter how you know all this. What matters is whether we are friends or foes. At this time, Madame Ruan also smiled sweetly. Since young master already knows our ins and outs, then dare I ask young master, are we enemies or friends? Song Qingshu looked her up and down as if he was admiring her graceful figure. Seeing that she was avoiding his gaze, he replied, friends. Of course we are friends. He continued, since Madame is Minister Han's trusted aide, you are obviously not stupid. I estimate that during this period of time, you have already guessed our identity. On the side, Reninging nodded imperceptibly. Madame Ruan then said, may I ask if young master is Prince Qi? Since you know my identity, then you should know that I have a close personal relationship with Minister Han. We are naturally friends. Song Qingshu laughed. Madame Ruan secretly curled her lips. Originally, they were indeed friends. However, some time ago, Golden Snake Camp's actions were strange, causing Han to suspect his intentions. They even suspected that the betrayal of Sichuan's Wuxi was related to him. However, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she smiled like a flower. After all this time, it turns out to be Prince Qi. I have neglected you before. Madam is too polite. Song Qingshu also returned the courtesy. Who knew that at this time, Madame Ruan suddenly opened her mouth. I have a question to ask Prince Qi. I don't know if it is appropriate to ask. In his heart, Song Qingshu ridiculed these ancient people. They obviously wanted to ask but deliberately said so. However, ridiculing was ridiculing. He could only follow these rules. Madam, please ask. Madame Ruan adjusted her expression and faintly looked at him. I don't know why Prince Qi is going to Sichuan at this critical moment. Song Qingshu thought that there was nothing shameful about it. He directly said, I am going to see what happened to Wuxi. Hearing his blunt words, Madame Ruan and Reninging were both shocked. Song Qingshu pointed to his wife and said, Madame has traveled extensively and is well informed. You should know that Ying and Wuxi are old acquaintances. We all know his character. We know that he is not the kind of person who would betray his country for glory. Therefore, we want to see what happened to him. Madame Ruan and Reninging looked at each other. Obviously, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had been guessing the other's motives. They did not expect him to tell them so calmly. Let's not talk about other things first. Time is urgent. Why don't Madame first disguise as Bei Haisher? Song Qingshu calculated the time. The people sent on Friday would most likely arrive soon. He did not notice the two people's eye contact. Ah? Madame Ruan was confused. Song Qingshu explained the reason and then continued, I have long heard that Madame Ruan is an expert in disguise. Today, you can show your skill to Song Mao. I wonder if it is possible? This? Madame Ruan looked at Reninging with a guilty conscience. Reninging thought to herself that he really knew her very well. When she saw Madame Ruan looking over, she timely opened her mouth and said, Madame need not worry. If time is tight, I can help from the side. Song Qingshu was startled. He wondered how she would help. However, seeing her winking at him, he finally realized that she was going to be a spy to spy on the other side's disguise skills. This was just right. In the future, he could learn from her strong points to make up for his shortcomings. Madame Ruan showed a face of embarrassment. Finally, as if she had made a difficult decision, she said, then, if that is the case, I will embarrass myself. Please leave. Song Qingshu deliberately said, actually, I have long heard of Madame's miracles. I also want to see it with my own eyes. Madame Ruan said, young master, please forgive me. This is our Ruan family's secret. Every generation, only the head of the family can learn. Ren Yingying also glared at him, disguise as Bei Haisher. A woman disguised as a man will have to change clothes later. Won't you damage the madam's reputation by staying here? Song Qingshu only thought that his wife was giving him a way out. He did not think much of it. If that is the case, I will go outside and wait for madam. Anyway, Yingying was watching from the side. When the time came, she could come back and talk. In the room, Madame Ruan took off the mask on her face. It was the real Madame Ruan's personal maid, Pei. She lowered her voice and said to Ren Yingying, Madam, since the other side is a friend and not an enemy, why don't we tell them frankly? Let Miss Ren out and apologize. I think they will not blame us. No. Madame Ruan subconsciously rejected. Seeing the other's puzzled expression, she couldn't help but blush. She hurriedly explained, did you forget that night when Bei Haisher and his group offended Miss Ren? Did Song Qingshu fly into a rage? Miss Ren is clearly his reverse scale. If we tell the truth and he flies into a rage, who on our side can stop him? Everything will have to wait until after Sichuan and when we return to our territory. Pei frowned, but after these few days of contact, Prince Song is a modest gentleman. He should not harm us. Madame Ruan's mind floated to the scene from a few nights ago. She thought to herself, who knows if what he said is true or not? What if he is lying to us? What if he is the mastermind behind Wushi's betrayal? This? Pei also hesitated. Madame Ruan continued, the consequences cannot be predicted. It is better to be careful. But in this way, Madame will have to disguise as Miss Ren to accompany him? Pei widened her eyes and looked at her in shock. Madame Ruan smiled bitterly, I am also riding a tiger and cannot back down. I will take one step at a time. Pei's expression suddenly became strange, I think Madame is not riding a tiger and cannot back down. Rather, you are enjoying it. Madame Ruan's expression changed. She stretched out her hand to pinch her, you damned girl, you even dare to make fun of me? Pei dodged and smiled as she repeatedly begged for mercy, Madam spare me, sit properly, I will help you change your appearance. Madame Ruan snorted. In her heart, she was somewhat at a loss. Just why did I make such a choice? After a while, the two women opened the door. Song Qingshu was far away on the deck looking at the situation in the direction of Jiangling. Hearing the movement, he turned his head and could not help but reveal a surprised expression, Madam really has a godly skill. You are exactly the same as Bei Haisher. He was praising her from the bottom of his heart. It must be known that he was also a master of disguise. Even though he knew that the other party had changed her appearance, he could not see a single flaw. It was truly a godly skill. Hearing his praise, Ren Yingying, who was to the side, was secretly pleased. Pei raised her chin and stroked her beard. Imitating Bei Haishi's voice, she said, Prince Song, we meet again. Good, not bad. Song Qingshu circled around her and nodded his head in satisfaction, in a moment, you will go and receive the people that Friday sent and stabilize Jiangling. When we arrive, we will capture them all in one fell swoop. At this time, Pei followed the words that Madame Ruan had taught her and asked, but with the current armed forces on this ship, I am afraid that we will not be able to defeat so many experts from the Isle of Heroes. Even if young master were to make a move, with so many people, it is hard to guarantee that nothing will happen. Song Qingshu smiled, you do not need to worry about this. I have my own plans. Pei was just about to continue asking when a sailor said, there is a small boat coming this way. Madam, just follow our previous plan and send him away. Do not let him suspect anything. Do not be afraid, I will be nearby to receive you. Song Qingshu finished speaking and pulled Ren Yingying's hand to hide in the shadows around the corner. Pei could only swallow the questions in her stomach. She collected her emotions and walked to the front of the deck. After all, he has treated us well. It would be abnormal if we did not show some concern. Madame Ruan's heart trembled. She knew that her concerned expression had revealed a small flaw. Song Qingshu nodded and did not say anything else. At this time, he was actually a little worried. If Bei Haisha revealed a flaw and alerted the enemy, the people of the Isle of Chivalry would withdraw with the treasure in advance. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Madame Ruan was worthy of being a master of disguise. Not only was her disguise flawless, her reaction was also quick. After chatting with the spy for a while, she found a reasonable reason to explain why she had not sent a message. In the end, she successfully sent the spy away. After the spy drove the boat away, Song Qingshu appeared and applauded. Madame's appearance is indeed extraordinary. Madame Ruan unhappily glared at him and crisply asked, "What is Prince Chi's plan? Can you tell me now?" Only then did Song Qingshu answer, "It's very simple. I will help Madame deal with those big enemies. In return, Madame will help me transport a batch of goods." That simple? Madame Ruan was somewhat surprised. She originally thought that the other side would propose very harsh conditions. She did not expect that it would only be to transport goods. For them, who had started their business as imperial merchants, this was no trouble at all. However, she quickly realized something and hurriedly asked, "What goods does Prince Chi want to transport?" Song Qingshu shook his finger. "Madame does not need to worry about this." Seeing that he did not say anything, Ren Ying to the side spoke at the right time. "Song, how do you plan to deal with those thieves?" "I have my own brilliant plan." In front of Madame Ruan, it was not convenient for Song Qingshu to say anything. He could only answer ambiguously, "All right, I have to leave now to prepare to deal with those people in advance. You guys get ready here and wait for me at Jiangling City." After saying this, he used his qinggong to tread on the water and left. Looking at his figure crossing the river on a reed like the legendary Bodhidharma, Payer came to Madame Ruan's side and said with lingering fear, "His martial arts are too terrifying. If he really wants to deal with us, I am afraid we will not have the slightest ability to resist." "Yes, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have imprisoned Miss Ren," Madame Ruan said with a worried expression. Pro rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Madam, I have a way to get through this. Even if he knows the truth, he will let us go." "Ah, say it quickly," Madame Ruan hurriedly asked. Pro moved closer to her ear and whispered, "According to the rumors of Jianghu, this Prince Song is a passionate person. He has always treated the women around him well. Why don't you? Why don't you go with the flow and have some sort of intimate relationship with him? When the time comes, even if he finds out the truth, based on this relationship, he might let the Ruan family go." "You damned girl, how can you talk about the mistress like this? How can you face your young master Yang if you say this?" Madame Ruan was ashamed and angry. She grabbed her ear and began to twist it. Pro cried out in pain, "I was wrong, I was wrong. Let go my wife, my ear is going to fall off." "So be it." Madame Ruan snorted and two red clouds appeared on her face. Although her words were not forgiving, she still let go. Pro rubbed her ears and whispered, "That's true. If something really happens, then even young Master Yang will be dragged into this." "What did you say?" Madame Ruan raised her eyebrows. "Nothing." Pearl stuck out her tongue and hurriedly ran away, leaving Madame Ruan alone, deep in thought. After Song Qingshu arrived at Jiangling, he first went to the pier to confirm that the people of the Isle of Heroes were still there. Then, he quietly left and put on a mask. He then went to the Jin army camp outside the city. Originally, the Jin soldiers saw that he was dressed strangely and wanted to arrest him. However, when they saw the gold medal in his hand, they were shocked and hurriedly welcomed him in. Soon, the general guarding the camp came to the tent. He first checked the gold medal in Tang Kui's hand and then showed a respectful expression. "What instructions do you have for me?" Song Qingshu was also very surprised. He did not expect that the general guarding the camp was Wanyan Gang, whom he had personally promoted. He could be considered as his trusted confidant. No wonder he was so respectful when he saw Tang Kui's gold medal. He did not reveal his identity and only nodded. "The Marshal has received reliable news that the Song have taken advantage of the peace talks to send a large number of secret agents to Jiangling. They are trying to spy on our military situation and plan to burn down our supplies to help the Song army recapture Jiangling. This will give the Song the initiative at the table of the negotiations." Wanyan Gang was stunned. "These southern barbarians are really despicable." Song Qingshu continued, "Therefore, the Marshal has sent me here to order you to send people to destroy this wave of Southern Song's secret agents. They are now at the south pier of the city. Yes. I will mobilize the troops now. Wan Yangang cupped his hands and said. Wait a moment. Song Qingshu once again said, because we are now discussing peace with the Song, remember to keep this matter confidential. Do not mention it to anyone except the marshal, lest the Southern Song negotiators use it as a pretext. I understand. Wan Yangang was not a novice in politics. He knew that there were many things in the officialdom that needed to be kept confidential. He did not ask about the cause and effect of the matter. He only ordered an army and told them that he was going to destroy a group of water bandits. At the Jiangling Pier, Friday heard the report from his subordinates and knew that Bei Haishar was safe. He heaved a sigh of relief and could vaguely see the Ruan family's ship in the distance. He was completely relieved. Fortunately, everything is fine there. I don't know why, but my eyelids have been twitching. I am worried that something has happened. Ling Tusi smiled and said, Sir, you are worrying too much. With our kung fu, we can do whatever we want in the entire Jiangling, unless we encounter the regular army of the Jin Kingdom. Before he could finish his sentence, the person who was stationed at the top of the lookout fell down. The two looked at him and saw an arrow in his neck. He was dead. Alert! Enemy attack! Friday hurriedly shouted. At this moment, the people who were disguised as sailors took out their weapons and rushed out. They were not afraid. After all, they represented the Isle of Heroes and were used to doing whatever they wanted. They wanted to see who dared to provoke them. However, what greeted them was a dense rain of arrows. Half of the top-notch experts in the Jianghu were instantly killed. After all, the martial arts of the Jianghu were completely useless in the face of the dense and indiscriminate attacks of the army. At this moment, Friday also saw the Jin Kingdom's cavalry charging at him. His hair stood on end. He glared at Ling Tusi and wanted to tear his mouth apart. At this moment, Ling Tusi's face turned green. Without waiting for anyone to call him, he hurriedly used his lightness skill to escape to the west. Before he became the magistrate, he was the leader of a gang in the Jianghu. His kung fu was not bad. Friday did not have the time to scold him. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to retreat. Unfortunately, the Jin Kingdom's cavalry came prepared and had an absolute advantage in numbers. There was no way these Jianghu people could escape. The entire dock was a one-sided massacre. Friday's eyes were bloodshot. Unfortunately, even if he killed more than a dozen Jin Kingdom cavalrymen, it would not help the overall situation. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he could only start to escape with hatred. Is Wulu a traitor? He could not understand why the Jin men would attack him. After all, they had been very careful from the beginning to the end. However, he quickly stopped because a masked man was standing in front of him. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. However, at this moment, he looked like the most terrifying demon in Friday's eyes. Ling Tusi was lying at his feet, and he did not know whether he was dead or alive. Who are you? Friday was full of fear. Why is Wulu not here? The masked man was naturally Song Qingshu. He did not make a move earlier. Instead, he stood at a high place and observed the situation. When he noticed that Ling Tusi and Friday were escaping, he rushed to stop them. However, he unexpectedly found that Wu Luqi was not there. Friday did not answer him. Instead, he waved his palms and attacked. Although he could not defeat thousands of soldiers and horses, there were only a few dozen people in the entire Jianghu who could beat him in a one-on-one fight. The world was so big, and he could not be that unlucky. Before Song Qingshu arrived, he could already feel a gust of scorching air. Song Qingshu knew that one of the Isle of Heroes' messengers of virtue rewarding and evil punishing was carrying a red gourd and a blue gourd. The red gourd contained a strong medicinal wine that was extremely dry and hot. It was made by adding the blazing fire pill into the wine. The blue gourd contained a cool medicinal wine that was extremely cold. It was made by mixing the 99 pills into the wine. The scorching flame pill and the 99 pill each contained quite a lot of spirit pills and medicines. The 99 pill contained 81 poisonous plants, while the scorching flame pill contained fewer poisonous plants, such as the crane's crown and the peacock's gallbladder. The people of the Isle of Heroes relied on this medicinal wine to stimulate their bodies, allowing them to cultivate to a level that far surpassed their peers. This Friday's palm wind was scorching, and it was obvious that he had been practicing by drinking the fire pill. Not only was his inner force strong, but his palm wind also contained the poison of the fire pill. If someone who did not know what was going on rashly fought him, it would be easy for him to fail miserably. However, Song Qingshu knew about the Island of Heroes very well. Moreover, his inner force had reached perfection. Ever since he successfully detoxified the world's #1 poison, the golden ripple flower, he was now immune to all poisons. However, he was too lazy to test the poison on his body. He raised his hand, and a few crystal clear things shot out. Shocked, Friday thought it was some kind of hidden weapon. He hurriedly raised his other hand, intending to use his inner force to knock it away. But soon, he was shocked to discover that these thin ice flakes that looked like they would shatter with a gust of wind had no effect on them at all for some reason. Instead, the opponent directly broke through the wind created by his palm and shot several major acupoints on his body. Is this the spell of life and death? As the messenger of the Island of Heroes and punishing the evil, Friday often traveled in Jianghu and knew a little about many secrets. He might not have recognized them before, but when the mysterious hidden weapons entered his body, how could he not recognize them? Song Qingshu looked at him in surprise and said, "You are quite knowledgeable." He had extorted these life-death charms from Tang's sire, and he had never used them. Today, he could use them on the people of the Island of Heroes. Song Qingshu ignored his question and asked, "Why isn't Wu Lu here?" He is the commander of the Guangdong Navy. He left in a hurry after he heard the news from Guangdong. Friday scratched his body desperately. At first, he was in so much pain that he spoke intermittently. But later, he spoke faster and faster, as if he could relieve some of the pain. The life-death spell had always made people beg for death. Moreover, Friday's inner strength clashed with the coldness of the life-death spell, making it even more violent. Even though he had seen many things, he couldn't help but confess the truth. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. The life-death spell was really a good way to make people tell the truth. At this moment, Friday suddenly screamed and hit the boulder next to him. His head was immediately smashed, and it looked like he was going to die. Song Qingshu frowned. He had a lot of questions to ask him, but he didn't expect him to commit suicide. Recalling the painful look on his face, he secretly guessed that the coldness of the life-death spell had most likely triggered the heat poison of the fire elixir that he usually took. That was why he was in so much pain. Even a top master like Friday couldn't bear it and had to commit suicide in order to escape. I should have spared Ling Tussi's life just now. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. He didn't like Ling Tussi at all. In the original novel, he was insane to bury his daughter alive for the sake of the treasure. In this world, he even sought refuge with Machi Sua and offered them the golden ripple flower, which almost killed him. Now, he sold his master for glory and sought refuge with Jia Sherdao to make a fortune. No matter how he looked at it, he deserved to die. Forget it. Even if he's alive, I probably won't get anything out of him. Song Qingshu came to the side of Friday's body and examined it. He took out an account book and flipped through it. It turned out to be a rough count of Liang Yuandi's treasure. There were tens of thousands of gold ingots, hundreds of thousands of silver ingots, dozens of boxes of jewelry, dozens of boxes of gold and silver wares, and a pure gold Buddha. Time was tight, so they didn't have the time to count the exact number. They could only make a rough count and would probably slowly count it after they were transported back to a safe place. Looking at the account book, Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. There were indeed a lot of treasures. The gold, silver, and jewelry in the boxes alone were very rich, not to mention the most important pure gold Buddha. There were at least 10 tons of it. At this time, the battle at the dock had come to an end. The Jin soldiers came prepared, and no one from the Island of Heroes escaped. Song Qingshu put away the account book and returned to the dock. Wan Yan Gang did not know that there was a huge amount of treasures hidden in the warehouse at the pier. He thought that they were spies sent by the southern Song dynasty. After confirming that there were no survivors, he bid farewell to Song Qingshu and quietly left with his army. Even though they left, the Jin was that there. Yu and Wanyan gang had their, Lu, the gang, still at that. Tijiang family Lu family but after said, he pointed. Song. But, after the Lu's Jiang, they left, still, they said. Said. Shu. Song Qingshu pointed at the warehouse. Madame Ruan had her men do it. She came to Meng Qi and asked, what's your relationship with the Jin soldiers? Madame Ruan waved her hand and asked her men to do it. She came to Meng Qi and asked, what do you have to do with the Jin soldiers? Song Qingshu knew that she must have seen the Jin cavalry killing the people of the Island of Heroes. He answered, don't think too much. I just misled them into thinking that the people of the Island of Heroes are the Southern Song's secret emissaries. They are plotting against them. Really? Madame Ruan was skeptical about this explanation. However, no matter how imaginative she was, she could never imagine that Song Qingshu could command the Jin soldiers. Ren Yingying at the side winked. Madame Ruan nodded without batting an eyelid. She then asked, what are in these boxes? Why are they so heavy? They were royal merchants and dealt with all kinds of goods every day. Seeing that the sailors could not even lift one box, they knew that it was not ordinary goods. Song Qingshu said, I have helped you get through the disaster as promised. You just need to help me transport the goods. As for what the goods are, I don't think I have any obligation to tell you. Also, don't try to open the boxes. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. As he said this, the surrounding temperature dropped. It was as if there was a murderous aura. Madame Ruan had difficulty breathing. She was angry. But thinking of Meng Qi's unfathomable kung fu, she was more afraid. She didn't know what to say. Ren Yingying tried to smooth things over. Madame Ruan, you don't have to be angry. Song Qingshu is doing this for your own good. Sometimes, the more secrets you know, the more dangerous it is. Madame Ruan's face softened a little. In that case, I won't ask more. I will go down and supervise them to lift the boxes. Then she left as if she was escaping. Looking at her disappearing figure, Ren Yingying smiled and said, when did our young master Song become so inconsiderate to the fairer sex? Look at how scared the madam is. In order to prevent her from doing something stupid, I can only do this. Song Qingshu paused and suddenly frowned. I don't know why, but I feel that this Madame Ruan is a little strange. What's strange? Ren Yingying's heart jumped. She knew that Pearl was not her. If she changed her appearance, she would inevitably give herself away. Nothing. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Song Qingshu shook his head and continued to look at the sailors on the dock. After all, the boxes were full of gold, silver, and jewelry. He didn't want to leak any information. Ren Yingying's eyebrows flashed with worry. But she was most concerned about something else. Song Qingshu, what is in those boxes? Song Qingshu didn't hide it from her. He casually answered, Liang Yuandi's treasure. Liang Yuandi's treasure? He didn't know that his casual answer had caused a huge storm in the heart of Ren Yingying. Is that legend true? The treasure of Liang Yuandi had always been circulated among the people. There were also rumors of Lian Qingju in Jianghu. As a top-secret agent, Madame Ruan had naturally heard of this matter. But she didn't know whether it was true or not. Feeling her heart beat faster, Song Qingshu said with a smile, what's wrong? Are you scared? With this treasure, Golden Snake Battalion won't have to worry about military expenses for the next few years. Ren Yingying responded with a smile, but began to calculate in her heart. During this time, Minister Han mobilized for the northern expedition, and the military expenses were quite large. Later, when the war was not going well, he even personally supported the front line. Most of the Ruan family's liquid funds were also used. Now it could be said that their financial resources were exhausted. If they could get this treasure, then at least half of Minister Han's current crisis could be solved. However, Song Qingshu's martial arts were unfathomable. How could they get the treasure from his hands? Or should they wait until they reached Sichuan and borrow the power of the Yang family? At this time, Song Qingshu was also thinking about where to hide the treasure. Mount Amei? Not to mention the fact that the water route was blocked. Even if it was transported to Mount Amei, how would such a heavy box be transported to the Golden Peak? The box was fine, but there was also the golden Buddha. In addition, if they wanted to use this treasure in the future, how would they transport it to Shandong, which was thousands of miles away? That would be a headache. Knowing that Song Qingshu was here to keep an eye on it, Ren Yingying excused herself to rest in her room and left. She then took many detours to find Pearl to discuss this matter. When Pearl heard that these goods were Liang Yuandi's treasures, she was shocked as well. But when she heard that she was planning on taking these treasures, she was scared half to death. "Madam, are you crazy? It's not like you haven't seen him fight before." This time, he was able to use the Jin Kingdom's soldiers to kill so many of the Isle of Heroes experts. "If he finds out what you are planning, we will all die without a grave. Mr. Han has treated the Ruan family with great kindness. No matter how dangerous it is, I will find a way to repay his kindness," Ren Yingying said with determination. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Pearl could only think of a way to help her. "Why don't we poison him? His martial arts are too high, and we won't be able to fight him head-on. These years, we have traveled all over the world and have collected a few powerful poisons. Many experts of the Jiang who cannot withstand them. If we use poison, then it will be a fight to the death." Ren Yingying furrowed her eyebrows. Pearl's eyes widened. "First, we kidnapped Miss Ren, and now we have the idea of his treasure. It is a fight to the death. Could it be that you, madam, have fallen in love with him?" Ren Yingying's face turned red. "What nonsense are you saying? Only, this method wouldn't work. Previously, news came from Yangzhou that he was poisoned by the gold ripple sunflower. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure, but in the end, he returned unscathed and even seized Li Keqiu's property. Even the number one poison in the world can't deal with him. What use are the poisons we collected? If poison doesn't work, then how about using a knockout drug? A knockout drug is different from a poison. He can defend against a poison, but he might not be able to defend against a knockout drug. Of course, normal knockout drugs won't work. But in the past, we obtained a bottle of drunken immortal dew from the West. It is said that a single drop can make an elephant sleep for 3 days. No matter how strong he is, his body can't compare to an elephant's, right?" Pearl harumphed. Clearly, she was comparing who was stronger between Song Qingshu and the elephant. Not as strong as an elephant. Ren Yingying thought of the two of them in bed. She couldn't help but touch her face. Thinking back, her cheeks were still sore. At this time, Pearl opened her mouth. "Of course, other than the knockout drug, there is another method." "What method?" Ren Yingying asked. She felt that using drugs was a bit too risky. Pearl let out a strange smile. "This method requires the madam to personally act. Since ancient times, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman." Ren Yingying finally got angry. "Is there a maid like you who encourages her mistress to have an affair? Huh?" Hearing Pearl's plan, Ren Yingying suddenly felt a little tempted. It seemed that the feasibility was not low. However, she did not immediately declare her position. Instead, she looked at Pearl meaningfully. "During this time, you have been encouraging me to use a honey trap. It can't be to take revenge on me, right?" Pearl's expression changed and she hurriedly lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly as she said in a small voice, "Pearl doesn't dare." "What happened back then? Do you still hold a grudge?" Ren Yingying kept staring at her. Pearl replied with a face full of surprise. Pearl has already forgotten what happened back then. "I don't know what madam is talking about." Ren Yingying lightly snorted. "Whether it is true or false, I hope you do not harbor any thoughts of revenge." Pearl replied in a panic, "I don't dare." Ren Yingying looked at her for a long time before turning around and leaving. "Go down and keep an eye on them. Don't let the sailors discover what is in the chest to avoid trouble." "Yes." Pearl bowed her head and respectfully sent her off. An indescribable flame flashed in the depths of her eyes. For the next few days, Madame Ruan constantly plotted on how to safely obtain the treasure from Song Qingshu's hands. Song Qingshu constantly thought about where the treasure would be transported to. At the same time, he changed his room to a place near the treasure chest. He monitored the treasure at all times, making it impossible for her to start. During this time, Madame Ruan did not know why, but several times, she restored her true form and invited Song Qingshu to her boudoir to discuss matters. She did not know whether she was trying to find out the relationship between him and the Gene Kingdom by beating around the bush or whether she was really subconsciously affected by Pearl's suggestion and really had the intention of using a honey trap. However, she never made up her mind. Even so, these 2 days were a feast for Song Qingshu's eyes. This was because Madame Ruan would often lie on the couch and summon him. She was dressed at home and did not treat him as an outsider at all. Song Qingshu wasn't one of those stubborn moral guardians, so he naturally used an appreciative gaze to examine her beauty when she was naked. Especially that curve between her waist and buttocks that was filled with a mature charm, as well as the faintly discernible long legs beneath the hem of her skirt. Just looking at it made his blood boil. However, thinking that she was Azu and Zi's mother, he could only suppress the evil thoughts in his heart with great perseverance. At the same time, he was secretly amazed. If people who didn't know the truth saw the three of them together, they would most likely think that they were sisters. Moreover, with her delicate voice, people might even think that she was the youngest sister. It was really unreasonable. How could she take care of herself so well? That night, he talked to Ren Yingying about this matter and couldn't help but say, "You'd better be careful of your new bestie." These days, Ren Yingying and Madame Ruan were inseparable. Naturally, they were worthy of the two words bosom friends. Hearing his words, Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat. Thinking that she had exposed herself, she hurriedly asked, "Why do you say that?" Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and finally answered, "I've always felt that she seemed to be seducing me these days." Ah, Ren Yingying exclaimed. If it weren't for the mask covering her face at this time, she would probably be so embarrassed that she wished that there was a hole to hide in. Were her actions so obvious? Of course, it's also possible that I'm thinking too much. Song Qingshu thought about how to organize his words. After all, I am friends with Azu and Zi. She can also be considered my elder. Maybe she treats me as a junior, so she doesn't pay attention to the precautions between men and women. However, he himself didn't have much confidence in saying this. After all, when the other party invited Ren Yingying alone before, it was because as a married woman, it was not convenient for her to let a man into the bedroom. At this time, Ren Yingying was ashamed and angry. She didn't expect to hear someone else's private evaluation of her. Embarrassed, she couldn't help but murmur, "She can't be considered your elder. You are not much younger than her." Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he realize that he was not young in this world. In the original work, when Song Qingshu appeared, he was already almost 30 years old. Then, he bounced around for a few years. Then, he also bounced around for a few years after he transmigrated. Now, he was already over 30 years old. And Azu and Zi were now girls of 16 or 17 years old. In ancient times, women gave birth earlier. If Ruan Xingzhu gave birth to Azu at 16 years old, she would now be in her early 30s. They were of the same generation, not much different in age. When he realized this, Song Qingshu felt a little dizzy. He originally thought that he was the leader of the younger generation, but he didn't expect that he was already in the middle generation. He subconsciously thought that girls like Azu and Zi were of the same age, but in fact, they could call him uncle. He looked at Ren Yingying beside him. She was only 19 years old. Thinking about the age difference between them, to a certain extent, it could be considered as an old cow eating young grass. As soon as this thought came to mind, Song Qingshu felt a heat all over his body. He couldn't help but pick Ren Yingying up. Seeing him carrying her to the bedside, Ren Yingying couldn't help but turn pale. "You. What are you doing?" Song Qingshu chuckled. "You reminded me of my age. A weird uncle like me likes to bully young girls like you." Ren Yingying almost vomited blood. She didn't expect that her counterattack would lead to this result. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have said anything just now. I'm here in Tiangue." In a panic, she finally found her life-saving weapon. Song Qingshu carried her directly to the bed and snorted. "How many days has it been since you started to come to Tiangue?" "It's over." Ren Yingying was shocked. During this period of time, she had been so careless that she forgot that her self-defense reason had a time limit. Her mind couldn't help but go blank. For a moment, she couldn't think of how to solve the current crisis. "Don't Feeling the coldness of her body, Ren Yingying finally sobered up a little. She randomly found an excuse. Don't touch me. You must be thinking about that Madame Ruan now. You just mistook me for her. I don't want to do this. She hurriedly finished this paragraph, and her face was so red that no one knew how red it was. But there was no other way. At this critical moment, she could only use herself to block the knife. Song Qingshu didn't deny it. He couldn't help but sigh. You know, Madame Ruan has been hanging around in front of me every day these days. It really makes me angry. I can't wait to press her under my body and ravage her. Hearing this, Ren Yingying suddenly felt a little proud of herself. She couldn't help but ask, then why don't you go to her? With your martial arts, it's easy to get her. Looking at her attitude these days, it's obvious that she won't refuse you, right? Song Qingshu glared at her angrily. Yingying, you know that I can't do anything to her, but you still say that on purpose. Ren Yingying was stunned and asked in confusion, why? Song Qingshu said awkwardly, it's not like you don't know the relationship between me and Z. If I have an ambiguous relationship with her, won't I be despised by etiquette and morality? When he first met Z, Ren Yingying was also there. She knew that Z had become his slave, so there was no need to hide it from her. Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, between him and Z, while she was thinking, the man on top of her moved abnormally fast. He quickly untied both of them and directly pressed on her. Ah! Ren Yingying almost fainted because of this sudden impact. She couldn't help but stare at the man in front of her. For a moment, her lips trembled, and she was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't speak. Song Qingshu stretched his body comfortably and said contentedly, I told you that your Tiangui is finished. Do you know that I am? Ren Yingying almost fainted because of anger. She thought, you just said that you can't have sex with me, but the next moment, what are you? Song Qingshu lovingly touched her sweaty hair on her temples and asked with a smile. Ren Yingying wanted to say something but stopped. At this time, what was done was done. Even if she revealed her identity, what was the point? And wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? What's more, if he knew the truth, it was hard to guarantee that he would vent his anger on the Ruan family. Thinking of the honey trap that Pro mentioned before, Ren Yingying felt a little dizzy. Now that things had come to this, she could only go with the flow and use this plan. She wasn't a little girl who didn't know how to deal with worldly affairs, but a mature woman. Moreover, she had been managing the Ruan family for many years, so she knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Now that things had come to this, she could only stop the losses in time and maximize the benefits, but benefits were one thing, and feelings were another. Thinking that she had been taken advantage of by him this time, she felt a little suffocated. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and fiercely bit on the shoulder of the man in front of her. Hiss, why did you bite me? Song Qingshu sucked in a cold breath. Ren Yingying didn't say anything. She just bit him hard. On one hand, she was venting the depression in her heart, and on the other hand, she was suppressing the surging feelings in her heart. Ever since she had used the art of blood ignition, her body had become weak. Song Qingshu had always felt sorry for her, so he didn't dare to use force to make her let go. But he had another way, so he used all the methods he had. He thought to himself, do you have the ability to keep your mouth shut? Ren Yingying had never experienced such a violent storm of methods. She didn't know when she let go, but her body became softer and softer. She became a warm ball of fire that wrapped around the man in front of her. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Song Qingshu caressed the soft skin of the beauty. He couldn't help but sigh, it's been a long time since I've enjoyed myself like this. Why does it feel like your body is a lot better today, Yingying? Yes, Ren Yingying had no strength left in her, and could only softly respond. Song Qingshu reminisced and couldn't help but say, and I have a very strange feeling today. What feeling? Feeling the broad and solid chest of the man, Ren Yingying couldn't help but have a strange feeling. I always feel that I'm being intimate with another woman. Song Qingshu pondered for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Ren Yingying's heart beat wildly when she heard this, but she was also quick-witted and quickly found a reason. You always think of Madame Ruan in your heart. Of course, you feel that you're being intimate with another woman. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He did think of Madame Rouen for a while just now. Feeling guilty, he hurriedly changed the topic. Oh, I forgot to heal you just now. I'm too tired today. Don't do it. Hearing his words, Ren Yingying finally panicked. Song Qingshu looked serious. Yingying, don't be willful. I just felt that your body has obviously improved. Obviously, the previous healing has worked. A few days ago, your Tiangui came, and you haven't warmed your meridians for a while. Now you can't delay anymore. Ren Yingying was originally lying there comfortably, but when she heard his words, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She had been so careful for so long, but it was all for naught. Song Lang, what are you talking about? She still made the last effort, but her heart had sunk to the bottom, because she felt that she was locked by the other's chi, as if she was being stared at by a giant beast, or as if she was being held down by Mount Tai. She could not even move a finger, and there was a kind of trembling from the bottom of her soul. Song Qingshu did not answer and directly reached out his hand to explore her face. Soon, he found a clue and directly took off her mask. Seeing her face clearly, Song Qingshu could not help but be surprised. It's you? Who else could it be but Madame Rouen? Madame Rouen's mind was now blank, and she did not know how to deal with this situation. No wonder I always felt that something was wrong. Song Qingshu recalled the events of the past few days, and finally had a feeling of a sudden realization. In fact, he could not be blamed. First, Madame Rouen's disguise was impeccable, and her acting was really superb. Second, these days his attention was focused on the people of the Isle of Heroes and Liang Yuandi's treasure. Even if he felt that something was wrong, he did not think about it in detail. Just now, when he was about to warm his wife's meridians, he suddenly found that her meridians had not been affected by the burning blood technique. Song. Prince Song. Madame Rouen greeted him awkwardly, and quickly thought about how to explain. Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he asked coldly, where is Yingying? Madame Rouen gradually recovered some of her usual calmness, and smiled when she heard this. Don't you think it is too heartless to talk about other women in this situation? After her reminder, Song Qingshu realized that her hair was now messy, and her delicate body was partly hidden under her clothes. In particular, a layer of redness appeared on her skin, and coupled with her long legs, it was enough to make any man's blood boil. However, this did not include Song Qingshu, who was not in the mood to care about these things. His heart was full of Ren Yingying's safety. Stop putting on an act here. This is useless against me. Hurry up and tell me where Yingying is now. Song Qingshu said expressionlessly. Madame Rouen shook her head and sighed faintly. It's no wonder that people say that the unobtainable is the best. Men don't cherish women after they get them. I didn't expect that I would personally experience it. Just a moment ago, they were obviously being tender and sweet with each other, but now they turned their backs on me. She actually didn't want to do this, but now that things had come to this, she could only stall for time and see if she could think of a way to escape. Of course, it would be even better if the other party took pity on her. As expected, Song Qingshu was reminded of the scene just now. He couldn't help but look strange. You really put in a lot of money. A look of shame and anger flashed across Madame Rouen's face. Do you think that I wanted to? Isn't it because you were too much of a beast? I didn't even have time to react before you. She couldn't finish her words no matter what. Only then did Song Qingshu show a trace of a smile. This is the way to show your true feelings. Aren't you tired of using that kind of artificial tone all the time? Madame Rouen snorted and turned her head away. Don't worry, Miss Ren is very safe now. She planned to stabilize Song Qingshu first and see if she could use Ren Yingying's safety as a bargaining chip to negotiate with him. Song Qingshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his contact with Madame Rouen these days, she wasn't that kind of stupid woman. She shouldn't go so far as to hurt Ren Yingying. Now that he heard her say this, he was more relieved. But he still continued to ask, I don't want to hear other answers. I just want to know where Yingying is now. Madame Rouen grabbed the quilt to cover her chest and said angrily, you have to let me put on my clothes first. But Song Qingshu didn't buy it. He directly shook his hand and wrapped the quilt around her body. His voice was as cold as ice. I will ask for the last time. Where is Yingying now? If you continue to talk about other things, I will make your Yuan family disappear today. With his current level of cultivation, his murderous aura was almost tangible. The air seemed to become sticky. The teacup on the side also made a caw-caw sound and a few cracks unknowingly appeared. Madame Yuan saw this and her whole person had difficulty breathing. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't take any more risks. Miss Ren is in the secret room of my room. Knowing the whereabouts of his wife, Song Qingshu couldn't hold back anymore. He got up and was about to grab Madame Yuan to go to the secret room. But he heard her shy and anxious voice. Hey, if Miss Ren saw me like this, what would she think? You wouldn't want to see that scene. Song Qingshu frowned and looked at her current appearance. It was indeed inconvenient for Ren Yingying to see her. Quickly put on your clothes. Then why don't you turn around? Madame Yuan bit her lip and stared at him. Song Qingshu said faintly, no, I have to keep an eye on you. Who knows what you will do behind my back? Your martial arts are so high. What can I do? Madame Yuan said angrily. If you stand here and watch, how can I put on my clothes? Why can't you wear it? Song Qingshu wasn't moved at all. It's not like I haven't seen it just now. Is it necessary to cover it? You still have the nerve to say that? Madame Yuan said through gritted teeth. She couldn't help but be angry when talking about this. She was carelessly taken advantage of by him. Then she was still immersed in the tenderness and honey of the previous time. But the other suddenly turned against her, making her fall from heaven to hell. Since you decided to seduce me, why do you have to make this kind of gesture now? Song Qingshu learned that Ren Yingying had suffered somewhere during this time. Of course, he didn't have a good tone to the initiator. I told you it was just an accident. Madame Yuan couldn't help but feel bitter. The current situation was really unreasonable. This time, she really suffered a double loss. She was even treated as that kind of woman by the other side. She really wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't say that 2 days ago when you found me in your room and made all kinds of gestures to show off your figure was also an accident. Song Qingshu naturally didn't believe it. Madame Yuan was speechless for a moment. After a long time, she said, at that time, I did have the idea of seducing you, but I didn't finally make up my mind. Who knew that at night, you would pounce on me like a little wolf dog? Song Qingshu's face became hot. Thinking back, she did resist at the beginning. But what was done could not be undone. Didn't she quickly cooperate? Of course, out of consideration for her face, he didn't say this in the end. Are you dressed? Song Qingshu didn't want to continue this topic with her. I'm dressed. Seeing that he didn't turn around, Madame Yuan had no choice but to quickly tidy up her clothes. But in her heart, she was sulking. Song Qingshu didn't speak anymore. He grabbed her shoulder and used his qinggong to quickly arrive outside her bedroom. But he was stopped by the guards of the Yuan family. Get out of the way. Song Qingshu was in a very bad mood. He had an impulse to kill. The guards recognized him and felt their scalps tingle. But because of their duty, they still plucked up their courage and said, Prince Song, coming to find our madam in the middle of the night, isn't it too inconvenient? At this time, Madame Yuan flashed out and glared at them unhappily. If I tell you to get out of the way, just get out of the way. Why do you talk so much nonsense? He had already taken advantage of her. What was inconvenient, seeing that their mistress was together with him, the group of guards opened their eyes wide and hurriedly made way. Young master and madam, please. After the two entered, a few guards secretly whispered to each other. They entered the same room so late at night. Could it be? Are you stupid? Madam usually dressed up beautifully, but just now, she didn't even comb her hair properly. Obviously, something happened between the two of them just now. Yes, I also noticed that Madam's clothes were untidy and her buttons were buttoned wrong. But wouldn't this be unfair to young Master Yang? Are you stupid? We are people of the Yuan family, not people of the Yang family. This Prince Song is much better than young Master Yang. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, it was now the dead of the night. Plus, Song Qingshu and Madame Yuan were considered experts, so they heard almost every word. These guards of yours are quite loyal and devoted. They are thinking of you wholeheartedly, Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Madame Yuan blushed to the extreme. When I am free, I will drive these people back to their hometown to farm. Song Qingshu snorted, you may not have this opportunity. Let Ying out first. At this time, Madame Ruan, who was originally living inside, also woke up and ran out to take a look. When she saw the appearance of the two, she couldn't help but be shocked. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and directly restrained her. He pulled off her mask and naturally, it was Pearl. You two have cheated me so hard, Song Qingshu said expressionlessly. Madame Ruan laughed bitterly and didn't reply. She directly walked to the side of the bed and opened a secret compartment. She twisted the mechanism and the wall beside the bed slid to the side, revealing the entrance to a secret room. You two go in first. Song Qingshu casually unsealed Pearl's acupuncture point. No wonder I didn't find anything strange. After all, this was Madame Ruan's bedroom. Plus, the entrance was beside the bed, so it was not convenient for him to observe. Following behind the two, before Song Qingshu entered, he only heard Ren Yingying's voice coming from inside, you don't have to waste your efforts. I won't say anything. Hearing that her voice was only a little tired and weak, nothing serious, Song Qingshu finally relaxed. He couldn't help but rush in, Yingying, I've come to save you. At this time, Ren Yingying was sitting by the table. Seeing him also walk in, her mouth involuntarily opened wide. Following that, her eyes filled with mist and she directly threw herself into his arms, Song Qingshu. Yingying Song Qingshu hugged her slightly trembling body and secretly scolded himself for being muddle-headed. Yingying's figure was slender and beautiful while Wan Xingzhu was obviously more voluptuous. He actually didn't notice anything strange earlier. After crying for a while, Ren Yingying suddenly fiercely bit him, I thought you would quickly come to save me. Who knew that you would only find out after so long? At this time, Wan Xingzhu, who was at the side, wished for the whole world to be in chaos and added, when I first pretended to be young master, young lady Ren saw through the flaw with one look. Song Qingshu was even more embarrassed. He fiercely glared at her and hurriedly comforted his wife. Perhaps it was because the mental pressure during this period of time was too great. Now that she saw her lover, Ren Yingying finally relaxed. After playing for a while, she quickly fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Song Qingshu carried his wife out of the secret room. He didn't return to his own room. After all, there had just been a great battle. He was really embarrassed to let her sleep there. The two women looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's hearts. Being stared at by Song Qingshu was like being stared at by a giant beast. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Song Qingshu flicked his fingers and hit Pearl's sleeping acupoint. Then he looked at Wan Xingzhu and said, tell me, when did you do it? The reason why he hit Pearl's acupoint was mainly to follow the principle of isolation and interrogation in the future, so that the two of them wouldn't collude. Wan Xingzhu opened her mouth, but she didn't try to play any tricks. Instead, she told the whole story honestly. No wonder you wanted to change our rooms. Song Qingshu snorted. Why did you do it to us? Wan Xingzhu sighed. It was useless to quibble now. She could only try to move him with sincerity and see if she could survive. She said, because the Golden Snake Camp didn't attack the Jin Kingdom during the northern expedition as agreed. Minister Han suspected that you had ulterior motives. Plus, Ling Huchong suddenly had a problem in Sichuan. Wait. Song Qingshu interrupted her. You know his real identity? Minister Han is the head of all officials. It's not difficult for him to investigate a person's background. Speaking of her lord, Wan Xingzhu's tone was full of respect and pride. If you knew his identity, why did you let him go to Sichuan? Song Qingshu didn't understand. Wan Xingzhu answered, we found out his real identity after the competition. If we had exposed him then, it would have been too big of an impact. It would have been easy for Jia Shidao's side to attack Minister Han, and it would have been easy for him to be accused of playing tricks on the emperor. So Minister Han decided to make the best of it. Anyway, the Wu family endorsed him and took care of the aftermath, so he didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. I thought that Ling Huchong would be grateful, but who knew that he would betray us? Song Qingshu snorted and said, I'm afraid Minister Han thought that his background was simple and easy to control. Although he and Ling Huchong could not be considered friends, he knew that Ling Huchong had a noble character. Naturally, he was somewhat displeased to hear others slander him like this. Wan Xingzhu was silent for a long time before she continued with the previous topic. Prime Minister Han already suspected you. Now that there's a problem in Sichuan and you're secretly heading there, it's hard for me not to suspect that you're the mastermind behind the great changes in Sichuan, given the relationship between Miss Ren and Ling Huchong. Song Qingshu angrily retorted, what do you mean by Ying and Ling Huchong's relationship? Do you think I'm like you guys who would resort to unscrupulous methods to achieve my goals and use my wife to seduce him? Wan Xingzhu's complexion paled. She knew that the other party was mocking her actions. She smiled mournfully. I know you look down on me, but before I die, I have a question. I hope that you can let me die with understanding on the account that we were husband and wife for a day. Speak. Song Qingshu was expressionless. What exactly are you going to do in Sichuan? Are you behind Ling Huchong's betrayal? Wan Xingzhu stared into his eyes. Song Qingshu indifferently said, I can only tell you that Ling Huchong's betrayal has nothing to do with us. Wan Xingzhu's breathing instantly quickened. After a long time, she seemed to be deflated. In the end, I was just wasting my energy. I even made a great enemy for the Wan clan. Now you can die in peace, right? Song Qingshu raised his hand, and Wan Xingzhu felt her vision go black. I'm going to die just like this. At this moment, Wan Xingzhu didn't know if she was regretting, unwilling, or some other kind of emotion. However, she soon lost consciousness. After what seemed like a long time, she suddenly opened her eyes. Like a drowning person who had been rescued from the shore, she took a deep breath. She had never felt that the air was so fresh and delicious. She looked around and realized that she was still in the room. Song Qingshu was standing by the window not far away, gazing at the bright moon on the river. I'm not dead yet? Wan Xingzhu mumbled to herself in disbelief. Do you really want to die? Song Qingshu had just sealed her sleep acupuncture point. He then interrogated Pearl and discovered that there were no discrepancies between the two statements. Only then did he wake her up. Even ants live without purpose, let alone humans. Wan Xingzhu faintly sighed. At this moment, Song Qingshu was frowning. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. He turned around to look at Ren Yingying, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He beckoned to Wan Xingzhu and said, come with me outside. Wan Xingzhu didn't dare to resist. She silently followed behind him. During this time, she had a feeling that it was absurd. Not long ago, the two of them were tender and sweet, but now she was trembling with fear. He could take her life at any time. After coming to the deck and feeling the cold wind on the river, Song Qingshu finally spoke. Madam has put me in a very difficult situation. Wan Xingzhu was startled. She thought to herself, who is the difficult one now? Fortunately, his next words solved her doubts. Ozzy and I are good friends. Just now, I had that kind of relationship with you. If this gets out, it will be a huge scandal. Although many men would fantasize about it, fantasizing was one thing. Actually doing it was another. This kind of thing was not only a taboo in the future, but even in the ancient times. If Song Qingshu only wanted to be a Jianghu boss or a rich man, this kind of thing would not matter. After all, it was not like no one played this way. But if his ambition was to rule the world, this kind of thing could never be done. If this got out, it would be a devastating blow to his reputation. When that time came, his enemies could use this reason to punish him. It should be known that in the ancient times, there was a good reason to attack. If this kind of thing caused him to be in a disadvantageous position in public opinion, it would be a disaster. So from the beginning, Song Qingshu had been in endless distress. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. Hearing his words, Wan Xingzhu was startled at first. Then, she understood what he was talking about. Her fair cheeks couldn't help but blush. Do you think I want to do this? Who asked you to do it without giving me a chance to explain? Song Qingshu was also extremely depressed. He became even more furious when he heard that. You clearly know the relationship between me and Z, yet you still came to use a honey trap on me. You even pretended to be my wife and slept with me in the same bed? Wan Xingzhu was also shocked. Did you really sleep with Azi? Song Qingshu glared at her angrily. What do you think? Wan Xingzhu pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, her eyes flickered. Then, between the two of us, who do you think is better? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He instinctively started to compare the two of them. Each had their own merits. For a moment, he really couldn't tell who was better. Shaking his head, Song Qingshu hurriedly expelled these thoughts that he shouldn't have. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Is this something that a mother like you should say? Who said I'm her mother? Wan Xingzhu's anxiety was relieved. At this moment, she smiled extremely happily. Song Qingshu was shocked. Ozzy isn't your daughter? Wan Xingzhu nodded. Of course she's my daughter. Song Qingshu's face instantly darkened. Are you messing with me? The corners of Wan Xingzhu's lips curled up slightly. She began to explain, Azu and Ozzy think they are my daughters. I also admit to the public that they are my daughters, but in reality, I'm not their biological mother. Then, Wan Xingzhu also sighed. Although I know that it's easier for me to save my life if I don't say this, I also don't want to carry that kind of dirty reputation. What's going on? Song Qingshu was a little confused. This relationship was a little too messy. This involves a secret from back then. I don't want to say it. You just need to know that we're not biological mother and daughter. Wan Xingzhu bit her lips and shifted her face to the side. Song Qingshu sneered. Do you have any other choice at this time? Seeing that she was still a little stubborn, he decided to change his approach. Then answer me first. Is their father Duanjing Chen? Yes, Wan Xingzhu answered instinctively. Then, she revealed a shocked expression. You even know this? But that's right. Since you know the nursery rhyme on the bronze plate, it's normal for you to know this. Then tell me about your relationship with Duanjing Chen. Song Qingshu continued to ask. Wan Xingzhu frowned. She was clearly still a little hesitant. Song Qingshu became impatient. Don't test my patience. The safety of this ship and the Wan family are all in your hands. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Only then did Wan Xingzhu slowly explain what happened back then. Minister Han has always had great ambitions. He was concerned about the recovery of the Central Plains, so he sent many spies to various countries in advance. At that time, I was sent to get close to Duanjing Chen, the Zhenan Prince of the Supreme Court. Duanjing Chen can be said to be above tens of thousands of people in Dali. Moreover, Emperor Baoding doesn't have an heir. According to reliable intelligence, he has always had the idea of avoiding the throne and becoming a monk. In the future, the throne will most likely fall into Duanjing Chen's hands. So, Minister Han sent me to get close to him in advance. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. This Han Xingzhou was really far-sighted. More than 10 years ago, he had also sent Han Xianxia to the Jin Kingdom. Now, he knew that Wan Xingzhu had also been sent to Dali to get close to Duanjing Chen. This plan was really profound. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Duanjing Chen is a playboy. I used a few tricks to gain his trust. However, I also knew that although he liked me, he never had the idea of marrying me. To put it nicely, he was deeply in love with me. To put it bluntly, what he loved the most was the power and position of his brother. Back then, Dali was in chaos. The reason why Emperor Baoding could ascend to the throne was because he had the help of the most powerful force in the country, the Bai tribe. In return, the daughter of the Bai tribe's leader, Dao Baifeng, became the princess of the Zhenan prince. So, no matter how much Duanjing Chen pledged his undying love to other women, he couldn't bring back his lover. Otherwise, if he angered the Bai tribe, his brother might not be able to sit firmly on the throne. Wan Xingzhu's tone was full of disdain when she spoke of this matter. It was obvious that she was very disdainful of Duanjing Chen's reputation for being deeply in love. Song Qingshu frowned. Are you jealous? You feel like a resentful woman who has been abandoned. Another matter? Song Qingshu felt that there was a great secret behind this and immediately became interested. Wan Xingzhu nodded and looked at the starry sky, as if she was immersed in her memories. Although I didn't like Duanjing Chen back then, I had to continue the mission that Minister Han gave me, so I always feigned civility with him. Who knew that something would happen later? One day, my younger sister suddenly came to find me, but I had to leave for a period of time because I had something important to do and couldn't accompany her, so I let her play by herself at Little Mirror Lake. Who knew that not long after I left, Duan Jingchun, that bastard, came. Because my younger sister looked very similar to me, he mistook her for me. My younger sister, in a moment of playfulness, also began to pretend to be me. Although I was usually close to Duan Jingchun, I had a sense of propriety and always kept a sufficient distance from him. However, my younger sister had been raised in a boudoir since she was young, so how could she resist the methods of an experienced womanizer? It didn't take long for her body and mine to fall. Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. The women of the Yuan family really liked to play cosplay, but how could they not get their shoes wet if they often walked by the roadside? Almost all women would fall for this, such as Azu, Yuan Xingzhu, and her younger sister. By the time I found out, it was already too late. She had already devoted herself to Duan Jingchun. Yuan Xingzhu sighed faintly. I tried to persuade her, but she still refused to come to her senses. I had no choice but to make the best of it. During that time, Duan Jingchun kept pressuring me, so I could let her replace me, Song Qingshu sneered. Replace you to sleep with him? He knew that if he wanted to gain Duan Jingchun's true trust, the two of them had to have the most intimate relationship. Yuan Xingzhu did not refute. You can put it that way. Although I wanted to minimize the loss, it wasn't that I didn't have such thoughts. My younger sister gladly accepted my proposal. For a young girl who is in love, as long as she can stay with her lover, she doesn't care about anything else. Yuan Xingzhu then changed the topic. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. After a few months, Duan Jingchun had something to do in Dali, so he left Little Mirror Lake. Although my sister was reluctant, she couldn't go back with him. What's even more troublesome is that not long after that Duan guy left, my sister found out that she was pregnant, Yuan Xingzhu said hatefully. After that Duan guy left, there was no news at all. My sister waited bitterly, but to no avail. She didn't listen to my advice and decided to give birth to the child. Our Yuan family can also be considered a prominent family in Jiangnan. If people know that the young lady of our family had an affair with a man and got pregnant before marriage, neither our father nor the Yuan family can afford to lose face. Hearing Yuan Xingzhu's words, Song Qingshu nodded to himself. The southern Song dynasty was very popular. If this matter were to spread, it would indeed be a huge scandal. It would be very difficult for a big family to tolerate such a thing. Yuan Xingzhu continued, there was no other way. In order to keep it a secret, I could only let my sister continue to recuperate at Little Mirror Lake to prevent the news from leaking. After giving birth to the child, I secretly sent the child to a farmer's family. Song Qingshu interrupted, I'm afraid your sister wouldn't agree to this. Yuan Xingzhu's face was frosty. She was young and insensible. She didn't know the dangers of the world. As her sister, I naturally had to be more ruthless. Song Qingshu could imagine how many times the sisters had quarreled over this matter. They might have even turned against each other. Of course, he also understood Yuan Xingzhu's actions. She did it to protect her sister to the greatest extent. However, her sister might not have appreciated it. During that time, my sister was very unhappy. At that time, my younger sister was very unhappy. She seemed to have lost her soul. I was at my wit's end. I didn't know if I was lucky or unlucky. Later on, that Duan fellow came to Little Mirror Lake. When Yuan Xingzhu talked about this, her nails dug into her flesh. When my younger sister saw him, all her worries disappeared. The two of them had a few more happy months, then Duan Jingchun left again? Even without her saying it, Song Qingshu could already guess what happened next. That's right, Yuan Xingzhu said hatefully. Unlike before, he never came back after he left. Coincidentally, my sister got pregnant again. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself, Duan Jingchun's ability to produce children is quite strong. It's just that his ability to produce sons is too poor. My sister's reaction this time was much calmer than before. After I sent her daughter away on her behalf, she didn't react too much. I knew that she was thinking about Duan Jingchun and hoped that he would come back and take her away. When she mentioned the past, Yuan Xingzhu's tone was filled with pity for her sister. Unfortunately, she couldn't wait for Duan Jingchen to come back. She always thought that he was busy with national affairs and had no time to spare. However, through my own intelligence network, I found out that he was actually very intimate with a woman from Mantua Villa in the Jiangnan area. Song Qingshu's expression changed. He knew that the woman she was talking about was Li Qingluo. At that time, Li Qingluo was worried that she would be persecuted by Qin Hui. In order to dispel his doubts, she pretended to get close to Duan Jingchen, that playboy. I told my sister about this, but she didn't believe me no matter what. In the end, she sneaked out to look for him. In the end, when she came back, she was in a daze. Not long after, she passed away from depression. When Wan Xingzhu mentioned the past, a crystalline tear unknowingly streaked down her fair cheeks. Passed away? Song Qingshu was shocked. He did not expect that Azu and Zi's mother was already gone. Wan Xingzhu nodded. After my sister passed away, I secretly took care of her 2 daughters. I even concealed my identity and secretly taught Azu the art of disguise. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. He had always wondered how Azu had learned the art of disguise since she was an orphan. Only now did he understand what was going on. It's a pity that Zi went missing, Wan Xingzhu said with a frown. During that time, I was busy with my sister's funeral. When I went to look for Zi, I found that the family that adopted Zi had already left. I searched for many years, but I couldn't find her whereabouts. Zi later went to Xianxia sect. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something. Hey, didn't Zi and Azu acknowledge each other at Little Mirror Lake? At that time, you were still with Duan Jingchen? That's right. Wan Xingzhu sighed. As secret agents, we had no choice. Although we hated Duan Jingchen, we could only force a smile and approach him to continue spying for information. At the same time, we were prepared to use me as a spy in the future. Since ancient times, being a spy has always been the most dangerous and painful thing. Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. Of course, that guy called Bond was an exception. Because of this, Pearl has always been unhappy with me. Wan Xingzhu shifted her gaze to her room. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why? Wan Xingzhu smiled bitterly. Although Pearl is my servant, she is closer to my sister. So she can't understand that Duan Jingchen clearly killed my sister. Not only did I not avenge her, but I also continued to be the enemy's lover. Because I was worried that she would do something extreme to Duan Jingchen in a moment of impulse, I never dared to bring her along when I saw Duan Jingchen. Song Qingshu said indifferently, what you did was correct. Even though Duan Jingchen's martial arts aren't worth mentioning in front of a true expert, it's still far from something a servant girl can deal with. It's also easy to expose your identity, causing all of your hard work to go down the drain. A hint of surprise appeared in Wan Xingzhu's eyes. I didn't expect you to understand me. All these years, my heart has been filled with torment. Song Qingshu shook his head. I only understand why you didn't let Pearl come into contact with Duan Jingchen. I don't agree with you not avenging your sister. I had no choice. Our Wan family has received great kindness from the Han family for generations. We have to repay it. Wan Xingzhu bit her lips. A hint of stubbornness flashed across her face. Although I can't agree, from a certain point of view, I do admire you. You have the air of an ancient chivalrous man. Song Qingshu said. Wan Xingzhu smiled mournfully. I can't even avenge my sister. How can I be called chivalrous? Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Although Duan Jingchen is somewhat of a scumbag, that matter was your sister's wishful thinking. It is a bit unfair to blame it all on him. Although Song Qingshu didn't like Duan Jingchen, he didn't approve of Duan Jingchen paying with his life. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Wan Xingzhu changed the topic. Speak. Since you know I'm not Zi's mother, you don't have any more worries. How do you plan to deal with me? The river wind blew gently and her skirt fluttered. Her black hair was as smooth as ripples. Under the moonlight, it glowed. Wan Xingzhu appeared hazy and beautiful. However, Song Qingshu had no time to admire her beauty. Instead, he was thinking about how to deal with her. From now on, the Wan family will rely on Golden Snake Camp. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will remove the entire Wan family from Jiangnan. Wan Xingzhu's pupils shrank. However, she still shook her head firmly. That's impossible. Although I am a woman, I won't betray my master for glory. You are loyal to Han Xingzhou. Her reaction was expected. Song Qingshu didn't care at all. Do you know that Han Xingzhou might not be able to overcome this hurdle? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Where will the Wan family go? The Han family is the #1 family in the two Song dynasties. Now, Prime Minister Han is the head of all the officials. He has many disciples and old officials. How could anything happen to him? Wan Xingzhu didn't agree with his reasoning at all. The northern expedition suffered heavy losses. Wu Shi, whom he supported, rebelled, which led to the possibility of Sichuan becoming independent. How could Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? At this time, all they need is a little push, and the whole thing will collapse. Song Qingshu vaguely remembered that in history, Han Xingzhou lost power after the failure of the northern expedition. As for the specifics, he couldn't remember. However, now that he was in this world, he had plenty of information from all aspects. He could completely determine that Han Xingzhou was finished. So this time, I came to Sichuan to reverse the situation and give Prime Minister Han a chance to breathe. Wan Xingzhu reached out and pulled the sleeve of the man next to her. I beg you, for the sake of your friendship with Prime Minister Han in the past, even if you want to take revenge, wait until after the Sichuan incident. Let me do one last thing for Prime Minister Han first. What do I get for agreeing? Song Qingshu looked at her with a playful expression. Feeling his burning gaze, Wan Xingzhu couldn't help but feel dizzy. She lowered her head and whispered, as long as you agree, I can do anything you want me to. She didn't expect to say such shameful words. However, as an ace spy, she was good at using everything as a weapon. This time, however, she didn't know how much of her words were sincere and how much was fake. The king of Qi is surrounded by fairy-like beauties. How can a woman like me be interested in them? Although Wan Xingzhu said it casually, she still looked embarrassed. She had tried to seduce him, but she was rejected. Any woman would find it hard to get over it. Madam, you don't have to pretend to be pitiful. You've been a secret agent for Hanzhou for years, and you never forget to take advantage of your advantages. Song Qingshu was not moved at all. Wan Xingzhu smiled. It's a professional habit. I hope you can forgive me. What do you want to do to make me agree? She was still trying to pull a fast one on him. Usually, a person's rage would be at its highest when they first learned that they had been deceived. As long as this period of time passed, no matter how great their rage was, it would be resolved with time, making it much easier to deal with them. That was why she was determined to delay the other party's revenge no matter the cost. I just said that the Wan family will submit to the Golden Snake Camp, Song Qingshu said lightly. Wan Xingzhu frowned. That's the only thing I can't accept. Please change your request. Song Qingshu somewhat appreciated her loyalty and said, Madam, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you add a condition? If Han Xingzhou can turn the tide this time, this agreement will be invalid. If Han Xingzhou falls this time, the Wan family will submit to me. What do you think? Wan Xingzhu opened her mouth and wanted to refuse, but the condition made her a little bit tempted. Seeing that she was tempted, Song Qingshu added, the Wan family has been working for Han Xingzhou for years, and Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan have long seen them as a thorn in their side. If Han Xingzhou falls, you will lose his protection. I don't need to tell you what will happen to the Wan family. Also, let me remind you that it will be impossible for you to change your family. There are two big royal merchants in the southern Song dynasty. The Wan family is in the central territory, and the Shui family is in the overseas. There have been all kinds of competitions over the years. If you want to surrender, will the Shui family accept you? As a senior advisor of Han Xingzhou, Wan Xingzhu knew the close relationship between the Shui family, the Jia family, the Shi family, and the Wan family. Even if Jia Sherdao was willing to accept them, he would give up because of the Shui family. Okay, I promise you. Wan Xingzhu bit her lip. After all, this suggestion was beneficial to the Wan clan. She had no reason to reject it. Let us wait and see. Song Qingshu revealed a confident smile. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Wan Xingzhu hurriedly called out to him. Under his puzzled gaze, her fair cheeks gradually blushed. You're leaving just like that? What else? Song Qingshu asked matter-of-factly. Wan Xingzhu stamped her feet and whispered, You took advantage of me just now. Are you going to let it go just like that? Because they had just reached an agreement, she was not as afraid as she was at the beginning. She even regained some of her usual naughtiness. Taking advantage? Song Qingshu said angrily, You schemed to seduce me, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Seduce? It was the first time Wan Xingzhu had heard of this word, but it didn't stop her from understanding its literal meaning. She was so angry that she almost passed out. Since we've just come to an agreement, for the sake of our future cooperation, I'll temporarily forget about you seducing and raping me. However, I'm not done with you bullying Ying. Song Qingshu left these words and quickly drifted away. Only Wan Xingzhu was left there alone. She gritted her teeth and said, I've never seen such a shameless person. But as she cursed, she suddenly burst into laughter. She quickly covered her face and felt the heat on her skin. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Meanwhile, when Song Qingshu returned to his room, the guards at the door were already used to him going in and out of the master's bedroom. None of them were stupid enough to stop him. Ren Yingying was still lying quietly on the bed. It was obvious that she had been worried for the past few days. He gently caressed her forehead and relaxed her tightly furrowed brows. He cursed in his heart, It's all that demoness Wan Xingzhu's fault. However, in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene of him flipping the red waves. Her passion and gentleness could melt a man of steel into a ball of softness. It's a pity that I didn't know it was her. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but imagine what would have happened if he had known. I've sinned. Song Qingshu hurriedly dispelled the evil thoughts in his heart. He kept his mind clear and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Ren Yingying kept asking about what happened between the two of them. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Yingying, I know you're angry that I didn't recognize the impostor at first, but my attention was attracted by the people of the Isle of Heroes. I was completely focused on Emperor Liang's treasure, so I naturally neglected it. Oh, so I'm not as important as the treasure in your heart. Ren Yingying snorted. Her pouting lips showed how unhappy she was. In fact, with her personality, she didn't mind this, nor did she mind that she had been imprisoned for so long. What she minded was that her lover had actually mistaken another woman for her. It made her feel a strong sense of defeat. You know that's not what I meant. Song Qingshu hurriedly began to coax her. In my heart, even 10 treasures can't compare to a single strand of your hair. Ren Yingying snorted. That won't do. Now that there are so many people vying for the throne, we need money for the army, horses, and rations. If there really are 10 treasures, I'll cut off all my hair and become a nun to get them back for you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh, but he felt warm in his heart. Then there will definitely be a lot of people who believe in Buddhism. Why? Ren Yingying was startled, not understanding what he meant. Song Qingshu stroked her hair and said, Because people will pretend to go to the nunnery to offer incense just to see a beautiful nun. Bah, glib tongue. Ren Yingying blushed and spat. Don't think that I forgive you. I know you deliberately didn't recognize Madame Ruan in order to take advantage of her justifiably. I'm really wronged. Song Qingshu shouted. But when he thought that he really took advantage of Madame Ruan, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty and his tone became weaker. Really? Then tell me, you have to warm my meridians every day. With your cultivation, let alone other people, how can you not notice it? Ren Yingying said a little angrily. Suddenly, her face turned red. Not to mention that our physical characteristics are completely different. She is a master of disguise. She has planned everything well. She told me that her heavenly Gue came, so it was naturally inconvenient for me to have physical contact with her. Song Qingshu explained. Really? Ren Yingying's eyes lit up, and the resentment in her heart eased a little. You really didn't touch her during this time? No. I don't think so. Song Qingshu was a little guilty, and the last word was almost inaudible. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. After getting permission, Ruan Xingzhu leisurely walked in. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and her skin was sparkling. Her swan-like neck appeared smooth and elegant. There was a hint of a charming smile on her face. However, the most attractive thing about her was her round and soft waist. When it swayed gently, it was like a snake that was slowly twisting. It made one's heart beat faster uncontrollably. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of that soft and moving waist from last night. That kind of vitality and gentleness made it hard for people to forget. He didn't hide his gaze, but openly admired the curves of the young woman's body in front of him. Feeling his gaze, Ruan Xingzhu didn't show the slightest shyness. Instead, she openly showed in front of him. She was a top-secret agent and knew how to behave. She showed the temptation of her body, but didn't make people feel that she was stroking her hair coquettishly, which would give people a sense of contempt and cheap. "Young Lady Ren, this time I specially came to apologize to you." Ruan Xingzhu didn't forget the original purpose of this trip. As she spoke, she personally held a set of gorgeous clothes made from the finest shoe embroidery. Another wooden plate was filled with a few exquisite pieces of jewelry. They weren't the kind that were blindly expensive. Instead, they were very compatible with Ren Yingying's temperament. Sure enough, Ren Yingying was a little happy at first sight. But she was the dignified saintess of Sun Moon sect, so how could she be bought over by these things? She turned her face away and said coldly, "I don't dare to take Madame's things. Who knows when I'll unknowingly fall into your trap again." A few days ago, she chatted with Ruan Xingzhu very congenially, and in her heart, she regarded her as half a friend. But now that she knew that Ruan Xingzhu had other intentions, she naturally felt suffocated. "Young Lady Ren, you may not know this, but the main reason why I did what I did was that I've always admired Prince Song's great name. I wanted to rely on him, but I was worried that the rumors were wrong. I wanted to get to know his true side at a closer distance. After all, I'm responsible for the future and lives of the hundreds of people in the Ruan clan." Ruan Xingzhu was a smart woman. She knew that no matter how much she apologized to Ren Yingying, she was afraid that Ren Yingying wouldn't forgive her. But she could see that Ren Yingying cared a lot about her lover's career, so she started with Song Qingshu and guided everything to proper business. Ren Yingying's heart was tied to her lover. Knowing that he had obtained another powerful aid, the little bit of unhappiness in her happiness naturally vanished like smoke in thin air. "Oh, is that really the case?" Ren Yingying's attention was indeed diverted. Song Qingshu naturally guessed what little trick Ruan Xingzhu was playing. He looked at her deeply, but didn't expose her. "Yes, Madame Ruan has decided to rely on the Golden Snake Battalion." But Ruan Xingzhu silently mouthed, reminding him that there were conditions, and it wasn't certain whether he would rely on them in the end. Song Qingshu directly ignored her and began to ask about the situation of the Ruan clan. Ruan Xingzhu knew that she had to show her sincerity, so she didn't hide anything. But when it came to the most important secrets, she just skimmed over them. Song Qingshu knew that he couldn't be too hasty, so he didn't mind. After asking about enough, he began to ask about the Yang clan in Sichuan. "By the way, you seem to have married into the Yang clan in Sichuan. What's your husband's name?" "My husband's surname is Yang and his name is Zhenzhong. He's the Xingyuan prefecture's judge and the Dan army's Jijun." Ruan Xingzhu unconsciously added, "Our Ruan clan and the Yang clan only have a political marriage. Usually, we live our own lives. He's busy with government affairs, and I'm busy with imperial business. We rarely see each other more than a few times a year." Hearing her last sentence, Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but look at her and happened to meet her gaze. Both of them trembled and subconsciously averted their gazes. They had just clapped for love with her last night, but now they were talking about her husband's situation. Something felt strange. After listening to Ruan Xingzhu's explanation, Song Qingshu also understood the general situation of the Yang family. The current family head of the Yang family was her husband, Yang Zhenzhong. He also had a second brother, Yang Juyuan, who was the supervisor of Hejiangsong in Xingzhou. Most of the other family members were officials in various parts of Sichuan. Although the official positions were not prominent, and some were not even officials, they were all important departments with real power. Therefore, they formed a huge network. At the same time, many of the Yang family members were doing business. With the protection of this network, coupled with the strong alliance with the Ruan family, they could be said to be powerful in Sichuan. They were fully deserving of being a prominent family. The Yang family is indeed second only to the Wu family in West Shu. Song Qingshu was full of praise. The reason why the Wu family could be first was because Wu Cheng and Wu Lin were here in the past. The Wu family's people ran the business for them. However, after Sichuan was conquered by the Mongols, the Wu family's influence was not as strong as before. They might not even be able to compete with the Yang family now. Moreover, unlike the Wu family who attracted the wind, the Yang family was a model example of making a fortune in silence. After all, the official position of the family head was just a general judge, and the second-in-command was only the supervisor of Hejiangsong in Xingzhou. In the eyes of the big shots in the court, they were just small officials. Wan Xingzhu was also a little proud. She smiled and said, "If young master is interested, I will introduce the Yang family to you when we arrive in Sichuan. I believe Xinzhong and the others will be very interested in cooperating with young master. Then I will have to trouble madam." Song Qingshu was having a headache. If he could get the support of the Yang family, he could easily influence Sichuan. Although it was not as exaggerated as secretly controlling Sichuan, it was still possible to influence a quarter or a third of Sichuan. However, the problem now was that he had just slept with the wife of the family head yesterday. If the Yang family knew about this, he would have one more big enemy out of thin air. Song Qingshu had long passed the age of ignoring everything for physical pleasure. He would think more about the influence behind the scenes. If he had known in advance that it was Madame Ruan last night, no matter how seductive she was, he would not have touched her. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. This woman actually did not reveal her identity at that critical moment yesterday. Did she do it on purpose? Song Qingshu looked at the woman in front of him suspiciously. She was dressed in a simple, elegant, and pure white dress. She even looked like a fairy, but who knew if she was two-faced or not? Feeling his gaze, Wan Xingzhu blushed and turned her face slightly to the side. Feeling his gaze, Wan Xingzhu blushed and turned her face slightly to the side unnaturally. As if sensing her doubt, Wan Xingzhu changed the topic. "Gongzi, we're about to enter Sichuan. How are we going to sail? Are we going to Amei first?" Qingshu thought for a word. "Madame Ruan, Yan, Qingshu Xian Qingshu is, I will Qingshu. It would be very inconvenient to access the Amei Mountains in the future." Now that he and Zhou Zhirua were not in charge of the Amei Mountains, once the news was leaked, the remaining disciples might not be able to protect the treasures. If it caused trouble to the Amei sect, he would not be able to face Zhirua. Surprise flashed in Ruan Xingzhu's eyes, but she quickly nodded and said, "No problem." Song Qingshu looked into her eyes and said meaningfully, "What I mean is not to borrow the power of the Yang family." Because of the matter between him and Ruan Xingzhu, the Yang family was like a time bomb. He did not dare to bet on them. Ruan Xingzhu was startled, but she quickly realized what he was worried about. Her heart was beating wildly, and she pursed her lips and smiled. Our Ruan family is a first-class imperial merchant after all. Who knows how much goods we have to transport on a daily basis? Although this batch of goods is hot, it is not a problem for us. All right, I will leave it with you for now. Song Qingshu waved his hand and gestured for her to leave. After Ruan Xingzhu left, Ren Yingying could not help but ask, "Song, do you really trust this woman? This woman speaks half-truths." "Of course, I can't trust her." Song Qingshu smiled. Ren Yingying could not help but say, "Then why did you let her keep the treasures? Are you going to throw the treasures at her because she is beautiful?" Song Qingshu laughed. "No matter how beautiful she is not as beautiful as you. Moreover, she is a married woman." Ren Yingying pouted. "Who doesn't know you like that? You love to bully married women." Song Qingshu was drinking tea. He almost spat it out when he heard that. "Who said that? This is slander." Ren Yingying looked at him playfully. "The ninth princess and Miss Zhou all said the same thing." "Ahem, don't listen to their nonsense." Song Qingshu was speechless. Had his reputation been so bad? "I just want to make it easier to transport the treasures back to Golden Snake Camp after the matter in Sichuan is over." In this era, the road was tortuous and time-consuming. It was also very unsafe. Therefore, whether it was marching to war or transporting goods, the waterways would be used. Song Qingshu's sphere of influence had not yet covered Sichuan, so he could not transport the treasures back to Golden Snake Camp by himself. Now, the best way was to borrow the Ruan family's merchant ship. After all, the Ruan family was the #1 imperial merchant in the world. The checkpoints along the Yangtze River would let them pass, so they could directly transport the treasures to Yangzhou. Once they reached Yangzhou's territory, the treasures would be safe. Hearing his explanation, Ren Yingying was relieved, but she was still a little worried. What if Madame Ruan becomes greedy and wants to take the treasures for herself? Greed will definitely arise. The key is whether there are effective checks and balances. Song Qingshu patted her little hand. Don't worry, I have a way to control her. Ren Yingying opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say it. By the way, your Sun Moon sect should have a branch in Sichuan, right? Song Qingshu was perfecting all the details in his mind, so he did not notice her reaction. Ren Yingying came back to her senses and nodded. Yes, but these people are good at fighting in Jianghu. If they want to use them in the court, I'm afraid, Song Qingshu smiled. Don't worry, they don't need to be very capable. We just need to transfer some people to help keep an eye on the place where Ruan Xingzhu keeps the treasures and inform us if there is any unusual movement. Although he was confident that he could control Ruan Xingzhu, he still needed someone to keep an eye on her just in case. Ren Yingying could not help but laugh. That's not a problem. If they can't even keep an eye on her, the Sun Moon sect doesn't need to mingle in Jianghu. You haven't taught me to play the guqin for a long time. Today, continue to teach me the smiling, proud wanderer. Song Qingshu took a guqin and came over. Humph, I can hear you and Madame Ruan playing the guqin in the secret room these days. You can go to her. Ren Yingying could not help but say sourly. Even now, she was still brooding over it. Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly. You see, Madame Ruan has even prepared to teach me to play the guqin. It's really painstaking. It's not my fault that I couldn't recognize her for a while. Ren Yingying snorted. Forget it. Seeing that you saved me in the end, I won't argue with you. Oh right, it's not good for us to stay in Madame Ruan's bedroom. Let's move back first. Actually, she was not a woman who was easily jealous. Normally, even if her lover took a concubine, she would not have the slightest objection. However, the situation this time was too strange. The key was that Ruan Xingzhu had been impersonating her identity to be with her lover for the past few days. This was unbearable. Therefore, she could not help but complain for a while. However, she had gradually calmed down. Song Qingshu also felt that it was inappropriate to enter and leave Ruan Xingzhu's bedroom so openly. He still wanted to cooperate with the Sichuan Yang family. If any rumors were to spread to her husband, it would really increase the number of variables. The two quickly returned to their own rooms. Then, they began to play the guqin on the deck, living the life of a celestial couple. Ruan Xingzhu stood in the distance and silently watched the two show off their affection. Thinking about how the woman next to Song Qingshu was still herself, she could not help but feel a little absent-minded. Pearl, who was beside her, laughed and said, Madam, are you jealous? Ruan Xingzhu spat and said, Why would I be jealous? I'm just a little shaken. I haven't gotten over my identity yet. The reason why she had been successful in impersonating others was not only because of her excellent disguise skills, but also because of her acting skills. She knew how to hypnotize herself and put herself in the shoes of the target. That way, even she would think that she was the target. Naturally, it would not be easy for her to reveal any flaws. Of course, this also had a side effect. It was easy for her to be immersed in the target's life and not be able to get out of it for a while. Every time, she would need to spend some time afterward to get used to it. This time, impersonating Ren Yingying could be said to have given her all. She had never been so engrossed in her acting before. Subconsciously, she had treated herself as Ren Yingying. She had even replicated Ren Yingying's love for her lover. Unfortunately, in the end, she still fell short of success. That was fine. The biggest problem was that normally she would take the initiative to return to her identity. That way, she would be able to quickly get out of her disguise. But this time, she had been seen through by her opponent. She had been forced out of her disguise. This caused many of the emotions of her identity as Ren Yingying to remain in her memory. For example, she even felt that she had an inexplicable fondness for Song Qingshu. In the dead of the night, she would recall the scene of the two of them sticking to each other like glue that night, and her heart would race and she would toss and turn in bed. Of course, she knew that this was not love. But she knew that if she continued to immerse herself in these emotions, it would be hard to avoid falling in love with him. Thinking of her identity as a married woman, she could not help but sigh, "What a sin, madam, are we really going to rely on him?" Pearl continued to ask. Wan Xingzhu grunted, "Of course not. But we can use this as an excuse to deal with him." "Then has the madam thought of a way to get the treasure?" Pearl laughed strangely. "Why don't you consider my suggestion? Use a honey trap, Miss Ren is already by his side." "You still want to use a honey trap? Do you want us to die faster?" Wan Xingzhu pulled on the maid's ear. She did not know what she was thinking, but she felt her entire body soften. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "God, you're not playing with me like this, are you?" Then he suddenly reached out his hand and began to pinch Ren Yingying's face. "Are you pretending to be me again?" Ren Yingying was ashamed and angry. She pushed his hand away. "Don't fool around. It's true." Song Qingshu recalled last month's time and finally sighed dejectedly. "Seems like it's really this time." Ren Yingying was also a little embarrassed. She muttered with a red face, "I don't know what's wrong with your body. You think about it all day long. If other people were like you, even if they were made of iron, they would also be useless." Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly. "It's probably because of the blissful Diana that I'm so anxious every day. I'm like a human pile driver." Ren Yingying couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Will it hurt your body?" Song Qingshu patted his chest. "Don't worry. I'm in good health now. What's more, this kind of thing is the mutual support of yin and yang. It follows the supreme law of the universe. The Yellow Emperor has 3,000 women. He not only didn't die of sperm exhaustion, but also ascended to heaven." "Nonsense. Don't be serious." Ren Yingying blushed and spat. She suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but change her face slightly. "You do it every day. How can nothing happen between you and Madame Ruan these days?" "Nothing really happened," Song Qingshu explained with a guilty conscience. Ren Yingying looked at him quietly. After a long time, she smiled slightly. "Song Qingshu, do you know what I like about you?" Song Qingshu was stunned and couldn't help but hold her slightly in his arms. "I'm such an excellent man. Shouldn't you like everything?" "Shameless." Ren Yingying secretly pinched his waist and continued, "Most capable men in this world have 3 or 4 wives. For example, my father had a few concubines in the past. Invincible East also had a group of concubines in the past. If they wanted to have a wife, they would do so without any hesitation. They would never ask for a woman's permission, nor would they care about a woman's feelings. But you're different. You'll feel guilty, you'll feel sorry for us, and you'll explain to us in a panic. I feel like you treat us women as equals from the bottom of your heart. You're completely different from the other men in this world." Song Qingshu was ashamed. After all, he came from a future world where equality between men and women was important. Some of his habits would instinctively show, but he didn't expect the other party to look at him in a different light. "Yingying, you're embarrassing me." "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. "You are now a Wangya, with 100,000 elite troops under your command, 1,000 miles of fertile land. In terms of martial arts and status, you are much higher than my father and Uncle Dongfang. What are 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's more, if you aspire to the world, you should learn from powerful figures like Emperor Guangwu and Emperor Taizu of the Ming dynasty, and use marriage to win over the power of the noble families. Now the Ruan family is the first royal merchant in the world. If you can win Madame Ruan's heart and win over the Ruan family, I'll be more than happy." "Why would I be jealous?" Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect Ren Yingying to be so open-minded, and he understood that her open-mindedness was different from Shuang'er's open-mindedness. Shuang'er was the traditional kind of woman, gentle and kind. She regarded her husband as the sky. As long as her husband was happy, she was happy. Ren Yingying stood at a higher level. She directly analyzed the gains and losses, and everything was beneficial to the overall situation. To a certain extent, she was somewhat similar to Zhao Min. Therefore, this kind of woman who was originally in a high position had a really different vision and mind. Of course, this also depended on the person. Many women were also blessed by the heavens, but they were far from this kind of bearing. You don't have to hide it from me. During the day, you two flirted with each other. Something must have happened. Ren Yingying's eyes flashed with wisdom. It just so happens that my body is very tired now. Go find Ruan Foran. No matter what method you use, you must completely conquer her and pull the Ruan family to our side. Song Qingshu looked at her in the wind. Yingying, are you joking? He, who came from the future, naturally knew the tricks of these women. This was not a multiple-choice question at all, but the most classic suicide question. Don't think too much, I'm serious. Ren Yingying smiled slyly. But I also have another thought. Previously, she made me so miserable. In the future, after she enters the family, see how I will deal with her. Song Qingshu listened with black lines on his forehead. She is a married woman, what do you mean by entering the family? Aya, today's world is in chaos. Even the Empress and Wang Fei are precarious, let alone a member of a noble family, Ren Yingying said as she pushed him out. Moreover, looking at her situation, the two most likely have a political marriage. They can only meet a few times a year. How can there be any feelings? Song Qingshu's eyes flashed. Inside, Ren Yingying was full of radiance, causing everyone to forget that she was a sage nun who came from the devil cult. After being influenced for more than a decade, how could she not have a bit of a black-bellied side? However, he liked her like this more because she was more three-dimensional and more like a woman, and not like an illusory illusion. Finally, under Ren Yingying's urging, Song Qingshu walked out of the room. At the same time, he secretly thought, I've seen a movie called something like Follow the Orders to Pick Up Girls. Does what I did today count? Why does it feel weird? Of course, he would not be blinded by women. He clearly knew that his goal was to control Ruan Xingzhu and the Ruan family. Unknowingly, he arrived at the top floor of the ship where Ruan Xingzhu's bedroom was. Who would have thought that the guards would look at each other and then move out of the way without saying a word? This caused Song Qingshu to be slightly dumbfounded. What situation was this? Originally, he had planned on waiting here for a while and let them go report. Who knew that they would directly let him pass? However, he did not worry about any tricks and directly walked up the stairs. A guard behind him hesitantly said to his companion, Is it not good for us to do this? This is called having poor eyesight. Did you forget that 2 days ago, Prince Song spent the night in Madame's room? Our Madame is a married woman. This kind of thing naturally cannot be publicized. You specifically went to ask her, how do you expect her to respond to you? The older companion lectured him in a serious tone. The guard nodded. Third brother, you are the most thoughtful. A hint of smugness flashed across the older guard's face. Moreover, it's not like you haven't seen Prince Song's martial arts. If he really wanted to go up, how could we stop him? He is willing to stop to give us face. Naturally, we have to be tactful and not take advantage of him. Another guard could not help but say, but if this matter is spread out and is known by the son-in-law, it is inevitable that he will vent his anger on us. The older guard snorted. We have not received any kindness from the son-in-law. On the contrary, it is Prince Song who has saved our lives. Of course, we will be on his side. Moreover, this kind of thing, if you don't say it and I don't say it, Madame will naturally not say it. How would the son-in-law know? Although several people deliberately lowered their voices, their whispers did not escape Song Qingshu's eyes and ears. He could not help but laugh. He originally thought that they deliberately let him go because of Madame Ruan's instructions. In his heart, his impression of her was somewhat discounted. In the end, it was these people who privately made their own decisions. People at the bottom most loved to figure out the meaning of the top. In those years, Song Qingshu also climbed up from the bottom. He knew that this was their survival wisdom and philosophy. There was nothing wrong with it. When Song Qingshu arrived outside the door, he found that the door was locked from the inside. However, this was not a problem for him. He gently emitted a wisp of Xianxia and lifted the door bolt behind the door. He pushed the door open and walked in. This time, he originally came to intimidate Ruan Xingzhu enough so that she would not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Naturally, he would not knock on the door like normal. He did not deliberately conceal the sound of his footsteps. However, now that his cultivation had reached the realm of perfection, there was almost no sound when he walked. Thus, Madame Ruan did not notice anything unusual. Suddenly, there was the sound of patter of water in front of him. Furthermore, there was a faint mist. Song Qingshu was startled, thinking that it could not be so coincidental. Bypassing a vermilion pillar, a translucent screen appeared in front of him. However, with his eyesight, a mere screen could not block his view. He saw that Madame Ruan was currently bathing. The mist lingered in the room, making her entire person hazy and magnificent. It made people's hearts tremble. It was as if there were no traces of age on her body. Her skin was like that of a newborn baby, smooth and delicate, white with a hint of red, crystal clear. Her graceful figure caused people to exclaim in admiration. Her slender waist made many young girls feel ashamed of their inferiority. Her slender legs were soft, straight, and light. They were faintly discernible in the water. As they swayed, they set off her proud figure with a peerless elegance, causing thousands of flowers to lose their color. Her entire person was like a young girl, full of youthful vigor. However, it was mixed with a faint mature charm. There was a strange sense of charm and beauty. At this moment, half of her body was soaking in the hot water. She appeared extremely comfortable and relaxed. Her mouth was even softly humming a Jiangnan folk song. Together with the lingering mist and rippling water, it formed an artistic picture. "Pei Er, why did you come back?" "Huh? Didn't I lock the door?" Song Qingshu had walked so close that Ruan Xingzhu finally heard the movement. She asked subconsciously. "This Jiangnan folk song. I can hear that Madame is in a good mood right now." Song Qingshu said lightly. Hearing his voice, Ruan Xingzhu finally came to her senses. She was so frightened that she cried out in alarm. She instinctively tore off a light gauze from the screen and used it to cover her chest. Song Qingshu walked to the side of the bathtub and said sarcastically, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. Isn't Madame deceiving herself by doing this?" It was unknown whether it was because she was embarrassed or because of the steam, but at this moment, Ruan Xingzhu's skin was smeared with a layer of rouge. She bit her lip and said, "Young master, you barged into the women's dormitory in the middle of the night without notifying me. I'm afraid that is not the behavior of a gentleman." Song Qingshu shrugged, "I did notify you, but the guards at the door let me in. See, even your subordinates know of our relationship. Why do you still need to pretend?" Who knew that Song Qingshu would remain indifferent and just stand there? "You change. I'll wait for you." Ruan Xingzhu forced a smile and said, "Young master, you must be joking." "How do I change?" Song Qingshu walked to the edge of the wooden tub and hooked his hand under her smooth chin. He looked down at her. "Do you think I'm joking, madam?" Ruan Xingzhu's expression changed. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu then continued, "Madam, have you forgotten what happened that night so quickly? Which part of your body doesn't have my mark? Do you still need me to avoid it?" Ruan Xingzhu hurriedly explained, "What happened that day was just an accident. I was using the identity of Reningying. Madam, how long are you going to keep deceiving yourself?" Song Qingshu snorted and interrupted her. "I don't care if you did it unintentionally or on purpose. I'm here to confirm something with you. Young master, please tell me." "As long as I can do it, I will definitely die for it," Ruan Xingzhu said hurriedly. "You don't have to use these pretty words to deal with me." Song Qingshu was indifferent. "Would you also die for it if I asked you to serve me in bed?" Ruan Xingzhu's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She chuckled and said, "If young master doesn't mind my appearance, I am willing to serve you." Facing this ace spy who could beat an Oscar-winning actress, Song Qingshu didn't know how many of her words were true and how many were false. Of course, he wouldn't take her service to heart. He went straight to the point. "Madam, you don't have to use your beauty anymore. I came here to confirm that the Ruan family won't betray me." "How could we?" Young master has done the Ruan family a great favor. How could we repay kindness with enmity? Ruan Xingzhu said with a pale face. As the saying goes, gold moves people's hearts. With such a large amount of treasure, who would believe that you wouldn't be moved? Song Qingshu said as he looked at her quietly. Ruan Xingzhu hurriedly tried to explain, young master. Song Qingshu reached out his hand to stop her from continuing. You don't have to be so polite. What I want to hear is a specific method. How can I ensure that you won't betray me? Ruan Xingzhu opened her mouth, but no words came out for a long time. She knew that her usual methods would not work on the man in front of her. However, if she wanted to ensure that she could not betray him, she could only use some methods. No matter what, she did not want to use those methods on herself. Looking at Madame's expression, you must have thought of it. Usually, Madame must have all kinds of checks and balances to control your henchmen. Madame must have wronged you now. As soon as Song Qingshu finished speaking, he reached his hand into the barrel and sucked. A thread of water was swiftly sucked into his hand. Yuan Xingzhu was startled. Before she could react, Song Qingshu raised his hand and a few sparkling and translucent ice flakes instantly shot into a few major acupoints on her body. All of this happened in an instant. If Tianshan Tonglao was watching from the side, she would also be in awe of his skill. It should be known that the water in the barrel was clearly hot water, but he was able to instantly turn it into thin ice. This skill was truly amazing. However, Yuan Xingzhu did not know any of this. She only felt an icy cold sensation coming from her acupoints. Following that, she felt as if her entire body was being bitten by millions of ants. This kind of feeling made her cry out involuntarily, "What the hell is this?" Her cry was particularly eye-catching in the silent night. The guards outside the door looked at each other in dismay. One of them could not help but mutter, "I didn't expect that Madame, who is usually so obedient, would actually scream so loudly." Another person said, "I find it even more strange that Prince Song is so gentle. I didn't expect him to be so troublesome." The third guard at the side smiled slyly and said, "Isn't that right? If it wasn't for the fact that his wife doesn't feel pain when using her, why wouldn't he do his best to fight back?" Yuan Xingzhu, who was in the room, could not hear these discussions. Otherwise, she would probably die from anger. However, even if she heard it now, she would not have the strength to pursue it. "Madam, you have traveled extensively. You should have heard of the life-death talisman, right?" Song Qingshu examined Yuan Xingzhu and asked with a smile. Yuan Xingzhu was currently in the hot water, but a gust of cold air came out of her body. Her teeth chattered as she replied, "The life-death talisman of the Spirit Vulture Palace?" A trace of surprise flashed through Song Qingshu's eyes. "Madam, you are really knowledgeable." As he spoke, he grabbed her hands. "Madam, don't damage this egg-like delicate skin. I beg you, let me die." Yuan Xingzhu's voice no longer had the usual calmness and routine. Only the weakest pleading was left. Song Qingshu pinched her mouth and stuffed a pill in. He gently lifted her chin. After Yuan Xingzhu swallowed the pill, the horrifying numbness and itchiness in her body gradually disappeared. However, the fear from before still lingered on her face. This pill is not the antidote. It can only temporarily suppress the life-death talisman in your body. Song Qingshu let go of her mouth. Young master is so ruthless. Yuan Xingzhu's previously rosy cheeks were now pale. She looked more delicate and pitiful. Unlike her usual disguise, she now revealed everything naturally, which made her even more attractive than usual. "Ruthless?" Song Qingshu smiled. "Actually, I have other methods to control you. For example, the 3-corpse brain divine pill of the Sun Moon sect. I can plant corpse worms in your head. When it acts up, the worms will break out of the shell and eat your brain. There's also the leopard embryo meridian changing pill of the divine dragon sect. Once it acts up, it can change a person's body shape greatly. Madame is tall and beautiful now, but if it acts up, you will most likely become short and ugly, like a big winter melon." Yuan Xingzhu had heard of these 2 poisons before. After hearing his description, she immediately felt her hair stand on end. Regardless of whether it was the cadaveric worms gnawing on her brain or the transformation of a beautiful woman into a freak, they were both extremely terrifying things. "I don't know what young master wants to do. After all, Yuan Xingzhu had experienced great storms and waves. She slowly calmed down and was no longer as afraid as she was at the beginning. She paused and suddenly said with a red face, "Young master, can you let go of my hand?" Just now, when the life-death talisman acted up, he had grabbed her hand to prevent her from scratching her skin. However, because of the previous struggle, the clothes covering her chest had already flown away. Song Qingshu was startled. Only then did he notice that his eyes were filled with the smoothness of snow. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He let go of her hand with an embarrassed smile. Feeling the remaining smoothness on his fingertips, he even somewhat regretted that he had been too hasty last night. Who asked him to not know her real identity at that time? A charming feeling flashed through his mind, and Song Qingshu regained his clarity. He said in a deep voice, "Since Madam is a businesswoman, then let's talk business. Madam, please take good care of this batch of treasures. In the future, when they are safely delivered to the place I designate, I will cure Madam of the life-death talisman's poison. In addition, I will give you 5% of this batch of treasures as a reward." The reason why he wanted to give 5% as a reward wasn't because he had too much money to burn. It was because he understood that if he wanted a horse to run, he had to feed it. Blindly oppressive policies could easily cause a rebellious mentality, causing the Ruan clan to obey him in public but oppose him in private, which might bring more troubles. Only by tying the interests of both sides together and sharing weal and woe was the long-term solution. Yuan Xingzhu's entire body had shrunk under the water, only revealing her head. When she heard his words, her expression couldn't help but change. In the beginning, she thought that she would be enslaved by him in the future. She was thinking about how to get rid of him, but when she heard that he was willing to give 5% of the treasures. The amount of treasures in Emperor Liang's batch was huge, so 5% was already quite generous. No, 5% is too little. I want at least 10%. After all, Yuan Xingzhu was a businesswoman. Even though her life was in the hands of the other, she still courted death and started to raise her conditions. Song Qingshu's expression darkened. "Madam, don't push your luck. Giving you 5% is already an exceptional kindness." However, Yuan Xingzhu stubbornly raised her head. The Ruan clan is also taking a big risk in this matter. The key is that we can't do this without our young master. Therefore, I feel that we are worth 10% of the reward. Song Qingshu looked at her deeply, and Yuan Xingzhu also stared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. "If young master doesn't agree, we'll just fight to the death." After a long time, Song Qingshu finally revealed a smile. "I admire Madam's integrity. I believe that you will be a reliable partner in the future." "Fine. 10% is 10%. In fact, he had already planned to give 10% of the reward from the very beginning. He deliberately said that to prevent Yuan Xingzhu from asking for too much. As for losing 10% of the treasure, he didn't care too much. After all, the value of the Ruan clan far exceeded that 10% of the treasure. Moreover, he had other plans. If he could completely subdue the Ruan clan, this 10% of the treasure would just be a transfer from his left hand to his right hand. In the end, it would be the entire Ruan clan that would return. However, Yuan Xingzhu didn't expect him to be so straightforward. She immediately became overjoyed and said, "A gentleman's word. A promise cannot be taken back." A smile also appeared on Song Qingshu's face. Yuan Xingzhu gave him a deep look and suddenly extended her hand. "This won't do. We need to establish a contract. We don't have pen and paper right now. Let's pinky swear as proof." "Pinky swear?" Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You are the dignified clan head of the Ruan clan. You actually use such a childish method?" "Who said it was childish? This is the most ancient contract method. After pinky swear, I believe that even the world-famous Prince Qi wouldn't break his promise to a little girl like me," Yuan Xingzhu replied with conviction. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her white and tender arms that were exposed above the water's surface. Somewhat unnaturally, he averted his gaze and said, "Fine, let's pinky swear as proof." Their fingers came into contact. Feeling her soft and small hand, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. "My goodness, she really is an enchantress. It seems that I have to leave quickly. Otherwise, I really won't be able." to bear it. He had come here to ensure Yuan Xingzhu's reliability. He didn't have any other objectives. Now that he had accomplished his task, he naturally prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around and was about to leave, Yuan Xingzhu grabbed his hand. He couldn't help but turn his head and stare at her in confusion. "Madam, what do you mean?" Yuan Xingzhu's eyes were somewhat fluttering. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, she said in a low voice, "Just now, because of young master's life-death talisman, the clothes on the screen were all wet. Right now, I can't get up. Can I trouble young master to carry me back to the bed?" Yuan Xingzhu didn't understand why she would suddenly say something like that. Was it because the experience last night had been deeply engraved in her heart and she had experienced something she had never felt before? Of course, she suppressed this thought as soon as it flashed through her mind. She quickly found an honorable reason. Everything was for the benefit of the Yuan family. Getting closer to him would bring more benefits than disadvantages. "Young master, you can take it as an invitation." Yuan Xingzhu also felt that the word seduction was too harsh, so she changed to a more tactful term. Looking at the faintly discernible mermaid in the water, her jade-like arms, delicate collarbones, and milk-white skin, Song Qingshu had to admit that she was very alluring. However, he still shook his head and refused. "I don't like women who are willing to sell their bodies to achieve their goals." She was the most successful and top-notch spy in the world. Thinking of the famous spies in his previous life, which one of them didn't use their bodies as a weapon, Yuan Xingzhu's delicate body trembled. How could someone as smart as her not understand what he meant? Thinking of how she had been misunderstood the first time she had taken the initiative with a man, she felt extremely wronged. Perhaps it was because of the unwillingness in her heart, or the anger of being misunderstood, but she didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she bit her lip and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I will never sacrifice my body for a mission because I have the trump card of disguise. This is my pride and also my dignity." Song Qingshu was silent. "Madam, you don't need to explain this to me." Yuan Xingzhu ignored him and continued to say, "Aside from my husband, you are the only man in this world who has touched me. Plus, my husband and I don't spend much time together. We haven't seen each other many times in the past few years." As she spoke, she suddenly blushed and thought to herself, "Why did I say all this out loud?" Song Qingshu was also stunned. Having read countless people, he could naturally tell whether an ordinary person was telling the truth or not. Of course, a top-notch secret agent like Yuan Xingzhu might not be as easy to judge as an ordinary person. However, the two of them had been intimate before, and the blissful Zen technique he cultivated was very sensitive to yin and yang qi. Yuan Xingzhu's pure yin qi was extremely dense. If she didn't control her private life, she definitely wouldn't be able to accumulate such dense pure yin qi. Therefore, he knew that she wasn't lying. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Forgive me for not being able to stand up and send you off," Yuan Xingzhu said desolately in such a situation. The natural restraint of women made Yuan Xingzhu a little embarrassed. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would turn around and say, "I was impolite just now and caused Madam's clothes to be wet. To make amends, I will carry Madam back to the bed." Suddenly, Yuan Xingzhu's somewhat pale cheeks seemed to be stained with blood. She let out an almost inaudible hum. At the same time, she secretly cursed herself for being useless. She was the one who had invited him. Why was she so embarrassed when the matter came to a head? Hearing her promise, Song Qingshu smiled and bent down to pick her up from the wooden barrel. Her body was so soft that it felt boneless. He couldn't help but sigh at how her body displayed the softness and beauty of a woman to the extreme. Yuan Xingzhu also had mixed feelings. Although she was mature enough, how could she be as calm as she usually was when she was being carried in the arms of a man? Reason told her that she was playing with fire, but the throbbing in her heart kept pounding against her. She couldn't help but have impudent thoughts and expectations. He carried her to the bed. Just as he was about to put her down, Yuan Xingzhu stopped him. "Don't. My body is wet. Putting me on the bed will dirty it. Take a towel and help me wipe it." Song Qingshu couldn't help but reveal a playful expression. "Madam, you're playing with fire." Yuan Xingzhu lowered her head, so her expression couldn't be seen. He could only hear her faintly say, "I'm a woman, but I'm not afraid. Gongzi is a man, so what is there to be afraid of? Since Madam has an order, Song Mao will naturally obey. Song Qingshu smiled. He stretched out his hand and took a clean towel from nearby. He gently wiped the watermarks on her body from her bath and put her down on the bed. He wanted to cover her with a brocade quilt, but he didn't know why he was reluctant to do so. Do I look good? Wan Xingzhu's eyes were misty. She looked at him with a bit of anticipation and nervousness. She had skin that even a young girl couldn't compare to. Her entire body was as smooth and delicate as milk. Her eyes were as dazzling and enchanting as the stars. Time didn't leave a single trace on her body. Her waist was slender and soft, as if he could hold it with a single hand. Her plump and slender thighs were so beautiful that they made his mouth go dry. You look good. Song Qingshu answered honestly. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her husband was actually able to live apart from such a beautiful wife for so many years. He didn't know what he was thinking. It was truly a reckless waste of God's gift. It's a pity that I couldn't serve Gongzi with my true appearance last night. Wan Xingzhu's alluring red lips parted. She wanted to say something but stopped. Song Qingshu wasn't an old pedant who had a pure heart and few desires. In this situation, the woman had already expressed enough. If he continued to play dumb, even he would look down on himself. It's true that I have many regrets without swallowing my feelings. It just so happens that today is a beautiful day. Why don't you let me have a good taste? Feeling the other party holding his hand, Song Qingshu smiled and conveniently lay down. The next day, Wan Xingzhu didn't wake up early to deal with business as usual. She slept all the way until the sun was high in the sky. She subconsciously touched her side and discovered that it was already empty. She couldn't help but spit, running away after playing. What a heartless person. Originally, she was a little apprehensive about her decision yesterday. But now, she was completely satisfied and had no regrets. After all, most of the time, reason was useful. But the impulse of a whim was even more irresistible. No wonder the boudoirs of Jiangnan all say that he's the perfect lover. He's handsome, and his martial arts are incomparably powerful. No matter what kind of martial arts he has, he's powerful. Thinking of her shameful parts, she blushed like a little girl. She hugged the brocade quilt and rolled around, as if a great secret had been discovered. Just as she was putting on her clothes, the maid Pearl came in with a basin of water. She knocked on the door and walked in. Madam, you're awake. Eh? What's that smell? The maid's words caused Wan Xingzhu's face to turn red. Of course, she knew what was going on. It was the smell of an intense night of battle. She hurriedly ordered, open the window and let some air in. Okay. Pearl placed the water beside the dressing table and ran over to open the window. She said in surprise, eh? Madam's complexion is so good today. Your skin is so white and rosy. Pearl is envious. Really? Wan Xingzhu ran to the side of the mirror and began to look at herself. Unlike the blurry bronze mirrors that most people used in this era, she used a glass mirror that she had obtained from a merchant in Venice. After all, they were the #1 imperial merchant in the world. Even though they didn't specialize in overseas trade, they still had channels to obtain some Western goods. However, this kind of mirror was too difficult to make and was extremely precious. She only had this one. Looking at the beautiful woman in the mirror, Wan Xingzhu was a little surprised. She originally thought that after staying up late last night, she would have dark circles under her eyes. She didn't think that her complexion would be so good. Could it be that the man's thing was a great supplement? As soon as this thought appeared, Wan Xingzhu hurriedly spat. What's wrong, madam? Pearl heard the commotion and turned around. What's wrong, madam? It's nothing. Perhaps it was because she was thinking about the scene from last night, but Wan Xingzhu felt her entire body go soft. She was afraid that Pearl would notice something was wrong, so she quickly changed the topic. That's right, where are Prince Song and Miss Ren? They woke up early in the morning and were playing the guqin on the deck. Pearl couldn't help but sigh with envy. One of them plays the guqin and the other dances with a sword. They really are a match made in heaven. Wan Xingzhu usually made similar sighs, but hearing these words today, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. After all, no matter which woman it was, if the man ran off to another woman the next day, they would all feel a little jealous. For the next few days, the few of them acted as if nothing had happened during the day. They chatted about all sorts of things. Yuan Xingzhu was the #1 imperial merchant in the world and had traveled extensively. Ren Yingying was the saintess of Sun Moon sect and had seen many things. Song Qingshu had the memories of 2 lives, so no matter what the topic was, he was able to answer it. After nightfall, although Yuan Xingzhu didn't take the initiative to express anything, she silently left the window ajar. Song Qingshu listened to her and understood her intentions. In order to avoid rumors, he didn't openly visit her. Often, the two of them wouldn't speak for an entire night, only the most primitive and intense exchanges. In the end, Yuan Xingzhu wasn't sure if she was doing this for the sake of completing the mission or for her own selfish motives. Just like that, time passed day by day. The Mirror Lake ship traveled along the river and entered the borders of Sichuan. During this time, the few of them disembarked and went to the towns along the way to ask for information. Unfortunately, the entire city of Chengdu only allowed entry but not exit. No information could be transmitted out. As a result, the current situation in Chengdu had many different opinions, and no one knew what was going on. Under normal circumstances, with the influence of the Yuan and Yang families in Sichuan, Yuan Xingzhu could openly bring Emperor Liang's treasure to Chengdu and then come out. However, due to the current situation in Chengdu, she didn't dare to take the risk. Finally, after a discussion, the few of them decided to stop the Mirror Lake ship in a small city dozens of miles away from Chengdu. With the stronghold of the Yuan family here, they didn't need to worry about the safety of the Mirror Lake ship for the time being. Shortly after, Yuan Xingzhu brought along a few carefully selected trusted subordinates and followed Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying into Chengdu city. In order to avoid their identities being exposed and alerted, the few of them had changed their attire in advance. Whether it was Yuan Xingzhu or Song Qingshu, both of them were grandmasters in disguise. At present, even those who were familiar with them wouldn't be able to recognize them. Yang Zhenzhong. Why does this name sound so familiar? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and subconsciously glanced at the woman on the other side. Yuan Xingzhu's delicate body also trembled, and she subconsciously stopped in her tracks. Although the change in her expression could not be seen clearly because of the disguise, it was obvious that her heart was in turmoil. "Let's go in and have a seat," Ren Yingying suggested considerately, knowing that the other party wanted to know what was going on. Yuan Xingzhu glanced at her gratefully, then the group entered the restaurant and walked upstairs to the place where the voice had just come from. Although the entire Chengdu city had been sealed off, the inside of the city was not affected too much. It still maintained its prosperity, and any random restaurant by the road was also bustling. After going upstairs, a group of people gathered around a table and chatted while drinking. The voice just now had obviously come from one of them. Den Army's Yang Zhenzhong has always had prestige in Sichuan. It's normal for Wuxi to want to rope him in. General Yang is really a man of iron bones. He would rather die than follow that traitor Wuxi and commit treason. I feel that his death was not worth it. The Yang family has such a deep foundation in Sichuan. Now that the country is in trouble, he should have stood up and led everyone to suppress that dog Wuxi. In the end, he died. It's really painful for the close ones and happy for the enemy. After confirming her husband's death, Yuan Xingzhu's body swayed. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu's sharp eyes and quick hands supporting her waist, she would have fallen to the ground. Although she said that she had no feelings for him, the two of them were husband and wife. In this era, the husband was the backbone of a woman. Although Yuan Xingzhu was not an ordinary person, she was still a woman. Song Qingshu also frowned when he heard this. If Wuxi really committed treason, why could this group of people openly discuss political affairs in the restaurant? Was it because Wuxi's control over Sichuan was far from enough, or were these people not afraid of death? But no matter what the situation was, it could be seen that the hearts of the people were aligned. Even though the Southern Song dynasty was weak and muddle-headed, it was still a righteous cause in the hearts of the majority of the Han people. In the future, if there was a conflict with the Southern Song dynasty, they must not neglect this point, lest they inadvertently become the common enemy of the Han people. Yuan Xingzhu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Just as she was about to step forward and ask about the details, a timid and stubborn voice came from the side. Nonsense, Ling. General Wu is a great hero with an indomitable spirit. How could he do such a thing? Everyone looked toward the direction of the voice and their eyes suddenly brightened. A young nun was sitting at the table in the corner. She was delicate and pretty, her countenance was dazzling, she was indeed a peerless beauty. She was about 16 or 17 years old and had a graceful figure. Although she was wrapped in a loose black robe, it could not hide her graceful figure. Beside him sat a valiant man with a fierce face. However, he was dressed like an ascetic monk, which made him look a little out of place. A nun paired with a monk, what kind of situation is this? Many people had the same doubt in their hearts. Song Qingshu could roughly guess the identity of these two people. That valiant man was a famous rapist in the pugilistic world, Tian Buiguang. Song Qingshu had met him once before, but looking at his monk's attire, it was most likely that he had been cut off by the monk Bujia. When he thought about how Tian Buiguang looked so manly on the outside, but in truth, he was no longer a real man, Song Qingshu couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. That monk Bujia was truly ruthless enough. As for this delicate and pretty little nun, she was naturally the character that the vast majority of readers in Lin. No wonder a rapist like Tian Buiguang would fall head over heels for her. As expected, I can't help but feel pity for her. Although Song Qingshu approved of her looks, he had no other thoughts. He had no interest in a nun, especially that little bald head of hers. It completely didn't meet the standard of a woman with long hair that flowed like a waterfall. The moment you meet a nun, you will definitely lose every bet. No wonder Ling Huchong said such a thing back then. It was most likely because he didn't appreciate nuns. Hence, even though he knew that Lin was deeply in love with him, he chose to ignore her. On the contrary, when he met Reningying, he immediately fell in love with her. Oh no, this time I meet a nun. Am I going to be unlucky as well? Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched. One must know that although the phrase, the moment you meet a nun, you will definitely lose every bet sounded like a joke, but it had a huge magical effect. In the original work, during the Hengyang Grand Assembly, after Abbess Ding Yi heard Lin's narration, she said, "What, the moment you meet a nun, you will definitely lose every bet." That's all nonsense, how can anyone believe that? There are so many people here who have seen us, master and disciple. Are they all unlucky? Then some netizens made a magical summary of the people who were present at that time and mentioned their names. First was the master, Lu Jingfeng, who was exterminated not long after. Taoist Tianmen of Taishan sect died suddenly at the Song Mountain Assembly. Qingqing sect was almost exterminated by Lin Pingzhi. The main figures of Huashan sect at that time were Lin Pingzhi, Yu Lingshan, Lao Danua, and Liang Fa. Lin Pingzhi was imprisoned at the bottom of West Lake. Lao Danua was chained together with two monkeys. Yu Lingshan was killed by Lin Pingzhi, and Liang Fa was beheaded. Ding Yi Nun herself was killed by Yu Buchuan, and Lin suffered the pain of lovesickness alone. Ling Huchong also narrowly escaped death in order to save her. After that, his fate was even more difficult, and he had experienced all the bitterness of the human world. Therefore, this sentence was really poisonous, and it was better not to raise some flags randomly. While Song Qingshu was thinking about it, the group of people had already begun to refute. "Little nun, you are not from here, right? Who in Sichuan doesn't know that Wuxi is a traitor?" Originally, when everyone heard someone say good things about Wuxi, they were about to fly into a rage, but found that the other party was a delicate little nun, so they couldn't help but have a good impression of her, and their anger naturally subsided a little. Tears rolled down Lin's beautiful eyes, and she was about to cry out. "Although I am not from here, I know that General Wu is definitely not a traitor, definitely not." Song Qingshu was puzzled when he heard this. Looking at Lin's appearance, it was obvious that she knew that Wuxi was Ling Huchong, but shouldn't this matter be extremely secretive? Suddenly, he came to a realization. According to the plot, when the Hengshan sect was robbed by the Song Mountain sect disguised as the people of the devil cult, Ling Huchong's Wutianda saved them. At that time, the whole Hengshan sect should have known Ling Huchong's identity. Forget it. If it weren't for the fact that you are an ignorant little nun, we would definitely not spare you for speaking up for that traitor. The group of people saw that she looked pitiful and cute, so they couldn't bear to scold her. They just ignored her and continued to chat. Yilin opened her mouth and wanted to defend her sweetheart, but Tian Buiguang, who was next to her, pulled the corner of her clothes and lowered his voice to stop her. We just came here, so we don't know anything. Let's listen to the situation first. On the other side, Ren Yingying couldn't help but sigh. Yilin really likes Ling Huchong. Song Qingshu deliberately sighed. Unfortunately, the one Ling Huchong likes is Blackwood Cliff's Miss Ren. Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she pinched him and then said, "This kind of joke is not funny, and the person he likes is his little junior sister." Song Qingshu nodded, obviously agreeing with her. In the original work, although Ling Huchong was amazed by Ren Yingying at the beginning and was also very moved by her behavior, in his heart, he still loved his little junior sister Yu Lingshan. Only after the two of them experienced a series of things, in the middle and late stages of the novel, did he love Ren Yingying more and more. However, whether he liked Ren Yingying or Yu Lingshan more, even at the end, was still controversial. Now in this world, because of Song Qingshu's interference, the relationship between the two of them had not had time to develop as perfectly as in the original work, so he had a chance to take advantage of it. Before, outside Yangzhou City, when Song Qingshu was poisoned by the golden ripple flower and was unable to resist, it was through Yu Lingshan that he persuaded Ling Huchong, which also explains some problems. At this time, the people at the table began to talk again, each of them filled with righteous indignation. Wuxi, that dog, betrayed the country for glory, but in addition to Yang Zhenzhong, there are still many hot-blooded men in the officialdom. Yes, Chen Xian, who is in charge of strategy and writing, shaved his head and refused to submit to the Jin dynasty. I also heard that the official in charge of writing in Lizhou Road, Shi Qin, blinded his eyes and refused to be a false official appointed by Wuxi. After listening for a while, Song Qingshu could not help but be secretly shocked. Wuxi previously secretly communicated with the Jin dynasty. This matter should be extremely confidential and could not have been leaked. How did all these people know that he wanted to surrender to the Jin dynasty and make himself the king of Shu? No wonder Chengdu was sealed, and most of the other provinces and counties in Sichuan were also watching. Many people originally did not want to obey Wuxi, but after hearing the news of the defeat of the southern Song dynasty, they probably had a lot of ideas. In addition, Wuxi originally controlled more than half of the military power in Sichuan, so the situation was out of control. At this time, the people at the other table also slammed the table and stood up. These are all loyal martyrs. Let me tell you about a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He could not be talking about Lin Pingji, could he? Song Qingshu had used his connections to send Lin Pingji here, and it would not look good for him to make a traitor. The ancestor of the Morong family of Gusu is the sworn brother of the founder, Morong Yanzhao, the commandery prince of Hunan. He has been loyal for generations and has a great reputation in Jianghu. Qiaofeng of the north, Morong of the south, such great prestige. This time, as the transport envoy, everyone expected Morong Fu to stand out and lead the people to rebel, but he was the first to accept Wuxi's false appointment and become the prime minister and chief clerk. Bah! That person said with righteous indignation. Song Qingshu thought that with Morong Fu's determination to restore the country, it was indeed easy for him to participate in Wuxi's betrayal. Now, the only thing he was not clear about was why Ling Huchong betrayed the country. Looking at Yuan Xingzhu, who was at the side, and seeing that her eyes were lifeless, Song Qingshu sighed and walked to the side to ask about Yang Zhenzhong on her behalf. In the end, he confirmed the news of Yang Zhenzhong's death. When he came back, he could only say to her, "The deceased has passed away." "My condolences, madam." Yuan Xingzhu shook her head. "How could he commit suicide? I don't believe it. I want to go back to the Yang family." Although Yang Zhenzhong held a position in Qingyuan Mansion, the Yang family was in Chengdu. Song Qingshu said awkwardly, "I also want to see what happened to Wuxi. I may not be able to accompany madam back to the Yang family." This was the reason why he came to Sichuan this time, and Ren Yingying had been worried about this. At this time, it was unlikely that he would change his plan for another woman. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. It must be that the two of them on the bed, no, the romantic time on the boat was nothing, but now that her husband had died, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty, so she instinctively didn't want him to go with her. The goods on the Mirror Lake are safe for the time being. After dealing with things here, I will come to you and send the goods to Yangzhou as promised. After saying goodbye to him, Ruan Xingzhu stood up and left with the people of the Ruan family. Song Qingshu was not worried. Not to mention that Ruan Xingzhu was under the life and death spell, he had also found time to control some of the backbone members of the Ruan family. Therefore, even if Ruan Xingzhu risked her life, she couldn't take Liang Yuandi's treasures. At the same time, after entering Sichuan, he asked Reninging to mobilize some people of the Sun Moon sect to keep an eye on the Mirror Lake. If there was any abnormal movement, they would get the news. Of course, after the rapid progress during this time, Song Qingshu didn't think that Ruan Xingzhu would take this opportunity to betray him. As the saying went, everything was done. Although they weren't in love, they had some feelings for each other. Looking at the backs of the Ruan family members leaving, Reninging couldn't help but say, Song Qingshu, are you really not going to help her? If I go, her husband won't come back to life. Why should I add to her sadness? I believe Mrs. Ruan can handle the affairs of the Yang family by herself. Song Qingshu took her hand and said softly, I came to Sichuan for you, not for her. Reninging blushed. Although she was a little shy, she felt more sweet in her heart. I just asked about Lin Pingji. I heard that he abandoned his position and left. He probably went to find Yu Songhai for revenge. A trace of worry flashed on Song Qingshu's face. Although Lin Pingji's swordsmanship improved greatly after he taught him the 5-mountain godly sword, he didn't have much time to practice. This kind of righteous martial arts focused on accumulation, so he might not be able to help him succeed in revenge in a short time like the Bixia swordbook. Moreover, his internal force cultivation had always been his weakness. Qingqing sect was a sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. If he went alone, he probably wouldn't be able to take revenge. That Miss Yu should be accompanying him. Moreover, I don't think Lin Pingji is a reckless person. If he doesn't have absolute confidence, he won't make a move. Reninging explained. Song Qingshu nodded. I hope so. With so many things to deal with here, he couldn't make a special trip to Qingqing Mountain. At this time, Yi Lin and Tian Buiguang, who were in a distant corner, saw that the people at the table were talking about the same things over and over again. They knew that they wouldn't hear any new news, so they stood up and left. Reninging tugged at her lover's sleeve. Let's follow them and see if Yi Lin and the others have any information. Song Qingshu nodded. All right. He was also curious as to why these two would appear here. On the other hand, Ruan Xingzhu anxiously returned to the Yang family's mansion. At first, she was still holding on to a glimmer of hope. However, when she saw the white cloth hanging at the entrance, her entire body softened. Pearl hurriedly supported her. My condolences, madam. Even though the people of the Ruan family didn't have deep feelings for this son-in-law, he was still the son-in-law. Thinking that their madam would become a widow in the future, they all felt sympathy for him. After a long time, Ruan Xingzhu calmed down and took a deep breath. Let's go in first. As they walked in, the sound of sobbing could be heard. At this time, the servants of the Yang family noticed them and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Madam is back, madam. Halfway through, they suddenly remembered that their master was gone. Where did the joy come from? Ruan Xingzhu was no longer in the mood to deal with these servants. She quickly walked towards the main hall with a straight face. She saw that it had already been turned into a mourning hall. All sorts of Taoists and the like were performing rituals at the side. In front of the mourning hall, some women were crying and kneeling in a circle. Ruan Xingzhu glanced at them and recognized that they were all her husband's concubines. It should be known that the two of them only had a political marriage and had been separated for a long time. Ruan Xingzhu was unable to fulfill her duties as a wife. She also felt somewhat guilty in her heart, so she turned a blind eye to the matter of him taking in concubines. Sister, madam, when the group of women saw her, they all rushed over and began to cry. The mournful atmosphere made Ruan Xingzhu's eyes start to turn red. However, she was a woman who had experienced great storms and waves after all. Very quickly, she collected her emotions. When did Master pass away? About 5 days ago, when we received Wuxi's conscription letter. One of the concubines couldn't finish her sentence and was already sobbing. The reason why she was so sad was partly because of Yang Zhenzhong, and partly because she was afraid of the future. The fate of women in this world was already rough. After losing their husband as a backer, their fate for the rest of their lives could be imagined. "Where's Master's body?" "I want to see it," Wan Xingzhu suddenly said. Another person pointed at the coffin at the back of the morning hall. "After Master's accident, we hastily collected his body and transported it back to Chengdu. We planned to bury him in the ancestral grave. Originally, we had sent someone to inform Madame, but with the chaos of war, we most likely wouldn't be able to find Madame for a while. I didn't expect Madame to return so soon. I just happened to come to Sichuan to do something," Wan Xingzhu answered casually. She walked to the back of the morning hall and gently stroked the shiny black coffin. Thinking of the marriage alliance years ago, she had married into Sichuan with a heart full of apprehension. Thinking of how although they were far apart these years, they could still be considered to be respectful to each other. Humans were not plants and trees, so how could they be emotionless? Unknowingly, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. A stream of tears rolled down her fair cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. "Zhenzhong, I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to see you for the last time." After crying for a long time, she suddenly said, "Has the coffin been sealed? Find someone to open the coffin. I want to see Master." As soon as this sentence came out, apart from the concubines, even the Yang family instantly burst into an uproar. "Madam, you can't do that. How can we open the coffin? Won't this disturb Master's rest? Opening the coffin will be very inauspicious." Wan Xingzhu knew that it was a taboo to open the coffin in this society. If she was in the Wan family, she could stand up against the opinions of the masses. However, she was now in the Yang family. Moreover, there were already many people in the Yang family who were somewhat critical of her behavior of showing her face outside. Now that her husband was dead, who would listen to her? Second uncle? Where is second uncle? Wan Xingzhu knew that she couldn't explain things clearly to these people, so she could only pin her hopes on her husband's brother. The two brothers were the ones in charge of the entire Yang family. Although the patriarch was her husband, Yang Zhenzhong, Yang Juyuan also had great power. The two of them helped each other in the officialdom, and many matters in the family were decided by the two brothers after discussion. Yang Juyuan was a local official, so his experience was naturally not comparable to that of ordinary family members. Right now, Wan Xingzhu had some doubts in her heart. She believed that only second uncle could stand on her side now. Second master has been keeping watch here for the whole night. He's currently resting in the study, someone immediately answered after hearing her question. Wan Xingzhu nodded and turned to walk towards the study. When she was about to reach it, Yang Juyuan had already received the news and came out to welcome her. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back." Yang Juyuan was about 10 years younger than her husband, but he had the calmness of mingling in the officialdom. Coupled with his dignified appearance, Yang Zhenzhong had often praised this capable younger brother of his when he was alive, believing him to be the hope of the family. If I had come back a few days earlier, this might not have been the result. Wan Xingzhu was also filled with guilt. This matter can't be blamed on Madame. It can only be said that this is fate. However, when Big Brother knows that you're back, he will definitely be smiling in the underworld. Yang Juyuan comforted her while inviting her into the study. At the same time, he personally poured a cup of tea for her. "Right, speaking of which, sister-in-law has something to ask of you," Wan Xingzhu suddenly said. Yang Juyuan sternly replied, "Now that Big Brother has unfortunately passed away, sister-in-law's matter is my matter. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as Juyuan can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Wan Xingzhu frowned slightly. She felt that his words sounded strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. In addition, she was in a hurry to open the coffin, so she didn't think too much about it. She continued to say, "I want to open the coffin and take a look at your big brother." Yang Juyuan couldn't help but frown. Opening the coffin is not a small matter. Why would sister-in-law have this idea? Wan Xingzhu explained, "I know your big brother's personality. Although he is somewhat dull, he is not a reckless person. Even if he was unwilling to accept Wu Shi's appointment, it is unlikely that he would make such an extreme choice as suicide." There was another reason that she didn't say. Although they spent more time apart than together, she knew her husband's affection for her. She knew that he would not be willing to abandon her like this. Yang Juyuan was shocked. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Wan Xingzhu pondered for a moment before saying, I suspect that your big brother did not commit suicide. Then who killed him? Yang Juyuan slammed the table and stood up. Clearly, he was extremely agitated when he suddenly heard this news. I only have a suspicion. I'm not very sure, so I need to open the coffin and examine his body. Wan Xingzhu suddenly thought of something. Right, I heard that you were the one who buried your big brother. Did you notice anything unusual at the time? Yang Juyuan shook his head. I didn't notice anything unusual at the time. Maybe I was too sad at the time and didn't pay attention to anything else. Is that so? Wan Xingzhu was a little disappointed and began to think. But I also feel that big brother can't die without knowing why. Yang Juyuan pondered for a moment, then said resolutely, I support opening the coffin and examining the body. That's great, but the people from the Yang family. Wan Xingzhu was very experienced. She knew that this matter would be very difficult to handle. Yang Juyuan also frowned and said, those people are indeed a problem. You should know that the people here have always believed that opening the coffin is not a good thing. If we open the coffin publicly, I'm afraid it will cause a huge uproar, and we may not succeed. Why don't we open the coffin and examine the body secretly in the middle of the night? This way, we won't alarm the people in the family and should be able to minimize the impact. Wan Xingzhu nodded. That's good. In fact, she had thought of a similar idea just now, but it was impossible for her to do it alone. Now that she had Yang Juyuan's help, it was naturally different. Sister-in-law, I need to make some arrangements first. I need to see how we can send the people on night watch away at night to make some time, Yang Juyuan said. Okay, I'll go change into morning clothes first, then go to the morning hall to pay my respects to your big brother. Wan Xingzhu revealed a bitter smile and quickly left with a heavy heart. Wan Xingzhu returned to her room and changed into a set of snow-white morning clothes. When she came out, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Her skin was originally fair, and when she wore the white muslin, she looked even more pitiful and delicate. Many people in the family sighed. The wife was so beautiful, but the master passed away. How unlucky. Of course, there were some who harbored ill intentions. The master passed away just like that, leaving behind a young and beautiful wife. Who knows which man would take advantage of her in the future? Of course, although everyone had their own thoughts, they all maintained a mournful expression. Wan Xingzhu knelt in front of the morning hall. As she burned joss paper for her husband, she cried silently. The people around her felt the same way, and no one dared to disturb her. Looking at the coffin not far away, Wan Xingzhu swore to herself, Zhenzhong, I will find out the truth. I will not let you die in vain. When they entered the city, it was almost evening. It took them a while to get back to the Yang clan. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and the people around them began to lessen. After all, this was not the first day of Yang Zhenzhong's death, nor was it the 7th day of his death. The other members of the Yang clan came to accompany him for a while and then went back to do their own things. Even Yang Zhenzhong's concubines had their own things to take care of. They took turns to eat, wash, and so on. With Yang Juyuan controlling the situation from behind, the people in the morning hall quickly left one by one. In the end, only Wan Xingzhu and a few maids were left. It was midnight, and the maids began to doze off. Wan Xingzhu thought for a while and then ordered Pearl to take the maids away. After all, if the news of opening the coffin was leaked, it would cause a huge commotion. The fewer people who knew, the better. Pearl nodded and quickly found an excuse to take care of the maids and servants. Only Wan Xingzhu was left in the morning hall, kneeling in silence. Not long after, Yang Juyuan hurried over. Seeing her beautiful figure, he couldn't help but stop and admire it for a while. Then he walked over and said, Sister-in-law, I have arranged everything. Okay, thank you. Wan Xingzhu nodded and prepared to stand up. Perhaps it was because she had been kneeling for too long, but her legs were a little weak. On top of that, her head was a little dizzy. Her entire body swayed, and she looked like she was about to fall. Yang Juyuan quickly ran over to support her, Sister-in-law. be careful. Thank you. Wan Xingzhu's condition had finally stabilized, and she retracted her hand without a trace. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, when she had first joined the Yang family, this second uncle of hers was still a child. She had only treated him as a younger brother. The reason why she kept her distance from him was because of a woman's reserved nature and the etiquette she had been taught since she was young. Yang Juyuan didn't show any special expression. He said naturally, I've sent away all the people nearby. No one will come here for a while. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured. Alright, let's open the coffin and examine it, Wan Xingzhu suddenly said hesitantly. Why don't we see the corner? Yang Juyuan explained, opening the coffin is not a trivial matter. The fewer people involved, the better. Otherwise, if it is leaked, we will face a lot of trouble. As for examining the corpse, we are all considered to be part of the Jianghu. It shouldn't be a problem to see if there are any external injuries or poisoning. Moreover, I have participated in many cases when I was in Xing province, so I have experience in this area. Wan Xingzhu felt that what he said made sense, so she didn't dwell on it. The two of them came to the coffin together. Yang Juyuan bowed respectfully, Big brother, we didn't want to disturb your rest. We just wanted to make sure that you weren't harmed. If you know in the underworld, you can blame me. It has nothing to do with sister-in-law. Wan Xingzhu hurriedly said, this was my idea. Second uncle, you were just helping me. If Xinzhong wants to blame someone, he should blame me. Yang Juyuan smiled, alright, sister-in-law, we don't have to fight anymore. Even if Big Brother knows in the underworld, he won't blame us. Sister-in-law, step back a little. I'll open the coffin. Alright, be careful. Wan Xingzhu lifted the hem of her dress and took a few steps back. Yang Juyuan had been fiddling with the coffin for a long time. Suddenly, he said, sister-in-law, come and help me. Press down here. Wan Xingzhu knew that it was indeed very troublesome for one person to open such a large coffin, so she didn't have to worry about him. She walked over and asked, is it here? Just a little bit more. Here? Ah. What are you doing? Looking at the angry expression on Wan Xingzhu's face, Yang Juyuan said, sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I accidentally touched your acupuncture point. Let me see where I touched it and unseal it for you. Take your filthy hands off me. Wan Xingzhu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. So the murderer is you. How could she not understand what was going on? Unfortunately, she suddenly heard the news of her husband's death today. Coupled with the matter with Song Qingshu, her heart was filled with guilt. As a result, her reaction was a little slower than usual. She ignored Yang Juyuan's several unreasonable words and actions, which led to her being controlled by him. Sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Yang Juyuan shook his finger. What murderer? I don't understand at all. How could Wan Xingzhu believe his nonsense? She bit her lip and glared at him. I was wondering why Xinzhong would commit suicide. There must be something fishy about it, but I never thought that the murderer would be you. Your father died early. In those early years, your eldest brother raised you single-handedly. It can be said that an elder brother is like a father. Why did you do such a disgraceful thing? Wan Xingzhu's chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that she had discovered the truth, which shocked and angered her. Yang Juyuan was also provoked. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with agitation. I'm saving the Yang family. What did eldest brother obtain after following Han Xingzhou for all these years? He's just a Xingyuan prefecture judge, and I'm just a small warehouse manager. Although I can be considered a department with real power, in the eyes of those big shots in the imperial court, this kind of official is nothing. The dignified second young master of the Yang family is actually just a warehouse manager. I feel ashamed every time I tell others. Wan Xingzhu's eyes were filled with deep disappointment. That's because Minister Han is afraid that we'll attract the wind when we're a tall tree. The Ruan family is already the #1 emperor in the world, and the Yang family is a first-class noble family in Sichuan. If they appoint you to a high official position, it'll be like adding oil to the fire, and people will be jealous of you. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Yang family is destroyed. Yang Juyuan waved his hand to interrupt her. Don't talk about this nonsense. The Han family is the #1 family in the two Song dynasties, but didn't Han Xingzhou also become a general? And the Jia family, the Shi family, the Wang family, and the Shui family, which of these families isn't far superior to our Yang family? Didn't they also become prime ministers and generals? Wan Xingzhu was speechless by his question. For a moment, she really didn't know how to answer him. Yang Juyuan snorted and continued, moreover, Han Xingzhou's northern expedition has failed miserably, and Wu Shi has betrayed him. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that he's finished. When the time comes, how can we, as the Han faction, end up well? As the saying goes, a building is about to collapse. Of course, I have to find another way out for my family. Wan Xingzhu's mind flashed, and she finally understood. You've sided with Jia Sherdao. Yang Juyuan said calmly, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Prime Minister Jia will definitely win this power struggle. Why would the Yang family die with Han Xingzhou? This is called choosing a good tree to nest in. You're comparing yourself to a beast. No wonder you killed your brother. Wan Xingzhu was full of regret. She hadn't been back to the Yan family for years, so she wasn't familiar with the Yan family at all. As a result, she didn't know that Yang Juyuan's mentality had changed so much over the years, and she hadn't been able to warn her husband in time. I'm doing this for the family. Yang Juyuan obviously thought that such a thing was a bit rebellious, so he tried to find a reason to convince himself. I prevented the Yang family from dying. The ancestors of the Yang family will understand me. You're being unreasonable. Wan Xingzhu quickly thought about how she could get out of this situation. Should she pretend to be polite to him and stall for time until the rest of the Yang family came? But she had sent Pearl and the others away, and the Yang family. Since Yang Juyuan dared to expose himself here, he was obviously fully prepared. At that moment, Yang Juyuan finally calmed down a bit. He stared at her face and said softly, actually, I have another reason for doing this. What reason? Wan Xingzhu wanted him to talk more. That way, she would have enough time to wait for people to come and think of a way. Yang Juyuan didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked closer and admired her face as if he were looking at a piece of art. Sister-in-law, do you know? When you married into the Yang family, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I thought, how could there be such a beautiful woman in the world, and I swore to myself that I would marry you. Unfortunately, you're my sister-in-law. Even though she realized something when he stared at her, Wan Xingzhu was still shocked to hear him say it. How old were you back then? How could you have such thoughts? Age doesn't determine one's ambition, Yang Juyuan interrupted her. Plus, love can make a man mature earlier. That's not maturity. You're a pervert. Wan Xingzhu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. However, fear began to rise in her heart. If Yang Juyuan really had designs on her, he would have done it in the dead of the night. Whatever you say. Anyway, I've already achieved my long-cherished wish. I'm finally going to have you. Yang Juyuan moved closer to her and took a deep breath. Sister-in-law, you smell so good. Shameless. Wan Xingzhu had goosebumps all over her body. Unfortunately, her acupoints had been sealed, so she couldn't resist at all. Sister-in-law, do you know how many nights I've been thinking about you? Even in my dreams, I dream of getting intimate with you. However, you only come back a few times a year. It's difficult for me to even see you, Yang Juyuan suddenly said hatefully. Sometimes, I wonder if Big Brother is a man. He actually allowed his beautiful wife to show her face in public. Since he's wasting God's gift, I won't be polite anymore. Yang Juyuan's expression turned a little dark. His finger gently lifted a corner of her clothes. You look so good in morning clothes. This time, Wan Xingzhu really panicked. What are you doing? This is your big brother's morning hall. You'll be struck by lightning. So what if it's my big brother's morning hall? It's more exciting this way. Yang Juyuan gulped. In the end, he couldn't hold back and pounced on her. What's the matter? Yang Juyuan couldn't help but be furious. The dream that he had dreamed of since he was young was about to be realized, but he was interrupted at this critical moment. If it wasn't for the fact that he had given a death order not to disturb him unless it was the most urgent matter, and he guessed that his subordinates might indeed have an urgent matter. He might have pulled out his sword and chopped the person outside. Sensing the anger in his voice, the person outside hurriedly said, "General Shen Xiaolong of the Xing Province Middle Military wants to see Master." Shen Xiaolong? Yang Juyuan frowned. They were both officials of the Xing Province, so he naturally knew who Shen Xiaolong was. Shen Xiaolong was a famous person in the Xing Province. Although he was a military official, he regarded himself as a scholar. He even gave himself the nickname Three Emotions Taoist and recited a lousy poem all day long: "Fate comes and goes like water, love gathers and scatters like water." Shen Xiaolong's background was a bit mysterious. Some said he used to be a man of Jianghu who was frustrated in love. Some said he used to be a failed Juren who gave up learning and entered the military after a long period of failure. Some even said he was from the Shen family of Shanin. But as far as he knew, there shouldn't be such a person in the Shen family. Sometimes, Yang Juyuan even speculated maliciously. This guy always talked about love. Could he have been a rapist in the past? However, this person was an important person in the Xing province military, second only to Yang Zhenzhong. He also said he would come to see Yang Juyuan soon. Yang Juyuan didn't dare to neglect him. He ordered his subordinates outside, "Tell him to wait for me in the study." After hesitating for a moment, he carried Ruan Xingzhu and ran to a secret room next door. Then he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I will come back to accompany you after I get rid of the people outside." Ruan Xingzhu trembled with anger, but her acupoints were sealed, so she couldn't do anything. After a few steps, Yang Juyuan seemed to have thought of something. He walked back, took out a handkerchief, wrapped it into a ball, and stuffed it into her mouth. "Hee, in case you scream." Ruan Xingzhu struggled. The anger in her eyes seemed to melt the other party. Yang Juyuan laughed. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will come back to serve you soon." Thinking back to the warm and moving feeling when he hugged her just now, he simply wanted to get on her immediately. Unfortunately, he understood that business was more important. Yang Juyuan felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in his lower abdomen, and he walked faster and faster. Soon, he arrived at the study, and he saw that other than Shen Xiaolong, there were a few other people there. Some of them he recognized, some of them he didn't. All of them sat there with solemn expressions on their faces, and the room was filled with a solemn atmosphere. "Brother Yang." Seeing him arrive, Shen Xiaolong hurriedly got up and saluted. "Brother Shen, this." Yang Juyuan was puzzled. Shen Xiaolong quickly said, "About the matter I told you last time, I don't know if Brother Yang has considered it or not. Do you want to join?" Yang Juyuan noticed that when he spoke, the people around him were all staring at him with unfriendly expressions, vaguely surrounding him in the middle, as if he would be attacked if he said no. Yang Juyuan hurriedly said, "It's my duty to kill a traitor, not to mention that this traitor killed my big brother. If I don't take revenge, then I'm not a man." Before, Shen Xiaolong had come to probe him. It must be known that Wuxi's sudden betrayal caught the soldiers and civilians in Sichuan off guard. Some chose to obey, some chose to watch from the sidelines, but there were some hot-blooded men who disregarded the danger and chose to eliminate the traitor for the country. However, Wuxi was in charge of the military power in Sichuan, and he also controlled the Sichuan government, so these people who were determined to serve the country could only act with extreme caution. With Brother Yang's help, there's no need to worry about failure. Shen Xiaolong was overjoyed. The reason why he came to find Yang Juyuan was that the Yang family played an important role in Sichuan, and his big brother had just died because of Wuxi. Yang Juyuan smiled and then asked, "Who are these brothers?" Shen Xiaolong introduced, "This is Jinshi Yang Junyu, this is Li Kunchen, and this is Li Biao." Brother Yang should have heard of them. Yang Juyuan cupped his hands and said, "I've heard of you for a long time." He was not just trying to flatter them. These were all famous people in Sichuan, even if he had not seen them before, he had heard of them. Shen Xiaolong pulled another group of people and introduced, "These are Wuxi's subordinates, Zhang Lin and Zhu Bongning. Brother Yang should know them. We've even drunk a few times." Yang Juyuan exchanged greetings again. Shen Xiaolong continued, "This is the military warrior Li Gui, and this is the Jianghu hero Lai Fu. Both of them are highly skilled in martial arts. Nice to meet you." The country can only prosper because there are loyal and righteous people like you. Yang Juyuan was secretly shocked. He also knew martial arts, so he could clearly feel that these two people's martial arts were superior to the others. Of course, the most unfathomable one was still Xianxia, but he could not see through him. The group of people modestly declined for a while, and Xianxia said, "Brother Yang, we plan to take action tonight." Yang Juyuan was drinking tea, and he was so shocked that he almost spat it out. "So soon?" Xianxia nodded. As the saying goes, speed is important in war. The longer we delay, the more likely that Wuxi will be on guard, so we have to catch him unprepared. Yang Juyuan looked embarrassed. "Won't we be courting death with so few people?" Xianxia replied, "We still have dozens of heroes waiting for the signal outside. We can set off at any time." Yang Juyuan still shook his head. "There are still too few people. Wuxi's palace is heavily guarded, and he himself is a top-notch master. The possibility of our success is zero." The news of the martial contest had spread all over the world, and everyone knew that Wuxi's swordsmanship was outstanding. "What if we can persuade Gusu Murongfu to join us?" Yang Junyu asked. "Murongfu?" Yang Juyuan was shocked. Didn't he accept Wuxi's false position? Yang Junyu shook his head and said, "He may also be forced by the situation. After all, the Murong family has been loyal for generations since Duke Yanzhao of Hunan Commandery King. Murongfu also has a good reputation, so there is no reason for him to do this." Li Zhenkuan, who was at the side, also added, "Moreover, during the martial contest, Murongfu lost to Wuxi by a single move. I don't believe he's willing to be Wuxi's dog." At this time, Xianxia spoke up, "Brother Yang, our official positions are too low and cannot convince the masses. After we kill Wuxi, we need someone to take care of him. After thinking about it, the most suitable candidate is none other than Murongfu. Not to mention, he lost to Wuxi by a single move, so dealing with Wuxi's superior martial arts will increase our chances." General Zhang Lin said, "Now Murongfu holds an important position in Wuxi's puppet regime and controls a considerable part of the power. As long as we incite him to betray us, we have a 90% chance of success." Xianxia continued, "I heard that Brother Juyuan and Prince Murong have a good relationship. Why don't Brother Juyuan come forward and persuade him?" This. Yang Juyuan was a little hesitant. He was not worried about anything else, but he was going to go back and kiss his sister-in-law after dealing with the visitors, but if he went with them, how could he finish it in a short time? "Don't hesitate. Once you miss today's opportunity, you won't find such a good opportunity again." Xianxia subconsciously glanced at Zhang Lin and Zhu Bongning. These two were not only Wuxi's subordinates, but also responsible for guarding him for the second half of the night. This rotation would probably take 10 days to half a month, and during such a long time, it was very likely that something would happen. Zhang Lin and Zhu Bongning's identity would also be very easy to be exposed. "Well, I'll try." Yang Juyuan got up and walked to Murongfu's residence with a group of people. The other party's residence was in the same direction as Wuxi's current residence, so there was no need to worry about delay. The group of people quickly arrived at Murongfu's residence. Because of Yang Juyuan, they were able to meet him without any problems. Xianxia went straight to the point, "Young master, are you going to be the prime minister of this traitor?" Murongfu was faced with the same situation as Yang Juyuan just now. He could feel that this group of people was ready to strike, as if he only needed to nod his head and a thunderous strike would come. Although he boasted of his superior martial arts, the other party was outnumbered. Furthermore, Xianxia was their leader, and there was also Li Gue, the brave warrior of the army, and Lai Fu, the righteous warrior of the pugilistic world. All of them were experts. In this small space, they might really be able to kill him. Murongfu reacted quickly. He immediately cried and howled, "My Murong family has been loyal for generations. How can I be a traitor?" The Murong family had been hiding their intention of recovering the Great Yan Kingdom very well. Apart from a few people who knew about it, most people's impression of the Murong family was that they were the descendants of the southern He County prince who fought together with Emperor Taizu. Therefore, no one doubted his words. He continued to cry, "It's a pity that I don't have any soldiers in my hands, so I can't rise up. Only a hero can kill this traitor." What he said was indeed from the bottom of his heart. Everyone was shocked and terrified by Wuxi's betrayal, but he was the happiest. He could sense that this was a great opportunity, and he had never felt so close to the recovery of Great Yin. If he could handle it well, he might be able to seize the fertile land of Shu, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the time was right, he could raise the banner of Great Yin, and that would be considered as fulfilling the long-cherished wish of his ancestors. Yang Junyu, a Jinsher, smiled and took out a roll of imperial silk. He said, "Prince Murong, receive the imperial edict. His Majesty has appointed you as the appeasing envoy. You will control the troops in Sichuan and kill the traitor, Wu Shi." "Yes, sir." Murong Fu was overjoyed. The appeasing envoy was a temporary position set up by the imperial court during wartime. It was in charge of the military and government of a region. Although it would be abolished after the war, it was still a very powerful position. It could be said that it was the head of the military and government of a region. Yang Juyuan frowned. He had already joined Jia Shidao's side, so he knew that the imperial court didn't issue such an edict. So this imperial edict, as a rich family in Sichuan, the Yang family had seen the real imperial edict. Soon, he noticed that the imperial edict in Yang Junyu's hand was a little rough. He immediately realized that this imperial edict was forged. However, he immediately noticed the meaningful expressions on the faces of the others around him. Obviously, they also knew about it and were most likely involved in it. Now the situation was critical. As long as they could kill Wu Shi, not only would they not be punished for forging the imperial edict, but they would also be rewarded. If they failed to kill Wu Shi, they would also die, and the crime of forging the imperial edict would be forgotten. This Murong Fu is truly a wily old fox. Yang Juyuan sneered secretly. Even he could see that the imperial edict was fake, let alone the descendants of the commandery king of Hunan. God knew how many imperial edicts their family had kept. Although he cursed, he didn't say anything in the end. He knew that the most important task at the moment was to kill Wu Shi. After a short discussion, the group directly rushed to where Wu Shi was. After Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying separated from Ruan Xingzhu, they secretly followed Yi Lin and Tian Buiguang. Tian Buiguang was experienced in Jianghu, so he quickly noticed that they were being followed. He was about to fight, but Song Qingshu revealed his true identity. Tian Buiguang suddenly looked like he had seen a ghost, and he didn't have the courage to draw his sword. Song Qingshu ignored him and directly asked Yi Lin. After Yi Lin found out about their identities, especially after learning about Ren Yingying, she was simply overjoyed. It could be said that she told him everything she knew. It turned out that although Yi Lin lived in Mount Heng, she often paid attention to news about Ling Huchong. Because of what happened in Fujian, she also knew that Ling Huchong was Wu Shi, Wu Tianda. Therefore, when she heard the rumor that Wu Shi had betrayed the country, she was the first to not believe it and came all the way to Chengdu. Bujia was busy, so Tian Buiguang volunteered to protect her. Knowing that both sides had the same goal, Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying no longer hesitated. They directly rushed to Wu Shi's mansion, planning to ask Ling Huchong directly. He was a strong martial artist, and Tian Buiguang was also good at movement techniques. It was not difficult for them to bring the two women and easily sneak into Wu Shi's mansion. Along the way, they did not alert any guards, but Song Qingshu was full of doubts. Isn't this a little too smooth? I feel that the level of the guards in this mansion is really not good. Not to mention me, even a second or third-rate Jianghu person might not be able to stop them. They wandered around the mansion for half a day but still could not find Ling Huchong. They had no choice but to catch a guard. After some questioning, they found out that this was the official mansion arranged by the imperial court for Wu Shi. Not long ago, he claimed to be the king of Shu and publicly built a temporary imperial residence. He had moved there long ago. The king of Shu's mansion? Song Qingshu frowned. They had just entered Chengdu today and did not know the situation here. Yi Lin and Tian Buiguang were obviously the same, so they came empty-handed. After asking about the location of the king of Shu's mansion, the group was ready to rush there. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. Ren Yingying, who was beside him, was very observant. She noticed his abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Qingshu took out a bell from his bosom, and it was currently vibrating rapidly. Is this the bell of the heart parasite? Reninging was, after all, the saintess of the Sun Moon sect. She was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized the item from the Five Immortals sect. Yes. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and explained to her what had happened. Back then, he had thought that Ruan Xingzhu was Reninging, so he had given her a bell to protect herself. In the end, he had been too busy and had forgotten about it. It seems that Madame Ruan is in danger now. As Reninging spoke, she suddenly felt a little jealous. Humph, I didn't have this to protect myself when I was in danger, but you knew immediately when she was in danger. Song Qingshu was also extremely embarrassed. Didn't I mistake her for you before? Then I forgot to get the bell back. He also understood that this kind of thing would make any woman depressed. He hurriedly said, forget it. Let's go to the King of Shu's mansion. However, Reninging shook her head. This bell is ringing so urgently. Obviously, Madame Ruan is in great danger. If she was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But now, she is related to the safety of your goods and the future ownership of the Ruan family. So, we have to save her first. Ing. Song Qingshu was moved. Everything she did was for the benefit of her lover. Which man wouldn't be moved? On the side, Yilin's eyes flickered as she looked at the two. In fact, her heart was full of doubts because she knew that Big Brother Linghu and Miss Ren were a couple. What was the situation now? However, she was kind-hearted. Although she had some doubts, she was too embarrassed to ask them directly. Yilin, Tian Buiguang, you go to the King of Shu's mansion to find Linghu Chong and ask him. Song Lang and I will come later. Reninging said to the two. Oh, okay. Yilin nodded hurriedly. She had a noble temperament that made her subconsciously obey. From the guard, he found out the location of the Yan family's mansion and found that it came from the same direction as the bell. Song Qingshu knocked the guard out and then asked Tian Buiguang to take care of Yilin. He quickly rushed to the Yan family's mansion with Reninging. Although Chengdu was a big city, Song Qingshu's lightness skill was excellent. He used it all the way and arrived at the Yan family's mansion in a short time. Looking at the white elegiac couplets at the door, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Yang family is holding a funeral now. Why is she in danger? Reninging said, go in and see. The two sneaked in quietly. Now that the Yan family had lost their master, the defense was much more lax than usual. However, even if the defense was tight, it couldn't stop the two. They followed the instructions of the heart-poisonous insect bell and went all the way to the morning hall. Song Qingshu said curiously, why is there no one in the morning hall? Something abnormal must be a demon. Be careful. Reninging reminded. The bell is vibrating more frequently. It seems that we are approaching the target. The two searched all the way and finally found Madame Ruan tied to a bed in a secret room next to the morning hall. Madam, this is... With Reninging around, it was not convenient for Song Qingshu to untie her personally. He stood at the side and asked in confusion. Seeing this familiar yet strange man, Ruan Xingzhu's eyes became misty. She almost cried. The 2 hours just now were the most difficult and darkest hours of her life. She was afraid to hear footsteps, afraid that the door would be opened, and afraid that Yang Juyuan would come back. She knew what kind of fate was waiting for her at that time. However, she was conceited and quick-witted. She couldn't think of any way to get out of this situation no matter how hard she racked her brains. The acupoints all over her body were sealed and tied up. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth and she couldn't make a sound. The only thing she could do was to wait for Yang Juyuan to come back and visit her. However, when she thought that the coffin of her husband who was killed by him was still next door, she wanted to die immediately rather than suffer that kind of humiliation. However, it was difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. Along the way, she trembled in fear many times, but she didn't know why Yang Juyuan didn't come back. This rekindled a glimmer of hope in her desperate state. She kept circulating her energy to break through her acupoints. However, after half a day, she could only move her hands, which were tied behind her back. Just as she was about to fall into despair again, her fingertips suddenly touched the heart venom bell on her wrist. She thought of what Song Qingshu had said to her and shook the bell with hope. Firstly, she wasn't sure if the bell was that magical. Secondly, even if she could really contact him, he was currently working for Miss Ren. Why would he waste time on a woman he had nothing to do with? Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, she didn't expect to see him break through the door. At that moment, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. In the past, she used to scoff at the plot of the hero saving the damsel in distress in Jiangnan novels. Now, her heart was beating faster. She gradually understood. No wonder they liked it so much. Madam, are you all right? At this time, Ren Yingying untied the ropes and acupoints on her body. However, she saw that Ruan Xingzhu was sitting there in a daze without saying anything. Ren Yingying couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Ruan Xingzhu blushed and quickly retracted her gaze from Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu said with a smile, how do you plan to repay me for saving your life, madam? Ruan Xingzhu's expression turned serious. If young master can kill Yang Juyuan for me, I can promise you anything. Previously on the Mirror Lake, the two of them had the most intimate relationship, so she subconsciously said that, but she did not think about what it meant for a woman to agree to anything. As expected, Ren Yingying's expression became strange. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly changed the topic. Yang Juyuan seems to be your husband's younger brother. Why? Only then did Ruan Xingzhu tell her the whole story. Ren Yingying, who was at the side, was infuriated. How shameless! Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, where's Yang Juyuan now? I'll help you take revenge. Firstly, he did want the loyalty of the Ruan family. Secondly, it would be intolerable if he didn't kill this kind of person who killed his brother and bullied his wife. He just received the notice and went out to meet some guests. I don't know where he is now. Although Ruan Xingzhu looked weak on the outside, she had single-handedly taken charge of the Ruan clan all these years. Furthermore, she had never relied on her husband. Deep down, she could be considered a strong woman. However, she had encountered the sudden death of her husband today, followed by the incident of her brother-in-law. For the past half a day, her heart had been on an emotional roller coaster ride. As a result, she suddenly had a feeling that it was good to have a man to rely on. He should still be in the residence. Let's go out and look for him. Song Qingshu brought the two women to the study room to search for Yang Juyuan, but after looking around, there was no trace of Yang Juyuan. In the end, he grabbed a guard and questioned him. He had left with Shen Xiaolong and the others for a while. Where did he go? After asking again and again, the guard still didn't know where Yang Juyuan went. The few of them suddenly fell into an impasse. At this moment, a fire suddenly lit up a few miles away, and there were faint sounds of fighting. Ren Yingying's expression changed. That's where the King of Shu's residence is. Looks like something happened there, Song Qingshu said to Ruan Xingzhu. We're going to the King of Shu's residence now. Yang Juyuan might be there. Why don't you go with us, madam? Unexpectedly, Ruan Xingzhu shook her head. I lost my composure just now. Now that I've calmed down, I realize that killing Yang Juyuan isn't a good choice. After all, in the eyes of those who don't know him, he's still the righteous second master of the Yang family. If we're not careful, we'll give ourselves a handle. When that happens, all kinds of rumors will spread, and it won't be good for either of us. Song Qingshu was stunned, but he soon understood her concerns. After all, Ruan Xingzhu was a beautiful woman. Now that she was a widow, there was a lot of gossip in front of a widow's door. The Chinese people had a rich imagination, and they were the best at thinking in that direction. When the time came, under the influence of someone with ulterior motives, it would be easy for people to think that she had colluded with him to murder her husband and then killed the second young master of the Yang family who had discovered their affair. Compared to Yang Juyuan murdering his own brother, this rumor was easier to believe. Thank you for reminding me, madam. Song Qingshu was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Now that he wanted to fight for the world, what he cared about most was his reputation. If he was involved in this dispute, he would be doomed eternally. Ruan Xingzhu quickly said, I won't go to the King of Shu's residence. If young master runs into him there, just pretend that nothing happened. I need to make some arrangements, contact the subordinates loyal to Xinzhong, and collect decisive evidence to give Yang Juyuan a fatal blow. If madam stays here and encounters danger. Song Qingshu said with a frown. Hearing his concern for her, Ruan Xingzhu's heart warmed. She smiled and said, after all, I've been running the Ruan family for so many years, and I've been through all kinds of storms. I fell into the trap because I didn't expect Yang Juyuan to be the murderer. If I fail again, I'd rather die. Madame Ruan is really thoughtful. Congratulations on adding another capable assistant. On the way to the King of Shu's mansion, Ren Yingying said with a faint smile. Song Qingshu said grumpily, come on, you are obviously worried about Ling Huchong now, but you pretend to be calm to tease me. Ren Yingying hurriedly explained, Song Qingshu pressed her lips and said, humans are not plants or trees. Even if you keep a cat or a dog for a long time, you will develop feelings, let alone a human. Don't be too anxious and think that you can't forget him. Don't blame yourself for this. It's all human nature. Ren Yingying looked at him deeply and said, Song, it's my greatest luck to meet you in this life. She was not lying. No other man in this world could be so calm and magnanimous. The time they had spent together with Ling Huchong before had become a thorn in their hearts. Only Song Qingshu had not only let it go, but he had also come to comfort her. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. If it was 2 years ago, you wouldn't believe it yourself. At that time, you wanted to kill me. Ren Yingying couldn't help laughing when he reminded her of the past. She blushed and said coquettishly, you were such a rascal at that time. Morong Fu, 3 emotions Taoist Xianxia, Yang Juyuan and more than 70 people directly rushed into the King of Shu's mansion. The guards outside did not stop them because Zhang Lin and Zhu Bongning were garrison generals, so they let them in. However, they were not the only guards in the King of Shu's mansion. When they reached the inner layer, they were stopped by another garrison general, who trespassed into the King of Shu's palace. At this time, Jinshi Yang Junyu directly took out the imperial edict, by the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. It listed a total of 20 crimes of Wuxi's treason and specially appointed Morong Fu as the pacification envoy to suppress the rebellion, saying that only the leader would be punished, and the rest would not be investigated. The guards listened and looked at each other. In the end, no one knew who took the lead, but they all dispersed. Shen Xiaolong and the others were even more shocked. He'd originally thought that there would be a bitter battle here, but who would have imagined that these guards would actually surrender without a fight? Could it be that everyone was on the side of the imperial court and was unwilling to be coerced by Wuxi to commit treason? Now that there was a chance, everyone wanted to set things right. However, he did not have the time to study this problem. Instead, he led a group of people and rushed into the inner residence. What are you doing? It was so noisy outside that Wuxi finally heard the commotion and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing a group of people rushing over aggressively, she couldn't help but be surprised. You've betrayed the country and proclaimed yourself the King of Shu. We've come together to kill you. Hand over your life. Morong Fu reprimanded in a stern voice. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he drew his sword and stabbed towards Wuxi's vital points. Wuxi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing that the other party was using a killing move, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly drew his sword to meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Yang Juyuan, who was at the side, shouted, "This traitor's martial arts are superior. Everyone, let's attack together. We're getting rid of a scourge for the country, there's no need to follow the rules of the pugilistic world." With that said, he brandished his sword and rushed forward. The military warrior Li Gui, the pugilistic hero Lai Fu, and a large group of people rushed forward at the same time. However, Wuxi's swordsmanship was indeed incomparably brilliant. A snow-white flower of the sword floated in all directions, followed by continuous screams of pain. Some were blocking the ground, some were holding their bleeding wrists and retreating, and some were covering their eyes and wailing in pain. After a few exchanges, those with inferior martial arts were heavily injured and retreated from the battlefield. In the end, only Morong Fu, Yang Juyuan, Li Gui, and Lai Fu were left to surround Wuxi. Shen Xiaolong, who was at the side, secretly frowned. He felt that there was something strange about today's events. Whether it was the guards that he thought would be heavily guarded, or Wuxi's hesitant expression just now, there seemed to be something wrong. However, the cries of surprise that rang out in the field woke him up. Even though they were outnumbered, Wuxi's swordsmanship was too brilliant, and she was gradually gaining the upper hand. Morong Fu was able to protect himself, but Yang Juyuan, Li Gui, and Lai Fu already had a few wounds on their bodies. If it weren't for the fact that their martial arts were not weak and they managed to avoid being hit in their vitals, they might have already been lying on the ground. "Brother Shen, why aren't you attacking?" Yang Juyuan cried out in alarm. However, just as he was distracted, another bloody hole appeared on his body, and he hurriedly focused on defense. Seeing that Wuxi's every move was ruthless and fatal, Shen Xiaolong felt that he was thinking too much and hurriedly drew his sword to attack. Fate comes and goes, fate is like water, feelings gather and scatter, where do they go? Hearing him recite a poem, whether it was Yang Juyuan or Murong Fu, they both cursed in their hearts, thinking, what the f***ck is this, why is he still so showy? However, Shen Xiaolong's martial arts were really not for show. His swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water, and as soon as he joined in, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. In the end, it was basically Murong Fu who was in charge of defense, Shen Xiaolong who was in charge of offense, and Yang Juyuan and a few others who were waiting for an opportunity to attack. Wuxi secretly frowned. These people were all experts, especially Murong Fu's fake revolving star passage technique, which was best at borrowing force to attack force. If he was a little careless, his sword would be moved to the side. Shen Xiaolong's swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water at one moment, like the clouds and mist in the next, with very few openings. Occasionally, he would reveal one or two openings, but they would disappear in a flash under the cover of the others, making it impossible for him to counterattack. On the side, there was still a group of soldiers eyeing him covetously. Wuxi knew that if this went on, he would be in danger. Unfortunately, although he understood, he was powerless to change it. At this moment, two voices suddenly came from the courtyard door. Brother Linghu, I'm here to help you." Everyone turned around and saw a little nun and a sadhu rushing over. Who are they? Who is this Brother Linghu they are talking about? After all, not everyone knew Wuxi's true identity. The two of them took advantage of this moment when everyone was distracted. The sadhu took out a quick knife and forced Yang Juyuan, Li Gui, and Lai Fu to the side. The little nun waved a long sword and directly blocked the three emotions Taoist priest Shen Xiaolong. Although it was obvious that her internal energy was insufficient, her swordsmanship was tight and flawless, and for a moment, she caught the other party off guard. These two people were naturally Tian Buiguang and Yilin. In fact, in terms of martial arts, Yang Juyuan and the other two were no weaker than Tian Buiguang. The reason why he could temporarily fight 1 against 3 was largely because all three of them were injured. In addition, seeing that his knife was sharp, they could not figure out his strength in a short time, so they did not dare to be careless. As for Yilin, the reason why she could block Shen Xiaolong was because he saw such a delicate and pitiful little nun and could not bear to hurt her. However, this made things difficult for Murong Fu. Originally, it was 5 against 1, but now it had become 1 against 1. Wuxi was also angry, and every move she made was merciless. He had to be 120% vigilant and use his daily skills to barely protect himself, but in his heart, he cursed Shen Xiaolong half to death. Shen Xiaolong was also in a difficult position. He frowned and said, "Little nun, quickly get out of the way, lest you get hurt." Yilin wrinkled her nose and replied in a deadpan manner, "Old Taoist, quickly step aside, lest you incur the wrath of the Buddha." Although Shen Xiaolong was a general, he was dressed like a Taoist. Everyone has the right to punish a traitor. What crime is there to be guilty of? Shen Xiaolong was speechless. Besides, I usually worship the 3 pure ones and 4 royals. Even if I make a mistake, what does it have to do with Buddha? In fact, he still wanted to complain. How was he old? Yilin was startled and blinked her big eyes. Hey, that's right, Shen Xiaolong suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. The pitiful appearance of the little nun in front of him made him feel awkward. A Taoist flirting with a nun, it's really rare to see a long time. Nonsense, it's obviously this little nun flirting with the old Taoist. I'm afraid the Taoist's heart is moved. Shouldn't a nun be a couple with a monk? The eyes of that ascetic monk over there seem to be red, and the knife in his hand is a little faster. Bald donkey, don't try to steal the nun from me. Ha 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 ha, there was no lack of meddlesome people. Many people watching from the side could not help but laugh. Hearing this, Shen Xiaolong and Yilin wanted to find a hole to hide in. Shen Xiaolong knew that it was not a good idea to drag on like this. Although he could not bear it, he still decided to find a chance to knock her out. However, before he took action, suddenly a black shadow, like a rock spreading its wings, hit Yi Lin's back with a palm. The other party was still 10 feet away from him, but the strong wind that was stirred up by the other party's attack was already making it difficult for Shen Xiaolong to breathe. It could be seen how powerful this palm strike was. Even if it was him, he would have to avoid it, let alone this weak little nun. He wanted to save this little nun, but he thought of the purpose of his trip, and the person who suddenly appeared was a friend, not an enemy. If he intervened, it would inevitably cause internal strife. While Shen Xiaolong was hesitating, Wu Shi on the other side saw the situation here. She could not help but turn pale with fright. She hurriedly used 2 moves to force back Murong Fu. She jumped into the air and stabbed the back of the mysterious person. At this time it was too late to run in front of Yi Lin, so she could only adopt this strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Suddenly, the mysterious person seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He directly dodged to the side, and then hit Wu Shi's side ribs with his palm. The whole process was smooth as if it had been planned. Wu Shi did not expect such a change. At this time, he instantly understood that the other party's attack on Yi Lin was fake, and the real intention was to plot against him. He could not withdraw his sword in a hurry, so he could only raise his palm to meet the attack. Unfortunately, 80% of his martial arts was on the sword. How could he be the opponent of the other party in terms of palm techniques? He saw that the person suddenly withdrew his palm, causing him to hit the air, and a trace of blood could not help but flow from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious person took advantage of his turbulent qi and blood. The old strength had dissipated, and the new strength had not yet been generated, and suddenly hit him in the chest one after another. Wu Shi flew back while spurting blood, but the mysterious person kept attacking him at close range like maggots. If he had not successfully withdrawn his sword to defend himself, he would have been beaten to death by the other party. The mysterious person seemed to be afraid of his sword technique, and hurriedly leaped back several feet, creating a sufficient safe distance. Wu Shi half knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his sword, and spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. If he had not learned the muscle-bone strengthening scripture a few days ago, and a wisp of true qi to protect his heart meridian, perhaps he would have died on the spot after that round of attacks just now. Brother Ling Hu! Brother Ling Hu! Yi Lin and Tian Buiguang were shocked, and hurriedly ran to his side. Because they saw that the chief evil Wu Shi was seriously injured, and worried about his counterattack before he died, Yang Juyuan and the others did not dare to pursue and let the two return to Wu Shi's side. Wu Shi didn't have the time to respond to the two of them. Instead, he looked hatefully at the mysterious person from before. Ice True Energy, Great Songyang Palm. Suolenchan, you're a dignified grandmaster of your generation, yet you sneak attack a junior. You're too shameless. The blood he had just spat out on the ground had now formed ice particles, emitting a trace of cold air. At this time, the mysterious person took off the mask on his face, and sure enough, it was the leader of the 5 mountain sword faction, Suolenchan. Suolenchan snorted coldly, for traitors like you who sell their country for glory, everyone has the right to punish you. This is called enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. You. Wu Shi opened his mouth to say something, but unfortunately a mouthful of blood gushed out, blocking the rest of his words. Brother Ling Hu, what's wrong with you? Quickly take this white cloud bear gall pill. Yi Lin's beautiful face turned pale, and she hurriedly shook out a few pills from the porcelain bottle in her arms, and without counting the number, she sent them into his mouth. Wu Shi smiled bitterly. Now, he was the clearest about his injury, and it could be said that half of his body was already in the coffin. Although the spiritual medicine of the Hang Mountain sect was famous for healing injuries, it could not cure people who were bound to die. Seeing the state of her lover at this time, Yi Lin's tears kept falling like pearls from a broken necklace. She, who had always been weak, could not help but angrily stare at Suolenchan. Uncle Zhua, what you are doing is really not decent behavior. Suolenchan sneered, who do you think you are to criticize me? I. Yi Lin's temper was originally soft, and when faced with this kind of situation, her face flushed red, but she did not know how to deal with it. Suolenchan did not let her go. Everyone in the world knows that Wu Shi colluded with the enemy and committed treason, and is destined to go down in history. As a famous sect, your Hing Mountain sect did not want to subdue the demon, but instead came to help such a traitor. Could it be that your Hing Mountain sect also participated in Wushi's betrayal this time? No, no, Yilin hurriedly waved her hand. This time I only came here alone, I do not represent the Hing Mountain sect. No, I want to say that Linghu. General Wu is not that kind of person. Zuelenchan had always been strong, and as the leader of the Five Mountain Sword sect, how could a little girl like Yilin win against him when it came to reasoning? Soon, she was led astray. Since it was not the Hang Mountain sect's instruction, it means that you, little nun, have abandoned yourself, Zuelenchan said resolutely, as if he was making a judgment. You are traveling with the notorious pervert of the martial arts world, Tian Buiguang. A man and a woman alone. You really have no shame, you have abandoned yourself. At this time everyone in the field looked at the sadhu next to her, pointing at him one by one. Is he the famous Tian Buiguang? No wonder his saber is so fast. Tian Buiguang is famous for his lightness skills and quick saber. Isn't he famous for being a pervert? This little nun looks gentle and quiet, but she has been traveling with Tian Buiguang all the way. I don't know if she can keep her chastity. Are you stupid? Tian Buiguang, doesn't it mean to strip naked? This little nun looks pure on the outside, but who knows how lewd she is in private. She has been with Tian Buiguang all the way, unwilling to part with him. Most likely she has been conquered by his skills in bed. Listening to the vulgar words of the people around her, Yilin was on the verge of tears. I didn't. Unfortunately, her voice was quickly drowned out by the ridicule of the crowd. People would only believe what they wanted to believe, and no one cared about what she said. All of you, shut up. Tian Buiguang jumped out and shouted, Yilin is my master now, and we are master and disciple. How can it be as dirty as they think? Speaking of which, he had become Yilin's disciple because of Ling Huchang's teasing. At first, he was naturally indignant, but later on, he was happy with this identity. So what if we are master and disciple? During the day, master and disciple, and at night, brother and sister. A few years ago, there was also a master and disciple relationship. What were they called again? Yanghua and Xiaolong knew from the ancient Tomb sect, right? Tian Buiguang didn't expect that his explanation would not only be useless, but it would also make things worse. Seeing Yilin's aggrieved tears kept falling, he felt a surge of heat in his chest. He didn't want Yilin to suffer even the slightest bit. He jumped up a flight of stairs and pulled down his pants. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. I, your grandpa, am now a man without roots. I'm not as dirty as you think. Master is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. How can she be tainted by your gossip? One had to know that castration was an incomparable humiliation to a man. Normally, he minded this the most, but now that he saw his sweetheart being wronged, especially when he saw her tearful appearance, his heart warmed up and he couldn't care less about anything else. Oh my God, he really was castrated. This is his retribution for plucking a flower. So this is what being castrated looks like. It's disgusting to look at. No one cared about what he said. A group of people just pointed at him and whispered. Zuelenchan snorted. Immoral. Shameless. I'll fight you. Tian Buiguang was already on the verge of breaking down in shame. Hearing him say that, he exploded in an instant. He pulled up his pants and rushed towards Zuelenchan with his knife. Zuelenchan snorted. You overestimate yourself. Although Tian Buiguang's martial arts were good, he was only second-rate in the Jianghu. At most, he was on par with Xianxia of the Qingqing faction. Xianxia's martial arts were far inferior to Zuelenchan's. The two had just exchanged a few moves when Tian Buiguang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Everyone watching felt a chill in their hearts. Song Mountain faction Zuelenchan is indeed worthy of his reputation. Among them, Morongfu and Shen Xiaolong were the most shocked. After all, both of them boasted that their martial arts were good. However, seeing Zuelenchan's moves, they were completely unsure. Brother Tian, why did you do this? Wuxi caught his breath and sighed at Tian Buiguang, who had just fallen beside him. He didn't know whether it was a pity that he had exposed himself or that he shouldn't have come to save him. Yilin hurried over. Tian Buiguang, what's wrong? Seeing the concern on her face, Tian Buiguang couldn't help but reveal a smile. I'm fine, I won't die. Before he finished speaking, he trembled all over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Shi hurriedly reminded him. Be careful of his cold qi, you must force out the cold poison. Tian Buiguang nodded. At this time, he had no time to speak and hurriedly began to heal his injuries. Unfortunately, the people around them wouldn't give them the chance. Kill the traitor Wu Shi, kill the pervert Tian Buiguang. A group of people brandished their weapons and charged at them. At this time, the three people had already lost their ability to fight. Mo Rongfu, Xianxia, and the others respected their status and did not participate. Looking at the frail figure of Yilin standing in front of him, Xianxia couldn't bear to do it. However, the crowd was so fanatical that he couldn't do anything. Just as her figure was about to be submerged in the crowd, suddenly an invisible wave of air spread out. The group of people that rushed over were shaken back one by one. Who? The others didn't know what was going on, but Zuelenchan, Mo Rongfu, Xianxia, and the other masters on the scene had already discovered the target. A figure slowly descended from midair. Chapter of 5,000 words. The group of people's expressions changed. Many people here could jump into the air and then descend, but none of them could do it as slowly as the other party did. Not to mention that mysterious chi wave just now, which shook the dozens of people who were charging forward and forced them to retreat one after another. This kind of power was a little too terrifying. Everyone fixed their eyes on him and saw that he was a young man in a green robe. Unfortunately, his appearance was ordinary and no one seemed to know him. The person who came was naturally Song Qingshu. He and Reninging saw the fire in the King of Shu's mansion and knew that something had happened here. They rushed all the way here and just happened to see a group of people rushing towards Yilin, so they had to take action. Of course, he did not reveal his original face. After all, the Golden Snake Battalion was now fighting against the Qing Army South. If news of his appearance in Sichuan got out, it would inevitably cause a diplomatic storm. It did not matter if he revealed his identity to Yilin and Tian Buiguang. After all, they were of low status and had no right to speak in Jianghu. But now there were so many officials of the southern Song dynasty and a sect leader like Zuelenchan, so they could not let their guard down. Who are you? Mo Rongfu and Zuelenchan had too many thoughts and could not figure out each other's background. They were surprised and doubtful, but Xianxia went forward and asked directly. Song Qingshu replied indifferently, I'm a mountain commoner, not worth mentioning. Why did you stop us from killing the traitor? Xianxia asked. Traitor? Song Qingshu shook his head, I don't know who the traitor is. I only saw that you wanted to kill a kind little nun. At this time, Zuelenchan finally spoke, this little nun is willing to degenerate herself. She's in cahoots with traitors and rapists. Naturally, she deserves to die. Song Qingshu remained calm and collected. There are many strange things that happened in Sichuan. We still need to investigate it carefully. How can we come to a conclusion so easily? He remembered that Zuelenchan had suffered serious internal injuries before. How could he recover so quickly? Looking at his spirit, qi, and spirit, he seemed to be better than before. Zuelenchan suddenly became angry, Wu Shi committed treason and Tian Buiguang raped. The world knows that this little nun was with them. Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. What else is there to investigate? Who says the world knows? Song Qingshu chuckled, I don't. Hearing this, Zuelenchan laughed angrily, so you're here to make fun of me? So what if I am? Song Qingshu's careless reply almost made him faint. At this moment, Mo Rongfu also spoke, Mister, you should think this through carefully. If you act on impulse, you might very well become the enemy of the entire world. Song Qingshu shook his head. I'm not being impulsive. You can't represent the whole world. Yang Jiyuan also joined in the condemnation. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world just because you are strong in martial arts. There are so many people here. How many can you block? Song Qingshu's words almost choked him to death. Yang Jiyuan also joined in the condemnation. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world just because you're strong in martial arts. There are so many people here, how many can you block? Looking at him, Song Qingshu easily guessed from his appearance and attire, you're Yang Jiyuan? Yang Juyuan was shocked. You know me? Song Qingshu nodded, then shook his head. I've heard of your name. Yang Juyuan was secretly happy. Sir, do you have some relationship with the Yang family? If the other party was really related to the Yang family, with such a top master as a backer, plus the power of the Yang family, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in Sichuan in the future? We do have some relationship. Song Qingshu thought about how to phrase it. To some extent, your big brother and I are kindred spirits. Yang Juyuan naturally could not understand the meaning of kindred spirits, but he understood that the other party was related to his big brother. His heart sank. This was not good. Suelenchan could not hold back his anger at this time, and said in a deep voice, since you're so confident in your martial arts, then I'd like to experience it. Although the martial arts and qinggong that the other party had just shown were shocking, they were not at an untouchable level. In addition, he was very confident in his ice true qi and rich martial arts experience, so he did not think that he would lose to him. Song Qingshu sighed. In the end, we still have to talk with our fists, so why talk so much nonsense at the beginning? Suelenchan snorted, directly pulled out an iron sword and rushed over. He was a little afraid of the internal energy that the other party had just shown, so he did not dare to fight with internal energy right from the beginning. He had already practiced the Song Mountain swordsmanship to perfection. This sword flower was 70% real and 30% fake, with 13 kinds of powerful moves hidden, which could be used to attack or defend. The surrounding masters secretly nodded, thinking that Suelenchan deserved to be the world-famous Five Mountain Alliance master. His attainments in swordsmanship were really at the level of a master. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. At his level of cultivation, most of the swordsmanship in the world were full of flaws. The other party did not know his true identity, so he rashly attacked. If he really wanted to, he could seriously injure him in one move. But if he showed it like that, it would be too shocking. Suelenchan was already a top master in this world. If he was defeated in one move, even if he wore a mask, it would be easy to guess his identity. Of course, if he let him slowly fight with him, he did not have the patience, so he stretched out his finger and flicked the tip of the sword away. The tip of the sword lost its accuracy, and all the sword moves after that lost their meaning. Suelenchan only felt that the hand between his thumb and forefinger was numb, and he almost couldn't hold the long sword in his hand. He could not help but be shocked, but his reaction was also fast. He directly used his other hand to attack his opponent with the great Songyang palm, at the same time mixed with the ice shin qi. The two exchanged several moves in the blink of an eye, and Suelenchan saw an opportunity to retreat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Good. The surrounding onlookers only saw Suelenchan playing with his sword and waving his palm, and the whole field was filled with his figure. The opponent was like a small boat in a raging sea that could sink at any time, so they all cheered for Suelenchan. Only Morongfu and Xianxia frowned inwardly. Experts like them were naturally able to see that Suelenchan had the upper hand on the surface, but in reality, he had used all of his skills in order to narrowly survive this calamity. Since when did such a supermaster appear in the martial arts world? Morongfu's heart was a little heavy. In the early years, he was as famous as Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng of the north and Morong of the south were awe-inspiring, but he was continuously defeated by Qiao Feng, Song Qingshu, and later Wu Shi, which was a big blow to him. Originally, he thought that apart from these few people who defied the natural order, he could still be ranked among the top masters. Who knew that now there would be an unfathomable mysterious master? Shen Xiaolong also frowned. He did not participate in the attack on Yilin's team, but now he took the initiative to step forward and said, Your Excellency's martial arts are high, but this time we are eliminating traitors for the country. Even if we know it's impossible, we still have to do it. After saying that, he also waved his long sword to attack. Song Qingshu saw that his sword technique was elegant, and could not help but praise, good sword technique. Morongfu knew that Shen Xiaolong alone was no match for this mysterious man. He was worried that he would be defeated one by one, so he immediately joined in the battle. As long as I can kill the traitors, Morongfu doesn't care about the reputation of the martial arts world. Song Qingshu replied sarcastically, Your Excellency can always stand on the moral high ground. Morongfu's old face turned red, but he did not argue. He just displayed the Morong family's martial arts to his heart's content, and even mixed in the 18 dragons subduing palms to attack. Xianxia had just fought with him, so he knew how terrifying he was. He gritted his teeth and joined in the battle, hoping to take down the opponent with the help of the three masters. The four quickly became a mess, but soon Morong Fu and the others cried out in surprise. "Why are you attacking me? He's borrowing my strength to fight. Isn't this your Morong family's Big Dipper?" "It's not Big Dipper, but more like the Ming dynasty's Heaven and Earth Great Shift." "No, I think his finger technique is more like Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills." With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he could already turn something rotten into something magical. Even if he did not reveal his original martial arts, he could display some of the martial arts of his opponents. Although he did not know the specific mental cultivation method, he could still imitate it to 70 to 80% similar, and beat the three people in front of him until they complained incessantly. But these people were the world's top masters, not to mention the three of them working together. One must know that Morong Fu and Yutanji were enough to make Xiao Feng admit that he was no match for Morong Fu. Now that Morong Fu had obtained the 18 dragon subduing palms, he was even better than Xiao Feng at that time. Xianxia, who was at the Grandmaster level, was no weaker than Yutanji. If he added his experience and martial arts moves, he would be far superior to Xiao Feng. Not to mention that there was now the addition of the three emotions Taoist, who was highly skilled in martial arts. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. It was not difficult to defeat the three of them, but if he did not reveal his own martial arts, it would not be so easy to defeat them. At this moment, a simple and honest voice suddenly came from the door. "Master, who is this person?" Hearing this voice, Xianxia was overjoyed, and hurriedly shouted, "This person is an accomplice of the traitor, quickly kill him." Song Qingshu was startled and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a young man with disheveled hair and a sincere and honest face appear at the entrance of the courtyard. It was Sherpatian, whom he had met once before. He had participated in the Golden Snake meeting, and at that time, he seemed to be representing the Song Mountain sect. It was said that he was saved by Xianxia on the road, and then taught him martial arts, so he called Xianxia his master. Song Qingshu was clear that with Xianxia's martial arts, how could he be qualified to be Sherpatian's master? Presumably, Sherpatian's nature was simple, and the surname Sui used some means to buy his heart. But it could not be said that Xianxia was useless. Sherpatian's Arhat demon subduing kung fu had been practiced to an unprecedented level, and coupled with the coincidental combination of yin and yang, his internal energy could be said to be rare in the world. But other than internal energy, his other martial arts were unbearably crude, and Xianxia just happened to be able to teach him brilliant sword art and martial arts, giving birth to the world's top supermaster. Hey, his breath is a little strange. But Song Qingshu was keenly aware that Sherpatian at this time was very different from when he met him at the Golden Snake camp, as if he was hiding a power that even he was a little afraid of. Everyone present was aghast. The wind generated by the punch had wrinkled the faces of the three masters. How exaggerated was this? It should be known that this punch was not aimed at the three of them. The three of them were only brushed by the side. This young man looked very simple and honest. Who would have thought that his martial arts was so terrifying? He had only taken one step, but he had already crossed dozens of feet and arrived in front of the enemy. That terrifying punch seemed to have sucked up all the air around him. It was obviously a destructive force, but the whole courtyard fell into a momentary silence. Everyone could only see their mouths opening and closing, but they couldn't hear what the people around them were saying. Song Qingshu's expression was also solemn. It should be known that the most important basis to judge whether a person's martial arts was good or not was his technique. The strength of a person with the lowest level could be ignored, so there was naturally no need to discuss it. For people with slightly higher martial arts, whether it was a sword or a punch, they could create a large gust of wind. It looked scary, but in fact, a large amount of internal energy was wasted. They couldn't compare to the masters of the same level who could concentrate most of their internal energy into one point. However, if one's martial arts reached a higher level, it would be very different. As the saying goes, the birth of a saint must be accompanied by a natural phenomenon. The other party could affect the surrounding environment with just a lift of his hand. This was not because his Jin Qi was leaking out, but because his Jin Qi was so terrifying that it could affect the surrounding environment. Looking at the whole Jianghu, there were very few people who could reach this level. Unexpectedly, Sherpatian was actually one of them. Back in the Golden Snake Convention, he was clearly not this powerful. Now, it could be said that he had made a qualitative leap. Why, Song Qingshu's thoughts were like lightning. However, the fist had already arrived in front of him. He looked solemn and slowly raised his hand. Although he moved later, it arrived first. He raised his palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying wave of qi spread out. Morong Fu, Zhuo and the others beside him were shaken a few times. Those who were further away were even more embarrassed. One by one, they fell down with all 4 feet in the air. Song Qingshu took advantage of the opportunity to retreat a distance of 10 feet and stood in front of Wu Shi and the others, helping them to neutralize the terrifying shock wave. After all, these people were seriously injured at this moment. If they were swept by the palm wind, they might directly die. Just now when Song Qingshu appeared to block Zhuo Lenchan and the others, Ren Yingying ran to Wu Shi and Lin to check on their injuries. Seeing her lover retreating to her side, she couldn't help but say worriedly, they won't be able to hold on much longer. Song Qingshu looked back and saw that Wu Shi's face was as pale as gold paper, and Tian Buiguang's eyebrows and beard were covered with a layer of ice. He knew that if he delayed any longer, even if the almighty immortal came, he could not save them. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Although he wanted to know what had happened to Sherpatian, it was more important to save him first. Therefore, he grabbed the crowd and leaped out of the King of Shu's mansion. "Don't you dare leave, you thief!" Zhuo Lenchan and the others hurriedly chased after him. Sherpatian was stunned for a moment. Seeing that everyone was chasing after him, although he didn't know what was going on, he still followed along. Although he moved a little late, he crossed dozens of feet with one step, and soon overtook the others. Seeing that the mysterious man was getting further and further away, Morong Fu, Zhuo Lenchan and the others all stopped in their tracks. However, seeing that Sherpatian was so fierce, they all summoned their fighting spirit and followed him. With Song Qingshu's lightness skill, it would not be a problem for him to shake off Morong Fu and Zhuo Lenchan, even if he was carrying a group of people. However, now that there was Sherpatian, his speed was too shocking. Song Qingshu alone could easily shake him off, but now he also had Ren Yingying, Wu Shi, Lin and Tian Buiguang with him, a total of 4 people, so it was naturally difficult to shake off this tail. However, he also reacted quickly. Taking advantage of a turn to block the other party's line of sight, he jumped onto a big tree with a few people, and used the dense leaves to hide everyone's figures. Soon, a group of people caught up, but did not discover their existence and continued to chase into the distance. "Big brother Linghu, what's wrong?" Lin's voice carried a bit of a sob. "Shoo!" Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped her, "Someone is coming back." At the same time, he had to sigh that people's lives were really different. At this time, Tian Buiguang was obviously also seriously injured, but Lin did not even look at him. However, this did not mean that Lin had any bad intentions, but that this was human nature. Of course, the first reaction would be related to the people they cared about the most. As for Tian Buiguang, he was just like those spare tires in the future. Naturally it would be difficult for him to get the favor of the goddess. This is a kind of retribution for the evil he did years ago. Song Qingshu speculated, not without malice. At this time, Sherpatian and the others had already returned. Many people dejectedly said, "Motherf *Ker, he ran really fast." Running so fast while carrying people, this person's lightness skill is really King awesome. Young Hiroshi's lightness skill is also amazing. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many buildings in this city, that person would definitely not be able to run away. Young Hiroshi is still the best. With one punch, he beat that guy into running away. Sherpatian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That person's martial arts is very high, not inferior to mine." The others jeered in a few words, "Young hero, don't be modest. Everyone saw you beat him with one punch, how can it be fake?" Sherpatian originally wanted to explain that just now, the other party retreated because he wanted to resolve the aftermath in front of Wu Shi and the others, but the group of people kept complimenting him, making him unable to find a chance to interrupt. He was not good with words, so in the end, he could only smile foolishly. On the side, Morong Fu's face was a little ugly. After all, He was a person that the dignified Nan Murong and several other great experts could not do anything to, but he was beaten away by this silly boy with one punch, which really made him lose face. Although Xianxia was also a little depressed, this person was his nominal disciple, so he could be considered to have benefited from it. As for the three emotions Taoist priest, he did not care about this and did not have any reaction. Only Morong Fu wanted to use this opportunity to buy people's hearts, but who knew that the limelight would be stolen by Sherpatian. Wuxi is now seriously injured and won't live for long. We will immediately announce to the public that he has been executed and clean up the remnants of Wuxi's party. Morong Fu knew that in terms of martial arts, he might not be able to compare, so he could only turn the tables on the officialdom that he was better at. But that mysterious person's martial arts is so high, what if Wuxi survives? Someone raised a doubt. Morong Fu sneered and said, so what if he survives? When the time comes, the general situation will be set. What can a traitor like him do? Prince Morong is really wise. As expected of the descendant of Hunan Commandery King. Hearing the group of people bragging, Morong Fu's dark face finally showed a trace of a smile. Let's go back to the Shu King's mansion and arrange the follow-up matters. The group of people nodded and quickly surrounded him and left. After everyone left, Ren Yingying said with some indignation, these people really have eyes but can't see. Although Sherpatian's martial arts is high, how can he be a match for you? If it weren't for saving us, you could have defeated him with one hand. Song Qingshu faintly smiled, why do you need to care about the gossip of these people? Moreover, aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? Sherpatian's current cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the world, and it won't be easy to defeat him with just one hand. At this time, Wuxi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the two people in a daze. Yingying, is that you? Ren Yingying faintly sighed and took off her mask, revealing a bright and beautiful face. Young Master Linghu, I am now Lady Song. Hearing his words, Wuxi violently coughed a few times. After a long time, he said with a bitter smile, that's right, I was rude. Then he turned around and said, then this must be Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu didn't mind the fact that Linghu who called him by his name. He removed his mask and said, Brother Linghu, long time no see. Linghu Chong sighed, I didn't expect to be saved by you again. Song Qingshu said with a smile, Brother Linghu, don't feel burdened. I saved you because I wanted something. I know what you want to ask, cough, cough. Halfway through his words, he couldn't help but violently cough again. The blood he coughed out was emitting a trace of cold air. Yilin hurriedly said, Prince Song, can you save Brother Linghu first? Song Qingshu nodded, knowing that his injury couldn't be delayed any longer. He grabbed their shoulders and used Qinggong to leave. The whole city of Chengdu was full of people who hated Wu Shi, a traitor. Now that he was under the control of Morong Fu, Yang Juyuan, and the others, it was too dangerous to stay in the city. After thinking about it, the most suitable place to treat his injury was the Mirror Lake outside the city. Seeing him return, the people on the Mirror Lake immediately came out to welcome him warmly. After all, he had saved their lives before. In addition, he had an ambiguous relationship with the mistress, so everyone had already regarded him as half a master. At this time, Linghu Chong had already fallen into a coma. He had been attacked by Zuolenchan, so his injury was more serious than Tian Buiguang's, who had been directly hit by the ice G. However, Tian Buiguang's internal energy was much weaker than Linghu Chong's, so in the end, the degree of danger was about the same. Song Qingshu thought that if he saved Linghu Chong first, Tian Buiguang would most likely kneel. If he saved Tian Buiguang first, his head wasn't injured. In the end, he simply saved both of them together. He helped the two of them to sit cross-legged on the bed. Song Qingshu sat behind the two of them, pressed the major acupoints on their backs, and began to help them treat their injuries. Half of their injuries were caused by the shock to their internal organs and meridians, and the other half was caused by the ice chi. Therefore, they had to first expel the ice chi from their bodies to slowly heal their internal injuries. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's cultivation had reached an incredible level. Otherwise, if he were to absorb the ice chi from both of them at the same time, he would easily be frozen into a popsicle. In the original work, Ren Wuxing was ambushed by Zuolenchan's ice chi. As a result, Linghu Chong, Xiang Wendian, and Ren Yingying had to work together to absorb the ice chi from his body for several hours. In the end, all of them had turned into ice sculptures. Elin was fidgeting restlessly on the side. She kept fiddling with the Buddhist beads in her hand and muttering, "Merciful and pessimistic Bodhisattva, please protect Brother Linghu and keep him safe." Elin is willing to shorten her life by 10 years, no, 20 years in exchange for. Reninging jumped in fright and hastily pulled Elin to the side. "Don't worry, Brother Song will save him. Don't make such a vow randomly." Elin shook her head. "As long as Brother Linghu is well, it doesn't matter if my life is shortened by 20 years. Seeing the tears in Elin's eyes, Reninging could not help but be speechless. After a long time, she faintly sighed. Love was the most hurtful thing. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, had a strange expression on his face. Did Elin, this little nun, forget that Tian Buiguang was also seriously injured? Moreover, he did not hesitate to self-destruct for her sake. However, there was no such thing as love. He could only express sympathy for Tian Buiguang. In the end, Ren Ying still pulled Elin out on the grounds of not wanting to disturb the treatment. Elin did not hesitate at all when she heard that it might affect Ling Huchong's treatment. Song Qingshu finally calmed down and circulated his internal energy to help the two dispel the ice-cold Jinqi. After several hours, he withdrew his hand from Tian Buiguang's back. Although both of them were seriously injured, Tian Buiguang's injuries appeared serious only because his internal energy was too low. Swalenchen's attack on him was completely incomparable to Ling Huchong's. It must be known that his sneak attack on Ling Huchong was a deliberate and well-prepared thunderous strike. Because he was afraid of his opponent's swordsmanship, once he gained the upper hand, he completely aimed to kill his opponent. If not for Ling Huchong practicing the Yijing Jing and using the 9 strategies beyond the swords to force him back at the critical moment, he would probably have died long ago. At this time, Tian Buiguang slowly opened his eyes. "Many thanks to King Qi for saving my life." His voice did not contain the joy of being saved. On the contrary, it was filled with loneliness. Presumably, he had heard Elin's words. Song Qingshu replied, "Originally, I shouldn't have saved you when you committed evil deeds in your early years, but letting you die would be letting you off too lightly. You should use the rest of your life to do good deeds to make up for your past sins." Tian Buiguang smiled bitterly. "Now that I am neither a man nor a woman, I deserve it. However, how can it compare to the harm I caused to those women in the past? Rest assured, King Qi, I will use the rest of my life to turn over a new leaf and make up for my past mistakes." Putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha was easy to say, but putting down the butcher's knife was easier said than done. The reason why Tian Buiguang had such a huge change was because he had his thing cut off by Master Bujia. The other reason was that he had fallen in love with Elin and tasted the bitterness of love. Both were indispensable. Song Qingshu also sighed and comforted him, "That's how the world is. The person you like often doesn't like you. You should take it easy." Tian Buiguang nodded in agreement. "I won't disturb you from healing him." Then, he went to the room next door to rest and recuperate with a lonely look on his face. Song Qingshu continued to help Ling Huchong heal his injuries. After another 2 hours, he finally managed to dissolve the cold Jinqi in his body. At this time, the sky was already faintly turning white. By this time, Ling Huchong had already woken up. After hesitating for a while, he said with difficulty, "Thank you very much." For a long time, he had regarded Song Qingshu as his irreconcilable enemy. He did not expect that one day, he would actually need Song Qingshu's help. At the same time, he had to thank him. However, Ling Huchong was a gentleman. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he still expressed his gratitude. Song Qingshu shook his head. "Brother Linghu, you don't have to be so polite." At this time, Elin and the others received the news and hurried over. Seeing that Ling Huchong had woken up, they couldn't help but choke with sobs. "Big brother Linghu." Ling Huchong also revealed a trace of a smile. "Junior sister Elin." Elin hurriedly looked at Song Qingshu. "Prince Song, is big brother Ling Huchong all right now?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "How could it be so easy? I spent an entire night to purge the cold Jinqi from his body. As for the internal injuries he sustained in his meridians and organs, I still haven't started treating them." "Ah?" Elin cried out in surprise. Her small face was filled with worry and disappointment. Ling Huchong smiled bitterly. Junior sister Lin, don't make things difficult for Song. Young master. I was seriously injured. Half of my body is already buried in the ground. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to see you again. Zuolenshan's cold Jin Qi is extremely insidious. The sneak attack from before penetrated deep into my meridians. In this world, I'm afraid that only he, who has a divine cultivation, can purge the terrifying cold poison in my body in one night. He was worried that Lin didn't understand the difficulties involved, so he deliberately explained to her. However, when he finished, he felt both admiration and disappointment. He had always regarded Zuolenshan as an imaginary enemy. He thought that after practicing the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, he would be able to compete with him. However, he didn't expect that the gap between their strength would become so wide that he might not even be able to see his back now. This was human nature. When the level of both sides was about the same, jealousy and rivalry would arise. However, once the gap was too big, all that was left was admiration and admiration. Lin opened her mouth wide. I didn't know you were so powerful. Lin's knowledge is shallow. I hope Prince Song won't blame me. Song Qingshu shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with her. Instead, he looked at Ling Huchong and asked a topic that interested him. Brother Ling Hu, although I know that you need to rest now, can I ask you a few questions? Ling Huchong nodded. With Lin's help, he leaned back against the headboard. Go ahead. Is it true that you've committed treason and proclaimed yourself the king of Shu? Song Qingshu asked. Ling Huchong nodded. Yes. Ah? Ren Yingying exclaimed. She had always thought that there must be some misunderstanding. She didn't expect him to admit it himself. Song Qingshu also frowned. But with Brother Ling Hu's character, I don't think you would do such a thing. Ling Huchong let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that the only person in the world who is willing to believe in me is you. Although he didn't say it out loud, everyone knew what he meant. The whole world regarded him as a traitor. Only his former rival in love believed him. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's not just me. Yingying believes in you, too. Lin, Tian Buiguang, and all of them believe in you. Thank you, Sister Lin. Ling Huchong paused and looked at Ren Yingying. After a while, he continued, Thank you, Lady Song. Ren Yingying looked a little embarrassed, but she knew that he needed time to heal the wound in his heart. After calming himself down, Ling Huchong continued, A few months ago, Jia Shidao's men suddenly came to me. They told me that they had found out who I was and knew that I, Ling Huchong, was pretending to be Wu Shi. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. He could hide his identity for a while, but he couldn't hide it forever. Both Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao were cunning people. They would find out who he really was sooner or later. Last time, Jia Shidao's men were defeated in the kung fu competition. I thought he sent someone here to replace me. Ling Huchong smiled. But I didn't care. The reason why I came to Sichuan was to compete with you, Brother Song. But when I learned that you were married, I knew I couldn't do anything about it. So, I stopped thinking about it. Ren Yingying said apologetically, Young Master Ling Hu, I and my daughter have done you wrong. Back then, when Ren Wuxing defeated Dongfang Bubi and regained his position as the cult master, Ling Huchong had contributed greatly to it. In the end, Ren Wuxing betrothed his daughter to Song Qingshu, who was even more powerful than him. As for Ren Yingying herself, she felt very bad for throwing herself into the arms of another man. Ling Huchong shook his head lightly. There's nothing to be sorry about. Relationships are always like this. The person you like might not like you back. Obviously, he had heard what Song Qingshu had said to comfort Tian Buiguang, so he said it as if it had happened to him. Ren Yingying, who was quick-witted, keenly sensed that Ling Huchong might not be referring to her. After spending so much time with him, she naturally knew who Ling Huchong was. Those people didn't expose me. Instead, they wanted me to make a deal with them. They wanted me to give them the official seal, and they would still let me enjoy all the benefits of a high position here. Ling Huchong sneered. But I'm not the kind of person who covets wealth and power. Plus, I was already a little disheartened and wanted to leave. Of course, I wouldn't agree to such an ambiguous handover. Who knew that the other party would suddenly take out the personal belongings of mistress and junior sister? At this point, a trace of anger flashed across Ling Hucheng's face, triggering the injuries in his body. He could not help but cough violently. Lin, who was beside him, hurriedly handed him a glass of water. At the same time, she gently patted his back to soothe him. Ling Hucheng smiled at her gratefully and said, "Those two items are very much liked by mistress and junior sister. They have been carefully protecting them. They definitely wouldn't accidentally drop them." At that time, my heart was shocked and cold. I knew that something must have happened to them. Sure enough, that person told me that mistress and junior sister are now in their hands. If they don't cooperate with them, not only will they lose their lives, but they will also be inhumanely humiliated. Ling Hucheng clenched his fists tightly. How could he not be angry when his most respected mistress and his most beloved childhood sweetheart were in such danger? These people are really shameless. Ren Yingying and Lin were filled with righteous indignation when they heard this, but Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Although he was shameless, he had grasped Ling Hucheng's weak spot, making him unable to resist at all. As expected, Ling Hucheng said in a deep voice, "In order to prevent them from being humiliated, I had to agree for the time being. They took away my official seal and put me under house arrest in the mansion. There were people watching me day and night, not allowing me to contact the outside world. It was not until later when they moved me to the King of Shu's mansion that I vaguely learned that they had committed treason in my name." Song Qingshu sighed inwardly when he saw Ling Hucheng's angry look. Normally, Ling Hucheng was quite smart and quick-witted, but when it came to Yu Lingshan, his intelligence would plummet. If he cooperated with the enemy like this, would the enemy let Yu Lingshan and her mother go? However, there was no need to criticize him now. Song Qingshu had to admire Jia Shidao's ruthlessness. In order to bring down Han Xingzhou, he had found out that there was something wrong with Wu Shi's identity, but he had been holding back and waiting for such a big move. Han Xingzhou was probably doomed this time. He had gambled with the fate of the southern Song dynasty and sacrificed the lives of so many soldiers and people. No wonder he was one of the most treacherous ministers in history. Song Qingshu secretly became vigilant. He had to be very careful when he became his enemy in the future. After chatting for a while, Ling Hucheng's eyelids began to droop. Knowing that he was seriously injured and weak, he didn't disturb him and let him rest. Lin volunteered to stay and take care of him. Song Qingshu walked to the deck, and Ren Yingying took out a handkerchief to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead. "Thank you for your hard work tonight." Song Qingshu held her little hand and sighed, "Only my own women know how to care for me. Look at that Lin. I saved the man of her dreams, but she only has eyes for Ling Hucheng." She didn't even say a word of thanks. Ren Yingying was so shy that she subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed, so she just let him be. Lin is so pitiful. Don't tell me you also have feelings for her." Ren Yingying blushed and spat, "What nonsense are you talking about? A monk and a nun aren't a couple." "Who says we're not a couple? If you become a nun, I'll become a monk." Song Qingshu hugged Ren Yingying in his arms and said shamelessly. Ren Yingying's face became even more beautiful. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "If you want to be a monk, you can do it yourself. I don't want to be a nun." The two of them flirted with each other on the deck. After an unknown amount of time, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind them, "Two immortal couples, you really make others envious." Ren Yingying's skin was already tender. At this moment, she was like a startled rabbit when someone bumped into her. She pushed her lover away and pretended to look at the river in the distance. However, the slight rise and fall of her chest showed that she was not so calm at the moment. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw Wan Xingzhu standing there with a sweet smile on her face. The wind from the river fluttered her dress, accentuating her alluring figure. She smiled before she said anything. She was still as charming as ever. However, Song Qingshu was still keenly aware of the faint exhaustion between her brows. "Madam, you came back so early. Has everything been arranged properly?" Wan Xingzhu knew what he was asking and shook her head. "Things have changed. Yang Juyuan, Morong Fu, and the others have become the great heroes who killed the traitor and pacified the rebellion. The power of the entire Sichuan is divided and controlled by them. Now that they are in the limelight and have the right to speak, it's not a good time for me to jump out and expose him for killing my brother. Moreover, ordinary people won't believe that the new hero is a traitor. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. If you expose his true colors now, he will most likely bite back. So I can only hide first and slowly collect all the useful evidence. At the critical moment, I'll ruin his reputation. Ruan Xingzhu bit her lips and said hatefully. This is a smart choice. Song Qingshu agreed with her. Wait, you mentioned that they became the great heroes who killed the traitor and pacified the rebellion. What happened? Ruan Xingzhu explained, in the latter half of last night, Morongfu announced to the world that they were sent by the imperial court to quell the rebellion. The traitor Wu Shi has already been executed. As expected. Song Qingshu nodded. Morongfu is smart this time. He made everything real. Even if the Southern Song court doesn't want to, they have to admit his identity. In addition, he announced Wu Shi's death. Even if he appears alive again, the other party can say that he is Ling Huchong in disguise. It's very windy here. Why don't the two of you come to my room and have a seat? Ruan Xingzhu invited. Song Qingshu knew that she had something to say, so he didn't refuse. Ren Yingying was hesitant to leave first, but her lover held her hand tightly. She felt warm in her heart and followed him. After entering the room, Ruan Xingzhu personally poured tea for them. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the two holding hands and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You two are really a couple. Ren Yingying blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. I'm afraid it's very difficult to find a man in this world who loves his wife so much. Ruan Xingzhu wasn't trying to flatter him. It had to be known that even in Song Qingshu's previous life, when he was in a relationship in the 70s and 80s, the couple might not even walk side by side, let alone hold hands. They would often walk one in front of the other, for fear of gossip. This world had a lot of etiquette, and it was even stricter in this aspect. It had to be known that the behavior just now was considered immoral in the mainstream values, so very few men would publicly display their affection. However, women were emotional. They enjoyed their lovers' love very much, and coupled with this harsh environment, they cherished this kind of behavior even more. However, Song Qingshu thought it was very normal. He smiled and said, I don't deserve this title. There are still many good men in this world. Is that so? Ruan Xingzhu didn't argue. She couldn't help but think of her husband who had just been killed. Even though the two of them didn't have a very deep relationship, she still felt an irrepressible sadness. Ren Yingying saw her sadness and couldn't help but comfort her. The dead are gone. My condolences, my lady. Because she had been imprisoned before, she still had a lot of resentment towards Ruan Xingzhu. However, after knowing what had happened to her family, as a woman, she empathized with Ruan Xingzhu, so her previous resentment gradually disappeared. Thank you, Lady Ren. Ruan Xingzhu smiled gratefully. She tucked her hair behind her ears and took the opportunity to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She quickly composed herself and asked, is Wu Shi really dead? After all, Wu Shi had been promoted by Han Xingzhou. This time, she had come to Shu for Wu Shi. However, because of what had happened in her family yesterday, she had made a series of mistakes. I saved him. He's not dead, but he's seriously injured. However, in this situation, his identity is also dead. Song Qingshu roughly told her what had happened in the Shu King's mansion last night. Jia Shidao is really behind all this. Ruan Xingzhu gritted her teeth. She belonged to Han Xingzhou's camp and had always been hostile to Jia Shidao. Now that she heard that he was the culprit who had put her lord in such a difficult situation, how could she not be angry? Song Qingshu said with a faint smile, Lady Ren thought that I was the one who had caused what happened in Sichuan. Ruan Xingzhu thought that she had suspected Song Qingshu at first and had tried everything to get close to him in order to spy on him. However, it turned out that he had nothing to do with it. Instead, they had accidentally. She had suffered a double loss. Thinking of that time, Ruan Xingzhu's heart skipped a beat. In order to hide her current expression, she hurriedly apologized to the two of them. Previously, I used my narrow-mindedness to measure the heart of a gentleman. I have offended you, especially Lady Ren. I hereby apologize to you. Ren Yingying hurriedly helped her up. Lady Ren, please get up. It's normal for us to use some tricks for our masters. If we were in each other's shoes, I would probably do the same thing. Wan Xingzhu sighed and said, I've long heard that the Sun Moon Church has always used high-handed policies to control their subordinates. Hundreds of thousands of members of the Sun Moon Church are afraid of the higher-ups of the Blackwood Cliff, except for one person, who respects and loves the saintess. Now I finally understand how those people feel. The two women quickly began to flatter each other. After a while, Ren Yingying noticed that Wan Xingzhu was holding back a yawn, so she stood up and said, Lady Ren, there has been a sudden change in your family, and you haven't slept for the whole night. We won't disturb you anymore. Lady Ren, take this opportunity to rest. Wan Xingzhu smiled and said, Lady Ren, you haven't slept for the whole night either. If you don't mind, you can rest here. Ren Yingying was stunned, but Song Qingshu hurriedly said, that won't do. Yingying's body is weak. I have to nurture her meridians. Both women blushed when they heard the words nurture meridians. Both Wan Xingzhu and Ren Yingying knew what he meant by nurturing meridians. Even Wan Xingzhu had personally experienced how he nurtured meridians. If young master can't bear to part with Lady Ren, you can also stay here and rest. Wan Xingzhu looked at him meaningfully. Song Qingshu's heart fluttered. He thought, what does she mean? There's only one bed in this room. Could it be? When he thought of that scene that would make countless men fantasize about it, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. However, he didn't show anything on his face. Instead, he said with embarrassment, I'm afraid that's not very good. Wan Xingzhu giggled and said, Young master, what are you thinking? I'm just joking with you. If I leave you here and word gets out, I'm afraid I won't be able to face anyone. What's more, Lady Ren is still here. Even after coming out of her room, Song Qingshu still had a gloomy expression. He thought, this woman really needs to be taught a lesson. She actually dared to tease me. Ren Yingying, who was at the side, said with a faint smile, if you want to stay there, I don't mind. Even though Song Qingshu had never explicitly stated his relationship with Wan Xingzhu, Ren Yingying already knew. Then let's go back together. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. After he finished speaking, he pulled her hand and acted as if he wanted to go back. Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she hurriedly shook off his hand. If you want to go back by yourself. Who wants to go with you? Song Qingshu burst into laughter. He deliberately said those words just now to expose her pretense of being magnanimous. Seeing her shy appearance, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Amidst her surprised cry, he carried her in his arms and quickly returned to the room. You've been cultivating for the whole night last night. You should take a good rest. Sensing his hurried footsteps, how could Ren Yingying not understand what was going on? Her heart was thumping and she said with a red face. It's not like you don't know that my body is made of iron. As he spoke, he had already carried her and rolled onto the bed. After a series of rustling sounds, Ren Yingying was like a tender and beautiful rose. She bit her lips and pouted, there are people next door. After rescuing everyone back to the ship, for the convenience of treatment, they had arranged for them to stay in a few rooms next door. Do you want to say that Ling Huchong is next door? That's just right. Song Qingshu chuckled and lowered his head again. Although Ren Yingying had always been pure, after being together with Song Qingshu for such a long time, she naturally understood the thoughts of some men. Her eyes couldn't help but ripple, and she faintly pouted, what a bad guy. However, although her tone was a little reproachful, she still gently stretched out her arms, hugged the man on top of her, and gently accepted him. In the next few days, Song Qingshu used the solitary yang finger to treat Ling Huchong's internal injuries. His cultivation had already reached an incredible level, so using the solitary yang finger to save people wouldn't cause serious sequelae like what happened to Reverend Eating. Ling Huchong also had the protection of the absorbing star's great method and the I Ching Jing, and his internal energy was also extremely profound. Therefore, with Song Qingshu's help, his injuries recovered much faster than expected. On this day, Song Qingshu treated Ling Huchong for the last time and said, from now on, brother Ling Hu, cultivate every day to regulate your breathing. You should be fully recovered in 1 or 2 months. Ling Huchong sighed and said, Brother Song is really powerful. With your help, not only did I survive such a serious injury, but I also recovered so quickly. It's really incredible. He was an open-minded person, and he had always been a little resentful. However, during this period of time, Song Qingshu had spared no effort to help him recover. In addition, he had seen Ren Yingying's sweet appearance with Song Qingshu, and he knew that she had done it willingly, not because she had been forced. Therefore, he was convinced of his defeat and gradually let go of the grudge. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Brother Linghu, you don't have to be so polite. To a large extent, it's because of your good internal energy foundation that you recovered so quickly." The two chatted for a while, and Ling Huchong said, "Brother Song, I'll repay you for saving my life in the future. But now that I don't know whether Masteress and Shimmy are alive or dead, I have to leave to save them." Ling Huchong cupped his hands and said, "Brother Song, please say it." Song Qingshu came to the window and opened it. He looked at the surging river in the distance and said, "Mountains and rivers are far away. Falling flowers and wind hurt spring. Why not take pity on those in front of you?" Ling Huchong was moved. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Song Qingshu continued, "I know you've always been in love with junior sister, but she only treats you as an older brother, and she likes someone else. On the other hand, Yilin has always been by your side and protected you." Ling Huchong smiled bitterly and said, "I have always treated Yilin as a younger sister. Moreover, she is a Buddhist. How can I ruin her cultivation?" Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "You don't have to lie to yourself. Yilin's fate in the secular world is not over. If you say the word, she would have returned to secular life 10 times. Ling Huchong didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "Feelings can't be forced. The person you like may not like you." Obviously, what Song Qingshu said to Tian Buiguang resonated with him. When Song Qingshu left the room, he said lightly, "This is human nature. If you don't cherish what you have, you will regret it when you lose it." Ling Huchong sat by the window and suddenly thought of the time when he was with Yingying. He couldn't forget about his junior apprentice sister. In the end, Yingying was snatched away by Song Qingshu. Only then did he understand what it meant to be heartbroken. Now that Yilin is taking care of me, I'm also thinking about my junior apprentice sister. If she gets snatched away by someone else, would I regret it again? Early the next morning, Ling Huchong bid farewell to Song Qingshu and the others. Because he was going to save his master's wife and junior sister, it was not good for them to keep him. However, because he had not fully recovered from his injuries, Yilin suggested that they go with him to take care of him. Everyone thought that with his usual temperament, he would refuse, but unexpectedly, he readily agreed. Compared to Yilin, who was overjoyed, Tian Buiguang, who was at the side, was naturally dejected. Disheartened, he rejected Ling Huchong's invitation and decided to return to Mount Heng. Watching the three of them leave, Ren Yingying faintly sighed, "I hope they can have a happy ending." Song Qingshu naturally knew that she didn't mean the pervert Tian Buiguang. He smiled and said, "Are you trying to make it up to Ling Huchong out of guilt?" Ren Yingying didn't deny it and said, "After all, it's our fault. If he can be with Yilin, I will feel less guilty." As she spoke, she couldn't help but raise her head and glare at him. "Speaking of which, isn't it all because of you?" Song Qingshu chuckled and pulled her into his arms. He was quite pleased with himself for snatching her away. Cough, cough. At this moment, a light cough came from not far away. Wan Xingzhu said with a faint smile, "The two of you are so affectionate. It's really enviable." Ren Yingying was used to Xingzhu's teasing. She smiled and said, "If you like it, you can hug him." "I don't mind." Xingzhu blushed. She was usually the one teasing Xingzhu. She didn't expect Xingzhu to fight back like this. She was caught unprepared and quickly changed the topic. "There's new information in the city." "Oh?" Song Qingshu was also very concerned about this. Xingzhu was half a local here, so she was usually the one going around to gather information. Xingzhu continued, "Morong Fu announced that Wu Shi is dead and the court appointed him as the Deputy Proclamation Commissioner of Sichuan. Previously, Yang Junyu and the others forged an imperial edict to appoint him as the Proclamation Commissioner. Now that the official imperial edict had been issued, it was changed to the higher-ranked Deputy Proclamation Commissioner. The reason why it was called Deputy Proclamation Commissioner was because the Song court had to have ministers of the prime minister rank. Although Morongfu had made great contributions, he still lacked experience, so he could only be the Deputy Proclamation Commissioner. However, Song Qingshu frowned deeply. Isn't this imperial edict a little too fast? It had been less than 10 days since they raided the Shu Palace, and Sichuan was thousands of miles away from Linen. By the time the news reached Linen would have to react, and then the news would come back. No matter how fast it would still take about a month. However, the reality was that the official edict would arrive almost immediately. Xingzhu nodded and said, I also think it's a bit strange. The whole thing is going so smoothly as if it's all planned. Song Qingshu thought of what Ling Huchong had said and suddenly realized, Jia Sherdao must have prepared everything and was ready to close the net in a few days. Shen Xiaolong and the other local mid-level officers were also planning to kill Wu Shi, so they ran into each other. That's right. I heard Yang Juyuan mention that he seemed to be on Jia Sherdao's side. Xingzhu crossed her arms in front of her chest. She was the best spy under Han Xingzhou, so she was good at analyzing information. And judging from the whole thing, Morongfu probably knew about it long ago. I'm afraid only Shen Xiaolong, Yang Junyu, and the others were kept in the dark. They were hot-blooded, but they unknowingly became Jia Sherdao's pawns. Ren Yingying sighed and said, I thought the disturbances in Jianghu were strange enough, but compared to these political veterans, they are nothing. No wonder she had such a feeling. Sua Lenchan, who was so cunning, could be considered a big threat to the Sun Moon sect, but now he was just a dog of Jia Sherdao. Those who steal will be killed, and those who steal the country will be marquis. This has been the case since ancient times. Xingzhu smiled bitterly and continued, after dealing with the remnants of Wushi's party a few days ago, Shen Xiaolong, the three emotions Taoist, led the generals to take advantage of the situation and recover the 4 states. Morongfu quickly agreed, and then Shen Xiaolong sent troops to recover the Shihe state, Zhang Lin and Li Jian recovered the Qing state, Lu Chongguo recovered the Jia state, Zhang Yi recovered the Feng state, and Sun Zhongrui recovered the Desanguan. Now Shen Xiaolong's troops have entered Du Ling and joined the local militia to attack the Jin army. The Jin general Wan Yanqin escaped, and Shen Xiaolong's troops entered the city. The soldiers and civilians cheered, and he asked to take advantage of the victory to attack Qinlong to contain the Jin army. The people mentioned were all mid-level officers in Sichuan. They had been holding back their anger for a long time, and now that they had been released, they were all like fierce tigers. What? Song Qingshu was startled. Previously, his biggest headache in the Jin court was being surrounded by enemies on all sides. Fortunately, Wushi's betrayal led to the end of the northern expedition in Sichuan. He sent the loyal army to the west and won a series of victories, holding all the passes leading out of Sichuan. Only then could he calmly mobilize the main force of the Jin to Huainan to deal with the main force of the Song army in the northern expedition. Unexpectedly, the Jin army in the west was defeated. If the war spread to Qinlong, the Jin defense in the west would collapse, and the main force in the east would be transferred over. Then, a series of chain reactions would occur, and the east might be counterattacked by the southern Song, especially now that the Jin army could be considered to have penetrated deep into the southern Song territory. If the southern Song court could not maintain the supply of soldiers and continue to pressure them, the main force of the Jin kingdom would not be able to retreat when the southern Song court launched a siege. Of course, Song Qingshu did not want to see this happen. He thought for a while and said, Do you want to avenge your husband? He planned to uncover Wushi's treason plot and cause chaos in Sichuan. However, he did not have any evidence, so he decided to start with Yang Juyuan. To his surprise, Wan Xingzhu shook her head and said, Of course I want to avenge my husband, but not now. First, the time is not ripe, and I don't have enough evidence. Second, they are attacking the Jin kingdom in the north, which can relieve the pressure on Minister Han. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that all of Yang Juyuan's actions represented Han Xingzhou's interests. Although she hated Yang Juyuan to the core, she was happy to see the Sichuan army marching north to attack the Jin kingdom. Song Qingshu did not say anything else. After all, he could not tell her about his relationship with the Jin kingdom. After a casual chat, he returned to his room with Ren Yingying. It seems that we have to find a way ourselves. But now we have no foundation in Sichuan, so we can't intervene, Reninging said worriedly. Song Qingshu smiled confidently and said, in fact, the way is very simple. Facing a complicated and sophisticated plot, the most direct way is to break it with force. Break it with force? Reninging was confused. What's the use of your husband's extraordinary abilities? Song Qingshu said proudly. If worst comes to worst, I can imitate what they did to Ling Huchong and put Murong Fu under house arrest. Then, I can do things according to his orders. Before, Jia Shidao's plot was completed with the help of many of his trusted subordinates. Although he was alone now, it was not difficult for him to achieve the same effect with his absolute martial arts. Look at how smug you are. Although Reninging said that, her eyes were full of admiration and love, after nightfall, Song Qingshu quietly left the Mirror Lake and sneaked into Chengdu City. He went all the way to Murong Fu's mansion. During this time, he had already investigated all the relevant information, so he naturally knew where Murong Fu's mansion was. After Wu Shi's rebellion, the entire Chengdu city seemed to be covered with a layer of a murderous atmosphere. At night, there was a curfew, but that could only stop ordinary people. It was impossible to stop the martial arts masters who came and went. When he arrived at Murong Fu's mansion, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be cautious. Now that Murong Fu was the deputy Xian Fu, he could almost be regarded as the top military and political person in Sichuan, so the mansion was naturally heavily guarded. Song Qingshu carefully sneaked all the way to his study, thinking that he had to subdue Murong Fu in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if other people were alerted, his next plan would not work. If people in Jianhu knew that someone planned to subdue the famous Murong Fu with one move, they would subconsciously think it was a fantasy. However, Song Qingshu now had great abilities, and he was in the dark while the enemy was in the light, so he was very confident. Hey, why is there someone else in the study? The candlelight in the room reflected the shadows of the two people. Song Qingshu slightly frowned and quietly hid under the eaves by the window, planning to figure out the situation first. Soon, Murong Fu's angry roar came from inside. Obviously, he was very emotional. Now the situation is good. Why did you ask them to retreat? Another voice sounded, and it was Yang Juyuan. It's useless to shout at me. This is the Prime Minister's order. Murong Fu said, the Prime Minister is thousands of miles away from here. Maybe he doesn't know the result of the northern expedition yet, Yang Juyuan interrupted him and said, I've made it very clear. The Prime Minister asked you to stay in seclusion and not attack without permission. Did you not understand? Yang Juyuan took out a token and sneered, could it be that you dare to go against the Prime Minister's will? Don't forget who made you the deputy Xianfu deputy envoy? I don't dare. Murong Fu hurriedly bowed. I don't think you dare. Yang Juyuan snorted and walked away. After he left, Feng Poliu, Bao Budong, and a few other servants came in. Murong Fu couldn't hold back anymore and smashed the teacup on the ground. He's just a dog of Jia Shidao. How dare he show off in front of me? Bao Budong hurriedly stopped him and said, No, no. Please be careful with your words. We can't offend Jia Shidao yet. Song Qingshu, who was hanging upside down outside the window, smiled and thought, so it's these two clowns. Why didn't I see them in the King of Shu's mansion last time? Murong Fu snorted and said, Of course I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him leave like this. Feng Poliu said impatiently, I don't know what's wrong with Jia Shidao. Our young master's northern expedition is so promising, and it's a great opportunity for him to make a name for himself. How could he stop us? No, no, no. Bao Budong continued to shake his head and said, There are two mistakes. First, our young master has already made a name for himself by suppressing the traitor Wu Shi, so he doesn't need to make any more achievements. Second, Jia Shidao has always been a firm supporter of peace, while Han Xingzhou is a supporter of war. Now, Han Xingzhou's position is shaky because of the series of northern expeditions. If the northern expedition in Sichuan succeeds, the Jin kingdom will have to transfer troops from the east to the west. In that case, Han Xingzhou will have a chance to catch his breath and maybe he can make a comeback. How could Jia Shidao give him such a chance? So it would be strange if they didn't obstruct us. Hearing Bao Butong's arguments, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Bao Butong's analysis made sense. Song Qingshu had been too concerned, and he hadn't thought about the whole situation from Jia Shidao's point of view. It was true that Song Qingshu couldn't just sit back and watch Sichuan go north to save Han Xingzhou's life. Feng Fenger was shocked. Isn't Jia Shidao sacrificing the interests of the country and the people to satisfy his own selfish desires? This time, Bao Badong changed his usual frivolous tone into a serious one. For politicians like them, which one of them isn't the same? In this aspect, young master should learn more from him. Morongfu nodded and asked in a deep voice, "What should we do next? Are we really going to follow Jia Shidao's orders and do nothing?" No. Bao Badong shook his head. "We have to listen to Jia Shidao's orders, but that doesn't mean we'll do nothing. In fact, it's not necessarily a bad thing that Jia Shidao stopped young master from going north. You've already made a great contribution by suppressing Wu Shi, so no matter how glorious the northern expedition is, you'll face a situation where you won't be rewarded. However, if there's a setback in the war, young master will face severe punishment. So, it's better to follow Jia Shidao's instructions and stay in seclusion. Of course, you won't completely listen to Jia Shidao's arrangements. Young master, you want to revive the Yan kingdom, and Sichuan has always been a prosperous country. The Qin kingdom conquered the world with Sichuan, and Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty won the Chu-Han War because of the endless logistical support from Sichuan. It's God's will that you have Sichuan. It seems that the Morong family's hope of reviving the Yan kingdom will come true." Hearing what Bao Badong said, Morongfu was overjoyed. "Brother Bao, you're really far-sighted. However, I'm only the highest-ranking official in Sichuan, and there are still many people who won't listen to me. I'm afraid it's too early to talk about founding a nation. Isn't there a great opportunity to clean up the officialdom in Sichuan?" Bao Badong smiled. "Oh?" Morongfu's expression changed, and even Song Qingshu, who was outside, became interested. Didn't Jia Shidao ask young master to restrain his subordinates from sending troops? But those arrogant soldiers and generals may not be obedient. Young master, you can make appropriate arrangements to defeat them, and then use military law to punish a group of generals who aren't loyal to young master, Bao Badong said in a low voice. Feng Polio, who was standing aside, frowned. "That's not what a gentleman would do." No. You're being too soft-hearted." Bao Badong didn't agree. "Young master, you're ambitious, and you're on par with the emperors of the past dynasties. Of course, you can't be judged by ordinary moral standards." Feng Polio opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but he couldn't argue with Bao Badong. In the end, he remembered that he was a retainer of the Morong family, so he sighed and didn't say anything. Outside the window, Song Qingshu thought to himself, "This Bao is different. Usually, he only knows how to bicker. I didn't expect him to occasionally come up with one or two good ideas. If Morongfu does as he says, he can indeed quickly build a team loyal to him." After listening for a while, Song Qingshu didn't hear anything valuable, so he left quietly. He had planned to imitate what happened to Ling Huchong and control Morongfu to give orders to get rid of the hidden danger in the western defense line of the Jin kingdom. But now that he knew that Jia Shidao had intervened, the northern expedition of the armies in Sichuan would definitely fail, so he didn't need to control Morongfu anymore. He planned to watch the show first. As expected, the situation in Sichuan changed in less than 2 days. Shen Xiaolong asked to take advantage of the victory to attack Qinlong to contain the Jin army, but Morongfu didn't agree, so the morale of the army was greatly affected. On the same day, because the support from the rear hadn't arrived, the Jin army took back Dasan Pass. General Sun Zhongrui was furious. When he came back, he didn't even have time to take off his blood-stained robe. He went straight into Morongfu's house and scolded him, then left angrily. Soon, Morongfu called Yang Juyuan to discuss with him. He pointed out that Sun Zhongrui was under Han Xingzhou's command and wanted to make a contribution in the northern expedition to relieve Han Xingzhou's pressure on the eastern defense line. Although he was temporarily suppressed, no one knew what he would do next. What if he ruined the prime minister's plan? Yang Juyuan had switched allegiance to Jia Shidao from Han Xingzhou not long ago, so he had been a little uneasy about it. He wanted to make a contribution so that he could stand firm in front of his new master. So he agreed to Morongfu's arrangement. He sent soldiers to disguise themselves as Jin's soldiers and kill Sun Zhongrui on his way to the new place. This caused a stir in the officialdom of Sichuan. After all, the place where Sun Zhongrui was killed was under the control of the southern Song dynasty. How could there be Jin soldiers there? Because he had just had a fierce argument with Murongfu, many people suspected that he was the culprit. Unlike other people's speculations, Xianxia, the three emotions Taoist priest, went directly to Murongfu's mansion to question him. He had military power, and he was powerful in martial arts, so he didn't worry that Murongfu would do anything to him. Faced with his repeated questions, Murongfu looked like he wanted to say something, but he stopped on second thought, as if there was something he couldn't say. In the end, Xianxia asked his servants to leave and went to a secret room to talk. Murongfu hesitantly took out a document, which recorded the names of the soldiers that Yang Juyuan had mobilized a few days ago, as well as the details of all the operations. He said that it was the result of his investigation. Xianxia was extremely shocked when he learned that the murderer was Yang Juyuan. At the same time, he expressed confusion and doubt. Then, Murongfu told him that Yang Juyuan was Jia Shidao's subordinate and told him that he also wanted to conquer the central plains in the north, but he couldn't go against Jia Shidao's order. And Yang Juyuan was Jia Shidao's chess piece to keep an eye on him. Before saying that, Murongfu had investigated Xianxia in detail. He knew that Xianxia had always been neutral. He didn't work for Han Xingzhou, nor did he work for Jia Shidao. It could be said that Xianxia was one of the few people in the officialdom who wholeheartedly served the country. As expected, Xianxia was filled with righteous indignation after learning the whole story. In his opinion, a power struggle was one thing, but if the fate of the country and the lives of the people were to be gambled for a power struggle, it was completely intolerable. Murongfu took a look at his expression and continued to say that if he wasn't worried about the unrest in Sichuan, he would definitely kill Yang Juyuan himself. After hearing that, Xianxia left thoughtfully. After Song Qingshu eavesdropped on the conversation between Murongfu and Yang Juyuan, he went back and asked Reninging to go straight down the river to Jianghuai to inform Tajkis not to panic because of the attack on the western front of Sichuan. He would take care of all the problems here. It was thousands of miles to go to Jianghuai. If there was a choice, Song Qingshu didn't want Reninging to travel all the way. But this time, it was the handover with Tajkis, which was too important. He couldn't leak anything, so he could only send his closest people. Fortunately, the journey went straight down the river, which saved a lot of traveling. After Song Qingshu asked her to inform Tajkis, he went to Yangzhou to inform Zhou Zhirua to send troops to the west, pretending to cooperate with the Song army to pressure the Jin kingdom and urge them to negotiate. After all, the Golden Snake Battalion agreed to participate in the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition, but they had been acting as bystanders. This had already aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. In order to avoid losing the support of the people, it was necessary to maintain the necessary posture. After Reninging left, Song Qingshu had been silently observing Murongfu's actions. One day, he suddenly found Ruan Xingzhu and asked, "Madam, shall we go and avenge you today?" Today? Ruan Xingzhu was a little surprised. Speaking of which, her mood had been fluctuating greatly recently. Originally, she was very happy when she saw the Sichuan army winning in the northern expedition. But what came next was a wave of defeats. Recently, the various armies even quieted down and no one mentioned the northern expedition anymore. Just when she was feeling a little down, she couldn't react for a moment when she heard Song Qingshu's words. Ruan Xingzhu was confused. Why? The reason why she delayed her revenge was because she hadn't found the decisive evidence to take down Yang Juyuan yet. Another reason was that he was so popular that he had become one of the top leaders in Sichuan. He was at the peak of his life, so why didn't he have the chance to take revenge? Song Qingshu told her about the things he had been secretly watching Murongfu. Of course, he didn't tell her everything, but he let her know that Murongfu had decided to kill Yang Juyuan. They deserved to fight each other. Ruan Xingzhu said with hatred. She didn't like Yang Juyuan, who had killed her husband, or Murongfu, who was Jia Shidao's henchman. But it's too easy for Yang Juyuan to die like this. Ruan Xingzhu suddenly said with her teeth clenched. Her husband had treated her brother so well, but he not only killed him but also plotted against her. Today, Morong Fu invited Yang Juyuan to a banquet in the suburbs. I think he's going to kill him today, Song Qingshu said. Yang Juyuan could be considered to be very popular now, and the security around him was usually very tight. If Morong Fu wanted to invite him to a banquet, of all places, he just had to choose the outskirts. If this wasn't a deliberate move to divert Yang Juyuan's guards, then what was it? After his analysis, Ruan Xingzhu agreed with him. It seems that Morong Fu can't hold back anymore. He can't let Yang Juyuan die so easily. But Morong Fu is very powerful now, so we should avoid a direct conflict with him. Don't worry. Song Qingshu smiled. He won't be stupid enough to kill him at the banquet. If he does, people will think he's the murderer. I think he'll do it on Yang Juyuan's way to the banquet or on his way back to the city. Next, the two of them laid an ambush on the path that Yang Juyuan would definitely take to attend the banquet. Song Qingshu's lightness skill was superb. Even though he was carrying Ruan Xingzhu, he did not alarm the guards that accompanied him. The two of them followed him all the way to the banquet venue in the suburbs. Nothing happened along the way. The two of them looked at each other and understood that the trap would most likely be set on the way back, so they continued to hide. After a few hours, Yang Juyuan, who had eaten and drank to his heart's content, bid farewell to everyone, and drunkenly boarded the palanquin to return to the city. It seems that I made the right decision to rely on Jia Sherdao. Although it wasn't bad before, I didn't have the opportunity to interact with the highest level officials in the Sichuan officialdom every day. At this time, Yang Juyuan could be said to be riding on the crest of success, thinking that he could bring the Yang family to unprecedented heights. My only regret is that I don't know where Ruan Xingzhu is. A trace of gloom flashed across Yang Juyuan's face. After settling things with Wu Shi that day, he had anxiously rushed back to the Yang mansion. He had planned to enjoy his sister-in-law, whom he had longed for many years, but when he returned, he found that she had disappeared without a trace. This shock was no small matter. If she were to reveal this matter, then everything would be over. Unfortunately, the countless people he had sent out had not been able to find any trace of the other party. In addition, the other party had not jumped out to accuse him during this period of time, so he was finally relieved. I guess she is afraid of my current power. After tasting the taste of power, Yang Juyuan could not stop wanting to. Now, he was not afraid of what the other party would say, because he had enough confidence to control the public opinion and label the other party as a slut. I hope you can understand the situation. Now that Han Xingzhou's fall is a foregone conclusion, the Ruan family that you rely on will be destroyed at any time. If you serve me well, I can still protect the Ruan family. Because of the drunkenness, Yang Juyuan only felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen when he thought of something exciting. As he was thinking about something wonderful, suddenly, a burst of screams came from outside and woke him up from his fantasy. When he was about to ask what had happened, the sedan chair rolled to the ground. He knew that they had most likely encountered an assassin, so he instantly woke up from his drunkenness. He pulled out his waist knife and broke out of the sedan chair. To his surprise, there was only a masked man in black outside. He had originally thought that it was Ruan Xingzhu who had come to assassinate him for revenge. Who the hell are you? Yang Juyuan gripped the saber on his waist tightly as he glanced at the corpses strewn all over the place. His pupils constricted instantly. The other party was able to finish off his bodyguards in such a short period of time. It was obvious that he was an expert among experts. The man in black did not answer and directly raised his sword to stab Yang Juyuan. Yang Juyuan hurriedly focused 120% to deal with him. He also had good martial arts skills, so he was not too afraid of the other party. He thought that as long as he could hold on for a long time, he would be saved when other officials passed by. However, the other party's sword art was like maggots in tarsal bones, extremely ruthless. Not long after, several bloody wounds appeared on his body. Moreover, he had drunk wine, so his martial arts skills were greatly reduced compared to the past. With a moment of carelessness, his wrist was stabbed, and blood gushed out. How could he still hold his waist knife? The three emotion sword art, you are fucking Xianxia. Although he had lost the ability to fight, Yang Juyuan's mind suddenly became clear. He thought of something and cursed angrily. Seeing that his identity had been seen through, the man in black no longer concealed himself and took off his mask. Sure enough, it was the three emotions Daoist Xianxia. Surnamed Yang, today is the day you die. How did I offend you? Yang Juyuan was shocked and angry, and he cursed while dodging. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. When you go to the underworld, apologize to Sun Zhongrui. Shen Xiaolong snorted coldly and raised his sword to stab. Yang Juyuan hurriedly shouted, wait, killing Sun Zhongrui was Morong Fu's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Shen Xiaolong sneered, even now, you still dare to frame others. I have investigated carefully. The soldiers who attacked Sun Zhongrui were all under your command. Although Morong Fu is nominally your superior, you have the Yang family backing you. Who doesn't fear you? How could he order you around? It's useless to say more. Die. They had already wasted a lot of time here, and Shen Xiaolong was worried that other officials would pass by with their attendants. Worried that a long delay would bring trouble, he directly stabbed his sword toward Yang Juyuan's throat. Just as he was about to get justice for Sun Zhongrui, a small stone suddenly flew over and hit the tip of his sword. Shen Xiaolong felt his hand go numb, and he almost lost his grip on his sword. He couldn't help but look to the side in horror. Unknowingly, a man and a woman had appeared beside him. The man was tall and straight, and the woman was graceful. It could be seen that they were young, but both of them were wearing veils, so their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. Who are you? Shen Xiaolong was terrified. This man and woman were naturally Song Qingshu and Wan Xingzhu. Pointing at Yang Juyuan, who was scared out of his wits, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, I want this person. You are the person who saved Wuxi that night. At this time, Shen Xiaolong finally felt a familiar aura from him. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, since you have recognized me, then you should know that you are no match for me. Shen Xiaolong's expression changed, and it was obvious that he was in an intense mental struggle. However, in the end, he cupped his hands and chose to leave. Although he wanted to avenge Sun Zhongrui, he wasn't stupid enough to make unnecessary sacrifices when he knew that he was no match for him. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, causing him to be startled. What advice do you have for me? Shen Xiaolong had goosebumps all over his body. Noticing that Shen Xiaolong's hand was slightly pale, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Don't be nervous. I just want to remind you to be careful of Morong Fu. Shen Xiaolong was startled. What do you mean? Song Qingshu shook his head. Even if I tell you more now, you might not believe me. I can only say as much as I can. You just need to remember this. Shen Xiaolong was a loyal and righteous person. Song Qingshu didn't want him to die in Morong Fu's hands for no reason. Shen Xiaolong frowned, and suddenly thought of what Yang Juyuan had just said. A shadow inexplicably shrouded his heart, and in the end, he left with a heart full of doubts. Seeing that he had left, Yang Juyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly got up and bowed to Song Qingshu. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me. May I ask for benefactor's name? I will definitely repay you generously. Benefactor? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh, and he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He directly hit Yang Juyuan's sleeping acupoint and carried him away. When Yang Juyuan woke up, he was shocked to find himself in the wilderness. Looking up, he saw a stone tablet with the words Yang Gongyi Zhenzhong's tomb written on it, and he couldn't help but be frightened. This. A few days ago, he had personally buried his big brother, so how could he not know where he was? Song Qingshu stood not far away and said to Wan Xingzhu, I'll leave this person to Madam. Wan Xingzhu's eyes were a little red, and she pursed her lips. Thank you, young master. At this moment, the two of them took off their masks, and Yang Juyuan finally saw her face clearly. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Bitch, it's you. Wan Xingzhu sneered. Last time, I told you that you would suffer retribution for doing such a thing that goes against human morality, but you didn't believe me. You didn't expect that it would come true so quickly, did you? Yang Juyuan's expression changed several times, but he quickly squeezed out a smile. Sister-in-law, I was just joking with you last time. Please don't take it seriously. Joking? Wan Xingzhu sneered. Yes, I was joking, Yang Juyuan hurriedly explained. Big Brother has treated me with great kindness, so why would I harm him? If you don't believe me, you can open his coffin and do an autopsy right now to see if he committed suicide or was murdered. Trying to stall for time? Wan Xingzhu snorted, then why did you have bad intentions towards me before? Sister-in-law, I was possessed for a moment. Ever since the day you married into the Yang clan, I was shocked by you. However, you're my sister-in-law, so I could only suppress this feeling in my heart. Then, Big Brother unfortunately passed away, and I thought I could finally pursue you, so I was confused for a moment. That day, I also drank a little, so I said some nonsense. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Juyuan's brain was many times faster than usual. What a glib tongue. You can explain to Zhenzhong when you're in the underworld. Wan Xingzhu stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar, dragging him to her husband's tombstone like a dead dog. Yang Juyuan finally understood that he couldn't escape today, so he started cursing. Who was that man just now? He's your lover, right? You slut, you vixen. Big Brother has just died, and you've already found yourself a wild man. At first, he was still cursing, but later on, his screams were mixed with pleading. Don't kill me. If you kill me, the Yang clan will have no more descendants. Even if Big Brother's spirit is in heaven, he won't allow you to do this. Bitch. If the Yang clan's bloodline ends, the Yang clan's ancestors will curse you. End of chapter 1709. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.